Li Changfeng traverses into a fantastical realm, assuming the role of the 13th elder of the mountain-backing sect. He has also bound himself to a supreme master system, whereby accepting disciples grants him system rewards. In addition to receiving a hundredfold return from his disciples' cultivation, each disciple will bestow upon Li Changfeng extraordinary rewards. By accepting the honest and loyal disciple Lin Fan, who possesses no spiritual roots, he acquires the simplified technique system. By accepting the exceptionally gifted disciple Feng Wu, who embodies the true phoenix physique, he obtains the automatic cultivation system. By accepting the righteous and devoted swordsman disciple Ye Jian, he gains the comprehension of the Tao system. Li Changfeng summoned his disciples to the transmission chamber, where he accomplished a significant undertaking. That was to bestow the newly acquired systems upon his disciples. As the disciples utilized the systems to transcend tribulations and attain immortality, rendering themselves invincible, they would still be effortlessly suppressed by their master Li Changfeng, who reaped a hundredfold return. Li Changfeng remarked, "Invincibility is truly as lonely as snow." Chapter 1. This system shines brilliantly. The mountain-backing sect was convening a high-level meeting, and those present were undoubtedly the foremost powerhouses of the sect, including elders, the sect leader, and the Grand Elder. Just moments ago, the Grand Elder was providing guidance and strategizing for the future of the mountain-backing sect. However, at the very end of the Elder's seating, the youngest 13th Elder of the sect unexpectedly emitted such sounds. He appeared exceedingly exhilarated, unable to contain the joy swelling within him. Li Changfeng, the Grand Elder's expression darkened as he sternly admonished. Even though Li Changfeng is the most talented and promising elder of the mountain-backing sect, the Grand Elder was still incensed. Yet after the Grand Elder's rebuke, only an odd chuckle responded to him. At this point, the Grand Elder's countenance shifted from merely gloomy to utterly blackened. In his fury, the Grand Elder hurled a teacup from the table towards Li Changfeng for such a disrespectful display. With the Grand Elder's prowess, his accuracy was undoubtedly impeccable. Indeed, the teacup struck precisely beside Li Changfeng, splattering the face of the 12th Elder. Instantly, the tea successfully washed the 12th Elder's face, with the leaves adorning it. Ahem! The Grand Elder cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. He strode toward Li Changfeng, his fury rendering the 12th Elder's grievances something to be swallowed in silence. After all, in this fantastical world, status is dictated by strength. Confronted with the Grand Elder, the humble 12th Elder could not afford to provoke him. Li Changfeng, do you harbor any dissatisfaction towards me? The 12th Elder considered shifting his seat, realizing that Li Changfeng's response was akin to pouring oil on the Grand Elder's flames of wrath. He hoped not to be caught in the ensuing turmoil and sought to distance himself. At this moment, Li Changfeng wore a radiant smile, evidently lost in a state of elation. The 12th Elder nudged him with his elbow, conveying a message silently. Brotherly, my esteemed Lord Li, cease your laughter at once. Should you continue to amuse yourself, the gravity of the situation will become painfully evident when the time for tears arrives. The Elder has already lost his temper. You surely do not wish for him to perform a cremation on your behalf, do you? Upon hearing the transmission from the 12th Elder, Li Changfeng finally regained his composure. He gazed at the Supreme Elder, whose countenance was as dark as night, and whose expression was so grim it seemed capable of squeezing out water. Greetings, Supreme Elder. I observe your face is flushed. Might it be that you have been suffering from severe constipation of late? By the heavens, Li Changfeng was indeed audacious, akin to lighting a lamp in a lavatory to search for excrement. The Supreme Elder declared, "Very well. Since the 13th Elder is dissatisfied with my development plan for the Kaoshan Sect, let him propose a better strategy. However, should your proposed direction be inferior to my previous suggestions, from this day forth, you shall take up the mantle of the Peak Master at Tianquan Peak." Having been lost in thought earlier, he was utterly unaware of what the Supreme Elder had just proclaimed. After the Supreme Elder ascended to the platform, he received tidings of fortune from the Time Traveler, a system. Upon comprehending the functionalities of this system, he couldn't help but emit a joyful laugh. Observing the current demeanor of the Supreme Elder, it seemed he harbored significant misunderstandings about him. Li Changfeng remarked, "Supreme Elder, I have no objections to your suggestion. I sincerely apologize for my earlier distraction. Given my earnest attitude, could you possibly reconsider my position at Tianquan Peak?" "Oomph," the Supreme Elder retorted. "Since the unfortunate demise of the former Peak Master, Tianquan Peak has yet to find a suitable candidate to assume the role. The 13th Elder possesses exceptional talent, and I firmly believe that under your leadership, Tianquan Peak shall once again reclaim its glory from a millennium past and ascend to be the foremost among the 7 peaks. Thus it is settled." A look of resignation crossed Li Changfeng's face as he sighed. "Alas, if exceptional talent were a crime, I would either be serving a life sentence or facing the death penalty. How I wish my giftedness were a tad lesser. Had my aptitude not been so formidable, such a heavy responsibility would not have fallen upon my shoulders. I am far too young, having ascended to the rank of Elder at merely 31 years of age, while the youngest Elder besides myself must be at least 2 centuries old now. Never mind. My master once told me before his passing that great responsibilities would be bestowed upon me, for I must be unparalleled within the sect. Supreme Elder, I shall accept this heavy burden." Listening to Li Changfeng's soliloquy, the Supreme Elder's lips twitched. This rascal's talent was indeed remarkable, yet his audacity surpassed even that. Not only the Supreme Elder, but also the sect leader and the other elders were left speechless. Especially his claim of being too young at 31 to be an elder was utterly disheartening. Elders of the Kaoshan Sect are required to attain the Golden Core realm. Aside from Li Changfeng, who among them hadn't spent over a century honing their skills to reach the Golden Core stage. The realms of cultivation are divided into Qi refinement, Foundation establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Divine Transformation, Composite, Tribulation Crossing, and Great Ascension. The most disheartening truth was that Li Changfeng had missed the prime years of cultivation upon joining the Kaoshan Sect, having spent a mere decade at it. In half a year on a mountain, he broke through from Qi refinement to Foundation establishment, and in his 8th year, he successfully condensed his Golden Core. Now, with less than a year remaining in his 10th, he is already at the mid-Golden Core stage. Such a terrifying rate of advancement is not only remarkable within the Kaoshan Sect, but in the entire eastern realm of cultivation, he is undoubtedly a prodigy. Li Changfeng, with his hands clasped behind his back, departed. He was determined to ascertain whether Tianquan Peak, which had been without a peak master for a century, was truly devoid of merit. The Supreme Elder, only realizing after Li Changfeng's exit that the sect meeting had not yet concluded, was left astonished. This rascal has left? As he soared toward Tianquan Peak, a radiant smile returned to Li Changfeng's face. Merely thinking of the system's capabilities made it impossible for him to suppress his mirth, for the system was indeed extraordinary. The system he had bound to himself was known as the Divine Master System. First and foremost, this Divine Master System granted Li Changfeng a passive reward. For every disciple he successfully bound, regardless of their cultivation techniques, martial skills, swordplay, or movement arts, as their master, he would receive a hundredfold return. Merely this passive reward was enough to send Li Changfeng into a state of euphoric delight. However, what he deemed truly extraordinary was not the hundredfold returns from his disciples' cultivation, but rather that upon successfully binding a disciple, the Divine Master System would reward him with a new system. This new system could not only be utilized by Li Changfeng himself, but could also be imparted to his successfully bound disciples through a method of transmission. Such an outrageous system left Li Changfeng utterly unable to contain his elation. After toiling for a decade within the Kaoshan Sect, he had only just reached the mid-Golden Core stage. Heaven knows how much effort he expended, dedicating an entire hour each day to cultivation and enduring the solitude and loneliness. Who could truly understand? From this day forth, he would no longer need to exert himself. He had resolved to firmly renounce the title of the cultivation world's overachiever. He intended to become a strict instructor, compelling his disciples to cultivate for 10 hours each day. Chapter 2. The Dilapidated Tianquan Peak, the Servant-Disciple Feng. The Kaoshan Sect is comprised of 7 peaks, namely, the Tianshu Peak where the sect leader resides, Tianxian Peak, Tianji Peak, Tianquan Peak, Yuhing Peak, Kaiyang Peak, and Yaoguang Peak. A millennium ago, Tianquan Peak was the most formidable, rendering the leaders of the other 6 peaks incapable of raising their heads. Regrettably, in an endeavor to elevate the Kaoshan Sect, the leader of Tianquan Peak ventured forth, only to fall victim to an ambush by the Heavenly Demon Sect, ultimately leading to his demise. Ever since, Tianquan Peak has languished, gradually losing its standing among the 7 peaks. Presently, with the previous peak master meeting with misfortune, Tianquan Peak has been without a master for a century. Li Changfeng arrived at Tianquan Peak, gazing upon the decrepit courtyard, which starkly contrasted with the grandeur of Tianshu Peak, akin to a palace juxtaposed with a dilapidated temple. The modest courtyard had a roof that merely served as a rudimentary cover, unmistakably indicating that one could enjoy a complimentary shower during rainy days. Furthermore, within the courtyard, there were no training grounds or cultivation rooms, and even the spiritual energy was the poorest among the sect, nearly akin to that of the outer disciple area. After all, this was one of the 7 primary peaks. Senior, do you have business at Tianquan Peak? Just as Li Changfeng wore a face of resignation, pondering his future living conditions, a melodious female voice interrupted his thoughts. He had already noticed her presence, but had not activated the system's disciple recruitment prompt. Thus he chose to disregard her. With his hands clasped behind his back, Li Changfeng adopted an air of an exalted figure. Upon turning to face her, while his expression remained impassive, his heart raced with excitement. Before him stood an extraordinarily beautiful girl, a sight that could only be described as breathtaking, far surpassing the stars of his previous world. Even clad in simple attire, her exquisite beauty could not be concealed. Upon noticing Li Changfeng turn, the girl immediately knelt in reverence. Feng did not realize the elder had arrived. I failed to come forth to welcome you. Please punish me. Li Changfeng smiled slightly. Rise, though this courtyard is humble. It is well kept. Might it be your doing? Feng, trembling with trepidation, cautiously replied, Elder, it is indeed my humble effort. Well done, Li Changfeng commended, presenting her with a bottle of gathering chi pills. Are there any other disciples at Tianquan Peak? Feng countenance brightened momentarily, only to quickly fade, reporting to the elder. There is only one disciple at Tianquan Peak now. My talent is exceedingly poor, and having offended a particularly gifted senior brother from the outer sect, I was punished to this peak. Li Changfeng nodded. Prepare a room for me, as I shall be your companion henceforth. After the disciple recruitment ceremony, in 3 days, I will select a few individuals to join Tianquan Peak. From this day forth, I shall be the master of Tianquan Peak. Strive diligently in your cultivation, and aspire to enter the inner sect one day. Now, tell me how you offended that outer disciple. If you are blameless, I shall advocate on your behalf. Feng Wu's eyes brimmed with tears. It was the first time someone had shown concern for her since joining the Kaoshan Sect. Overwhelmed with emotion, she cried freely. Li Changfeng, taken aback by her outburst, sighed inwardly. It seemed this girl had endured much suffering. Perhaps allowing her to vent her feelings was the best course of action. He placed one hand on Feng Wu's shoulder and gently patted her back to offer comfort. Simultaneously, he pondered why he had not triggered the system's disciple recruitment task despite his sacrifices. System, are you asleep or preoccupied with something else? Master, the system is here. A sweet and endearing voice chimed in. Why has the recruitment task for Feng Wu not been triggered? Is there a specific requirement to activate it? Please explore this on your own, host. The system does not provide explanations. As long as your intelligence is above 30, you will undoubtedly discern how to activate the recruitment task. Li Changfeng felt a surge of frustration. He sensed that the system was mocking him. After what seemed like an eternity of back and forth with the system, Feng Wu finally released her grip on him. The sudden absence of her soft touch reminded Li Changfeng of how fleeting beautiful moments could be. Feng Wu appeared anxious. Her head bowed as her clothing seemed insufficient to contain her. Elder, no, master, I beseech you not to blame me for my earlier loss of control. You are the first to have shown me warmth since joining the Kaoshan Sect. Thank you. Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly. There is no need for such formality, Feng Wu. Shall we speak now? Yes. She promptly recounted the events that led to her offense against an outer disciple. As she spoke, Li Changfeng's expression darkened, his eyes igniting with murderous intent. He understood that the Kaoshan Sect harbored its share of scoundrels, with intricate webs of interests entangled within. Feng Wu's offense stemmed from her refusal to become the disciple's woman, which had ultimately led to the demise of her parents in the mortal realm. This outer disciple was the grandson of an outer elder, notorious for the suffering he had inflicted upon countless female disciples. Come, we shall confront that scoundrel in the outer sect. I shall turn him into a crimson mist. You are now a member of Tianquan Peak, and within the Kaoshan Sect. No one shall bully you. Feng Wu was filled with gratitude, yet she shook her head slowly. Suddenly, she knelt before Li Changfeng, her voice firm. Please accept me as your disciple, master. I wish to avenge myself. I cannot repay my parents' nurturing grace, nor can I allow their vengeance to be taken by another's hand. I implore you, master, to aid me in exacting revenge. Li Changfeng furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. Are you truly determined to seek vengeance yourself? You must understand that your talent is lacking and pales in comparison to that outer disciple. If I do not intervene, it is highly likely you will never achieve your revenge. Feng Wu raised her head, her reddened eyes locking onto Li Changfeng's. Master, I understand. But I shall cultivate more diligently than others. While they practice for 3 hours, I shall train for 6, or even 9. As long as there is hope for vengeance, I shall never give up. Li Changfeng's heart swelled with admiration for such a resolute disciple. Without needing his guidance, she was willing to devote herself to rigorous training. Yet, the system still remained unresponsive. Could it be malfunctioning? Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have triggered the recruitment task. Please accept Feng Wu as your disciple to receive an unknown system reward. Accept Feng Wu as a disciple. Finally, after waiting so long, the system had finally responded. Li Changfeng had intended to accept Feng Wu regardless of any rewards, aiming to assist her in her quest for revenge. Now that the system task had been activated, he felt a surge of delight. Feng Wu, the path of cultivation is a battle against fate and humanity. Since you bear a deep-seated grudge, I shall lend you my support. Perform the bowing ceremony. Feng Wu, overwhelmed with excitement, prepared to bow before Li Changfeng. Just as she was about to fetch tea for the ceremonial rites, Li Changfeng interrupted her. Having already bowed in reverence, you are now my most esteemed disciple, Li Changfeng. Your vengeance shall be aided by your master. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting Feng Wu as your disciple. Congratulations, host, on receiving the divine bloodline pill and the special reward, automatic cultivation system. Chapter 3, The Selfless Li Changfeng. Hee hee. Li Changfeng was overjoyed, erupting into an odd, gleeful laughter. Feng Wu's visage was marked by trepidation as she pondered to herself, why does my newly appointed master appear somewhat unseemly? Surely, he does not harbor inclinations towards a master-disciple romance, or worse, desires of a more intimate nature? Master, her timid voice broke the silence, prompting Li Changfeng to immediately assume the aura of an immortal sage. Feng Wu, what troubles you? He inquired. Feng Wu replied cautiously, your laughter earlier frightened me a bit. Should I assist in tidying up your living quarters? The accommodations at Tianquan Peak are rather humble. I hope you do not find them lacking. Li Changfeng shook his head, chuckling softly. Feng Wu, you speak as if you were a stranger. I am the master of Tianquan Peak. As the saying goes, a son does not disdain a mother's flaws. How could I possibly find fault? He continued, first, assist me in arranging my quarters, and afterward, I shall reward you with a great treasure that will surely delight you. Feng Wu shivered slightly and stole a glance at Li Changfeng, who was undeniably handsome and exuded an air of elegance. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that he might share the same lustful tendencies as the outer sect disciples. Very well. If I must endure such peril, I would rather align myself with my master. At least this way, I might have a chance to avenge my parents. Li Changfeng's thoughts were consumed with curiosity regarding the new system acquired through his apprenticeship. Thus, he remained oblivious to Feng Wu's peculiar expressions. As soon as she departed, he began conversing with the Supreme Master System in his mind. System, please elaborate on the functionalities of the automatic cultivation system. Will I no longer need to cultivate and can instantly ascend to immortality? The system responded, Master, may I request a change of host? Li Changfeng's face darkened, and he retorted coldly, what do you mean, system? I mean it in the literal sense. I have observed that your intelligence is not merely low. It may very well be negative, the system quipped. Do you truly require an explanation for the straightforward phrase, automatic cultivation system? Li Changfeng's expression darkened further. If he could, he would have relished the opportunity to vent his frustrations on the system. This insufferable system had the audacity to malign him. The system's voice echoed in his mind once more, tinged with exasperation. Master, it is confirmed, your intelligence is indeed negative. Your thoughts are equivalent to direct communication with me. Even a simpleton with zero intelligence would not express such sentiments aloud. Enough of your chatter. Introduce the system's features at once. Li Changfeng commanded. Alas, what sins have I committed to be bound to you as my master? If given a chance to choose anew, I would wish for a host with even a modicum of intelligence. Just as Li Changfeng was about to unleash his ire, the system's notification tone chimed. Ding. The functionality of the automatic cultivation system is as follows. Once the automatic cultivation system is bound, you will cultivate continuously, enhancing your strength every moment. Important notice, the strength gained by hosts bound to the automatic cultivation system is free from any realm constraints. By the heavens, alas, my lack of education leaves me speechless. Li Changfeng was genuinely astonished. The automatic cultivation system was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Should he keep it for himself or bestow it upon his newly acquired disciple, Feng Wu? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to give it to Feng Wu, for he simply wished to live a life of ease. The grueling realities of his previous life had been exhausting enough. In this new life, he intended to embrace tranquility to the fullest. Effort seemed an impossible endeavor. Only a life of leisure could be deemed perfect. Before long, Feng Wu had tidied up Li Changfeng's room and stood before him, still trembling. A sense of fear lingered in her heart as she confronted him. Li Changfeng spoke gently. Feng Wu, lift your head. Do not bow too low. It can be suffocating, and do remember how well you have developed. Today, as you become my disciple, I have yet to present you with a gift. I bestow upon you 2 items. One is a bloodline elixir, which will activate if you possess a hidden bloodline. And the other is a supreme treasure, which must remain a secret. Feng Wu immediately knelt, her alluring figure undeniably captivating. Li Changfeng hastily averted his gaze, allowing only a sidelong glance. Thank you for your generous gifts, master, she exclaimed, her body quivering slightly, though it was unclear whether from excitement or fear. In her heart, she believed Li Changfeng wished to assist her, yet she also sensed his desire for her physical form. Li Changfeng beckoned her, rise, and accompany me to my chambers. I must conduct a thorough examination of your body, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Feng Wu bit her lip, contemplating a refusal to such an audacious request. However, the words caught in her throat. Li Changfeng was her only hope. If she wished to avenge her parents, she had no choice but to submit to him. She had anticipated that becoming Li Changfeng's disciple would liberate her from her misfortunes, yet it seemed his inclinations would only complicate matters further. With a long sigh, Feng Wu resigned herself to her fate, accepting that this trial was inescapable. Li Changfeng, noticing Feng Wu's hesitation, urged her, Feng Wu, why do you linger so? This will not do. After I examine your body, I shall grant you significant benefits. Furthermore, I will act as your protector, which is quite a demanding task. With tears welling in her eyes, Feng Wu replied softly, Master, I understand. Li Changfeng sighed. Look at you. Although I do not expect gratitude, witnessing the growth of my disciple and her quest for vengeance brings me joy. Thus, there is no need for such overwhelming emotion. Feng Wu thought to herself, is this truly gratitude? I weep for my tragic fate, not wishing to lose my virtue so easily. Upon entering the room, Li Changfeng calmly instructed, lie down. I shall examine your body to ascertain whether you possess a hidden bloodline. I wonder if you can withstand it. Feng Wu obediently reclined on the bed, her trembling hands hesitantly unfastening her garments. Li Changfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Was his female disciple lacking in judgment? While he was indeed her master, he was still a normal man, and Feng Wu was an enchanting beauty with ample allure. Could it be that she intended to seduce him? No. As her master, he could not allow himself to be ensnared so easily. With a stern countenance, he declared, Feng Wu, what are you doing? I merely intend to examine your body for hidden bloodlines. There is no need to disrobe. This is the bloodline elixir I will gift you. It is of high quality and should be taken later. For now, let us proceed with the examination. Feng Wu was taken aback. Had she misinterpreted his intentions? Surely, her master did not wish to claim her. After a cup of tea had passed, Li Changfeng completed his examination, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He then communicated with the system in his mind. System, please transfer the automatic cultivation system to my disciple, Feng Wu. Ding. Transfer of automatic cultivation system successful. Binding with host Feng Wu is in progress. Chapter 4. The path of the disciple's diligence is the true way. Ding. Automatic cultivation system successfully bound to host Feng Wu, as the system was gifted by the master. Any enhancements Feng Wu receives will yield a hundredfold reward for the master, including but not limited to strength, martial arts, soul, and physical body. Feng Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. The voice that had just echoed in her mind, coupled with the transformation she felt within herself, made it increasingly difficult for her to contain her excitement. Master, the second gift you spoke of, is it this artifact known as the automatic cultivation system? Li Changfeng nodded, affirming. Indeed, it is a divine artifact. Even the Mount Qingshan sect does not possess such a treasure. Heed my warning, you must never disclose this to a third party. You understand the principle that a commoner may remain innocent, yet possessing a jewel can bring about their downfall. Feng Wu immediately rose to her knees before Li Changfeng, bowing deeply in reverence. Li Changfeng did not refuse her gesture. He was worthy of it. This was indeed a cheat artifact, the automatic cultivation system. As her master, he selflessly bestowed it upon his disciple Feng Wu. Who else in this world could achieve such a noble act? Feng Wu nodded earnestly, her face aglow with gratitude. It dawned on her that she had long misunderstood her master, having thought he harbored ulterior motives. She felt embarrassed, realizing she had underestimated his intentions. This made her cheeks flush, and she dared not meet Li Changfeng's gaze. At the same time, a peculiar sentiment began to blossom in her heart towards him. The youthful stirrings of affection surged within her, an uncontrollable force. Now that this seed had been sown, it would undoubtedly take root and flourish into a towering tree of love in the future. Suddenly, Feng Wu's aura shifted dramatically, as she broke through from the first layer of qi training to the second. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng's own aura experienced a slight enhancement, bringing him nearly a step closer to breaking through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Master, you have bestowed upon me such a divine artifact. If you were to utilize it yourself, you could likely ascend to the Yuanying realm in no time. The gratitude I owe you, as your disciple, is beyond what I could repay in 9 lifetimes. If you do not find it distasteful, once I have avenged my parents, I shall offer myself to you. Li Changfeng's lips twitched. His disciple was far too frivolous. While he acknowledged the appeal of characters like Xilongnu and Guir, his rationality prevailed. He could not entertain such licentious thoughts in broad daylight. Feng Wu, refrain from uttering such nonsense. You are my disciple. Accept my kindness without hesitation. Do not speak of such matters again, lest I become displeased. He then presented her with a bloodline pill, instructing, let us see if you possess a hidden bloodline. As a cultivator, you should understand the immense importance of a potent bloodline. Feng Wu replied earnestly, Master, I fully comprehend the significance of this. Yet, the debt of gratitude I owe you is overwhelming. I fear I can only repay it with my body. Master, promise me that once I have avenged my parents, I may offer myself to you. Such audacity. You disrupt my focus. What was going on with Feng Wu? She seemed determined to pursue such matters relentlessly. He was no sage. If this temptation continued, it could lead to trouble. First, consume the bloodline pill, and I shall protect you. We can discuss your offer later. Feng Wu's face lit up with joy. The fact that her master had not outright rejected her meant there was still hope. This realization made her spirits soar. Complying obediently with Li Changfeng's instructions, she watched as he produced a remarkably extraordinary blood-red pill, adorned with the ethereal images of the 4 holy beasts, which seemed to pulse with life. Master, is this the pill you mentioned? It seems to rival the quality of the artifact you gifted me. Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly. This is a divine pill. Its quality so rare that you would be hard-pressed to find another in the entire cultivation realm. I now present it to you to aid in awakening your latent bloodline. Once awakened, your cultivation progress will accelerate exponentially. Thank you, Master. Feng Wu expressed sincerely, having resolved in her heart that after avenging her grievances, she would dutifully serve her master, whose life she considered her own. Grateful for her master's generosity, she accepted the offerings without pretense. As she consumed the divine bloodline pill, changes began to manifest within her. First, her fair skin transformed into a brilliant crimson, and the temperature in the room soared exponentially. With the rising heat, some mundane items could not withstand it. Feng Wu, seated cross-legged upon the bed, found her garments reduced to ashes, leaving her exposed before Li Changfeng. The critical issue was that he could not leave. Should he do so? Who knew what unforeseen events might befall Feng Wu? This was a divine bloodline pill, and its potency was a mystery even to Li Changfeng. The moment of trial had arrived. Li Changfeng beheld the alluring form before him, yet he had to protect her, preventing any mishaps. Fortunately, his strength was considerable. As Feng Wu's clothes burned away, he swiftly shielded the wooden cabin, or else it too would have turned to ash. The stone bed, however, was of little concern. It would likely not ignite. As time ticked by, Feng Wu's absorption was still underway. Nevertheless, her power underwent a revolutionary transformation, soaring like a rocket. From the second layer of qi training to the third, then the fifth, and finally to the 9th layer. Feng Wu's absorption of the divine bloodline pill propelled her from the second layer to the 9th in a breathtakingly swift ascent. However, more astonishing was Li Changfeng himself. Beep. Disciple Feng Wu's power has risen to the 3rd layer of qi training. Congratulations, Master, on receiving a 100-fold reward. Beep. Disciple Feng Wu's power has risen to the 5th layer of qi training. Congratulations, Master, on receiving a 100-fold reward. Beep. Disciple Feng Wu's power has risen to the 9th layer of qi training. Congratulations, Master, on receiving a 100-fold reward. In the next moment, Li Changfeng found himself breaking through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm, with his strength continuing to grow. It was essential to note that Feng Wu was still merely at the qi training stage. Should she break through to the foundation establishment stage, the rewards he would reap would be even more staggering. Indeed, his decision had proven to be the most astute. Cultivating through his disciple was undoubtedly the superior choice. If he were to toil endlessly to enhance his power, it would be more practical to eliminate him altogether. After all, He had finally secured the position of elder and now was even a peak leader. The competition and strife could be left to his disciple. To be a master who reaps the benefits while his disciple labors was the true aspiration of Li Changfeng. Ultimately, once Feng Wu reached the pinnacle of her realm, she ceased further advancement. Her elevation had been unprecedented, and consolidating her newfound strength was now paramount. As for the remaining energy from the divine bloodline pill, it was fervently enhancing Feng Wu's physical strength. When the last vestige of the pill's potency melded into her being, Feng Wu, enveloped in flames, bore a fiery phoenix mark upon her brow. Chapter 5. A hundredfold reward, the ancestral phoenix physique. She had succeeded. After consuming the divine bloodline pill, Feng Wu had awakened a special constitution. A column of fiery red light shot skyward, piercing the clouds and soaring into the boundless heavens. This spectacle was witnessed by countless powerful beings, all turning their gazes toward the southern realms of the cultivation world. An ancient hermit, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes, and a glint of brilliance sparkled within them. In the southern realm, an extraordinary prodigy has emerged. Should I take this gifted individual under my wing, they would undoubtedly inherit my teachings flawlessly. It appears I must embark on a journey to the south. In the next moment, the ancient being vanished from his cave abode. Across the various sacred houses and forbidden zones in the south, the old monster has awakened from his seclusion, each eager to secure this superlative talent capable of invoking celestial phenomena. The longevity of the sacred houses, enduring for millennia, is attributable to the influx of exceptional geniuses across generations. The reason the forbidden zones are so named is that each era boasts at least one supreme being among them. To ascend to such heights of power, innate talent is paramount, and these prodigies are coveted disciples they cannot afford to lose. The celestial anomalies gradually transformed, ultimately manifesting as a colossal fire phoenix stretching over 1,000 feet. Such a sight sent shivers down the spines of all the sacred houses and forbidden zones, compelling them to issue urgent orders to locate this superlative prodigy. Eventually, the titanic fire phoenix coalesced into a radiant beam of light, surging at an astonishing speed into the body of Feng Wu, disappearing from the sky. At that moment, the fire phoenix mark on Feng Wu's brow vanished, restoring tranquility. However, while Feng Wu found calm, a transformation was underway for Li Changfeng. Ding! Congratulations to the Master's foremost disciple, Feng Wu, on successfully awakening the true phoenix body. The Master receives a hundredfold reward for this achievement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ancestor phoenix body, which can devour all flames and control myriad fires. The celestial phenomena that had just dissipated re-emerged in the heavens, revealing a gargantuan ancestor phoenix of 100,000 feet, even more terrifying than the previous fire phoenix. It obscured the heavens and the earth, casting the land in a fiery hue. Yet, curiously, it caused no harm to the flora and fauna below. Li Changfeng's aura surged dramatically, and within mere moments, he transcended to the late stage of the golden core realm, reaching its pinnacle. Yet this was not the end. The golden core within his dantian gradually vanished, transforming into the purest energy that merged with a miniature version of Li Changfeng's body. This was the manifestation of Li Changfeng's nascent soul. It signified his formal entry into the nascent soul realm. The esteemed elders of the Kaoshan Sect had already prostrated themselves at the ancestral grounds of the sect, a place imbued with its foundational essence, where the ancient beings and elder stalwarts went into seclusion. The elder, ancestors, a superlative prodigy has appeared in the south. We, the Kaoshan Sect, have remained low-key for nearly a millennium. Should we join the fray to seize this exceptional talent? Suddenly, an elder cloaked in flames materialized. He was none other than the formidable fire ancestor of the Kaoshan Sect. Fire ancestor, at all costs, we must find this prodigy. Enough. I shall personally seek them out. Such a fire affinity prodigy must become my disciple. Just as the fire ancestor prepared to depart, another elder appeared, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage. This elder possessed vitality far surpassing that of the fire ancestor. This was the wood ancestor, a rare embodiment known as the holy body of green wood. The greatest trait of the holy body of green wood is its endless vitality and longevity. Wood ancestor, old fire, your lifespan is nearing its end. You must not recklessly venture out. Return to your secluded meditation, and I will seek this prodigy instead. Only by living long enough can we better safeguard the Kaoshan Sect, ensuring its legacy. The fire ancestor retorted angrily. Spare me your nonsense. Do you wish to compete with me for disciples? Come, let us have a duel. I shall incinerate your greenwood essence and see how you can outlive me. The elder bowed his head quietly, aware that in the presence of these two elders, his rank was too low and his strength incomparable. Thus, it was best to remain silent amidst their rivalry. Ultimately, The two elders did not engage in combat, but rather departed together, heading south with a singular intent, to locate the prodigy and have them join the Kaoshan Sect as their disciple. A similar scenario unfolded within various sects, sacred houses, and forbidden zones. The once reclusive ancient beings, known for their caution, did not fully emerge, but at least 2 or 3 members from each sect broke their seclusion. Unbeknownst to the Fire Ancestor and Wood Ancestor, there were not just one, but 2 superlative prodigies. One was already an elder of the Kaoshan Sect, while the other was a disciple of that elder. At Tianquan Peak, the wooden cabin had completely vanished. As Feng Wu witnessed the transformation within Li Changfeng's body, she quietly departed to change her attire. Upon returning and finding her master's clothing also absent, she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed to the base of her neck. So grand. This thought crossed her mind as she silently guarded Li Changfeng, turning her back to him, fearing her imagination might lead her astray and disrupt the teacher-disciple bond. With the pinnacle of the early nascent soul stage achieved, Li Changfeng's realm stabilized at the late stage of the nascent soul, just a step away from the transformation stage. Furthermore, with Li Changfeng's current strength, he could likely overwhelm an initial transformation stage practitioner and could contend with those at the mid-transformation stage with a fair chance of victory. This was the extent of Li Changfeng's terrifying power. In the nascent soul realm, a peak master could be considered a candidate for sect leader, and Li Changfeng, capable of slaying transformation stage beings, would be more than sufficient to serve as a revered elder. However, Li Changfeng held little interest in the position of a revered elder or the sect leader. He preferred the leisurely role of a peak master at Tianquan Peak, shunning the arduous path of competing for sect leadership, as he had no desire for self-inflicted torment. With a long exhalation, Li Changfeng wore a radiant smile. Feng Wu, you truly are my fortunate star. Now that your strength has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, how does that outer sect disciple who once bullied you fare? Surely you are now capable of exacting revenge on him. Feng Wu blushed, burying her head deep in her chest. Master, perhaps you should put on some clothes first. Huh. Glancing down, she realized she was completely unclothed. In the next moment, Li Changfeng vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he had donned a fresh robe, hands clasped behind his back. As long as he remained unembarrassed, it was others who would feel the discomfort. Li Changfeng acted as though the previous incident had never occurred and strode directly toward Feng Wu. Come, let me take you to the outer sect and witness how you would deal with that disgraceful disciple. The master and disciple duo, oblivious to the chaos their presence had wrought across the entire cultivation continent, set off to seek vengeance. Chapter 6. Let them all come. The Kaoshan sect is structured with a strict hierarchy. The elders hold one rank, the revered elders another, and the 7 peaks share the same level as the sect leader. Below them lie the direct disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, and the miscellaneous disciples. To ascend from a miscellaneous disciple to an outer disciple, one must elevate their strength to at least the 4th level of qi refinement, which corresponds to the mid-qi refinement stage. Only upon meeting this requirement can they participate in assessments and officially become a member of the Kaoshan sect. As for miscellaneous disciples, despite bearing the title of disciple, they are akin to servants in a large family, holding a position of minimal stature. The outer disciples are distinctly different, akin to the guardians of an esteemed clan, receiving a mere handful of cultivation resources to gradually enhance their prowess. They aspire to ascend to the later stages of qi refinement, specifically reaching the 7th level or beyond, in hopes of passing the assessment to become inner disciples. Previously, Feng Wu was merely a servant disciple, routinely bullied by the outer disciples, a commonplace occurrence. This is not unique to the Mountain of Reliance. Other sects exhibit similar patterns. The world of cultivation is exceptionally brutal. Only talent and strength can alter one's fate. On Feng Wu's face lay a blend of anxiety and overwhelming excitement. Today, she finally had the chance to exact her revenge. That outer disciple had persistently sought to impose his will upon her, coercing her into becoming his woman. Unwilling to comply, she had been dispatched to Tianquan Peak as a servant disciple through his connections. She had thought that she would never have the opportunity to avenge her parents or confront that vile outer disciple. However, upon arriving at Tianquan Peak, she unexpectedly encountered the greatest fortune of her life. Now, Feng Wu's strength was perpetually on the rise, and each time she advanced in rank, her foundation remained remarkably stable. She did not even need to invest time to consolidate her cultivation. A divine artifact. This was a treasure transcending the realm of cultivation, one that should not exist in this world. Yet, her master unconditionally bestowed it upon her. Feng Wu could hardly fathom the stroke of luck that led her to become his disciple. As she pondered, she realized she had little to offer in return to her master. Being still young, she thought that perhaps in a few years, she would devote herself entirely to him. Li Changfeng remained unaware that his first disciple had already set her sights on a future goal, to share his bed. Feng Wu. Her master had yet to impart any offensive techniques to her. However, dealing with an outer disciple should not require such skills. She likely possessed a rather unique true fire within her, which could be directly employed to incinerate her adversary. Once she had dealt with that outer disciple, her master would teach her more about controlling her true fire for combat. Feng Wu's eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded emphatically. Rest assured, master. I will diligently learn how to burn the bad guys. Anyone who stands against you is a villain, and they shall all be consumed by flames. Li Changfeng smiled faintly, pleased that his disciple understood the importance of respecting her teacher. It was not in vain that he had gifted her the cheat-like automatic cultivation system. The duo descended upon the outer sect, opting to walk rather than fly on their swords, so as not to raise alarms. Since they were here for vengeance, they needed to draw out the villain first. If they were too ostentatious, they risked scaring him away. Moreover, Li Changfeng was curious to see what kind of scoundrel would dare to act so lawlessly in the outer sect, disregarding the servant disciples as mere pawns. While bullying was commonplace, using one's status and power to force female disciples into submission was utterly intolerable. Li Changfeng would not condone such behavior. Even the Mountain of Reliance forbade such acts, though no one had bothered to intervene until now. As Li Changfeng and Feng Wu made their appearance in the outer sect, someone promptly reported to the outer disciple who had intended to humiliate Feng Wu. After all, he was the grandson of an outer elder, and other disciples naturally sought to curry favor with him. Brother Go, I just saw the servant disciple Feng Wu arrive in our outer sect. It must be that the conditions at Tianquan Peak were too harsh for her, and she has come to beg you for mercy. This is a splendid opportunity. If you can win her heart, don't forget about your junior brothers. A brilliant smile spread across Brother Go's face as he patted the shoulder of the reporting disciple. Don't worry, junior brother. Once I grow tired of her, I'll reward you. Just the thought of Feng Wu's enchanting figure and stunning beauty ignited a fire within him. Let us go. Today, I shall make this self-righteous Feng Wu kneel before me and serve me. Under the guidance of the outer disciple, Brother Go quickly found himself face to face with Li Changfeng and Feng Wu. Upon noticing the strikingly handsome man accompanying Feng Wu, Brother Go's expression darkened immediately. Although Li Changfeng was the youngest elder with the most talent in the Mountain of Reliance, outer disciples were not permitted to look upon him with reverence. Only the inner disciples had the privilege of having seen him. Brother Go's face was etched with frost as he coldly regarded Feng Wu. Who is he? You. Feng Wu, refuse to be my woman, and instead choose this pretty boy? What does he possess that surpasses me? I don't even sense a hint of spiritual energy from him. He is not even at the first level of chi refinement. Feng Wu paused for a moment before responding with a smile. Because he is far more handsome than you. You resemble a toad. While he is like a jade among men, a peerless gentleman. Go Rand. I have come to the outer sect today to avenge the time you drugged me and attempted to force me into submission. Not only did you wish to humiliate me, but you also exploited your identity as the grandson of an outer elder to send me to Tianquan Peak as a servant disciple. If I do not kill you today, my hatred will never be quelled. Ha ha. Go Rand laughed heartily, his gaze icy as he regarded Feng Wu. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, and hell has no door you insist on entering. Have you forgotten about that servant disciple who spoke up for you? Feng Wu's complexion shifted as she spoke in a somber tone. What have you done to Qinjing? Go Rand replied. I merely handed her over to my junior brothers a few days later. Alas, she was too overwhelmed with excitement and perished before they could finish with her. Such a pity. I wanted to enjoy her a bit longer, but she has gone just like that. And her fate will be your imminent destiny. Li Changfeng's expression darkened. He had grasped the entirety of the situation. This outer disciple, Go Rand, was indeed depraved. To act in such a manner undoubtedly implicated the outer elder behind him. Go Rand, you have violated the rules of the Mountain of Reliance. To willfully humiliate female disciples, causing one to suffer so greatly that she perished, your crime is punishable by death. Go Rand sneered coldly. Pretty boy, do you think you have a say in this? Feng Wu, my dear, I will soon shower you with affection. Now let us deal with them together. Li Changfeng couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of this outer disciple, Go Rand. Even if he were the Grand Elder, he might not be able to suppress him. Yet, here was a mere outer disciple speaking with such reckless bravado. With a wave of his hand, Li Changfeng sent Go Rand flying 100 feet away. However, he hadn't struck too harshly. Though he had sent him soaring, the damage was minimal. Turning to his beloved disciple, Li Changfeng spoke softly. Feng Wu, he is your enemy. Setting aside everything else, just for the insult he hurled at you, he deserves to be annihilated. However, I offer you the chance to take your revenge yourself. Burn him to ashes, so as not to taint the soil of the Mountain of Reliance. Good. Feng Wu did not refuse, though she had not learned offensive techniques. The awakening of her true phoenix body housed within her a terrifying true fire capable of incinerating all. Go Rand has returned, casting a dubious glance at Li Changfeng. This dandy has evidently employed some underhanded means to send him flying so far. Not only has he lost several teeth, but half of his face is swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head. This has rendered Go Rand's already grotesque visage even more repugnant than that of a toad. Upon his return, he has already drawn his sword. How audacious! I am the grandson of the outer sect Elder Kaoshan, and you dare to lay a hand on me. If it were a fair fight, that would be one thing, but you have ambushed me. Today, you shall undoubtedly perish, and not even the sect leader can save you. Mark my words. Li Changfeng's lips twitched. He discerned that Go Rand's mind was somewhat deranged. A mere grandson of an outer sect elder is nothing more than refuse in his presence. Furthermore, his grandfather holds no significant standing before the sect leader either. Courage is commendable, but such blind arrogance will only invite calamity upon oneself. Feng Wu, grant him a fiery funeral. As you command, master. Without wasting another moment, Feng Wu charged directly at Go Rand. Humph. Go Rand snorted coldly, his sword dancing in the air, creating numerous illusory sword shadows, making it difficult to discern which was real. Shadowless sword. Go Rand exclaimed. Feng Wu, I will not kill you, but I shall render you powerless and claim you as my prize. As for this dandy, I shall sever his tendons and make him watch my performance. You fancy this pretty boy, don't you? Once I have made you mine before his very eyes. Let us see if he can still accept that. Feng Wu remained silent, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Flames coalesced in her hands, engulfing them entirely. Observing her fiery hands, Go Rand's brow furrowed, yet he pressed on with his attack, intent on claiming Feng Wu as his own. At present, Go Rand had reached the 6th level of qi refinement, making him no weakling among the outer disciples. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Feng Wu, who was on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Feng Wu coldly remarked, all of this is mere flamboyance, utterly meaningless. As her words fell, she seized Go Rand's thrusting sword with both hands. A peculiar phenomenon ensued as the sword's blade instantaneously turned a fiery red, the terrifying heat forcing Go Rand to relinquish his weapon. In the next moment, the sword, clamped within her palms, was reduced to gas by the ferocious flames. Li Changfeng nodded in satisfaction, murmuring, truly the phoenix true fire. Its potency is remarkable indeed. This is merely utilizing the high temperature of the phoenix true fire. If paired with suitable fire-attributed martial techniques, its power could multiply several times, perhaps even exceeding tenfold. Having such a remarkably gifted disciple is a blessing. As a mentor, I can afford to relax. Go Rand retreated repeatedly, daring not to engage Feng Wu any longer. Previously, he had failed to recognize her strength. But now he comprehended the truth. Feng Wu had already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, surpassing even his seniors who had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. With a gasp, Go Rand exclaimed, Feng Wu, you are quite impressive. No, I should address you as Sister Wu. I shall follow you from now on. Wherever you lead, I shall not stray. Is what you say genuine? Feng Wu inquired. Go Rand patted his chest. Sister Wu, rest assured. While my strength may be lacking and my character not the best, I am a man of my word. Having made a promise, I shall not go back on it. Very well, then. You may cut your own throat. Afterward, I will grant you a dignified cremation. Go Rand's face darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Wu. Are you truly prepared to go this far? Inside the Kaoshan Sect, we see each other every day. Moreover, you are merely a servant disciple, regardless of your strength. You must follow the proper procedures to advance to an outer disciple. Unfortunately for you, my grandfather is an outer sect elder, and he can easily ensure you never have the chance to participate in the servant-disciple selection. Seeking death, Feng Wu was taken aback that Go Rand would still dare to threaten her at such a juncture, recalling how he had drugged her in the past, leading to the demise of Chen Jing, who had spoken on her behalf. Given Go Rand's character, it was certain that he had harmed more than just Chen Jing among the outer female disciples. He could even exploit his grandfather's connections to turn them into his playthings. Go Rand was a malignant tumor that must be eradicated, for the sake of avenging the fallen female disciples of the past, and to ensure that no future disciples would fall prey to him. Kill. With a single word, Feng Wu enveloped her hands in flames and charged directly at Go Rand. Go Rand dodged left and right, managing to evade her attacks for the time being. After all, he was an outer disciple and had learned the basic footwork of the Kaoshan Sect. In contrast, Feng Wu, prior to meeting Li Changfeng, had been a mere servant disciple, lacking exposure to martial techniques and footwork. Li Changfeng remained calm, observing quietly. Feng Wu needed combat experience, and a weakling like Go Rand was perfect for her to hone her skills. The world of cultivation is a brutal one. If one does not kill, they shall be killed. Only those with a strong enough fist can thrive in this realm. Unbeknownst to them, as Feng Wu exerted herself, fine beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Of course, her efforts were not in vain. Go-Ran's garments were singed with numerous holes, and the aroma of roasting flesh permeated the air. The outer disciple who had previously alerted Go-Ran attempted to flee, but Li Changfeng prevented his escape. A small stone pierced his kneecap, leaving him to writhe in agony on the ground. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Go-Ran crushed a jade talisman. This was a life-saving talisman bestowed upon him by Gohan Jian. Upon its destruction, Gohan Jian would be notified immediately. How dare you? Who would dare to harm my grandson? Before Gohan Jian arrived, his voice echoed ominously. Go-Ran, while dodging, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, my grandfather is coming. You are finished. Pretty boy, you are doomed. And as for Feng Wu, I will have you toyed with until your last breath. Yet, in the midst of his raucous laughter, Go-Ran's expression suddenly froze. For he beheld his formidable backing, the imposing outer sect elder Gohan Jian, descending, only to kneel before Li Changfeng, bowing his head and trembling. Grandfather, why do you kneel before this pretty boy? Even if you were to kneel, it should not be before him. Bang! Go-Ran was instantly suppressed, prostrating himself on the ground. The one who struck was not Li Changfeng, but rather his esteemed backing, the outer sect elder Gohan Jian. Chapter 8, the Law Enforcement Elder. Your son's life token is shattered. Gohan Jian trembled with rage, wishing he could personally crush his grandson Go-Ran. Why did you provoke him of all people? Do you know who Li Changfeng is? At just over 30, he has become the youngest elder of the Kaoshan Sect, a powerhouse in the Golden Core realm. Even the higher-ups of the sect treat Li Changfeng with utmost deference, revering him as a treasure. Having had the fortune of seeing Li Changfeng once, I have etched his visage deeply into my memory. As a cultivator, especially in a sect that upholds the Go name, one must remain exceedingly discreet. Provoking those one cannot afford to offend leads only to death. The sooner one concedes, and the more thoroughly one concedes, the greater the chance of survival. After all, those in power often care about their reputation. If you give them face, they might just let you off with a mere dismissive gesture. After subduing his grandson, Go-Ran, Gohan Jian spoke with utmost deference. Elderly, my disappointing grandson is indeed of such lowly character, like a stubborn mud that cannot be molded. He was unaware of your esteemed identity, which is why he transgressed. Might I implore you, given my long-standing service to the Mount of Support sect, to spare his life? I bow before you, and humbly beseech your mercy. The sound of his head striking the ground was crisp and resonant, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Wasn't that Elder Go, who often looked down on others and refused to act without personal gain? What could he possibly be doing? Could it be that the young man was a direct disciple of the Mount of Support sect? Even an inner sect disciple would only be on par with him. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. He, who had spent his days bullying the weak and fearing the strong, had finally encountered a formidable opponent. My cousin, after failing to offer the proper tribute, had been stuck at the 8th level of Qi training and still had not qualified for the outer sect disciple selection. To eliminate this scoundrel would be to rid the sect of a parasite that only brings harm without benefit. What strength does Li Changfeng possess now? At the peak of the nascent soul stage, a half-step into the divine transformation realm. Thus, the whispers of the disciples, though low, were distinctly clear to his ears, causing Li Changfeng to furrow his brow. Casting a glance at Gohan Jian, he replied nonchalantly, Ah, Elder Go, you are, after all, an outer sect elder of the Mount of Support. If others were to witness your kneeling and bowing to me, they might think I am bullying you with my status. You know, I abhor such behavior. Please rise quickly, lest they speak ill of me. Gohan Jian silently stood up, just as he was about to speak when Li Changfeng made his move. With a swift motion, he struck Gohan Jian's face, sending him spinning like a top before crashing heavily to the ground. Instantly, Gohan Jian knelt, silent and submissive, in the face of overwhelming power and authority. Speaking too much could only lead to further misfortune. Fewer words would lead to fewer mistakes. Li Changfeng looked down at Gohan Jian with an expression of feigned regret. I sincerely apologize, Elder Go. I momentarily lost control of my right hand, which has a tendency to act out against those who speak insincerely. Perhaps your recent words were less than precise, hence my hand's reaction. I assure you, I have it under control now, and it shall no longer strike you. Feng Wu could not help but stifle a laugh. With Go-Ran subdued, she felt no urgency for revenge. After all, Go-Ran was doomed today. There was no need to rush. Yet, whenever she thought of her dear sister Chen Jing being wronged to death, her anger surged uncontrollably. Go-Ran, witnessing his grandfather's cowardice, could not restrain himself. Grandfather, how can you be so submissive? Have you forgotten that our great-grandfather is the law elder of the Mount of Support? If you cannot defeat this pretty boy, surely our great-grandfather would be his match. If he dares to act against the law elder's orders, even the sect leader cannot save him. Silence. Go Hanjian trembled, unsure whether it was from his grandson's insolence or the force of Li Changfeng's blow. He pressed Go Randai's head harshly against the ground, grinding it mercilessly. You wretched child. I am not your grandfather. You are my grandfather. You are not satisfied unless you bring ruin upon us both, are you? Had I known, I would never have allowed your father to come into being. Li Changfeng delivered a kick to Go Hanjian's chest, shattering ribs and causing him to spit blood. As for Go Randai, it was time for him to ascend to the afterlife and meet the Buddha. Feng Wu, finish this. Do not waste any more of your time here. Once you are strong enough, I will take you down the mountain to avenge your parents. Such a deep-seated blood feud is not something I wish to interfere with. Understood. Feng Wu wasted no further time, gathering flames in her hands and striking down upon Go Randai's head. The terrifying heat instantaneously melted his skull and spread like a parasite, igniting his entire being in flames. Without a single scream, Go Randai was reduced to ashes. Go Hanjian stood frozen, his face pale. He continued to bow and apologize to Li Changfeng, pleading for his life to be spared. Yet, deep within Go Hanjian's eyes, Li Changfeng discerned a profound hatred and murderous intent lurking beneath the surface. He was aware that Go Hanjian, knowing he was at a disadvantage, would not dare to resist. However, should he seize an opportunity, he would undoubtedly seek to end Li Changfeng's life at the first chance. Of course, such a scenario was highly improbable. Thus, whether to spare Go Hanjian's life rested entirely within Li Changfeng's thoughts. With his fingers poised, Li Changfeng drew a swift line through the air towards the kneeling Go Hanjian. A terrifying blade of energy coalesced, slicing directly towards him. Thud! Under the onslaught of the formidable energy, Go Hanjian was cleaved in two. Feng Wu. Let us return to Tianquan Peak. Yes. This time, Li Changfeng did not hold back. He soared into the air with Feng Wu, heading towards Tianquan Peak. Flying through the skies could only be accomplished by those of the Golden Core realm. Li Changfeng was making it clear to all that he was an inner sect elder of the Mount of Support. Merely eliminating an outer sect elder, nothing more than a trivial matter. How terrifying. He was so young, yet had already reached the Golden Core realm. Feng Wu felt immensely fortunate. With such a master by her side, she could stride confidently within the Mount of Support from now on. What good is envy? It would be wiser to focus on cultivating diligently, striving to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Indeed. Let us take this young elder as our model and train earnestly. Li Changfeng was blissfully unaware that by revealing his strength, he had inadvertently inspired the outer sect disciples, and even the miscellaneous disciples, to enter the inner sect. One not only needed to showcase extraordinary talent from the outset, but must also enhance their strength to strive for a leap into the Dragon's Gate. For miscellaneous disciples, the path to becoming outer sect disciples could take a decade at the least, and even decades at the most. Resources must be earned through one's own efforts. Coupled with various trivial matters and lacking sufficient talent, it was no easy feat to enter the outer sect. By comparison, progress from outer sect disciple to inner sect disciple was relatively more accessible. At the law enforcement hall of the Mount of Support, a disciple rushed into the quarters of a certain elder, panic etched across his face. This is dire news, Elder 13. Just now, a brother from the Fate Plate Hall informed me that your son, Go Hanjian's Fate Plate, has shattered. Chapter 9. This system seems even more cowardly than I am. The atmosphere within the law enforcement hall turned exceedingly oppressive. Elder 13, Go Taching, resembled a bloodthirsty beast just released from its cage. Upon hearing the news from the disciple, he did not roar or scream, but his gradually darkening expression and the palpable aura of murderous intent left no room for concealment. Go Taching's voice was icy as he asked, "Do you know who killed my son, Go Hanjian? My son is an outer sect elder of the Mount of Support. Even an inner sect elder cannot kill him without reason. Could it be the sect leader decided he had committed a grave offense?" The law enforcement disciple gulped nervously, fear evident in his demeanor. He understood that if his response was flawed, he might not escape unscathed. Go Taching was notoriously ruthless, unless one was under his protection. Executing duties within the law enforcement hall could lead to dire consequences. The subjects of law enforcement are often left with either death or severe injury. Thus, he has earned the chilling moniker of the cold-faced butcher within the law enforcement hall. A disciple of the law enforcement hall responded, "Esteemed 13th Elder, I humbly report that I have yet to receive any information regarding the situation. Upon learning of your son's fate, I rush to inform you. Disciples have already been dispatched to the outer sect for investigation, and I believe we shall soon receive news." The gloom that had shadowed Buddha's city dissipated, replaced by an unsettling calm. Yet, this very composure in Buddha's city instilled even greater fear and trepidation in those around him. How could he maintain such a placid demeanor after the loss of his son? Was that not terrifying? Depart now, and notify me at once upon receiving any news. Even if it involves the sect master, I demand an explanation. Yes, the disciple of the law enforcement hall exhaled in relief, thankful to have preserved his life. Remaining any longer in this tense atmosphere would surely endanger him. Good as City spoke icily. Continue with your duties. I shall step out for a while. With that, Good as City soared into the air. He was dissatisfied with the findings of others and felt compelled to conduct his own investigation. He could not accept that his only son had vanished without reason. It was indeed terrifying. Who could have slain the 13th elder's son? It was akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Indeed, if the 13th elder decided to target someone, even without a breach of sect rules, he could fabricate a reason to pursue them. Let us not speak further. Do not incite unnecessary trouble. Continue your work. The one capable of killing an elder from the outer sect must possess formidable strength, likely that of an inner sect elder or perhaps another elder from the outer sect. It is beyond our jurisdiction. At Tianquan Peak, Li Changfeng had returned with Feng Wu, traversing the skies. Feng Wu, frightened, clung to Li Changfeng like an octopus. Her posture decidedly ungraceful. Were it not for Li Changfeng's considerable speed, onlookers might have drawn questionable conclusions regarding their relationship. Ahem. Feng Wu, we have returned to Tianquan Peak. Might you release me now? Feng Wu clutched Li Changfeng's neck with both hands, her legs wrapped tightly around his waist, her face paling slightly. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, she immediately let go, her cheeks flushed. Master, I did not intend to. I was just a bit frightened at such a great height. Please, punish me as you see fit. Li Changfeng shook his head. No need for punishment. Instead, I must assign you some training tasks. In the realm of cultivation, stagnation equates to regression. While you indulge in idleness, others are training. While you sleep, they are still advancing. Over time, even those with lesser talent than you will surpass you. Therefore, remain vigilant and do not squander your potential. Feng Wu nodded earnestly, causing her bosom to tremble. She quickly replied, Rest assured, Master, I shall heed your teachings. I will dedicate myself to training and waste no time. Li Changfeng smiled, feeling a sense of relief as he had successfully persuaded her. Now, he simply needed to set a training schedule and objectives for Feng Wu. Confident she would fulfill them well. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Feng Wu, I know you to be an obedient and understanding disciple. There is no need for constant supervision. Now, let me outline your training schedule. You shall begin training at the hour of the rabbit, consuming a pill for energy when hungry, resting for a cup of tea at noon, then resuming until the hour of the rat, when you can finally rest. Of course, you may adjust your training times, but I have one condition. You must not train for less than 10 hours each day. The path of cultivation is merciless. As my disciple, your goal should be to transcend through tribulation to achieve immortality. Yes, Feng Wu responded obediently, though she murmured softly, Master, the artifact you bestowed upon me allows me to cultivate endlessly. If I am to actively train for 10 hours, will my strength not increase even more rapidly? Goodness. In my quest for personal ease, I completely overlooked that detail. Now that Feng Wu has brought it to light, I cannot deny my lapse. Li Changfeng slowly nodded, his hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, an artifact is merely an external aid. It can support you temporarily, but cannot be relied upon eternally. The journey of cultivation is one you must undertake yourself. Whether you can transcend depends on your talent and determination. Now, allow me to impart a technique and martial skill to you, to assist in your further advancement. With that, Li Changfeng pressed his finger to Feng Wu's forehead. Having recently acquired the system, he had yet to receive anything of great value from it. Moreover, the rewards for accepting a disciple were directly given to Feng Wu. He presented her with a mid-grade spiritual technique, the Burning Yuan art, and a high-grade spiritual martial skill, the Flame Sword technique. These were the highest-tier fire-related techniques and skills Li Changfeng could offer. Both techniques and skills are classified into 4 levels: human, spiritual, earth, and heaven. Of course, there are techniques and skills above heaven rank, yet the Kaoshan Sect possesses none. Even among ancient monsters, only earth-rank techniques and skills exist. Feng Wu, upon merging with them, immediately knelt before Li Changfeng. Though she was weak, she was not without discernment. The prestige of spiritual techniques is known to all. Thank you, Master, for bestowing these teachings. I shall diligently remember your guidance and train hard, ensuring I bring no shame to you. Li Changfeng smiled. Go now. We have already delayed considerable time. In this ruthless world of cultivation, lost time may equate to lost strength for your survival. Train well. In a month, the 7 peaks of the Kaoshan Sect will hold an exchange event. Achieving 10th place will earn you a reward of 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones and a lower-grade spirit sword. Tianquan Peak is exceedingly barren. We require these 10,000 spirit stones to hire someone to construct a few facilities. Yes, Feng Wu replied, eager to devote herself to training. She felt the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders, and her ambitions extended beyond merely securing 10th place. If possible, she wished to bring honor to Tianquan Peak and secure first place for her master. If 10th place yields 10,000 spirit stones and a spirit sword, what rewards might await for ranks above 10th? As Feng Wu departed to her room to train, a notification echoed in Li Changfeng's mind. Beep. A new mission has been issued. Please, host, exert every effort to assist your disciple in achieving first place at the Seven Peaks Exchange. Successfully securing first place for a disciple of Tianquan Peak will reward the host with the exclusive technique of the ancestral phoenix, the true phoenix technique. What an astonishingly generous reward for the task. Yet, the difficulty is no ordinary challenge. First place at the Seven Peaks Exchange was something Li Changfeng had never even entertained previously. This was due to the vast number of disciples from the other 6 peaks, whose realms surpassed Feng Wu's by significant margins. Take Kaiyang Peak, the weakest among the 6 peaks, for example. It still boasted over 1,000 inner sect disciples, with more than 100 core disciples and dozens of direct disciples. Not to mention, Kaiyang Peak had 4 holy sons and 1 divine son. Generally speaking, holy sons and divine sons seldom participate. The holy son is equivalent to the future inner sect elder, while the divine son is, without a doubt, the next peak master. However, should the 6 peaks witness the overwhelming strength of the Tianquan Peak, and if a certain peak's divine son or holy son meets the criterion of being under 50 years of age, it truly presents a vexing dilemma. Yet, this reward cannot be dismissed, as it is the exclusive cultivation methods of the Zhu Huang and Jin Feng. It is evident that these methods far exceed the heavenly level, perhaps even transcending the immortal level, likely reaching the divine level above the saint level. System, you issue such a challenging task without offering any prior benefits? I have heard that other systems are considerate of their masters, generously bestowing valuable treasures. Surely, you would not wish to see Tianquan Peak, under my stewardship, languishing in decline and subjected to scorn, would you? Li Changfeng, system, speak up. Do not feign silence. I know you are there. If you assist me this time, I shall also lend you my aid in the future. How about this? Should I reward my disciples with the mother system next time, I shall gift it to you. System, master, you truly are incorrigible. Let it be known, this system does not differentiate between male and female. However, you are correct in one aspect. As the master of this system, I must not continue to endure disdain. I shall search for treasures within the repository that are reasonable and can swiftly enhance the strength of your disciples. Li Changfeng, you truly are wonderful system. Alas, beings like you possess no gender. If only one day you could transform into a beautiful young maiden, I would surely pamper you well. So, my dear system, do you have any wishes? System, I wish to change masters. Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly. That wish is not feasible. Think of another. Before long, the system's notification sound chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, master, your strength has been elevated to the nascent soul stage, and you have received a system strength enhancement gift package. Does the master wish to open it? Can it be played this way? Previously, during my enhancement, the system did not make a peep. Now, it suddenly offers a reward, leading Li Changfeng to suspect that the system deliberately withheld assistance. Or perhaps, it only offers support when prompted? It seems that despite his own shortcomings, the system appears to outdo him. Open it. Ding. The strength enhancement gift package has been opened. Congratulations, master. You have acquired the Time Chaos Tower. Chapter 10, the Time Chaos Tower. Congratulations, master. You have obtained the Time Chaos Tower. Time Chaos Tower, a super artifact level treasure, possessing absolute defense, impenetrable even by saints. The first form of the tower consists of 3 tiers, each with distinct effects. The first tier is accessible to those in the Qi refining stage, allowing a speed 10 times that of the outside world, within the tower. 10 days equate to a single day outside, with spiritual energy also being tenfold that of the outside. The second tier is for those in the foundation establishment stage, with a speed 100 times that of the outside world, within 100 days equal 1 day outside, with spiritual energy 100 times that of the outside. The third tier is for those in the golden core stage, with a speed 1,000 times that of the outside world, within 1,000 days equal 1 day outside, with spiritual energy 1,000 times that of the outside. To unlock the second form of the tower, special materials such as the immaculate heavenly stone, 5 elements celestial crystal, vacuum celestial ascension, and shumi grass are required. What a treasure, an extraordinary artifact. With the Time Chaos Tower in his possession, Li Changfeng's strength is poised to ascend dramatically. Most importantly, his safety is assured. Should he encounter an insurmountable old monster, he need only retreat into the Time Chaos Tower, where even a saint cannot harm him. While he remains unaware of the true nature of saints, it is clear they transcend the legendary immortals. Li Changfeng. System. If I were to gift the Time Chaos Tower to Feng Wu, would I also receive a hundredfold reward? System. Master, please refrain from exploiting bugs here. System rewards are subject to a hundredfold return. However, any strength gained or martial skills comprehended by your disciple through the Time Chaos Tower will allow you to receive a hundredfold reward. Li Changfeng lamented internally, as he had initially contemplated gifting the Time Chaos Tower to Feng Wu to reap a hundredfold rewards. Acquiring the treasure, he could then pass it to Feng Wu, creating an endless cycle of enhancement. Unfortunately, items rewarded by the system can only be utilized by disciples, preventing him from obtaining further hundredfold rewards. This has been evidenced by his previous gifts to Feng Wu, such as the automatic cultivation system and the divine bloodline pill. Currently, Feng Wu has reached the peak of the Qi refining stage and can access the first tier of the Time Chaos Tower. Within the first tier, 10 days of cultivation for Feng Wu equates to merely a single day outside. Such an excellent opportunity for strengthening her abilities cannot be overlooked. Thus, Li Changfeng approached Feng Wu's wooden cabin. Feng Wu, Master possesses a treasure that will accelerate your cultivation rate and stabilize your realm. Come outside quickly. I shall show you this magnificent treasure. Before long, a blushing Feng Wu emerged. Feng Wu, in broad daylight, it seems inappropriate to view a treasure outside. Perhaps we should retreat indoors, Master. Li Changfeng shook his head. I shall show you right here. The treasure I speak of is this. In his hand appeared a miniature three-tiered tower, no taller than 4 or 5 centimeters and approximately 3 centimeters wide, appearing utterly unremarkable. Feng Wu's face flushed. Realizing her misunderstanding, she had thought her master intended something else entirely. Is this the small tower? She inquired. It seems devoid of any extraordinary qualities, resembling an ordinary object. Li Changfeng smiled slightly. On the surface, it appears unremarkable, yet it is indeed a genuine treasure, the only one of its kind in the entire cultivation realm. Even in the upper realms, there should be no artifact superior to it. I shall now demonstrate its extraordinary capabilities. With it, you will undoubtedly shine brilliantly in the upcoming 7 Peaks Martial Gathering a month from now, while also allowing the other 6 peaks to recognize the imminent rise of Tianquan Peak. Feng Wu nodded earnestly, though uncertain of her master's confidence. Yet, as long as it was his assertion, she harbored no doubt. In the next moment, both Feng Wu and Li Changfeng vanished from their location, along with the Time Chaos Tower, concealed within a temporal tunnel, imperceptible to outsiders. This was merely one of the tower's protective capabilities, as it could activate its second form, becoming even more formidable. The first tier of the Time Chaos Tower felt like stepping into another realm. The air was fragrant with flowers and birdsong, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water on one. Soon, Feng Wu discerned the differences from Tianquan Peak. Master, the spiritual energy here seems to be over 10 times stronger than that of Tianquan Peak. She exclaimed in awe. This is truly remarkable. Have we truly entered the tower? Li Changfeng nodded. Indeed, this is the first tier of the Divine Tower. Not only is the spiritual energy tenfold that of the outside world, but the flow of time is also accelerated to 10 times faster. This means that 10 days of cultivation here equates to merely a single day outside. For the time being, focus on consolidating your realm before attempting to break through. Once you succeed, the tower will release you back outside, and I shall guide you to the second tier, which offers even greater benefits. Understood. Feng Wu trusted Li Changfeng unconditionally. Upon entering the tower, he too discovered that within its confines, he felt akin to an omnipotent deity. With but a thought, he could appear at any location within the tower's world. If one were to face an insurmountable foe, could they not simply draw them into the Chaos Tower of Time, thereby dispatching them with ease? Yet, such aspirations remain but dreams. For when the adversary resists fiercely, and their prowess surpasses that of Li Changfeng, he finds himself unable to ensnare them within the tower's realm. One can only wonder if, upon unlocking the tower's second form, such a feat might become possible. The initial form of the Chaos Tower is fraught with limitations. Take, for instance, the first 3 tiers. Beyond his own capabilities, anyone of a higher realm would be expelled by the tower itself. Li Changfeng found himself soaring through the skies one moment and materializing upon the lake's surface the next, reveling in the sheer delight of his newfound abilities. This omnipotent sensation was indeed exhilarating. Furthermore, he possessed the power to manipulate all within the tower's domain, meaning he could create and alter anything within that world. Perhaps inspired by his musings, he transformed a section of the tower into a likeness of the grand metropolis from his past life. Gazing upon the towering skyscrapers and the bustling traffic, he was overwhelmed with nostalgia, thinking that perhaps one day he would find his way home. where he could enact a tale of a celestial sovereign returning to urban life. Upon returning to the external world, the Chaos Tower coalesced into a radiant beam. Entering Li Changfeng's brow, with nothing pressing upon him, he chose to retreat into Feng Wu's quaint wooden cabin for a well-deserved slumber. With his disciple Feng Wu's ascension, he resolved to savor life as pleasures. At the Elder Hall of the Outer Sect of the Kaoshan Sect, upon the arrival of the 13th Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, all the Outer Sect elders gathered, their heads bowed and faces pale. The mangled corpse of Elder Gohan lay before them in the hall. The 13th Elder sat in silence, displaying neither sorrow nor joy. At last, when the tension among the Outer Sect elders reached a breaking point, the 13th Elder spoke. Lying here is the disfigured body of my son. I implore you, why is it my son who lies dead and not one of you? His words struck fear into the hearts of the Outer Sect elders, compelling them to kneel in trembling submission. Chapter 11. Now I wish to slay you. The hierarchy within the Kaoshan Sect is rigidly enforced. The elders of the Law Enforcement Hall wield authority akin to that of intersect elders. Even intersect elders, should they err, may find themselves apprehended and punished by the Law Enforcement Hall. This institution instills dread in countless souls. For those apprehended by the Law Enforcement Hall invariably meet a tragic fate. At best, they face confinement and reflection, while at worst, they may be stripped of their powers or even lose their lives. Witnessing the palpable fear among the Outer Sect elders, the 13th Elder coldly declared, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply report to me all that you know. Even if the deceased were not my son, but one of you, I would still uphold the law impartially. I am currently conducting an investigation to maintain the sect's regulations. Should anyone conceal information, they shall be treated as accomplices. The Outer Sect elders were filled with trepidation. In the face of the 13th Elder, they found themselves lacking in both strength and status. Thus, they hastily began to speak in unison. 13th Elder, the one who murdered your son, Elder Go, is a young disciple within the sect. Indeed, this young man is formidable. He is likely a core disciple. Moreover, he was not alone. He accompanied a servant disciple who instigated the conflict, leading to Elder Go's demise. Tragically, both Elder Go and his grandson were slain on the same day. We beseech you, 13th Elder, to uphold justice. These Outer Sect elders, astute as they were, recognized that the deceased were the son and grandson of their fellow elder, yet they invoked the need for justice, positioning the 13th Elder atop a moral pedestal. Flattery is an art, and those who lack the skill may inadvertently find themselves in a precarious position, drawing the ire of those they seek to appease. The murderous intent emanating from the 13th Elder had become palpable, instilling dread among the Outer Sect elders, who sensed that significant events were imminent. The 13th Elder coldly asserted, I care not whether the perpetrator is a core disciple or a scion of one of the peaks. Should they violate the Kaoshan Sect's regulations, they shall face the most severe of penalties. Do any of you know the identity of that servant disciple? At this inquiry, one Outer Sect elder stepped forward. I report to you, 13th Elder, that the servant disciple is named Feng Wu. She was once enamored with Elder Go's son, but was taken by that core disciple. Feng Wu is also a woman who seeks to curry favor, and this has led to today's tragic outcome. She must be punished. And the core disciple cannot be spared either. The 13th Elder's expression remained impassive, yet his murderous intent intensified. He surveyed the faces of the Outer Sect elders and calmly inquired, where can I find this Feng Wu? The elder responded, Feng Wu is at Tianquan Peak, where it is said she is kept by that core disciple as his consort. After all, being a core disciple, he would not dare to marry a mere servant disciple, as it would tarnish his reputation. Therefore, locating Feng Wu is a simple matter. One need only go to Tianquan Peak. The truth of the situation was of little consequence to anyone present. No Outer Sect elder would be foolish enough to reveal that Feng Wu had been punished to Tianquan Peak for refusing to be humiliated. After all, the 13th Elder was clearly in a state of fury. The calmer he appeared on the surface, the more intense his wrath simmered beneath. The 13th Elder stated, I have grasped the situation. I shall proceed to Tianquan Peak to conduct a thorough investigation. Should your words prove false, you shall bear the consequences as dictated by the sect's regulations. Divide this bottle of Foundation establishment pills among yourselves. I am not one to withhold rewards from those who provide information. I hope that one day, you may ascend to the Golden Core realm and become Inner Sect elders. The Outer Sect elders rejoiced, for the Foundation establishment pills were precious to them. With their status, they could only claim one per month from the sect. As they watched the 13th Elder depart, they were filled with a mixture of fear and delight. Having just been thoroughly intimidated, they were relieved to see him leave with a reward. The Outer Sect's elder spoke, Now, let today's events remain buried within our hearts. Though we have gained benefits, the 13th Elder will be heading to Tianquan Peak. I have heard that Tianquan Peak has acquired a peak master of considerable influence. one who can converse with the supreme elders. Should the 13th elder offend the peak master, it could spell trouble for us. The second elder concurred. The elder speaks wisely. This matter must not be disclosed. Both the 13th elder and the peak master of Tianquan Peak are formidable figures we cannot provoke. The elders nodded in agreement, pledging their oaths. As practitioners, such oaths are not to be taken lightly, for they may indeed come to fruition. At Tianquan Peak, Li Changfeng was lost in a delightful dream, transported back to his previous life on Earth. In this dream, he had become a super-rich heir, possessing wealth that could last 8 lifetimes. Whether they were starlets or internet beauties, all aspired to be his companions. A smile graced his lips in slumber, as he found himself immersed in a dream, poised to deepen his acquaintance with a certain extraordinarily popular actress. A voice jolted him awake. It was the 13th elder of the law enforcement hall, demanding the master of Tianquan Peak to come forth for an audience. Damn it! Li Changfeng was startled awake, his expression turning exceedingly grim. Just a moment longer, and he could have shared an intimate connection with that actress in his dream. Yet, he was so rudely interrupted. The Tianquan Peak was fortified with formations set by Li Changfeng, preventing unwarranted entry, but alas, it could not mute sound. Stepping out of the modest wooden cabin, Li Changfeng confronted the 13th elder of the law enforcement hall. With a tone laced with irritation, he remarked, "Ah, it is merely Elder Xiaogo from the law enforcement hall. What brings you to my Tianquan Peak, old fellow? I was in the midst of alchemical pursuits, concocting a high-tier elixir, the spirit concentration pill, which aids in enhancing the strength of golden core practitioners. Your interruption has rendered my efforts futile. You shall compensate me first before we discuss anything further. You may refuse, but I will ensure you agree to compensation." The 13th elder furrowed his brow, observing Li Changfeng's appearance, clearly the visage of one just roused from slumber. How audacious of him to assert he was engaged in alchemy. Yet, the elder's desire for vengeance, coupled with Li Changfeng's unique status and extraordinary talent, compelled him to swallow his indignation. "I apologize, Masterly. It was thoughtless of me. I am willing to compensate you for the materials required to craft the spirit concentration pill. However, I too have a matter that requires your assistance." Li Changfeng replied, "First, provide the materials, then we may discuss your request." The elder's lips twitched in frustration, yet he had no choice but to comply, reluctantly handing over several precious materials to Li Changfeng. With the benefits gained, Li Changfeng's ire diminished considerably. "Now, speak freely, Elder Xiaogo. You seldom visit without cause. As long as your request provides ample resources for cultivation, and I am inclined to assist, I shall oblige." Taking a deep breath, the 13th elder felt a sense of helplessness in the face of Li Changfeng. Yet, the blood feud involving his son and great-grandson must be avenged. He spoke coldly. "I have heard that the miscellaneous disciple, Feng Wu, resides at Tianquan Peak, and I have come to apprehend her for the law enforcement hall." Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Changfeng's face froze, and his expression shifted dramatically. After much effort, he had finally taken on a disciple and endowed her with a divine artifact of unparalleled power. Now, this 13th elder audaciously sought to take Feng Wu away. There was no way he would allow it. Not even a window of opportunity. "Elder Xiaogo, I have suddenly come to find you exceedingly detestable. I wish to eliminate you." Chapter 12. Competing and Recruiting? The 13th elder's complexion turned ashen at Li Changfeng's words. The way Li Changfeng repeatedly referred to him as Elder Xiaogo had already irked him greatly. However, considering Li Changfeng's unique status within the Kaoyuan sect, recognized as the most prodigious talent in millennia, even the sect leader treated him with considerable regard. Despite Li Changfeng's slight against the elder, the punishment he received was mild, merely assigning him to oversee Tianquan Peak. The elders and peak masters were not of the same rank. The 7 peak masters were on par with the sect leader. Even though Tianquan Peak had long been a shell of its former self, as long as Li Changfeng held that title, inter-sect elders would bow and scrape before him. Taking a deep breath, the 13th elder spoke in a grave tone. "Masterly, we are bound to encounter one another frequently. There is no need for us to escalate this matter unnecessarily. I merely wish to take a miscellaneous female disciple from Tianquan Peak. I have no intention of seizing your disciple. Moreover, the individual I seek has violated the sect's regulations. She has committed a grave offense by slaying an outer sect disciple. Go Rand. According to our sect's rules, the miscellaneous disciple Feng Wu ought to have her cultivation abolished and face the 5 beasts dismemberment punishment. To declare in his presence that he would strip his first disciple of her cultivation and subject her to dismemberment by beasts. Was the 13th elder intoxicated, rendered delirious? On reflection, Li Changfeng realized that this elder seemed unaware that Feng Wu had already become his disciple. Nevertheless, even if she were merely a miscellaneous disciple of Tianquan Peak, he would not permit her to be taken away. Get lost. Go as far away as possible. or else do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Anyone attempting to take someone from Tianquan Peak would face his wrath unless they could best him. Not to mention, even if it were merely a wild weed at Tianquan Peak, without his permission, should one dare to pluck it, he would sever their hand. Arrogant, reckless. Li Changfeng's strength surpassed that of the elder, and his background was far more formidable. Thus, Li Changfeng was unperturbed. What was merely a low-ranking elder in the law enforcement hall to him? Very well. Masterly, you truly are most accommodating. In the law enforcement hall, we execute our duties, and even if the sect leader errs, we possess the authority to impose punishment. Since you choose to shelter the heinous miscellaneous disciple Feng Wu, I shall have no choice but to summon the hall master to adjudicate this matter. Li Changfeng stretched lazily, nonchalantly remarking, Elder Xiaogo, are you threatening me? His eyes radiated a dangerous glint as he contemplated retaining the 13th elder. This rigid individual was not genuinely upholding the law. Having spent years in the Kaoyuan sect, Li Changfeng's time for cultivation was scant. The remainder was devoted to deciphering the intricate web of relationships within the sect. After all, to navigate through the Kaoyuan sect, one must know who to provoke and whom to avoid. A single misstep could lead to grave consequences should one offend a powerful figure. However, individuals like the 13th elder held no weight in Li Changfeng's eyes. Even if his master intervened, should Li Changfeng become incensed, he could easily eliminate the elder before his master without hesitation. The audacity of this elder, whose son had abused his power and whose great-grandson had harmed numerous female disciples. To confront him was commendable indeed. The 13th elder replied, this is not a threat, it is merely a statement of fact. The Kaoyuan sect is not solely the domain of Master Li. It is constructed from the collective efforts of countless disciples, elders, and ancestors. If you wish to dominate, you may find yourself lacking in the capability. The miscellaneous disciple Feng Wu, in defiance, has slain an outer sect disciple, Go Rand, and thus deserves execution. Upon finishing his words, the elder crushed a transmission jade talisman. As it shattered, the higher-ups of the law enforcement hall would immediately receive the news. Such an act was only permissible in dire situations, indicating that the 13th elder's actions would undoubtedly draw the law enforcement hall's serious attention. Li Changfeng shook his head, exhaling a sigh. Originally, I had no intention of dealing with you, but it seems you are quite lacking in common sense. You dare to lecture me on sect rules and compare backgrounds within the Kaoyuan sect? I possess an abundance of these talismans. Which one do you suggest I utilize? The purple lightning talisman, a gift from the thunder ancestor? The fiery red talisman from the fire ancestor, which grants me support in any situation within the Kaoyuan sect? Or the azure talisman from the water ancestor, which I was instructed to crush whenever in need? Ah, what a dilemma. If they were to arrive, would they dismantle the law enforcement hall outright? Listening to Li Changfeng's soliloquy, accompanied by the numerous jade talismans in his grasp, the 13th elder of law felt the skin on his face twitch and beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could already foresee the consequences if Li Changfeng truly proceeded with his intentions. Given the temperaments of those ancients, disturbing their seclusion would undoubtedly lead to his demise. The crux of the matter was that if the ancestors were to eliminate him, they would bear no responsibility. Damn it! How could he have forgotten that Li Changfeng was not merely the master of Tianquan Peak? He was the beacon of hope for countless individuals within the Kaoshan Sect, the very harbinger of its resurgence. He had just kicked the hardest iron plate of the sect. Even if it were directed against the sect master, the situation would not be as dire. With a forced smile, the 13th elder cautiously spoke. Master Li, my previous remarks were merely jest. I did not intend to target you. You are the future of our Kaoshan Sect, and there is no one we could afford to antagonize less than you. Perhaps when the hall masters arrive, I can provide them with a thorough explanation, and I hope Master Li will not take it to heart. At that moment, Feng Wu unexpectedly appeared within the small wooden cabin. Having entered the Foundation establishment realm, her cultivation was remarkably stable. She approached Li Changfeng with utmost respect. Master, your disciple has successfully broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. I shall exert myself diligently to strive for first place at the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. The 13th elder's gaze turned lethal upon seeing Feng Wu, but the moment he beheld her stunning beauty and alluring figure, his resolve wavered. While avenging his son and great-grandson was a necessity, he could indulge himself a bit first. Li Changfeng sensed Feng Wu's physical condition and nodded in satisfaction. Come, follow me inside. He continued, your foundation is solid. Maintain this momentum in your cultivation. In the path of cultivation, stagnation equates to regression. Your efforts will not be in vain. Your foundation establishment is not yet fully secure. Aim to reach the pinnacle within a month, and if possible, achieve half-step golden core. Ning Tianyu, the son of Tian Shufeng, is merely 49 years old and was already at the pinnacle of foundation establishment 3 years ago. He meets the age criteria for the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly, and should he compete, it will pose significant trouble for you. Understood. Feng Wu did not refuse and obediently followed Li Changfeng into the wooden cabin. Shortly after bringing her to the second level of the Time Chaos Tower, Li Changfeng exited. Numerous formidable auras were approaching Tianquan Peak, specifically, the high-ranking officials of the Law Enforcement Hall. Li Changfeng toyed with the jade talismans, eager to see if these officials would dare to confront him. After all, was it not merely about gathering people? If provoked, he could summon the ancestors to personally descend upon Tianquan Peak. Chapter 13. The Elder of Law beaten to submission. The 13th Elder of Law felt an overwhelming psychological burden pressing down on him. He had completely overlooked such a critical detail and had approached Li Changfeng like a foolish novice to demand personnel. Perhaps he had been overly arrogant or had underestimated Li Changfeng's audacity. In any case, he feared he was doomed. Within the Kaoshan Sect, it was preferable to offend the sect master than to provoke Li Changfeng. Behind this individual stood numerous ancestors. Though none were his mentors, they were all his supporters. Li Changfeng looked at the 13th elder with a playful expression, his tone indifferent. Elder Xiao Guzi, where did your imposing demeanor vanish to? As a law enforcement elder of the Kaoshan Sect, you should not cower before authority. Did you not claim that my first disciple had committed an act of insubordination? The chief disciple of the peak should hold a status comparable to that of an outer sect elder. Thus, Feng Wu, in her capacity, rectified the injustice she previously endured by eliminating a mere outer sect disciple. May I inquire which rule of insubordination she has transgressed? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, you may find it challenging to leave here unscathed. The 13th elder's countenance darkened to an extreme degree, feeling as though he had swallowed a dead fly, bowing his head like a chastised child. He harbored only one thought in the face of Li Changfeng's interrogation: to escape this place. Li Changfeng was terrifying. He could summon the ancestors at the drop of a hat. Who could withstand that? Not to mention, he was merely a lowly law enforcement elder. Even the hall master or the sect master would retreat in the face of such authority. With utmost caution, the 13th elder said, Master Li, it was my failure to conduct a thorough investigation. I am willing to offer compensation. I beseech you not to hold this against me. How about 1,000 low-grade spirit stones as an apology? To have a law enforcement elder reduced to such a state of submission could only be accomplished by Li Changfeng. Aside from the ancestors, suddenly appearing beside the 13th elder, Li Changfeng delivered a resounding slap across his face. Bang! The 13th elder was sent sprawling to the ground, creating a crater in the earth. Quickly rising to his feet, his expression was one of deep discontent. Master Li, though your status surpasses mine, do you not fear that the high-ranking members of the Law Enforcement Hall will take you down? Li Changfeng feigned ignorance, exclaiming loudly, Who are you referring to? Are the Hall Master and Deputy Hall Masters really going to cripple my cultivation and render me a useless being? Oh dear, how terrifying. The thought of summoning the ancestors for protection has crossed my mind. Should I crush the jade talisman or not? The 13th elder gritted his teeth, his face ashen, remaining silent. At that moment, Li Changfeng appeared utterly unyielding and fearless. Slap. Just as the 13th elder questioned his own existence, his face was struck once more by Li Changfeng's hand. Damn it, Master Li, what do you intend to do? Are you truly seeking to escalate this conflict to the point of opposing the entire law enforcement hall? Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly, Apologies, Elder Xiao Guzi. I merely had an itch to slap something. Recalling the sensation from earlier, I couldn't help but act. I hope you do not take offense. The 13th elder was seething with rage, yearning to retaliate against Li Changfeng. At that moment, the high-ranking officials of the law enforcement hall arrived. Hall Master Tianzheng, Left Deputy Hall Master Mu Yanhai, Right Deputy Hall Master He Huihu. Greetings, Master Li. The three high-ranking officials were far more astute than the 13th elder. They were already integral members of the Kaoshan Sect's core, rigorously enforcing the sect's regulations and penalties. Those who contravened the sect's rules would face merciless retribution. Previously, an intersect elder had abused their power for personal gain, causing untold harm to numerous female disciples. The most abominable act was colluding with rival sects to scheme for greater benefits for the Kaoshan Sect. The outcome was predictably tragic, tortured for 49 days before being sent to the western heavens to meet the Buddha. Upon seeing his allies arrive, the 13th elder immediately began to weep profusely. Hall Master, Deputy Hall Masters, you have finally come. This masterly disregards sect regulations, striking me without provocation. I implore you to stand up for me. We cannot yield to such malevolent forces. Li Changfeng smiled. You three have arrived, and your demeanor is quite commendable. I trust you have heard Elder Xiao Guzi's grievances. What he conveyed was merely a singular notion. One must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Now that I have bullied him, and you are perceived as his masters in his eyes, shall you descend to rescue your dog? Tianzheng clasped his fists, speaking in a solemn tone. The Master of Seven Peaks is the very backbone of our Kaoshan sect. It is only natural for us to have the Enforcement Hall oversee matters. Therefore, Master Li need not worry about the Enforcement Hall causing you any trouble. This fellow lacks discernment. He deserves to be reprimanded. With a resounding slap, Tianzheng not only refrained from defending the 13th Elder of the Enforcement Hall, but instead dealt him a heavy blow. Unlike Changfeng, who restrained 99% of his strength, Tianzheng unleashed his full might, sending the 13th Elder sprawling, his teeth scattered and jaw dislocated. The 13th Elder, with a crooked mouth, looked at his own Hall Master with a sense of grievance. Seeing that he was still unyielding, Tianzheng delivered another slap. The 13th Elder dared not meet his Hall Master's gaze, fearing he might be struck dead. He then turned to the Vice Hall Master, Mu Yunhai, hoping for justice. Mu Yunhai's temper flared instantly, reciprocating with a resounding slap. What are you staring at? Do you still dare to look? Our Enforcement Hall has always upheld justice. It is unfortunate that you are the one to besmirch our reputation. Had you sought trouble with another disciple or elder of the sect, would you not have succeeded in your slander? I could easily put an end to your audacity. I truly wonder who had the folly to select you for the Enforcement Hall. He who directly intervened, delivering another 10 slaps while the 13th Elder was still in a daze. The Elder was left dazed, blood vessels bursting, and his skull fractured. Witnessing the 13th Elder lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Li Changfeng's lips twitched. Truly, the higher-ups of the Enforcement Hall were decisive. They showed no mercy when dealing with their own. An outsider might mistakenly believe there was a feud akin to blood vengeance between them. Li Changfeng, feeling helpless, spoke. Hall Master Tian, Vice Hall Master Mu, Vice Hall Master He, what is the meaning of this? The 13th Elder merely sought to accuse my first disciple of a crime of insubordination, intending to cripple his cultivation and subject him to 5 animal dismemberment. There was no need for such severity. A small lesson would suffice. With a single slap, Tianzheng buried the 13th Elder's head into the ground, leading to his untimely demise. He then turned to Li Changfeng, who was toying with a jade talisman, and with a face full of ingratiation, spoke, Master Li, could you now put away the jade talisman meant to notify the ancestor? Chapter 14. The Unassailable Existence of Kaoshan Sect. Li Changfeng maintained a gentle smile. Taken aback by the decisiveness of the 3 leaders of the Enforcement Hall, he anticipated they would teach the 13th Elder a lesson, but they had outright killed him. It was not only Li Changfeng who was bewildered. The 13th Elder could never have foreseen such a humiliating demise. Li Changfeng sighed deeply, somewhat helplessly stating, Esteemed Hall Masters, what is the meaning of this? Even if the 13th Elder's actions were questionable and he abused his power, he has nevertheless contributed significantly to the Kaoshan sect. Your actions are indeed disheartening. However, it is fortunate that only the 4 of us are aware of this matter, though my loose tongue often fails to remain silent. Tianzheng, Mu Yunhai, and He who all noticed the darkening expressions on each other's faces. So, after they helped resolve the 13th Elder's issue, he remained discontented. Did he? They were embodiments of justice, the leaders of the Enforcement Hall. To expect them to bow their heads and apologize to Li Changfeng was utterly inconceivable. Tianzheng replied, Master Li, your words are too courteous. The 13th Elder abused his authority, and relying on his status as an Enforcement Elder, he dared to target you. Master Li, such a reckless and lawless scoundrel deserves to be executed as a warning to others. Furthermore, our Enforcement Hall should offer you compensation. I am willing to provide 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as an apology, hoping you can forgive the lax discipline of the Enforcement Hall. Upon finishing, Tianzheng painfully handed over a storage ring to Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng accepted the storage ring and replied, This is too much. After all, you have lost an Enforcement Elder. The 2 Vice Hall Masters must also be feeling quite distressed, am I correct? Naturally, Mu Yunhai and He who, being astute individuals, promptly each produced 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for Li Changfeng. There was no alternative. After all, they were facing the most formidable presence within the Kaoshan sect. The current Li Changfeng possessed an immense background. Those ancestors who seldom left their seclusion had high hopes for him, wishing to entrust the Kaoshan sect into his hands. The higher-ups of the sect were well aware that while one could provoke the sect leader, offending Li Changfeng was utterly forbidden. Li Changfeng's smile grew even brighter. Esteemed Hall Masters, having journeyed from afar, I possess nothing worthy to entertain you. Why not share a meal here together? The 3, unwilling to offend Li Changfeng, acquiesced. They then gathered around the dining table. Li Changfeng produced 4 spirit-replenishing pills, wearing a smile. Come, esteemed Hall Masters, do not be shy. If 1 pill is insufficient, I have more. With distinguished guests present, as the Master of Tianquan Peak, I must not be stingy. The 3 men twitched at the corners of their mouths. thinking how absurd it was to suggest that one might not be enough. Though each spirit-replenishing pill required 10 low-grade spirit stones, it bore no flavor whatsoever. Moreover, consuming one would allow one to forego sustenance for 10 days to half a month. Thus, their meal consisted solely of these pills. After consuming the spirit-replenishing pills, the three hurriedly departed. They had no desire to linger at Tianquan Peak, fearing they might lose control of their anger and offend Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng watched the three leave, murmuring, "Indeed, the experiences of my past life prove invaluable, even in this realm of cultivation. Cultivation is not merely about becoming an immortal. It is about understanding human relationships and social intricacies. Having a powerful backing is advantageous. Even the leaders of the enforcement hall will assist in eliminating an enforcement elder." Tianquan Peak was once again left to Li Changfeng alone, yet he had gained 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was time to renovate Tianquan Peak. Thus, Li Changfeng made his way to the outer sect's residence, hiring 3,000 servant disciples to undertake the transformation of Tianquan Peak. He offered a handsome reward. Upon the completion of the renovations and establishment of the courtyard, each would receive 2 low-grade spirit stones. It was worth noting that they previously toiled for a month, and after deducting daily expenses, they barely earned a single low-grade spirit stone. The servant disciples, invigorated, set about constructing the finest palace at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng worked alone to set up array formations, as this project was quite substantial. First, he aimed to create a spirit-gathering array that would envelop the entire Tianquan Peak. Additionally, protective arrays, attack arrays, and illusion arrays were also essential. With Li Changfeng's strength having experienced a tremendous boost, he was now but a half step away from the transformation realm. Therefore, the array formations must also be upgraded. The previous inferior formations would no longer suffice, as Tianquan Peak underwent a fervent transformation. Feng Wu on the second level of the Chaos Tower tirelessly cultivated within the tower's confines, with a flow rate 100 times that of the outside world. Coupled with Feng Wu's activation of the true phoenix body, her cultivation speed has accelerated exponentially, over 100-fold compared to before. In this realm, one day of training within the tower equates to an astonishing 10,000 days in the outside world. Such a magnitude of enhancement is enough to render anyone, even if they possessed negligible talent like Feng Wu, capable of rapid advancement, far surpassing the exceptional young talents of the Mount Support Sect. A faint crimson mist enveloped Feng Wu, gradually transforming into searing flames. Strangely, these flames inflicted no harm upon her, unlike when she awakened her true phoenix body, which had incinerated her garments entirely. The fiery phoenix mark upon her brow had begun to manifest during her cultivation. Additionally, with the gifted automatic cultivation system from Li Changfeng, along with her own diligent efforts, she has genuinely experienced the bliss of doubled joy. Suddenly, Feng Wu's aura surged dramatically, propelling her into the mid-stage of foundation establishment. It is worth noting that not even a single day has elapsed in the outside world. Such a pace of advancement can only be described as terrifying. After her breakthrough, Feng Wu did not rush to continue her training. Instead, with the automatic cultivation system in place, her power would continue to increase even in repose. Her immediate focus was to solidify her newfound realm, meticulously refining her current level. Li Changfeng had advised her that each stage must be thoroughly comprehended, establishing a foundation as solid as rock before pursuing further breakthroughs. Feng Wu absorbed his words, imprinting them deeply in her heart. She has charted a course for her cultivation journey. After honing her realm for 100 days, equivalent to just 1 day outside, she would then advance to the late stage of foundation establishment. This pace is already remarkably swift, and she could afford to wait that single day. The benefits would undoubtedly be immense, as her physical form would grow stronger, and the meridians within her would expand once more. At that time, the spiritual power she harbors would be several times greater than that of others at the same stage. As she continued to refine her realm and practice martial techniques to familiarize herself with her current level, the Fire Ancestor and Wood Ancestor returned after searching for the super genius, their expressions exceedingly grim. Chapter 15. Of course, it is to be seen with one's own eyes. At the Tianshu Peak, in the hall of the sect leader, both the Fire Ancestor and Wood Ancestor wore somber expressions, their murderous intent palpable. An immediate meeting of the intersect elders was convened. Soon, a high-level meeting of the Mount Support Sect would be held under the fury of the two ancestors. At Tianquan Peak, word was sent out as well. Li Changfeng, being not only an intersect elder but also the leader of a peak, could not be absent from such a high-level assembly. The informing disciple announced, "Peak Master Li, the Fire Ancestor and Wood Ancestor have returned and summoned all intersect elders and above for a meeting. This matter is of utmost urgency." and we implore Peak Master Li to set aside all affairs and hasten to the meeting hall at Tianshu Peak. Li Changfeng, unbeknownst to Wen, found himself holding 10 low-grade spirit stones. Grasping the informing disciple's hand, he spoke earnestly. Our Tianquan Peak is in dire need of restoration. I appreciate you coming to notify me. I wonder what has incited the anger of the Fire Ancestor and Wood Ancestor. Accepting the 10 low-grade spirit stones discreetly, the informing disciple's face beamed with delight. Peak Master Li, there is indeed a significant matter at hand. It seems that both ancestors have suffered injuries. They may have been bullied by others. Therefore, it would be best if you remain silent during the meeting, allowing others to take the heat. As for the details, I am not privy to them. Nodding, Li Changfeng acknowledged the importance of this intelligence. The ancestors could serve as a support, but they must not become the targets of vented wrath. The expenditure of those 10 low-grade spirit stones was worthwhile. Very well. I shall proceed to Tianshu Peak for the high-level meeting. Please feel free to visit Tianquan Peak more often, once our renovations are complete. I shall treat you well. The informing disciple departed with a radiant smile, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Peak Master Li. I shall take my leave. Watching the disciple leave, Li Changfeng resolved to remain as silent as a mute during the meeting. Let the ancestors' fury be directed towards other elders or peak masters. With a profound understanding of human relations, Li Changfeng successfully gleaned this crucial information for the price of 10 low-grade spirit stones. A worthy exchange. Upon his arrival at the meeting hall, Li Changfeng was the first to arrive. Once there, he adopted a posture of observation, allowing his gaze to drift inward, disregarding everything else. Normally quite ostentatious, this time he adopted a remarkably low profile. The Fire Ancestor and Wood Ancestor occupied the principal seats, relegating even the sect leader and the Grand Elders to secondary positions. The Fire Ancestor, known for his fiery temper, was the first to speak. I trust you are all aware that a super genius has emerged in the southern region. Initially, Wood Ancestor and I intended to recruit this talent into the Mount Support Sect. However, to our dismay, those scoundrels from another sect dispatched several ancestors. After several fierce battles, Wood Ancestor and I were unable to prevail, but we did manage to ally with several old-timers, resulting in a stalemate. We have now devised a plan. No ancestral-level beings will participate in this matter. Whether the Mount Support Sect can recruit this super genius now rests upon your shoulders. Wood Ancestor solemnly added. Fire Ancestor speaks truthfully. We have concluded negotiations. Whether we can bring this super genius into our fold entirely depends on you. This time, our Mount Support Sect shall not remain in the shadows, as we must secure this super genius at all costs. The first Grand Elder immediately responded, rest assured. Fire Ancestor and Wood Ancestor, we shall exert every effort, even against the Haotian sect, and will not retreat. The sect leader concurred, indeed. The principle of the Mount Support Sect has always been one of survival. However, this time we must display some strength. Although we are satisfied with our position among the 9 major sects, should we reveal our capabilities, we could at least improve our ranking by 1 or 2 spots. Yet, as the Fire Ancestor and Wood Ancestor listened, their expressions darkened further, teetering on the brink of explosion. The Grand Elders and the sect leader may have spoken soundly, for the super genius was indeed coveted by both Wood Ancestor and Fire Ancestor. However, upon venturing forth, they discovered that obtaining the super genius openly was nearly impossible. Despite outwardly appearing to reach a consensus, if any sect were to successfully recruit the super genius, it might herald the onset of disaster. For all the sect's ancestors believe that this super genius could transcend to immortality in the future. The continent has not seen anyone ascend to immortality in nearly 10,000 years. Should any sect succeed, it would alter the very landscape of the continent. The current balance would be irrevocably shattered. Thus, while the super genius is desired, it must be acquired discreetly. If others were to discover that your sect has offended him, the consequences would be dire. Not only would your formidable enemies unite against you, but even allied sects might resort to underhanded tactics. Crash! The Fire Ancestor slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the meeting table into splinters. Foolish beings! Do you think this super genius is ours to possess? Not only can we, the Mount Support Sect, not guarantee it, but even the Haotian sect, ranked first among the 9 great sects, may not be able to keep him secure. This genius is both an opportunity and a tremendous threat. To acquire him, we must act in secrecy. Should any sect manage to secure him and others learn of it, thus, this sect is on the verge of annihilation. The Wood Ancestor lamented with a heavy heart. The Fire Ancestor is correct. What exactly resides within your minds? You fail to comprehend such superficial reasoning. One must truly wonder how you ascended to the ranks of elders, how you became the Supreme Elder and the Sect Master. It seems there are no more suitable candidates. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider replacing all of you. The Sect Master, the Supreme Elder, and the other elders all bowed their heads in shame. Previously filled with fervor, they now resembled defeated roosters. Li Changfeng secretly chuckled. Fortunately, he had refrained from speaking, or he too would have been subject to such reprimands. However, had he spoken, he would have suggested abstaining from involvement or discreetly seeking assistance. Although he was unaware of the nature of the super prodigy emerging from the southern regions, Li Changfeng was well versed in the art of survival. The Reliant Mountain Sect, despite its strength as one of the 9 great sects, held the lowly 9th position. The entire sect concealed its true abilities, with even those ancestors who had not perished claiming to be deceased. Thus, there should be a chance to rank among the top 3. Yet, even if the Reliant Mountain Sect were formidable, Li Changfeng believed one should not casually reveal their cards. The world of cultivation was perilous, and only by treading carefully could one cultivate in a discreet manner. When the day of revelation arrived, even the Haotian sect could be vanquished. Until such power was attained, the prudent path was to endure. However, as fate would have it, the very fears one harbors often manifest. Seeing everyone with bowed heads, the Wood Ancestor's gaze unexpectedly fell upon Li Changfeng. The Fire Ancestor's expression softened somewhat, and he spoke calmly. Changfeng, you are our Reliant Mountain Sect's most prodigious talent in cultivation. In merely a decade, you have ascended to the rank of Elder. I wonder, what is your perspective on the emergence of this super prodigy in the south? Li Changfeng, who had been chuckling quietly, was suddenly called upon and, without a moment's thought, replied, what else could it be but to observe with my eyes? Chapter 16, You are unusual, truly bold. The senior members of the Reliant Mountain Sect regarded Li Changfeng as their most valiant warrior. The assembly fell silent, yet Li Changfeng exhibited no restraint, leaving everyone utterly perplexed. Did he not fear the ancestor's wrath, that he might be struck down with a mere gesture? The Fire Ancestor's face registered astonishment. The explosive fury he had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, he regarded Li Changfeng with contemplation, saying, continue, elaborate on your perspective, how you perceive it through your eyes. Changfeng, you know we hold you in high regard. We envision you taking the helm of the Reliant Mountain Sect in the future, so feel free to express your thoughts candidly. What? This preferential treatment seemed utterly absurd. Had any of the others spoken thusly, retorting the Fire Ancestor's words, they would undoubtedly have been struck away by his hand. Yet, after Li Changfeng's declaration, nothing of the sort occurred. Could it be that Li Changfeng's true identity was that of a secret progeny of some esteemed ancestor? The Wood Ancestor, too, regarded Li Changfeng with a benevolent smile, saying, Changfeng, your talent is formidable, though perhaps not on par with that super prodigy from the south. However, it is likely that such a prodigy will not be within our grasp, making your reliability far more preferable. Such super prodigies either get secretly accepted by the top 3 sects among the 9 great sects or vanish without a trace. Hence, for our Reliant Mountain Sect, it bears little consequence. With your talent, you similarly possess the opportunity to shatter the curse of a millennium without a true cultivator. Talent is one facet, but intellect is equally vital. With you at our side, the Reliant Mountain Sect shall thrive. Oh my, such praise is somewhat overwhelming. The sect master, the Supreme Elder, and the other elders all fixated on him. The Wood Ancestor seemed intent on placing him on the hot seat, aiming to make him a target of scorn among the higher echelons of the Reliant Mountain Sect. Li Changfeng replied, esteemed ancestors, you overrate me. I am merely a minor elder of the Reliant Mountain Sect, barely over 30 years of age. My talent is quite average. However, I have recently taken on a disciple, whose aptitude is notably impressive. I believe she will surprise the ancestors at the upcoming 7 Peaks Martial Assembly. Oh, upon hearing this, the Wood Ancestor and the Fire Ancestor displayed interest. A disciple worthy of Li Changfeng's commendation must possess extraordinary talent. The Fire Ancestor inquired, Changfeng, what realm is your disciple currently in? Li Changfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. He had successfully diverted the conversation away from himself. Fire Ancestor, my disciple is currently at a commendable level, suitable for an intersect disciple. Moreover, I have only taken her under my wing in the past few days. With over 20 days remaining until the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly, her cultivation should reach even greater heights. Therefore, I must keep some suspense. Good. As long as you have confidence, that's what matters. Since you are already the master of one of the 7 peaks, focus on developing your Tianquan Peak. Should you restore its former glory, it would be a significant enhancement for the entire Reliant Mountain Sect. Now, listen carefully to what I say. Dispatch at least 1 Supreme Elder and 2 Intersect Elders to the south to seek out this super prodigy. If fortune smiles upon us, and they are found, bring them back discreetly. No fanfare should accompany their return. Should they remain elusive, we must be vigilant in observing which sect might discover them. When that time comes, we can disseminate the news, but whether we can secure them will depend on the strength of the sect that takes them in. As the fire ancestor spoke, Li Changfeng's aura suddenly surged, nearly shattering the bottleneck of his current stage in the transformation of divinity. While he did not directly step into the realm of transformation, he was now merely a thin veil away from it. One poke would suffice to break through. The fire ancestor and the wood ancestor turned to look at Li Changfeng. His aura seemed to far exceed that of a peak nascent soul. How was this possible? Li Changfeng wore a sheepish grin as he quickly concealed his aura. Yet, he was still sensed by the two ancestors, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. There was no way around it. The two ancestors were far too powerful for him to conceal his true cultivation. The two ancestors exchanged glances but refrained from vocalizing their thoughts publicly. Since Li Changfeng wished to remain low-key, they would not expose him. Such discretion was a tradition of the Reliant Mountain sect. One's true capabilities must remain concealed. The foundation of the sect should not be jeopardized. The wood ancestor smiled slightly, saying, Changfeng, both the fire ancestor and I would like to visit your Tianquan peak. Let us proceed together. Today's meeting has come to a close. Farewell, ancestors. Li Changfeng sighed, knowing he had no choice but to comply. He understood their intentions. They undoubtedly sought to inquire about his situation. After the three departed, they arrived directly at Tianquan Peak. The fire ancestor got straight to the point, Changfeng. There are no others here, only myself and the wood ancestor. You need not hold back any longer. Tell us, what realm do you currently occupy? Earlier, your aura surged suddenly. Although you concealed it swiftly, both the wood ancestor and I sensed it. You have not only entered the nascent soul realm, but are nearing the transformation of divinity, are you not? The wood ancestor remarked, Prodigy, you truly are a super prodigy. I now harbor doubts as to whether that super prodigy from the south can compare to you. Now, reveal your true realm to us. We shall not disclose it to anyone. Li Changfeng whispered, esteemed ancestors. Would you believe me if I claimed to be merely at the peak of the early golden core stage? Hee. The fire ancestor and the wood ancestor exchanged knowing glances. It was impossible for Li Changfeng to deceive them. With no other option, Li Changfeng reluctantly revealed his cultivation level. The prowess of the half-step transformation realm was manifestly evident, even comparable to that of the initial transformation realm. Such formidable strength exhibited by Li Changfeng truly left the two venerable ancestors astounded. The fire ancestor couldn't help but exclaim, By the heavens, Changfeng, how on earth have you cultivated to this level? I spent over 5 centuries to reach the transformation realm. Yet you've only been on the mountain for a mere decade, and you're already on the brink of achieving transformation realm? The wood ancestor, equally astonished, remarked, Incredible. Could it be that you possess a body of the Tao, inherently attuned to the Great Way, making cultivation as effortless as eating or drinking? This rate of advancement is unprecedented, not just in the Kaoshan Sect, but even the founders of the Ye Jian Sect could not achieve such feats. You are astonishingly powerful. It seems our predictions were correct. You truly have the potential to become the first ascendant cultivator in 10,000 years. As for us mere mortals, we cannot hope to reach such heights, but you undoubtedly can. After a moment's contemplation, Li Changfeng summoned Fengwu directly from the Chaos Time Tower. In the blink of an eye, Fengwu found herself within her quaint wooden cabin. He preferred not to be perceived as a monster. It was better for his disciple to take the lead. As Fengwu stood puzzled, Li Changfeng's voice resonated in her mind. Fengwu, the two venerable ancestors wish to meet you. Come quickly. Emerging from her cabin, Fengwu revealed that her cultivation had remarkably ascended to the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Despite her attempts to suppress it, the stability of her realm had reached a point where further reinforcement was impossible, leading to a slight breakthrough. Li Changfeng introduced her, esteemed ancestors, this is my disciple, Fengwu. She possesses an extraordinary talent for cultivation, far surpassing my own. Previously, she was merely a servant disciple. It was only after my arrival at Tianquan Peak that I accepted her as my apprentice. Now, she has attained the peak of mid-foundation establishment. Quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree? The fire ancestor exclaimed, By the heavens. The wood ancestor echoed, indeed, 2 exclamations of astonishment. Then the two ancestors spoke in unison, Changfeng. Something is amiss. Li Changfeng and Fengwu exchanged bewildered glances. Have you received enlightenment? No. Have you dual cultivated? No. Has an ancient monster possessed you? No. The wood ancestor and the fire ancestor took turns questioning, nearly shattering Li Changfeng's composure. What were these two venerable ancestors talking about? It was evidently Fengwu's own hard work that had allowed her to leap from the first qi refining stage to the peak of mid-foundation establishment in just a few days. It was as if they were insinuating that he was some sort of lecherous master taking advantage of his female disciple. Without further ado, the two ancestors began to sense her aura. After exchanging glances, they fell silent. Li Changfeng remarked, Esteemed ancestors, you have both lived for thousands of years. Could you not be so overly dramatic? Is it not merely a gifted disciple? Surely, the Kaoshan Sect has produced such talents before? The fire ancestor retorted with a frown. Do not say that the Kaoshan Sect has never seen such a prodigy. Even the Haotian sect has not. In fact, there is no such absurd genius anywhere on the continent. Given that Tianquan Peak is situated in the southern part of the Kaoshan Sect, could it be that this super prodigy is indeed her? The wood ancestor agreed. I share your sentiments. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Does this girl possess a special constitution, potentially linked to the fire attribute? He turned to Li Changfeng. You are merely at the nascent soul stage. You cannot possibly manage such a remarkable disciple. Why not allow her to become my apprentice? I guarantee she will surpass you. Li Changfeng remained unperturbed, gazing at Feng Wu. Feng Wu. These are the two venerable ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect, their powers among the mightiest. The wood ancestor wishes to take you as his disciple. The decision lies with you. I will not impose upon you. Reflect carefully before making your choice. The fire ancestor interjected urgently. Old wood, do you speak in a manner befitting a human? Changfeng is the foremost genius of the Kaoshan Sect, a once-in-a-millennium cultivation prodigy. Now that he has finally accepted a disciple, you wish to pluck the fruit for yourself? Have some dignity. Little girl, do not listen to this old man. You are of the fire attribute, and he cannot teach you anything. I, on the other hand, am the fire ancestor, also practicing the path of fire, and I am undoubtedly capable of being your master. Li Changfeng's lips twitched, but he remained silent. Feng Wu was profoundly shaken. She had not anticipated that the ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect would take notice of her talent. However, without a master, she would still be just a servant disciple. Moreover, Master Li Changfeng had even bestowed upon her a divine artifact, awakening her true phoenix body. Feng Wu would gladly declare Li Changfeng as the most perfect master in the world. Not even if a celestial being descended from the heavens or the founder of the Kaoshan Sect sought to take her as a disciple, would she acquiesce. With utmost respect, Feng Wu bowed to the wood and fire ancestors. Esteemed ancestors, you are indeed significant figures in the Kaoshan Sect. Yet, I was merely a servant disciple, and it is Master who has granted me this day. Therefore, while I appreciate your good intentions, I must respectfully decline. Thus, she firmly refused. The audacity of this young girl to decline the invitations from both venerable ancestors was astonishing. If it had been Li Changfeng refusing, one could understand the reluctance to part with such a prodigious disciple. Yet, Li Changfeng had allowed Feng Wu to make her own choice, and still, she resolutely declined. The ancestors found themselves in a rather uncomfortable position. Could it be that she did not comprehend their esteemed status? The fire ancestor addressed her. Child, your name is Feng Wu, is it not? I am the most powerful practitioner of the fire attribute within the Kaoshan Sect, with the deepest understanding of the path of fire. By becoming my disciple, you not only gain my teachings, but also elevate your status to that of a peak master. Even the peak masters and sect leader would regard you as their junior. You could say that you would be able to move freely within the Kaoshan Sect, doing as you please, with me as your backing. Nothing could harm you. The wood ancestor added, Feng Wu, though the fire ancestor has profound mastery of fire techniques, I contend that this is not the most crucial aspect. Your talent is exceptional, and the wood attribute techniques I practice can enhance your attacks. The principle of wood nurturing fire is one I believe you can comprehend without further elaboration. Therefore, it would be more advantageous for you to be my disciple, as you would have the opportunity to become the strongest on the continent. Whereas, by becoming the fire ancestor's disciple, you would merely become a second version of him. The fire ancestor growled, Old wood, do you wish to fight? The wood ancestor retorted coldly, Are you implying that I fear you, fire ancestor? As the two venerable ancestors prepared to clash, Li Changfeng felt a headache coming on. If they were to engage in battle atop Tianquan Peak, it could spell disaster. Having painstakingly acquired 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, he intended to renovate Tianquan Peak. And he could not allow the two ancestors to wreak havoc. Li Changfeng interjected, Esteemed ancestors, Feng Wu has not been exposed to the world, and thus does not fully grasp your formidable powers. I have also provided her with some valuable items. She is a loyal disciple who values her connections. Therefore, you cannot merely speak of your intentions without offering any benefits, thinking to snatch my disciple away. Given the esteemed status of the two ancestors, it was evident that ordinary gifts would not serve as appropriate tokens of goodwill. For, with Feng Wu's talent, commonplace offerings would hold little value for her. The wood ancestor and the fire ancestor concurred that Li Changfeng's reasoning was indeed sound. A token of greeting was undoubtedly necessary. As for the nature of the gift, it would depend upon their goodwill. Without hesitation, the fire ancestor produced a vibrant red crystal and presented it to Feng Wu. With a proud demeanor, he declared, This is a Millennium Fire Crystal, a gift for you, my dear Feng Wu. It will facilitate your cultivation of fire attribute techniques, yielding remarkable results with minimal effort. Consequently, your ascension will be expedited. He continued, I have already examined your physique and found your foundation to be exceptionally solid, even more so than the old ancestors during his foundation establishment phase. Thus, not only do you possess talent, but you also do not solely focus on enhancing your strength. This is commendable, for cultivation is not solely about realm. One's character is equally significant. Feng Wu glanced at Li Changfeng, hesitating to accept such a precious greeting gift. Li Changfeng urged, one must not decline the offerings of elders, accept it. He added, this is merely a token of greeting, not a master-disciple gift. Upon seeing Li Changfeng wink at her, Feng Wu immediately accepted the Millennium Fire Crystal with a beaming smile. The wood ancestor, unwilling to be outdone, revealed a blood-red twig. This is from a Millennium Dragon's blood tree, which aids practitioners in cleansing their meridians and expanding their energy channels. Its worth surpasses that of the Millennium Fire Crystal. I acquired it for 500,000 low-grade spirit stones at an auction. Feng Wu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ancestors, for your generous gifts. After her thanks, there was a moment of silence. The two ancestors awaited Feng Wu's deliberation, only to suddenly turn their gaze towards Li Changfeng, their expressions darkening. They recalled his words. This was a greeting gift, not a master-disciple offering. Presenting such precious treasures as merely a greeting would imply that the master-disciple gift must be even more extravagant. Was this lad attempting to drain them of their resources? Li Changfeng, however, remained unfazed by their grim countenances, calmly stating, good fortune should come in pairs. If the two esteemed ancestors only bestow a single greeting gift, it would not reflect well if that were to circulate. The ancestors' faces soured further. Did Li Changfeng intend to disregard them entirely? Chapter 18, Because My Master is Beautiful. The combined worth of the Millennium Fire Crystal and the Millennium Dragon's Blood Tree approached 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Yet, Li Changfeng appeared dissatisfied, seemingly intent on extracting every possible advantage from them. Was it reasonable for a person to behave in such a manner? Feng Wu wore a conflicted expression, aware that opportunities like this were rare. Thus, she decided to collaborate with Li Changfeng. Esteemed ancestors, my master truly treats me exceptionally well. He has bestowed upon me numerous valuable items. If I were to repudiate his kindness, I would become a most ungrateful wretch. Therefore, I cannot allow my master's efforts to go to waste, nor can I allow the treasures he has given me to be squandered on a thankless recipient. I sincerely apologize. Though I am quite tempted by the prospect of becoming your disciple, I cannot do such a thing. Li Changfeng sought benefits. While Feng Wu was a person of deep loyalty, the two ancestors were reluctant to give up so easily. Feng Wu's extraordinary talent was a rarity they had never encountered before, even surpassing that of Li Changfeng. After a moment of contemplation, they resolved to proceed. The wood ancestor produced yet another item, resembling a human heart. However, this peculiar heart radiated a verdant glow, exuding an abundance of vitality. The fire ancestor, astonished, exclaimed, "What the hell? Old man Mu, you are too extravagant. This is the heart of a 10,000-year-old tree, which when carried for an extended period can extend one's life by a millennium. Such a treasure is worth over 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 3 million low-grade spirit stones. You present this as a greeting gift? Are you out of your mind?" The wood ancestor smiled gently. Though the heart of the 10,000-year-old tree is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to the worth of this girl, Feng Wu. If she is willing to take me as her master, what is the harm in offering such a gift? He challenged. Do you truly believe that Feng Wu lacks the qualifications for me to bestow this upon her? Li Changfeng interjected. This is a rare and invaluable treasure, one that is hard to come by. Feng Wu, you must quickly accept the greeting gift from the wood ancestor. It will benefit your longevity and your cultivation immensely. Moreover, it can be combined with the previous two treasures to alleviate the pain of cleansing your meridians. With a radiant smile, Feng Wu accepted the heart of the 10,000-year-old tree. Thank you, wood ancestor, for your generous gift. You truly are wonderful. I had always thought that ancestors were the kind of beings whose mere gaze would render one speechless, perpetually stern and aloof. I now realize that ancestors are actually quite kind. Thank you. The wood ancestor beamed with delight, preparing to invite Feng Wu to become his disciple when the fire ancestor revealed yet another item. In his hand was a fire-red orb, which upon appearing caused the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically. Upon seeing the fiery orb, the wood ancestor's smile froze. Fire ancestor, are you out of your mind? You dare present this? This is the inner core of a fire dragon cultivated over a millennium. Not only would it enable someone of Feng Wu's extraordinary talent to soar, but even an ordinary fire attribute practitioner could solidly advance to the transformation realm after refining it. This cannot merely be measured by value. I am tempted to give you a beating for your lack of decorum. I always believed you had refined this treasure, yet you have preserved it all this time? The fire ancestor, initially pained by the thought of parting with such a treasure, suddenly felt triumphant seeing the Wood ancestor's dismay in his eyes. If he could secure Feng Wu as a disciple, it would be worth any sacrifice. Li Changfeng's eyes glimmered with excitement. After all, he possessed the phoenix body. This fire dragon's inner core would undoubtedly provide him with significant enhancement. It was conservatively estimated that if he refined it, he could confidently advance to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, with a chance to step into the integration realm. It was worth noting that even among the ancestors, those at the integration realm were exceedingly rare, particularly during tribulations. Take the Wood ancestor and Fire ancestor before him as examples. Neither had likely surpassed the integration realm to reach a higher state. The integration realm was the pinnacle of power on the continent, with few existing beyond it. Each one was a significant figure, often in seclusion. Unless their sect faced annihilation, they would never emerge from their retreats. For those who had reached this realm, their lifespans were waning, yet they were unable to progress further to transcendence. Li Changfeng swiftly retrieved the fire dragon's inner core from the fire ancestor's reluctant grasp. Feng Wu, do not forget to express your gratitude to the fire ancestor. With this treasure, when the Seven Peaks Martial Conference arrives, Tianquan Peak will surely shine brightly. He turned to the two ancestors. We have accepted these generous tokens of greeting. Should you not be on your way? I understand that esteemed ancestors must often retreat, as prolonged exposure to the outside world may disrupt your focus. Each of you has a limited lifespan, and therefore, our mount-relying sect requires more talents and powerful individuals to uphold our legacy. I shall not see you off further. Feng Wu, come with me. The fire ancestor, suddenly agitated, called out, wait, Changfeng, we have given a greeting gift to Feng Wu. Should she not become your disciple? Where are you taking her? Li Changfeng responded, puzzled. Fire ancestor, have you misunderstood something? This is merely a greeting gift, not a master-disciple offering. Furthermore, it must be noted that Feng Wu had previously expressed her stance, firmly rejecting the two ancestral figures. Since the ancestors remain undeterred, they have chosen to inquire once more. Should Feng Wu be inclined to accompany one of the two ancestors in her cultivation, it would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity for her. The Wood ancestor remarked, very well. The initial gift has already been presented. If you, young Feng Wu, choose to take me as your master, I shall bestow upon you an even greater token of apprenticeship. Following that scoundrel Changfeng will not yield you significant growth and strength. With an ancestor like me safeguarding you, your journey will be far more expansive. The fire ancestor interjected, nonsense. It is with me that you would truly flourish. Old Wood, seek out disciples of the Wood attribute. And do not contend with me over this fire attribute girl, Feng Wu. Know your boundaries. The Wood ancestor merely chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Both ancestors fixed their gaze upon Feng Wu, eagerly awaiting her response. With a sigh, Feng Wu declared, esteemed ancestors, I do not wish to be considered ungrateful. I shall forever cherish your generous gifts. However, I have but one master, and that is Li Changfeng. Without him, there would be no Feng Wu as you see today. I hope you can understand. Disheartened, the two ancestors found themselves utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that even after offering treasures worth several million low-grade spirit stones, they would still be unable to secure Feng Wu as their disciple. Reluctantly, the fire ancestor and Wood ancestor in unison queried, Feng Wu, what is the reason behind your refusal to accept us as your masters? Contemplating for a moment, Feng Wu turned to Li Changfeng and smiled, because my master is more handsome. Chapter 19, Descent from the Mountain. Upon hearing Feng Wu's response, the expressions of the fire ancestor and Wood ancestor became rigid. After appraising Li Changfeng for a moment, they were compelled to concede that they could not compare to him. Even in their youth, their appearances paled in comparison to his. The fire ancestor, still eager to persuade, spoke up, Feng Wu, the path of cultivation is not simply about looks. It is a powerful master that can guide you further along your journey. Even I, as an ancestor, would consider you my heir should you choose to become my disciple. Everything I possess would then be yours. The Wood ancestor chimed in. I concur with the fire ancestor. As long as you follow me, no one at the Kaoshan Sect would dare to bully you. In fact, you might even have the chance to become the sect's leader in the future. What do you say? Would you consider becoming my disciple? Feng Wu shook her head. Esteemed ancestors, I appreciate your kindness. I firmly believe that by following my master, I too will become formidable. Moreover, my master is quite powerful and will soon catch up to both of you. Sighing, the fire ancestor and Wood ancestor realized that pressuring her would be futile. Yet, a thought began to take root in their minds. Could Feng Wu be the super prodigy they had been seeking in the southern regions? After all, the Tianquan Peak is situated in the southern part of the Kaoshan Sect. If that were the case, they must ensure her protection. Should other sects learn of her existence, they would undoubtedly seek to extinguish her before she could flourish. The fire ancestor declared, since Feng Wu is unwilling to take me as her master, I shall take my leave. Changfeng has spoken wisely. We old fellows should not linger in the outside world for too long. Compared to old wood, my lifespan is rather limited. I have merely a century left, a result of consuming various longevity herbs. Even treasures as rare as the heart of the 10,000-year tree hold no efficacy for me anymore. The wood ancestor smiled lightly. A century is still a significant time. Why are you being so sentimental, fire ancestor? Should you advance your strength further, you could gain another millennium of life. Return and meditate diligently. I will keep a close watch over the Kaoshan Sect. There will be no issues. Very well, the fire ancestor nodded. Despite their frequent disputes, their bond was profound, allowing them to entrust their backs to one another as true friends. As the fire ancestor and wood ancestor departed, Li Changfeng spoke. Feng Wu, you are now at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage. I believe you possess sufficient strength to avenge your parents. Rather than wait for an auspicious day, shall we descend the mountain today, and you can personally take revenge for your parents? Upon hearing her master speak of her parents' vengeance, the smile on Feng Wu's face faded, replaced by a fierce fire in her beautiful eyes that seemed to burn with hatred. She nodded solemnly. Very well, I shall follow my master's plan. Today, we will descend the mountain to avenge my parents. Indeed, Feng Wu carried the heavy burden of her parents' murder, which could hinder her ascent to higher realms. It was likely to become her inner demon, potentially causing unforeseen complications in the future. To Li Changfeng, Feng Wu was a precious gem. Her cultivation advancements would yield him a hundredfold return. Given her current low realm, he feared that had she been at a higher level, he might have already reached the transformation stage or even the integration stage. Should he truly attain the integration stage, he could stand as a pillar and safeguard for the Kaoshan Sect, just like the ancestors. Suddenly, a blue flying sword appeared, suspended in midair. Feng Wu, I currently have no second flying sword. Upon our return, I shall find you a suitable one. For now, let me guide you in flight as we return. After we settle your vendetta, you shall diligently cultivate under my guidance on Tianquan Peak, striving to become the first immortal in this continent over the millennia. Feng Wu replied, Master, I will strive diligently. However, I do not wish to be the first. I prefer to be the second. For I believe my master can also become an immortal. And even before me. Have I inadvertently revealed something? Feng Wu's conviction that she would be the first to achieve immortality seemed rather implausible. Li Changfeng asked, Feng Wu, why do you think this way? Feng Wu responded, My master is not as simple as he appears. He possesses artifacts that the entire continent lacks. And he has even bestowed one upon me. Thus, I suspect that your true identity is that of a terrifyingly powerful being reincarnated. Am I correct? Li Changfeng exhaled deeply, fearing that his disciple had seen through him. After listening to Feng Wu's speculation, he merely smiled faintly, offering no response. Standing upon the flying sword, Li Changfeng addressed her. Feng Wu, come aboard. This is your first flight, so pay close attention. The speed will be quite swift. If you fear falling, grasp my clothing tightly. Feng Wu nodded, and then leaped onto the flying sword. Due to inertia, she found herself pressed against Li Changfeng's back. The soft sensation nearly unsettled him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his wandering thoughts. Feng Wu, point in a direction, and I shall take you back. This journey is to resolve your parents' blood feud. Thus, whatever you feel is necessary to completely let go of it, do it without reservation. Follow your heart. Understood. Feng Wu responded with a graceful gesture, indicating a direction and revealing that the place was called Yangfeng City. She had suppressed her emotions for far too long, believing that once she joined the Reliant Mountain Sect, vengeance would soon be hers. However, her innate talent relegated her to the status of a mere servant disciple, rendering her incapable of seeking revenge. Yet now, everything had changed. She had encountered Li Changfeng, who profoundly altered the course of her life. In the span of just a few days, she had ascended from the first layer of Qi training to the pinnacle of the mid-building foundation stage. With her current prowess, avenging her parents no longer seemed an insurmountable task. Visions of her father's skull being shattered by the city lord flooded her mind, blood spilling profusely, leaving no trace of his remains. Her mother, stripped of dignity by the young lord, had succumbed to despair and taken her own life. Despite such horrors, they had managed to conceal their whereabouts remarkably well. Lost in her thoughts, Feng Wu clenched her delicate hands tightly, her nails digging painfully into her palms. Yet she remained utterly oblivious to the physical pain, her eyes aflame with hatred. Suddenly, Li Changfeng spoke. Feng Wu, hold on tight. The speed of the flying sword surged suddenly, akin to a rocket. Startled, Feng Wu nearly lost her grip. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Li Changfeng, pressing herself against him. In that instant, Li Changfeng, who had never experienced such intimate contact with a girl in either life, felt an unfamiliar emotion stirring within him. Chapter 20. Today, we uphold justice and address grievances. Was Feng Wu beautiful? Undeniably, she was extraordinarily stunning, a veritable beauty. Not only was her visage exquisite, but her figure was also remarkably appealing. Now, this surpassingly beautiful woman, far beyond any star of his previous life, was clinging to him. Who could withstand such a temptation? Li Changfeng repeatedly stifled the tumult of emotions within him, yet he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his wandering thoughts. Feng Wu, you need not hold on so tightly. You should gradually acclimate to standing on the flying sword and soaring through the air. Once you have avenged your grievances, I shall procure a suitable flying sword for you, he advised. Rather than loosening her grip, Feng Wu tightened her embrace, her eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. Clearly, fear was only one reason. Her true intention was to avoid letting go of Li Changfeng, especially upon hearing his promise of a flying sword, which implied that their current shared experience might be a fleeting one. Such a rare opportunity was not something Feng Wu wished to squander. The kindness Li Changfeng had shown her, she feared, was a debt she could never repay in 10 lifetimes. Thus, her earlier declarations were not mere words. She genuinely desired to repay him with her devotion. Perhaps initially, it had been mere gratitude, but through their brief interactions, Li Changfeng's meticulous care had fostered within her a burgeoning affection. Master, there is no need to rush. I am content flying under your guidance. If there are spirit stones to spare, they should be invested in restoring Tianshu Peak. Among the 7 peaks, Tianshu Peak is in a deplorable state. Since you are the master of Tianshu Peak and I am your disciple, I cannot bear to see it remain in such disrepair. Li Changfeng replied. A flying sword costs little. Besides, who says I must spend spirit stones? When I procure items at the Reliant Mountain Sect, they typically do not charge me. They compete to offer me gifts. He added, you will come to understand the esteemed position I hold at the Reliant Mountain Sect. Feng Wu smiled. Choosing not to respond further, she pressed her face against Li Changfeng's back, savoring his warmth. The wind howled past her ears, and in that moment, her heart felt profoundly tranquil. She wondered if she would ever have such an opportunity again, and thus cherished this moment deeply. Seeing that Feng Wu had no intention of loosening her grip, instead pressing her face against his back, Li Changfeng realized that his previous remarks had been in vain. However, he chose not to say anything further, perhaps due to the peculiar emotions racing within him, causing his heart to quicken. Ultimately, Li Changfeng slowed the speed of the sword. No longer soaring as swiftly as before, he rationalized that he was merely being considerate of Feng Wu, who was flying for the first time, fearing she might feel dizzy. And it had nothing to do with enjoying the embrace of a beautiful disciple. Suddenly, Feng Wu spoke up. Master, why are you so kind to me? You are willing to provide me with a divine weapon and have aided me in awakening my true phoenix form. Though the 2 ancestors are also kind, they cannot compare to you. Li Changfeng answered softly. Perhaps it is because you are exceptionally beautiful, meeting my criteria for taking in disciples. Now that you are my disciple, as your master, who else could I treat with such kindness if not you? Feng Wu's smile brightened further, especially at Li Changfeng's compliment about her beauty, which filled her heart with joy. As the distance to Yangfeng City diminished, they should arrive within a tea time at their current speed. This was still with Li Changfeng having slowed down. At his previous pace, they could have reached Yangfeng City in less than half the time. Given that the distance from the Reliant Mountain Sect to Yangfeng City was merely a few hundred miles in a straight line. However, as they approached within 30 miles of Yangfeng City, shouts and cries of battle erupted from the forest. Capture that little lady. All brothers will share in the spoils today. Little lady, there's no escape for you. Prepare to be claimed by my brothers. How dare you disrespect the young lord? To be favored by him is your fortune, yet you flee from the Qingyi sect. Now, you cannot escape. The girl's voice, filled with fury, followed. I was mistaken about the Qingyi sect, thinking that entering the immortal gate would elevate me beyond the mundane. Who knew you would be filled with beasts? Impudent. The 5 men clad in green, incensed by her words, surrounded her. Though their cultivation was not formidable, merely in the Qi training stage, the girl was even weaker, having not yet reached that level. The leading man in green sneered, surrender and cease your resistance. You cannot escape. Moreover, your brother is already in our grasp. The young lord awaits your return. Once he is satisfied, you shall be delivered to us. At that time, you will yearn for it. Scoundrels! Despair colored the girl's face as she brandished a dagger in her hand. Yet she knew that even with the dagger, she could not harm these disciples of the Qingyi sect. The disparity in strength was too great, while the Qingyi sect was not an overwhelmingly powerful sect. She was merely a mortal. She pressed the dagger against her neck, her voice steady. Do not come any closer. Should you force me, you will only receive a corpse. The 5 men halted, brows furrowed. But soon, the leading man with a mischievous grin spoke. Suicide? Have you considered your brother? He is your only kin in this world. If you do not return alive, the young lord's methods will render your brother's life worse than death. I advise you not to act recklessly. The consequences will be dire. Furthermore, given your beauty, even if you were to take your own life, the young master would still seize the opportunity to indulge himself. Ha ha ha. The world is rife with injustices, and Li Changfeng initially had no intention of intervening. However, upon hearing the words of the disciple from the Qingyi sect, he, who had already soared above them, turned back. Feng Wu, lacking in strength, naturally heard nothing in the vast expanse of sky. Seeing Li Changfeng reverse his course, a look of confusion crossed her face. Master, what is the matter? Li Changfeng's expression was grim as he replied, Today, I have encountered an injustice. By the founding principles of our Kaoshan sect, I should not concern myself with such trivial matters. Yet, the shamelessness of those men below has crossed my threshold. Now, Master shall take charge of this injustice. I shall follow your lead, Master. Since you have decided to act, we shall act. Very well. Li Changfeng and Feng Wu descended towards the forest, appearing mere meters above the woman. Meanwhile, the 5 disciples of the Qingyi sect were less than 3 zhang away from her. Chapter 21. Are the women in this world truly this mad? The Qingyi sect. From the dialogue among the 5 disciples, Li Changfeng discerned that it was a den of iniquity. While one cannot condemn an entire sect for the actions of a few, they were indeed acting under the orders of the young master, intent on coercing and violating the girl. If the young master of a sect embodied such depravity, how virtuous could the Qingyi sect as a whole be? The leading disciple of the Qingyi sect, Lin Yanran, sneered, It is not us who speak ill of you. You could bask in the young master's favor, yet you foolishly choose to resist. Now look where that has led you. Not only can you not escape, but you shall be subjected to a queue. And your brother, Lin Fan, will also meet his demise because of you. How selfish and irredeemable you are. Lin Yanran retorted. No, I did not harm my brother. It is you who are devoid of humanity. Huh, scoffed the Qingyi disciple. Do you truly believe such words? If you had not fled and obediently accepted your role as the young master's woman, you would not only thrive in the Qingyi sect with abundant cultivation resources, but your brother Lin Fan would also be spared. Now he is surely close to death. Your refusal to acknowledge your part in his fate only proves your selfishness. One must admit, the words of these Qingyi disciples were utterly repugnant. They were the true villains, yet projected the blame onto Lin Yanran. Her complexion paled as self-doubt began to creep in. Could it be that she truly had brought harm to her brother Lin Fan? But she simply wished to thwart the young master's vile intentions. What fault was that? The leading disciple of the Qingyi sect declared, Come with us. The young master is in a foul mood. If we cannot allow him to vent, both you and your brother are doomed. Lin Yanran, you wouldn't want to be the cause of your brother's demise, would you? The dagger in Lin Yanran's hand clattered to the ground, despair engulfing her. If it were only herself, she could easily succumb. Yet, her brother was in the clutches of the Qingyi sect. At this moment, Lin Yanran found herself with no options left. Seeing the dagger fall from Lin Yanran's grasp, the leading disciple of the Qingyi sect made his move. He extended his hand, transforming it into a claw aimed directly at her chest. Just as it was about to strike, a flash of cold light appeared, followed by a piercing scream from the leading disciple. His right hand was severed, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. My hand. Who did this? Be on guard. Find that scoundrel lurking in the shadows. I will have him torn to shreds. The 4 Qingyi disciples looked around, but found no trace of their assailant. Brother Tang. We found nothing. The one who attacked must be formidable. What do we do now? Should Brother Tang stay behind while the rest of us return to the Qingyi sect to summon the elders? Upon hearing the words of the 4 disciples, Brother Tang nearly lost his composure. He replied sternly, My hand has been severed cleanly at the wrist. The assailant must be either a swordsman or a knife master, harboring a deep grudge against our Qingyi sect. If the one who struck me is indeed from the Xingyue sword sect, you will not survive to return. What? The 4 disciples were thrown into disarray at Brother Tang's analysis. They were willing to share in the spoils, but when faced with the threat of death, none wished to remain idle. As for Brother Tang's fate, it mattered little to them. Without Brother Tang, they could still rely on Brother Li or Brother He. They were accustomed to having a senior brother to shield them, sharing benefits while letting the senior brother handle any troubles. Brother Tang, what should we do to survive? You are the strongest among us, having reached the 5th level of Qi training. If even you cannot contend, how can we hope to prevail? Please, Brother Tang, identify the one who attacked us, and we shall assist you in vanquishing them. Their words were appealing, but in their hearts, a singular thought remained. If they discovered the assailant, they would flee in the opposite direction at the first opportunity. Brother Tang furrowed his brow. The ambush had come too swiftly, leaving him bewildered. Just as Brother Tang pondered, Li Changfeng and Feng Wu descended next to Lin Yanran. The sudden appearance of the two caused the disciples of the Qingyi sect to pale, already seeking an opportunity to flee. Brother Tang exclaimed, Was it you pretty boy? who ambushed me and severed my hand. Do you know who I am? I am an inner disciple of the Qingyi sect, with a foundation establishment elder as my master. Today, you have severed my hand, and I will assuredly take your head in retribution. Only then can my heart find peace. Li Changfeng chuckled. Such a small sect, indeed. An elder only needs to be at the foundation establishment level to hold a position. How pathetic. Lin Yanran gazed at Li Changfeng and Feng Wu, her despair rekindled with hope. Casting a glance at Brother Tang, Li Changfeng stated, Feng Wu, deal with these 5 beasts. Consider it a lesson in fortitude, after all. You will encounter such situations frequently in the future unless you choose to remain on Tianshu Peak and never venture out. Feng Wu gritted her teeth, comprehending her master's intent. He wished for her to slay these 5 despicable disciples of the Qingyi sect. Previously, when she had slain Go Rand, she felt no psychological burden, for he was her enemy, and it was only after the deed that she felt a twinge of discomfort. However, these 5 bore no grudge against her, which made it difficult for Feng Wu to act. Seeing her hesitation, Li Changfeng did not rush her. This was a trial she would eventually have to face. Her strength would rapidly increase, and in this world where the strong devoured the weak, mercy could only be afforded when one possessed absolute power to show kindness to others. Unlike now, where the 5 disciples of the Qingyi sect, including Brother Tang, were clearly no good. Such scoundrels would only bring further calamity to innocent lives if allowed to live. Thus, in Li Changfeng's eyes, they deserved to die? Feng Wu hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately resolved herself. With her delicate, porcelain-like hands, she conjured flames that, upon a casual wave, split into 5 fiery birds, which precisely descended upon the 5 disciples of the Qingyi sect. Ah, this woman is truly ruthless. She intends to incinerate us, they exclaimed in horror. The flames cannot be extinguished. Is this how we are to meet our demise? They cursed Tang Shixiang, blaming him for the predicament, lamenting that had it not been for his summons to capture Lin Yanran, they would not have faced such a grim fate. Vengeance welled within them, wishing to tear Tang Shixiang to shreds and exterminate his entire family. At that moment, the grotesque side of humanity revealed itself among the 4 disciples of the Qingyi sect. Witnessing their plight, Lin Yanran fell to her knees before Li Changfeng, exclaiming, Thank you, immortal, for saving my life. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. I am willing to offer myself in servitude. Li Changfeng looked at Lin Yanran, whose beauty rivaled that of Feng Wu, and perceived the depths of her vulnerability laid bare before him. Yet, he found himself pondering, are the beauties of this world truly so reckless? To offer oneself in servitude at the slightest provocation? Chapter 22. Today, I shall repay my parents' grace with vengeance. Li Changfeng had yet to voice his thoughts, ruminating on the notion of a hero rescuing a damsel, and the damsel offering herself in return, a concept he could indeed accept. Regrettably, however, no task of apprenticeship had been initiated. Rather than winning the affection of a beautiful woman, Li Changfeng yearned for the opportunity to trigger an apprenticeship quest, which would hasten his ascendance in power. With Feng Wu diligently cultivating, he had effortlessly reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage in mere days. How delightful it would be to have several disciples tied to a system for cultivation. As he entertained this thought, a smile blossomed on his face, but upon noticing it, Feng Wu's expression shifted. She feared that her master might be swayed by Lin Yanran's offer. If her master accepted Lin Yanran, how could she repay Li Changfeng? Thus, she spoke solemnly, Master, this woman has an unclear background. Since we have already saved her from peril, we must attend to our primary mission. A true cultivator performs good deeds anonymously. Let us hasten to Yangfeng City, resolve these worldly entanglements, and then return. Li Changfeng found merit in Feng Wu's reasoning. As a nascent soul cultivator, he possessed an extended lifespan. Upon breaking through to the nascent soul realm, one could live for a millennium. Should he ascend to the transformation stage, he might enjoy 2 millennia of life. Coupled with various elixirs for longevity, one could even aspire to live for 3,000 years. In stark contrast, Lin Yanran was but a mortal woman, destined for a brief existence of no more than a century or 2. The nascent thought in his mind was swiftly quelled. Feng Wu was right. Having saved her life, their obligation was fulfilled. Let us proceed to Yangfeng City. Lin Yanran, in a state of urgency, could not restrain herself from speaking. Immortal, could you not extend your kindness further? I recognize this request is excessive, but I am utterly powerless. In this world, I have but one brother, and he has been captured by the young master of the Qingyi sect, though I have been rescued. My brother's life hangs in the balance. I implore you, esteemed immortal and lady, to lend a hand. Lin Yanran is willing to serve you in whatever capacity you desire. As Lin Yanran knelt and repeatedly bowed her head in gratitude, Feng Wu's heart softened at the sight. She turned to Li Changfeng and asked, Master, do you think we should assist her? Of course, only to the extent that we are able. If it is beyond our means, we would have done our part. Having endured numerous tribulations in her life, Feng Wu could not bear to see someone in distress. Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly, "You may decide. Whether we apply pressure to the Qing sect for their release or confront them directly is your prerogative. I shall observe your handling of the situation. Should any adversary prove too formidable, I will subdue them." Feng Wu nodded gravely and addressed Lin Yinran. "Rise, Lin Yinran. My master has consented to your request. But success is not guaranteed. After all, it is just the two of us, and should the Qing sect possess great strength, we may find ourselves powerless. Though the Qing sect is not overly formidable, they do have ancestors within their ranks." Lin Yinran was overcome with joy and tears of gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed immortal and lady. I am at a loss for how to repay you. If you are willing, I shall offer myself in servitude, and after rescuing my brother Lin Fan, I will serve as your maid." Li Changfeng replied calmly. "Do you know where your brother is currently located?" Lin Yinran responded. "My brother Lin Fan has been captured by the young master of the Qing sect and is currently in Yangfeng City. It happens to be along your route, but the distance is considerable. Might I accompany you?" "Very well," Li Changfeng agreed, summoning his flying sword once more. With a gentle leap, he ascended onto the sword, followed closely by Feng Wu, who once again embraced him from behind. Lin Yinran looked around, realizing there was no room for her. "Immortal lady, I am unsure where I should stand. I am not a cultivator. Will I not fall off the sword?" Feng Wu interjected. "Master, could you shift forward a bit? I will allow Lin Yinran to stand behind me and hold on tightly. As long as she clings on, she should be safe. You can slow your speed as well." However, Li Changfeng shook his head. "If you are fearful yourself, placing her behind you could lead to both of you falling. Instead, let her stand before me. I shall steady her." With the final command, "Rise," a gentle force enveloped Lin Yinran's body, lifting her to the front of the flying sword. Yet, anxiety gripped her heart. With no other option, Li Changfeng had to secure his hold around her waist to stabilize her. "Do not dwell on your fears. Take in the distant scenery. But do not look down. You are no cultivator, and your mindset and endurance differ greatly. Especially in the absence of power, panic can easily arise. Fear not, for I shall not let you fall. Thank you." Being held by a strange man for the first time stirred a tempest of emotions within Lin Yinran. Her face flushed deeply, reaching her neck, and her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. Feng Wu, positioned behind Li Changfeng, clutched him tightly. Her face tinged with jealousy. Regret washed over her. Perhaps she should not have brought Lin Yinran along. This Lin Yinran was not only beautiful, but also possessed a figure to match. And her repeated offers of servitude marked her as a clear rival. How foolish of her to allow her to remain. Sighing inwardly, she resolved that even if assisting in rescuing her brother was warranted, bringing her along to Yangfeng City was ill-advised. "Master, you must not develop feelings for this girl. You are mine." With this thought, Feng Wu tightened her grip a little more. Li Changfeng, misinterpreting her actions as fear, unconsciously slowed their speed. The journey dragged on, and due to the delay caused by Lin Yinran, it took a full hour to reach Yangfeng City. The trio descended 100 meters outside the city. Unnoticed as they arrived from the sky, Feng Wu gazed at the familiar Yangfeng City, memories flooding back to her. She once possessed a blissfully harmonious family. Yet her fate took a tragic turn when she caught the eye of the young city lord, bringing untold calamity upon her parents. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Wu's fists were clenched tightly. Li Changfeng gently patted her shoulder and spoke softly. "Feng Wu, hatred can easily cloud one's reason. However, today, you need not suppress your resentment. Act as you see fit. If the heavens should fall, I shall bear the burden for you." Tears brimmed in Feng Wu's eyes as she gazed at Li Changfeng, then threw herself into his embrace. Lin Yinran lowered her head, feeling an inexplicable and unsettling emotion arise within her at the sight of Feng Wu and Li Changfeng's closeness, wishing to avert her gaze from the scene. After a brief moment, Feng Wu regained her composure, taking the lead as she strode purposefully towards the city lord's manor. Today, she sought vengeance for her parents' sake. Chapter 23. The Fire That Consumed the City Guards. At the city gates, guards were stationed on either side, demanding a toll from those wishing to enter the city. Their targets were not the affluent merchants or powerful warriors and cultivators, but rather the impoverished common folk. Bang! An elderly farmer was kicked to the ground, with a guard trampling on his head, looking down at him with disdain. 10 copper coins, no less. If you wish to sell your meager wares in the city, you must abide by the rules of Yangfeng City. Fail to pay the toll today, and mind you, we might just take your life. The elderly farmer was not the only victim. In a corner by the city wall, many destitute individuals were crouched, suffering the same indignities. Li Changfeng's brows furrowed in discontent. Those wielding power at the foot of the mountain were, in comparison to the Reliant sect, nothing more than repugnant cockroaches. Feng Wu's expression darkened as she approached the city gates. Before she could voice her anger, the guards began to harass her. Upon seeing Feng Wu and Lin Yanran, their eyes lit up with lascivious intent. Ha, brothers, look. 2 stunning beauties have graced us with their presence. It seems fortune is smiling upon us. But be cautious. If they turn out to be more than they appear, we might regret it. Indeed, with their plain linen garb, they must be from a poor farming household. No need for concern. Then they shall belong to us today. They brazenly pointed and leered at Feng Wu and Lin Yanran, treating them as mere trophies. Such exquisite girls appearing together was indeed a rare occurrence, and the guards had no intention of letting them slip away. Had the 2 been adorned in luxurious silks or carried by servants, the guards would have dared not act so boldly. Regrettably, Feng Wu and Lin Yanran possessed no such prestige. Fear flickered across Lin Yanran's face as she faced the despicable guards, dread creeping into her heart. Meanwhile, Feng Wu muttered, as if addressing the guards, "Has Yangfeng City rotted from head to toe? The city lord's manner acts tyrannically, with the young lord preying upon virtuous women. And now, even you lowly guards have sunk to such depths. If heaven is unjust, then I shall enact justice on its behalf." The guards erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the grandest joke. A peasant girl in coarse linen dares to defy us? This hasn't happened in ages, and it excites me. I relish this little firecracker. It will only heighten my thrill. Not just you, we all enjoy it. They prepared to indulge themselves right there at the city gate, eager to show her what it means to be at their mercy. Feng Wu remained silent, yet a wave of murderous intent radiated from her. She had endured enough of their lewd taunts. It was time to put an end to this. Surrounded by the guards, each wore a brazen grin as they leered at her, their expressions more akin to ruffians than city guards. "Attack!" one of the squad leaders shouted, and the guards lunged at Feng Wu like ravenous wolves, eager to tear her garments asunder. 4 or 5 guards surged forward, seeking to seize the advantage. But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, phoenix flames enveloped Feng Wu, transforming her into a blazing figure. In an instant, she ignited the guards who had charged at her, turning them into fiery beings. "Ah, I'm on fire. Help me extinguish it." "Me too. This fire won't go out. Damn it, my hands are burning." She was no ordinary person. She was a legendary cultivator, akin to the city lord himself. "It's over. We are utterly finished. Please, spare us, my lady." Feng Wu remained unmoved as the flames on her body morphed into fiery birds, soaring toward the petrified guards. In the blink of an eye, flames erupted on all the guards, engulfing them. The surrounding common folk, far from being terrified, wept tears of joy. The celestial being has bestowed divine retribution upon these vile guards. The heavens have opened their eyes, at long last. Burn them. My wife died at their hands. Today, I finally witnessed their comeuppance. My wife was pregnant when these beasts killed her. They are not human, but monsters. O celestial being, we thank you together. Feng Wu reduced all the guards to ashes, yet her expression remained grim. As she had stated, Yangfeng City was rotten to its core. Looking at the grateful townsfolk, Feng Wu softly declared, "Dear villagers, there is no need for such gratitude. I have a deep-seated grudge against the city lord's manor. Today, having returned from my cultivation, I vow to obliterate it. Please rise. I, Feng Wu, swear that the city lord's manor shall be destroyed." Upon hearing her words, the townsfolk were filled with elation. Although vanquishing the guards would not alter much, should Feng Wu bring down the city lord's manor and install a new ruler, their lives would surely improve. They bowed repeatedly, expressing their profound gratitude to Feng Wu. Li Changfeng remarked calmly, "Let us proceed to the city lord's manor. After we deal with them, we shall rescue your brother." A cultivator's path is one of the heart. Enacting justice is also a form of cultivating the spirit. Lin Yanran felt a mix of joy and concern. While she was glad for Li Changfeng's assistance in rescuing her brother, she was troubled by the implication of his words. He seemed intent on severing any ties with her after the rescue. Sigh. Was it her lack of beauty that led this esteemed elder to harbor no thoughts of her? News of Feng Wu's annihilation of the guards swiftly reached the city lord's manor. City Lord Tang Xingxing wore a grim expression, his terrifying aura surging forth. This young lord was, astonishingly, a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Perhaps in the Reliant sect, such a status was inconsequential. But at the foot of the mountain, such power was exceedingly formidable. Tang Xingxing coldly remarked, "What a young girl. I am curious to see the extent of her abilities. How dare she offend the lord of the city? Does she think my lordship is merely for show? Are you certain that this girl is truly under 20 years of age?" Although his words were imposing, Tang Xingxing felt the need to verify the situation. Fearful of provoking someone beyond his capacity to handle and encountering a formidable opponent. Reporting to the lord, that girl is definitely not over 20. However, her abilities are quite peculiar. She can conjure flames, and the lord should not take this lightly. Perhaps we could request assistance from the esteemed guests of the lord's residence? Tang Xingxing smirked coldly. Though young and clad in coarse linen, she may have encountered a fortuitous opportunity, which has granted her such power. There is no need for the esteemed guests to intervene. I am more than capable of resolving this myself. Gather the guards. We shall apprehend this girl, and make her aware of the consequences of offending my lordship. Upon finishing his words, Tang Xingxing struck the stone table with his palm, shattering it, and causing the messenger soldier to turn pale with fright. A singular thought raced through his mind. The Lord is formidable. It seems that the beautiful girl is in grave danger. Chapter 24. If pleading for mercy were effective, why would swords be stained with blood? All 3,000 guards of the Lord's residence were mobilized, drawing attention throughout Changfeng City, whether from the common folk, wandering merchants, or roving heroes and itinerant cultivators lingering in the city. With the presence of these 3,000 guards, it was evident that something monumental was about to unfold. 500 archers, 1,000 spearmen, and 1,500 infantry. What could the Lord's residence possibly intend to do? Haven't you heard? A beautiful fairy has slain 2 squads of city guards at the city gates. The Lord is preparing for revenge. Once it was known that the adversary was a fairy, questions arose regarding her methods. She was enveloped in flames, incinerating the guards to ashes. Such terrifying power left many perplexed as to why the Lord did not capitulate. It was truly strange. News spread throughout Changfeng City, transforming Feng Wu into a mythical figure. Some even claimed she was a celestial being, punishing the Lord's residence for its transgressions. Whispers suggested that with merely a wave of her hand, heavenly fire would descend, obliterating Changfeng City. In summary, not long after Feng Wu reduced the guards to ashes, she was already mythologized beyond measure. Perhaps the common folk, yearning for a fairy to rescue them from peril, exaggerated her feats. Feng Wu strode ahead, flanked by Li Changfeng and Lin Yinjin. The trio advanced towards the Lord's residence, and any city guards bold enough to strike would undoubtedly find themselves reduced to cinders. Consequently, they now dared not act, retreating in fear. The looks in their eyes were filled with trepidation, fearing that a wrathful Feng Wu might incinerate them all. Feng Wu, consumed by fury, maintained the phoenix's true fire. A demanding endeavor. However, with the binding of the automatic cultivation system, even such great expenditure was within her means. In fact, her cultivation level subtly hinted at a forthcoming breakthrough. The system, a cheat of immense proportions, made the path of cultivation and advancement as effortless as eating and drinking. Sensing Feng Wu's advancement, Li Changfeng could no longer remain still. System, can I take Lin Yinjin as a disciple? I find her quite commendable, grateful, and deeply connected to her brother. Perhaps you could issue a recruitment task for me to take her under my wing? Apologies, host. Lin Yinjin does not currently meet the criteria for discipleship. Please continue your efforts to help her reach the required standards, the system replied. Can't you make an exception? Li Changfeng pressed. Negative. The system retorted. You are utterly useless, system, lacking even this minimal authority. Li Changfeng lamented. In response to his sarcasm, the system chose silence. Wary of being drawn into a futile debate. Sighing deeply, Li Changfeng felt a sense of helplessness. Witnessing Feng Wu's meteoric rise and his own rapid growth due to substantial rewards felt akin to riding a rocket. Thus, he genuinely yearned for more disciples to expedite his journey towards becoming an invincible entity. Before long, the 3,000 guards of the Lord's residence arrived, positioning themselves before Li Changfeng and the others. Leading them was none other than Lord Tang Xingxing. Upon seeing Feng Wu, his brow furrowed, hesitance overtaking him as he dared not act recklessly. Feng Wu was entirely engulfed in flames, yet appeared unscathed, a bizarre situation that made Tang Xingxing vigilant, fearing a misstep. Tang Xingxing spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? Why have you come to cause trouble in Changfeng City? Changfeng City was part of the Divine Elephant Kingdom. Even the 9 great sects would show deference to it. Yet, here you are, disregarding the Divine Elephant Kingdom and ruthlessly attacking the guards of Changfeng City. Should this news reach the Divine Elephant Kingdom, you would find no refuge on this continent. Feng Wu's tone was frigid as she retorted. It has only been a few years, and you, Tang Xingxing, have already forgotten me. My parents perished at the hands of your son, Tang Xian, and I nearly fell victim to that scoundrel as well. Even if you invoke the name of the Tang dynasty today, it will not deter me from annihilating the Lord's residence. The blood feud of my parents cannot be obstructed by anyone. Tang Xingxing's brow furrowed. Within Changfeng City, the number of families he and his son had driven to ruin was no less than 800. Thus, even with Feng Wu's revelation that she sought vengeance for her parents, Tang Xingxing could not place her identity. Suddenly, Feng Wu laughed, having discerned everything from Tang Xingxing's expression. Kill. With a cold sneer, Feng Wu uttered the single word, determined to reduce the malevolent lord, who had caused her the loss of her parents, to ashes. As the fiery phoenix surged forth, Tang Xingxing's countenance drastically altered. In that moment, he realized Feng Wu's cultivation was significantly superior to his own. If struck by her flames, he feared he would meet the same fate as the guards. Damn it, where did this wretch come from, possessing such formidable strength? He had always operated with meticulous precision in Changfeng City, leaving no survivors. Reflecting on his ruthless extermination methods, he recalled the one instance someone had escaped. Feng Wu. You are Feng Wu, the girl my son Tang Xian had an eye on, who, after your rejection, incited his wrath to the point of wanting to take you before your parents, ultimately leading him to murder them in his fury. I never imagined you would survive and return with such power. Once, he had deemed her unworthy of his son. Now he believed she had the potential to be the future mistress of the city. If only you would relinquish your hatred, I could arrange for your betrothal to my son. Feng Wu's expression darkened considerably. At this moment, Tang Xingxing still dared to insult her with such words. The fiery phoenix descended, landing directly upon Tang Xingxing's left shoulder. The phoenix's true fire was relentless. As he felt the excruciating pain and searing heat, Tang Xingxing suddenly grasped the absurdity of his words. Having murdered Feng Wu's parents, he now suggested she become his daughter-in-law. Preposterous. Endless suffering has thoroughly engulfed Tang Xingxing. No matter how fervently he strives, he cannot extinguish the flames that blaze upon his shoulders. Even when he attempts to use his spiritual energy to detach the fire from his body, it only exacerbates the situation, as his power acts like oil on the flames. In his desperate state, he notices that no soldiers from the Lord's mansion have come to his aid, and turns to behold the 3,000 soldiers he brought with him. To his dismay, he discovers that they have mysteriously been reduced to charcoal. It is over. These two words echo in Tang Xingxing's mind as he realizes he has but one path left to tread. With a thud, he kneels before Feng Wu, pleading for mercy. I implore you, spare me. Changfeng City cannot be without its lord. The resulting chaos would lead to rivers of blood. If you let me go, I shall recognize you as my master and obey your every command. Feng Wu's tone is frigid. If apologies could bring my parents back to life, I might consider forgiving you. Alas, that is merely a figment of your imagination. You killed my parents. If apologies held any weight, why would blood need to be shed? After uttering these words, Feng Wu coldly gazes down at Tang Xingxing, watching as his cries diminish until they are utterly silenced. Chapter 25. The Malice of Tang Xian. Feng Wu gazes upon the ashes of Tang Xingxing, yet her hatred remains unwavering. For the true culprit, that loathsome creature Tang Xian, still lives. Until Tang Xian is dead, Feng Wu cannot release her heart from its shackles. Li Changfeng observes the hatred swirling in Feng Wu's eyes and cannot help but sigh. This trial must be faced by Feng Wu alone. He has never contemplated obstructing her quest for vengeance against her parents' murderer. However, he will not allow his first disciple to be utterly consumed by hatred. Soon, Feng Wu will confront the scoundrel named Tang Xian, and she should gradually find her peace. Should she fail to do so, Li Changfeng will intervene and force her to find tranquility. Lin Yanran, witnessing Feng Wu's divine prowess, is left utterly speechless. She yearns for such power, believing that with it, she could protect her brother and herself. Regrettably, the immortal seems to have no intention of accepting her as a disciple. Even when she offered herself, the immortal did not acquiesce. Li Changfeng observes as Feng Wu presses onward, with Lin Yanran trailing closely behind. While Feng Wu's pace is not swift, her actions instill terror in countless citizens of Changfeng City. How fearsome it is to effortlessly slay the Lord and 3,000 soldiers. This is the true essence of an immortal. What kind of flame is it that refuses to extinguish until it has turned its victims to ash? Indeed, this is the manifestation of divine abilities. It seems the Lord's mansion is destined for oblivion. Those who commit heinous acts will inevitably meet their demise. The Lord and his son have caused untold suffering in Changfeng City over the past century, and retribution has finally arrived. Let us go to the Lord's mansion and witness the downfall of Tang Xingxing and his son. An increasing number of commoners follow behind, eager to witness this historic moment. They dare not resist, for those who do face the slaughter of their entire families. Each bloody reality serves as a precedent, leaving the citizens to cower under the oppression of the Lord's mansion. It is not that they are timid or cowardly, they have parents, wives, and children to protect. To resist would mean death not only for themselves, but also for their loved ones. Feng Wu strides at the forefront, her face a mask of murderous intent, akin to a soul-reaping specter from the abyss. Meanwhile, within the Lord's mansion, Tang Xian revels in delight, entertaining a distinguished guest whom the mansion has gone to great lengths to please. Tang Xian is currently accompanying his wives and concubines, along with a celebrated courtesan, to indulge this esteemed visitor. This guest is none other than the young master of the Qingyi sect. Young master, you truly excel in this realm. Everyone speaks highly of young maidens, Yet they are oblivious to the prowess of Chao the Chancellor. My several concubines are exquisite. They will ensure that you experience the utmost relaxation and royal treatment. Tang Xian, eager to curry favor with the young master, willingly subsumes himself to the role of a sycophant. Previously, he had been the chancellor in Changfeng City, but now he has descended to the status of a mere lackey. You are quite impressive, little Tang. Your discerning eye is commendable. I shall take good care of your concubines, the young master replies. Upon my return to the Qingyi sect, you may accompany me. Tang Xian's heart swells with joy. He had long awaited this affirmation. By flattering the young master, he envisions ascending to heights greater than those of his father, Tang Xingxing, as a formidable cultivator. Having enjoyed the pleasures of Changfeng City for many years, he has already exploited over half of the eligible maidens. Thus, he yearns for a change of scenery. The young master of the Qingyi sect seems to share his tastes, and he anticipates indulging in even more beauties after their departure. With the status of a Qingyi sect disciple, he need not fear a lack of maidens to entertain him. Thank you, young master. Please, indulge yourself with them. Should you require anything, simply summon me, Tang Xian says. The young master nods, smiling. Go on. After I have had my fun, we shall share a few drinks together. Now, let me see how well you have selected your concubines. With a hearty laugh, Tang Xian exits the room, his smile unwavering. As long as he can attain greater strength and status, he would gladly relinquish his concubines, even his mother or sisters, to the young master. Tang Xian mutters to himself, once my power surpasses Tang Xingxing's, I shall claim the lordship for myself. In the face of absolute strength, even if he is my father, he cannot impede my rise. He eagerly anticipates that day, feeling an impatient longing for it to arrive. Suddenly, a panicked soldier rushes in, his face devoid of color. As he approaches Tang Xian, his legs buckle, and he collapses to the ground. Tang Xian frowns, coldly demanding, what is the meaning of this panic? Do you not realize this is the chamber of our esteemed guest, the young master of the Qingyi sect? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I shall have your head and extinguish your entire family. The soldier, already terrified by Feng Wu, faints at Tang Xian's menacing words. How unfortunate it is that, even in the face of life and death, he sought to report to Tang Xian, only to be met with scorn instead of understanding. Tang Xian's expression darkens as he seizes the soldier's blade, raising it high without hesitation and swiftly severing the soldier's head. You disturbed the young master. Thus, you must die, he declares coldly. Take this wretch's corpse and feed it to the dogs. Bring his whole family to the Lord's mansion, and after they are executed, toss them into the dog pen. Yes, with brutality and coldness, this epitomizes Tang Xian's character. Had he not been the young lord, he would have perished countless times. Yet, unfortunately, he possesses an exceptional talent for survival. Despite his heinous nature, he continues to thrive due to his status as the young lord. As Feng Wu leads the way toward the Lord's mansion, unbeknownst to them, a throng of over 10,000 commoners had gathered behind. It was evident how detestable the Lord's manner was in the eyes of the populace. Though he was referred to as the Lord, he was no different from a tyrant. The despotic father and son duo, Tang Xingxing and his progeny, regarded the citizens within the city as mere chattel. Those who dared to venture out of Changfeng City to seek justice in the great city often met untimely deaths along the way. Their corpses displayed at the city gate as a warning to others. A celestial being had descended to enact divine retribution. With Tang Xingxing now deceased, it was time for the heinous Tang Xian, a fiend deserving of 1,000 tortures. My wife and 13-year-old daughter fell victim to Tang Xian's brutalities, and my desire for vengeance burns with an insatiable fervor. Today, the Lord's manor shall face obliteration. The celestial will not spare such a vile pair. Feng Wu offered no reply. She merely advanced step by step toward the Lord's manor. Although her pace seemed unhurried, she traversed the distance that would typically take over half an hour in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, arriving at the manor's entrance. Gazing upon this once nightmarish edifice, she waved her hand, shattering the great doors, and strode forward. Today, she would storm the Lord's manor and behead Tang Xian. Chapter 26. I hold the upper hand. Tang Xian had just sent his wives to the young lord and had slain a soldier who reported the situation. At that moment, he was coercing the maidens of the Lord's manor into unspeakable acts, just as he prepared to assert his dominance as a true man. The doors of the Lord's manor exploded. The resounding crash startled him, rendering him weak with fear. Tang Xian's expression soured as he hastily donned his attire, striking the maid away in a fit of rage. Who dares create such an uproar? Do they wish to court death? Immediately, someone rushed in with alarming news. Young lord, we are in grave trouble. Someone has invaded the Lord's manor and destroyed the entrance. It is a monster, engulfed in flames. Fool. In his rage, Tang Xian kicked the reporting soldier aside. He summoned his men, declaring, "Regardless of whether it is a monster or a man, we shall slay him. Today, he has ruined my plans, and I shall have him torn to shreds." With over 300 soldiers remaining in the manor, they quickly assembled upon Tang Xian's command. As they arrived in the courtyard, they beheld Feng Wu, now a figure of flames. Following her were Li Changfeng and Lin Yanran. The countless commoners were dismissed by Tang Xian, who regarded them as nothing more than lowly peasants, devoid of the courage to instigate a rebellion. Yet, the fiery figure before him drew his solemn attention. However, upon seeing Lin Yanran, his anger dissipated, replaced by a lecherous smirk. "What a beautiful maiden! It seems fortune smiles upon me today. Such an exquisite beauty, only slightly inferior to Feng Wu of old. Ha! My dear, are you here to become my woman?" Lin Yanran felt a wave of fear wash over her. Tang Xian's gaze was predatory, as if it could strip her bare. Only by hiding behind Li Changfeng did she find some solace. Li Changfeng mused to himself, "This fellow possesses an unusual appearance, with one eye larger than the other. His face is riddled with scars, and his lips are as thick as sausages. If he weren't born into the Lord's manor, he would surely remain single for eternity. Yet, due to his lineage, he has wreaked havoc upon countless maidens. If such a creature were to live, it would be an affront to humanity." Listening to Li Changfeng's scathing remarks about his appearance, Tang Xian's face flushed with anger, his eyes nearly ablaze. He fixated on Li Changfeng, whose striking visage ignited a seething jealousy within him, one that bordered on murderous intent. Tang Xian coldly commanded, "Seize this pretty boy. I shall personally flay his face, slice off his tongue, and sever his limbs. Then, I will force-feed him enough potions to render him a mere spectator to his own demise." Such a heart is truly vile. Although the soldiers quaked at the sight of the fiery Feng Wu, they had no choice but to act on Tang Xian's orders. 10 soldiers lunged forth, aiming to capture Li Changfeng while deliberately avoiding any confrontation with Feng Wu. Yet, Feng Wu would not grant them such an opportunity. She transformed into a blazing shadow, striking the 10 soldiers with her hand. The hands, shielded by the phoenix's true fire, struck the soldiers' faces with tremendous force, sending them flying several dozen feet, their faces igniting in fiery agony. Screams of despair echoed, soon silenced as their heads were consumed by flames. Tang Xian's complexion drained of color, his apprehension toward the fiery figure palpable. He inwardly cursed, "Where has that old man gone? Why unleash such a terrifying being upon the Lord's manor? Excellent. Let these beasts of the Lord's manor be exterminated. They are all sycophants, their hands stained with blood, deserving of death." The commoners, witnessing the slaughter of yet another 10 soldiers, felt not fear, but exhilaration. They had endured far too long. Oppressed by the tyrannical father and son duo of the Tang family, they were treated as less than human, mere livestock to be exploited at will. Many had attempted to resist, only to see their entire families annihilated. Even escaping Yangfeng City was impossible, for they would soon fall victim to the beasts or bandits lurking beyond its borders. It was a cruel and terrifying world, without strength. One could only resign to being the prey. The notion of winning the hearts of the people to conquer the world was a fallacy in this realm of cultivation. For before the lofty cultivators, even the most numerous commoners were but ants, easily crushed at will. Tang Xian exclaimed, "Who are you?" "This is the Lord's manor, under the dominion of the divine Elephant dynasty. If you dare to kill me or attack the manor, you declare war upon the dynasty." Feng Wu replied coolly, "You fail to recognize me, Tang Xian. Your actions led to my parents' demise. I narrowly escaped with my life. Now, it is time for the Lord's manor to pay the price." Feng Wu. Tang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be that in just a few years, she had grown to this extent? He cursed himself for not only failing to possess Feng Wu, but also incurring a formidable enemy in her. Tang Xian, shaken to his core, hastily declared, "Feng Wu, you know I love you dearly. If you cease this madness, not only will I absolve you of any wrongdoing, but I will also make you the lady of the young lord. You shall be the mistress of Yangfeng City. What say you?" Feng Wu's icy retort pierced the air. "Tang Xian, I have just slain your father, Tang Xingxing, and decimated 3,000 of your soldiers. Do you truly believe I would entertain the notion of becoming your wife? The debt of killing one's father must be avenged. This is an irreconcilable enmity steeped in blood." However, after a moment of shock, Tang Xian immediately replied, "Feng Wu, isn't this even better? Since that old wretch is dead, I can rightfully assume the position of city lord. And you, as my woman, will directly become the lady of the city lord. How splendid." The common folk were incensed, appalled that such beastly words could even be uttered. What kind of creature is Tang Xian, who can't even be considered human? Feng Wu sneered, taken aback by Tang Xian's utter shamelessness and his chilling lack of empathy. "Your suggestion is quite agreeable, just do not bring it up again." Tang Xian, as a dutiful son, you should certainly reunite with your father. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Tang Xian's expression shifted dramatically, and he spoke in a low voice. You cannot kill me. I have the backing of the kingdom of divine elephants. Moreover, there is a distinguished guest at the city lord's mansion, a figure of great significance. If you disturb him, you'll find it difficult to even wish for death. Feng Wu remained silent, opting instead to respond with action. She struck out, targeting the remaining 300 guards of the mansion, intending to eliminate these minions of the city lord before dealing with Tang Xian. Chapter 27. The young sect master was flabbergasted. Tang Xian was in a state of panic, having never felt such trepidation before. He was the young lord of Yangfeng City, a figure who had always been the one to bully others. Yet today, he found himself under siege, with even his father slain. Despite the loss of his father, Tang Xian felt a sense of relief, for without Tang Xingxing, he could ascend to the role of city lord. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that he might not even live long enough to claim that title. Tang Xian could hardly fathom that the beautiful Feng Wu, whom he had once coveted, would rise to such heights. Had he known, he would have searched for her relentlessly. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Wait, Tang Xian exclaimed. Feng Wu, I realize now that I was wrong. I should not have allowed your parents to be killed. But they are gone now, just as my father is. You have avenged your great grievance by taking his life. How about we consider ourselves even from this point onward? Feng Wu said nothing. She had no words for such a beast. Her only desire was to eradicate the creatures of the city lord's mansion. Only then could she find peace. Soon, the 300 guards were engulfed in flames, their desperate cries ringing out as they pleaded for mercy. Yet Feng Wu paid them no heed. Her focus was solely on Tang Xian. Tang Xian's face paled, the aura of the young lord dissipating. Thud. In a bid for survival, he fell to his knees before Feng Wu, repeatedly bowing his head. Feng Wu, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you, do not kill me. If you spare my life, I would accept the slaughter of everyone in the city lord's mansion. Just grant me a path to survive. Feng Wu remained silent, her delicate hand waving as a tiny flame shot forth, landing on Tang Xian's left knee. The small flame billowed in the wind, quickly enveloping his entire knee. The unbearable agony surged through him as he witnessed his flesh being reduced to ash. No, Tang Xian screamed, his voice tearing through the air. If Feng Wu chose not to spare him, he was undoubtedly doomed. Amidst the cacophony of his screams, an impatient voice emerged. The young sect master of the Qingyi sect burst through the door of the side chamber, his face darkened with ire. Tang Xian, what are you screaming about? Are you deliberately sending your wives and concubines to me for my enjoyment, only to disturb my pleasure in such a manner? I see you no longer wish to be the young lord. Lin Yanran suddenly interjected. Immortal, immortal. It is he, this rascal. Who is the young sect master of the Qingyi sect? My brother Lin Fan has been captured by him. I implore the immortal and the fairy to rescue my brother. I would be willing to serve you in any capacity to repay your kindness. Huh. Upon hearing Lin Yanran's voice, the young sect master's eyes sparkled with interest. Compared to Lin Yanran, Tang Xian's wives and concubines were utterly unremarkable. Such beauty was truly worthy of his attention. A radiant smile lit up the young sect master's face as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yanran. It hasn't been long since we last met, but I see you have become even more enchanting. It appears you have come to your senses. Hurry and come with me. I wish to dote on you. Your brother is not yet dead, so do not refuse me. Otherwise, your brother Lin Fan will certainly perish, and you shall become my woman as well, haha. An elderly man appeared beside the young sect master. He was the 7th elder of the Qingyi sect, tasked with ensuring the young sect master's safety. The 7th elder cautioned. Young sect master, exercise caution. That fiery woman possesses formidable strength, having reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the flames she wields are quite peculiar. Be wary. The young sect master dismissed the warning with a nonchalant tone. If she dares to interfere, you shall deal with her. Right now, I only wish to take Lin Yanran to my chamber. Do you understand? Yes. The 7th elder sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. He had already warned the young sect master, but the latter did not heed his advice. Lin Yanran exclaimed, Yuan Shun, you despicable creature. I will never acquiesce to your demands. The immortal and the fairy will undoubtedly rescue my brother, and unlike you, they will not hesitate to eliminate the scourge that you are. Ha ha. Yuan Shun laughed heartily, amusement dancing in his eyes. Lin Yanran, do you know why I desire you so? Firstly, your beauty is indeed captivating, and secondly, I admire your character. However, you are woefully ignorant. Within this radius of several dozen miles, my Qingyi sect reigns supreme as the strongest immortal sect. Even if you find a couple of rogue cultivators, they would not dare challenge me. Thus, your hopes are likely to be in vain. Li Changfeng casually waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that struck Ye Jian's face. Ye Jian was sent flying several hundred feet, nearly struck dead. The blow left his face swollen like a pig's head, half of his teeth shattered. Which fly is buzzing so incessantly, creating such a disturbance? It's much quieter now. The seventh elder was aghast, realizing that Li Changfeng had just revealed his golden core stage power. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, facing a golden core powerhouse left him with no option but to kneel. Ye Jian was utterly stunned, losing all interest in his previous pursuits. Kill him, seventh elder. Have him killed. Li Changfeng regarded the seventh elder with a bemused expression, making the latter hesitate to act. What a ridiculous joke. You want me to kill this person who just displayed golden core strength? Do you want to hasten your own demise? The seventh elder approached Ye Jian and whispered, Young sect master, this is not a matter we can pursue. It would be wise for us to leave this place. Otherwise, if we provoke that individual, we shall both meet our end. His strength surpasses mine. He is a golden core master. Hiss. Ye Jian, who had been filled with rage just moments before, was now completely dumbfounded. A golden core powerhouse, and he had just commanded the seventh elder to kill him? What difference was there between that and asking a birthday celebrant to consume arsenic? However, Ye Jian could not swallow his indignation and coldly declared, Seventh elder, summon the formidable members of the Qingyi sect. I cannot allow this pretty boy to escape. He must perish. To dare lay hands on me. If I do not eliminate him, how can I quell the fury that burns within me? Just as the seventh elder found himself in a quandary, Feng made her move. Transforming into a fleeting shadow of flames, she reached the two before the seventh elder in an instant, intending to strike at Ye Jian. Yet, the seventh elder, determined not to let Feng achieve her goal, positioned himself as a barrier. In an unfortunate turn of events, the seventh elder was engulfed in flames, letting out a couple of agonized cries before falling silent. Feng remarked coolly, Where's Lin Yinzhen's brother? Speak truthfully, and I may grant you a swift end. If you remain silent, I shall ensure you suffer a fate akin to Tang Xian. Ye Jian felt a chill run through him as he gazed upon Tang Xian, now missing a leg due to the fire. This was no mere misstep. It felt as though he had kicked a steel plate. Chapter 28. The second disciple recruitment mission begins. Gone. The seventh elder had been utterly incinerated, and as the young sect master of the Qingyi sect, he found himself threatened. Such an outrageous circumstance was beyond his wildest imagination, yet it transpired here in the diminutive Yangfeng city. Taking a deep breath, Ye Jian questioned, Do you know who I am? If anything were to happen to me here, the entire Qingyi sect would be incensed. At that time, even if you have someone backing you, your lives would be in jeopardy. This was not a threat. He had no intention of being foolish enough to issue one. He was merely stating a fact, conveying the repercussions of attempting to kill him. Feng replied, Either tell me where Lin Yinzhen's brother is, and I shall grant you a quick death, or suffer the same torturous fate as Tang Xian, watching your body disintegrate before your very eyes. Choose your method of demise. Ye Jian glared fiercely at Feng gritting his teeth to the point of nearly shattering them. In that moment, he finally grasped the essence of helplessness. He was accustomed to pressuring others to fulfill his desires, but today, he was reaping what he had sown, experiencing the bitter taste of desperation. As the young sect master of the Qingyi sect, he had ascended to the 8th layer of qi refinement. He was not weak among the younger generation. Despite his advancement through pills, he was undeniably at the 8th layer of qi refinement. With a sullen expression, Ye Jian discreetly crushed the communication jade talisman. Li Changfeng observed the unfolding scene with indifference, making no attempt to intervene. He had been contemplating how to find a reason to eradicate the Qingyi sect. But with Ye Jian's assistance, much of the work was alleviated. Must you kill me? I am willing to lead you to Lin Yinzhen's brother and offer you compensation. Everything I possess is at your disposal. My only request is to be allowed to live. Feng retorted. To spare you would only result in further persecution of the innocent. For every cold-hearted, inhumane scoundrel that walks this earth, countless innocents shall suffer. I have no reason not to kill you. Suddenly, Ye Jian became agitated, shouting, Why? Why can't you grant me a single chance? Why must you kill me? As the young sect master of the Qingyi sect, their wrath will be unquenchable should you slay me. Who knows how many lives would be lost then? You are not truly merciful. You are merely seeking to fulfill your selfish desires. What difference is there between you and me? Feng furrowed her brow, falling into silence. In the art of verbal sparring, she was no match for the cunning Ye Jian. Li Changfeng interjected, Little Chunzi, hearing such words from your mouth is truly unexpected. A scourge who has wrought havoc upon countless girls, causing innumerable families to fall apart, dares to exploit my disciples' compassion. How ludicrous. The best way to deal with villains is to silence them forever, rather than allowing them to prattle on. Such scum will say anything to survive, do you understand? Therefore, I advise you to grant him a swift end. As for Lin Yinjin's brother, I will uncover his whereabouts myself. After all, doesn't this fellow have a few lackeys? I have my methods to compel them to reveal the truth. Very well. Feng Wu no longer hesitated and immediately acted. A flurry of fiery birds descended, igniting the air, causing the temperature to soar. The terrifying heat made Yu Wanshan's skin feel as if it were being pierced. In the next moment, his hair and clothes caught fire. In an instant, all that remained was his wretched screaming. Feng Wu deliberately refrained from striking him down instantly, choosing instead to inflict this torment upon him. She intended for Yu Wanshan to perish in despair. Only in this way could she exact vengeance for the innocents whose lives he had ruined. Excellent. The blight of the city lord's mansion has finally been eradicated. Daughter, may you find peace in the heavens. I am sorry, my beloved, for failing to protect you and allowing you to be violated to death by that beast, Tang Xian. I am truly sorry. Oh, how sorry I am. The city lord's mansion lay in ruins, and the father and son of Tang Xingxing had been reduced to ashes, meeting a most brutal end. This was retribution. Is justice finally served? No, this is not justice. It is merely a delayed solace for the soul. Indeed, delayed justice is not justice at all. It is simply a conclusion. Countless common folk wept bitterly, their emotions finally unrestrained. It was evident how much suffering the beastly father and son of Tang Xingxing had inflicted upon Yangfeng City and how many innocents they had tormented. With Tang Xian and Yu Wanshan dealt with, Feng Wu finally regained her composure, the phoenix true fire retreating into her being. The citizens, witnessing such a beautiful maiden, stared in awe. This enchanting young woman had been merciless in her eradication of the corrupt officials at the city lord's mansion, showing no regard for the guards there. Feng Wu knelt before Li Changfeng, crystalline tears cascading to the ground. Thank you, master, for your support. Li Changfeng hastily helped her up, but Feng Wu suddenly threw herself into his embrace, sobbing loudly. She had finally avenged her parents and, for a moment, could no longer contain her emotions. Li Changfeng did not push her away, but gently patted her back to comfort her. In his arms, the young lady, now his disciple, brought him joy. Yet he could also see that most of the time, Feng Wu still held herself in check. It was only at this moment that she fully relaxed, for she had avenged her great grievance and no longer needed to suppress her feelings. Time passed, and the city lord's mansion had been dismantled by the furious citizens. The remaining Qingyi sect disciples, initially hoping to blend into the crowd and escape, found their plans dashed as 3 of them were swiftly slain. The remaining few dared not make a move. Feng Wu released Li Changfeng, a gentle smile gracing her face, emanating from her heart. Master, once we locate Lin Yinjin's brother, I wish to pay my respects to my parents. Though their remains have long been desecrated by that scoundrel Tang Xian, I have fashioned a grave in their honor. Very well, Li Changfeng agreed without hesitation. He then turned his gaze to the 4 remaining disciples of the Qingyi sect. Now that you are but 4 alive, whoever reveals the whereabouts of Lin Yinjin's brother shall be spared. Of course, you may choose to remain silent. But if I do not receive the answer I seek within 10 breaths, you will join Yu Wanshan in death. I know. As Li Changfeng spoke, there was no need to test their humanity. The 4 disciples of the Qingyi sect eagerly vied to voice their intentions, each desperate to survive. Li Changfeng pointed to the first speaker and said coolly, "You are the first to speak. Go ahead." The Qingyi disciple replied, "I am willing to personally guide the senior. Lin Fan is imprisoned in a hidden dungeon within the city lord's mansion. It is difficult to locate without prior knowledge." Li Changfeng nodded, swiftly dispatching the other 3, leaving the guiding disciple visibly shaken. They arrived at Tang Xingxing's side chamber, where a mechanism awaited them, the door constructed of a rare material known as swallowing spirit gold. Although of little value, cultivators seldom utilize swallowing spirit gold for anything. However, it possessed the unique property of severing spiritual awareness, which explained why Li Changfeng had not discovered Lin Fan's whereabouts earlier, while others deemed it useless. Li Changfeng mused to himself that such material could be used to construct the heavenly authority peak. At that point, even if the ancestors descended upon it, they would be unable to locate him. He could act with impunity, unafraid of being detected by the strong. Quickly suppressing that thought, he resolved to rescue Lin Fan first. As they traversed the secret passage, the walls were lined with a coating of swallowing spirit gold. Before long, they reached the dungeon, and to their shock, discovered over 100 young women imprisoned therein. Yet, these women appeared dazed and disheveled. Li Changfeng's expression darkened, igniting an impulse within him to repeatedly resurrect and slay Tang Xingxing and his son. This father-son duo truly embodied the essence of being worse than beasts. In the midst of his fury, a new disciple recruitment mission from the system arrived. Ding. A qualifying disciple has been detected. Please accept. Ding. A qualifying disciple has been detected. Please accept as a disciple. Disciple accepted successfully. You will gain a system reward of the unranked technique, the simplest path. Disciple accepted successfully. You will receive a special reward technique, Simplification system. Li Changfeng was momentarily stunned, then a slow smile crept across his face, causing the imprisoned women to display expressions of terror. They were all too familiar with such a smile. Each time Tang Xingxing and his son entered the dungeon to commit their heinous acts, it was invariably followed by sounds of despairing laughter. Upon hearing such laughter, a sister would often meet a tragic end. Thus, this laughter had become their nightmare. Devil. The devil has returned. Will it be my turn to die this time? Hee hee. Ha ha. The heavens are unjust. Why doesn't the divine retribution strike down this wretched devil? Li Changfeng's expression froze, becoming somewhat unnatural. He had not anticipated that his momentary joy over accepting a second disciple would provoke such a reaction from the imprisoned women. Feng Wu cast a peculiar glance at Li Changfeng. Her master was admirable in every respect, yet his laughter was dreadfully frightening. She too had once misunderstood. It seemed these captive women shared the same sentiment. Master, please refrain from laughing like that. If you continue, I fear you may frighten them all to death. Look, they are trembling all over, their faces pale. Lin Yanran, who had been searching for her brother, felt genuine sympathy for the plight of these women. Senior, it seems that what the fairy mentioned is true. They react very strongly to your laughter. Perhaps it would be best to free them quickly, and I will continue my search for Lin Fan. Li Changfeng's expression darkened. He felt utterly helpless. Was it really so exaggerated to laugh in happiness? Upon reflection, he concluded that perhaps Tang Xingxing and his son had failed to grasp the essence of his laughter, leading them to laugh in a manner that was both lewd and heinous. Thus, the women's reaction was understandable. Coughing lightly to clear his throat, Li Changfeng composed himself. He then waved his right hand, conjuring a whip of condensed spiritual energy that struck the iron lock on the cage. Crack, crack, crack. The iron locks shattered one after another, and the door of the cage imprisoning over 100 women swung open. Knowing that these women feared men, Li Changfeng did not approach. He spoke softly. You will be responsible for freeing them, Feng Wu. Comfort them gently. Their bodies and minds have suffered great trauma, and it will take time for them to recover. I hope you can guide them patiently. Once we find Lin Yanran's brother Lin Fan, we shall return them home. Understood. Both Lin Yanran and Feng Wu readily agreed, their hearts heavy with sorrow for the tragic fates of these women. Not to mention, both had nearly faced similar fates themselves. Had Feng Wu not escaped, captured by that beast Tang Xine, her outcome would likely have been no better than theirs. Similarly, Lin Yanran had caught the attention of the Qingyi sect's young master, Yu Wanshan. Given Yu's nature, he would undoubtedly have tormented Lin Yanran mercilessly. As Li Changfeng observed the two women beginning to console those in the cage, he made his way towards a corner. There, he found a small iron cage, typically used for confining dogs rather than humans. Standing before the cage, he finally laid eyes upon Lin Fan, imprisoned within. Name, Lin Fan. Cultivation, none. Physique, wastrel mortal body. Talent, hopeless. The system's evaluation of Lin Fan caused Li Changfeng's lips to twitch. He truly could not comprehend the system's workings. How could such a hopeless individual trigger a disciple recruitment mission? System, have you been infected with a virus that is playing tricks on me? This boy lacks both physique and talent. What on earth do you see in him? Why not find someone else to accept as a disciple? For instance, his sister Lin Yanran is quite promising. Master, the system has not been infected by any virus, nor is there any virus capable of infecting it. If you are unwilling to accept him as a disciple, the system can cancel the recruitment mission. Can't I choose his sister instead? Replacement is not possible. Fine. Although he is a natural-born waste, I cannot forfeit the system's rewards. Whether it be the unranked technique or the new rewards after accepting a disciple, they are invaluable to me. With that in mind, what was there to hesitate over? He would accept him, if need be. He could simply forego any rewards from this disciple and recruit others in the future. Li Changfeng dismantled the dog cage and released Lin Fan. Lin Fan immediately knelt before Li Changfeng, gratitude etched across his face. Though he lacked the ability to cultivate and was severely deficient in both talent and physique, it did not mean he was a fool. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your rescue. Lin Fan is willing to serve you for life, repaying your immense kindness. Li Changfeng looked down at Lin Fan, who was kneeling in reverence, and spoke softly. Do you wish to acknowledge me as your master and embark on the path of cultivation? Lin Fan's face lit up with joy as he hastily bowed his head in acceptance. I am willing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking on the disciple Lin Fan, and for receiving the system reward of the ungraded cultivation method, the simplest of the great Tao. Additionally, congratulations on the successful acceptance of a disciple, which has granted the special reward of the cultivation simplification system. Chapter 30. Taking on a disciple and sending off a sister. While the disciple did not entirely meet Li Changfeng's expectations, The system's rewards brought forth a smile of satisfaction upon his face. At this moment, Lin Yanran and Feng Wu had successfully persuaded over 100 women, who had endured immense suffering. Although they remained fearful, they had at least taken the first step, emerging from their confinement. Li Changfeng did not intervene. Lin Fan intended to approach Lin Yanran, but was halted by Li Changfeng. Lin Fan, it is not the time for you to go over. These women have suffered greatly, treated as less than human by Tang Xingxing and his son. At this moment, their bodies and minds are utterly exhausted and exceedingly fragile. We shall follow behind them until they are all safely returned home. May Yangfeng City be reborn, free from the likes of the heartless and inhumane Tang Xingxing as its lord. Lin Fan nodded in silence. After leading the 100+ women out of the dungeon, Li Changfeng collected all the spirit-devouring gold from within. Finally, with a single palm strike, he reduced the lord's residence to ruins. He gradually ascended into the air. His voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of every citizen of Yangfeng City. I am the peak master of the Kaoshan Sect, one of the 9 great immortal sects. Today, having encountered injustice in Yangfeng City, my disciple Feng Wu has eliminated the wicked individuals of the Lord's residence. This nefarious establishment is now a thing of the past. I hope that when a new lord arises in Yangfeng City, they shall remember their responsibilities. The hundreds of thousands of citizens of Yangfeng City knelt in reverence, chanting praises of gratitude to the celestial being. Li Changfeng continued. A total of 137 women have been rescued from the clutches of Tang Xingxing and his son. They have endured unimaginable torment and suffering. I implore the people of Yangfeng City to treat them kindly, and I ask their families to come and take them home. I despise those who bully the weak and act unlawfully. Only their true kin may claim them. Otherwise, you shall face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. In the following 2 hours, all 137 women were taken by their families, and the sound of weeping filled the air, tugging at the heartstrings. Sighing deeply, Li Changfeng watched them depart. Feng Wu, Lin Fan, it is time for us to return. From here on, Feng Wu, you must diligently prepare for the 7 Peaks Martial Conference. There can be no slackening of effort. The Tianquan Peak has languished for far too long, and I hope through your endeavors, it shall once again shine brightly. Feng Wu replied, rest assured, Master, I shall exert every effort. If I can secure the first position in the 7 Peaks Martial Conference for Tianquan Peak, it shall be my contribution. Lin Fan then spoke, Master, as your disciple, I too wish to contribute to Tianquan Peak. Although my current strength is lacking, I believe hard work can make up for it. Indeed, Lin Fan's talents were lamentably poor, with the system's evaluation being shockingly low, declaring his aptitude to be beyond hope. Thus, Li Changfeng was genuinely perplexed as to how Lin Fan had triggered the disciple acceptance task. However, all that was now irrelevant, since Lin Fan was his disciple. He would not be neglected. Tianquan Peak was already in shambles, so the addition of a mortal disciple was inconsequential. Li Changfeng said, since you 2 siblings possess such earnest intentions, devote yourselves to cultivation. Lin Fan, bid farewell to your sister. It will not be easy to see her again once you embark on the path of immortality. From now on, the mundane world will be a distant memory. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, Lin Fan knelt before him with a thud. Bowing his head, he pleaded, Master, I know the request I am about to make is excessive, but I must voice it. I beseech you to allow my sister to join me on the mountain. You have saved her life and restored her honor. I owe her a debt of gratitude for raising me through hardships, and I cannot bear to part from her now. I have yet to repay her kindness. Lin Yanran, her eyes red-rimmed, turned away, her tone frosty. Lin Fan, do not place such a burden on the immortal. The immortal has saved my life and preserved my honor. I am already eternally grateful. In the future, once you have achieved success in your cultivation, you may descend the mountain to find me. The place you are going is sacred ground. As a mere mortal, I cannot accompany you. Immortal, please do not punish my brother. He is merely confused in this moment. Feng Wu sighed, understanding the gravity of the situation. Even though the monstrous Tang Xingxing and his son were no longer present in Yangfeng City, Lin Yanran's beauty would inevitably attract trouble. As long as she and Li Changfeng were absent, calamity would surely follow. The phrase a beautiful woman brings disaster aptly described the peril inherent in great beauty. Sometimes, possessing excessive beauty without protection is exceedingly dangerous. Master, I too wish to plead for Lin Yanran to ascend the mountain with us. She is a remarkably beautiful woman, and even if you do not take her as a disciple, she could still assist during this period of rebuilding at Tianquan Peak. To cruelly separate these siblings now would likely lead to Lin Yanran being wronged, or worse, lost to this world before they meet again. Master, surely you do not wish for such a lovely woman to suffer harm, or even lose her life. Li Changfeng nodded and spoke, Lin Yanran, our fated connection as master and disciple is not yet fulfilled. since Lin Fan and Feng Wu speak on your behalf. Wishing for you to accompany us to the Kaoshan Sect, I shall grant their request. However, as a mortal at the Kaoshan Sect, you must refrain from wandering about. It is best that you do not leave Tianquan Peak. Where there are people, there is a world of intrigue, with both virtuous and vile individuals. You may easily attract the attention of lecherous men, and without my protection, Kaoshan Sect is not a safe haven. Lin Yanran's eyes brightened with hope as she gazed at Li Changfeng in astonishment. He had actually agreed, allowing her to join him at the Kaoshan Sect. After being rejected by him multiple times, she had thought her chances were nil. Yet, unexpectedly, happiness arrived so swiftly. Overcome with excitement, Lin Yanran leaped into Li Changfeng's embrace. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. Your kindness is beyond measure. I shall abide by your arrangements and commands, and I will not leave Tianquan Peak without your permission. The sensation of being embraced caused Li Changfeng's heart to waver slightly. Gently patting Lin Yanran's back, he advised, do not behave so recklessly. This is not a private space. Very well. I shall now use my sword to take you back to the Kaoshan Sect. Lin Fan, are you satisfied now? With a series of heavy thuds, Lin Fan bowed deeply to Li Changfeng, his face a mask of gratitude. Thank you, master. I shall strive tenfold, 100-fold in my cultivation, to earn a distinguished place for Tianquan Peak. Listening to Lin Fan's resolute promise, Li Changfeng inwardly sighed. If only he possessed a modicum of talent. Coupled with the system rewards he had gained, rising to prominence would not be difficult. Alas, he was a natural-born failure, the kind of which could not be remedied. A crow is still a crow. It cannot be transformed into gold. Chapter 31. Bestowing the System and Cultivation Method. With such determination, Tianquan Peak need only unite as one. And I believe that one day it will shine brilliantly, and that day is not far off. This statement was directed at Feng Wu, while Lin Fan seemed to be of little consequence to him. In this rather hopeless evaluation of his disciple, Li Changfeng felt a profound sense of helplessness. Attempting to capitalize on Lin Fan's potential appeared to be a futile endeavor. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had been invigorated by a surge of energy. Master, I shall strive diligently. I will not let you down. I aim to lead the Tianquan Peak to greatness. Li Changfeng's face twitched slightly. While confidence is commendable, such blind assurance may not be a virtue. He patted Lin Fan's shoulder and assured him, very well, I have great faith in you. Now, we must return to the Kaoshan Sect. Allow me to transport you back on my sword. With that, a cold light erupted from Li Changfeng, transforming into a flying sword that hovered in midair. This was the very sword from before, but it had now enlarged to more than double its original size. At its current dimensions, it could comfortably accommodate 4 individuals. Lin Fan's face lit up with uncontainable joy. After all, he was merely a 16 or 17-year-old youth. The prospect of flying on a sword was undoubtedly a dream come true for him. Everyone, come aboard. I shall escort you home. Feng Wu cast a deep glance at Li Changfeng, noticing an awkward expression on his face. After all, he had not enlarged the sword previously. Now, however, the sword was spacious enough for 4 without feeling cramped. Feng Wu said nothing as she stepped onto the sword after Li Changfeng, positioning herself behind him and, without hesitation, wrapped her arms around his waist. Lin Yanran pondered for a moment before speaking up. Immortal, I am but a mortal. Might you allow me to stand in front? As before, so that I may hold on to you to prevent my fall? Li Changfeng nodded, but soon felt a stronger grip around his waist as she held him tightly. Lin Fan observed his sister being embraced by their master, while his senior sister clung to Li Changfeng as well. He too was a mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation. With no space remaining in front, he was left to stand behind his senior sister. Should he hold her? After some contemplation, he reassured himself that she was his sister, not someone he sought to take advantage of. With this thought, Lin Fan's expression turned serene. Yet, just as he reached out to embrace Feng Wu, she turned her head. Junior brother, propriety dictates that men and women should not engage in such intimacy. Should you attempt to lay hands upon me, I shall have no choice but to sever your hands. I hope you refrain from such actions, for I do not wish to resort to harsh measures with you. Lin Fan's hand froze midair, watching as his senior sister pressed her face against their master's back. What had happened to the principle of propriety? Surely, it was only aimed at him. A rope emerged from Li Changfeng's body, and he addressed Lin Fan. You may sit upon the hilt of the sword. I will use this magical binding rope to secure you, ensuring you do not fall. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude with a beaming face. Thank you, master. Thus, the quartet soared towards the Kaoshan Sect. Their speed was significantly increased, and in just half an hour, they had returned to Tianquan Peak. After expelling a considerable amount of bile, Lin Fan found himself gasping for air. Li Changfeng placed a hand on Lin Fan's back, channeling some spiritual energy into him, which allowed Lin Fan to recover. With a grateful glance at Li Changfeng, he respectfully stated, "Thank you, Master, for your assistance. I truly am inadequate. I had envisioned that flying on a sword would be a delightful experience, but I never anticipated becoming nauseous on my first flight." Li Changfeng shook his head. Addressing Lin Fan, "Your talent pales in comparison to that of your senior sister. However, I trust you possess the fortitude to persevere. Therefore, I shall impart to you a cultivation technique and a special artifact." Here it comes again, Feng Wu thought to herself. Realizing that their master was likely about to bestow upon him a powerful artifact, akin to the automatic cultivation system she had received, Lin Fan promptly knelt, eagerly awaiting Li Changfeng's bestowal of the technique. Li Changfeng sighed inwardly, recognizing Lin Fan as a devoted disciple. Yet, his talent was truly concerning. With a resigned sigh, Li Changfeng remarked, "I shall now impart to you a cultivation technique, which must remain confidential. You are also forbidden from revealing to others the nature of the technique and artifact you receive. Swear an oath to the heavenly Tao." Lin Fan nodded solemnly, his demeanor serious. "I, Lin Fan, vow that the cultivation technique and artifact bestowed upon me by Master today shall never be divulged. Should I violate this oath, I shall face the wrath of heaven." In an unseen realm, it felt as though a unique force descended from above, merging with Lin Fan's being. This was indeed the binding power of the heavenly Tao's oath. Within the realm of cultivation, oaths are not to be taken lightly, for the heavenly Tao is ever vigilant. To break such an oath is to invite calamity. "Come with me." Li Changfeng beckoned. Feng Wu and Lin Yanran refrained from following, recognizing that this was an opportunity meant solely for Lin Fan. The master and disciple ventured to a secluded area, where Li Changfeng extended his right hand and gently touched Lin Fan's forehead. This was merely a formality. In truth, it was the system bestowing its rewards. The system granted Lin Fan the techniques, the simplest path and technique, Simplification system. "As my disciple, even if he seems hopeless, I shall not neglect him. I hope my choice proves to be wise. Please don't let me down, system." "Master, the disciple you selected is not as simple as he appears. He is genuinely inept, unable to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation." The system's response nearly destabilized Li Changfeng's resolve. He had already bestowed upon Lin Fan the rewards acquired from previous disciples. Yet, the system now revealed that Lin Fan could not even absorb spiritual energy. Li Changfeng furrowed his brow, helplessly gazing skyward. Just then, he spotted a bald eagle soaring above. In a moment of frustration, he gathered his spiritual energy and pointed toward the eagle, managing to dislodge all its feathers without causing it harm. Grasping the descending eagle, Li Changfeng's mood lightened slightly. "Tonight, we feast on roasted eagle." Meanwhile, after receiving the techniques and system, Lin Fan showed no outward change apart from bowing in gratitude. As Li Changfeng prepared to depart, Lin Fan silently trailed behind. Feng Wu greeted the duo. "Master, has junior brother also awakened a special physique like mine? I believe, given your discernment, you would not take a mere mortal as your disciple. What kind of special physique does he possess?" Discussing this matter only served to irritate Li Changfeng, prompting his desire to hunt down demons. Lin Yanran chimed in, expressing her concern. "Immortal, does my brother truly possess a special physique? If you can transform into a fire entity, does that mean my brother can transform into a water entity?" Li Changfeng's lips twitched as he clasped his hands behind his back. Lin Fan's physique was indeed unique, though different from Feng Wu's. For the time being, the changes were not immediately apparent. In due course, all would be revealed. Lin Fan kept his head bowed, silent, his mind consumed by the teachings imparted to him by Li Changfeng. The Tao encompasses 50, the heavenly transformation is 49, and humanity is but one. The Tao of heaven, the Tao of man, the Tao of all things. From the Tao arises one, one gives birth to two, two begets three, and three generates all things. Unbeknownst to him, a unique power began to awaken within Lin Fan. These extraordinary powers began to nourish his flesh and bones, augmenting his physique and greatly enhancing both his strength and speed. Such transformations, devoid of any fluctuations in spiritual energy, remained imperceptible to outsiders. Even Li Changfeng was unable to discern the underlying changes. Lin Yanran remarked, "Little brother, whatever teachings the immortal has imparted to you, be sure to practice diligently. Perhaps you may not measure up to your senior sister, but the fact that the immortal has deemed you worthy of being his disciple signifies that you are destined to tread this path. Unlike your sister, who has not even been afforded the opportunity to embark on the journey of cultivation." Lin Fan nodded earnestly. "Sister, I will grow stronger, exceedingly formidable. At that time, no one shall dare to bully you." "Excellent," he declared, and then proceeded to gather firewood and kindle a fire. The path of cultivation is remarkably simple, and this shall be his unique journey. Chapter 32, A Sudden Reward. Lin Fan's ascension was silent and unnoticed. Not only could Lin Fan not perceive it, but even the patriarch of the Mount Kaoshan Sect would likely be oblivious. Observing Lin Fan diligently chopping wood, Li Changfeng sighed inwardly. He was baffled by the system's peculiarities that compelled him to take Lin Fan as his disciple. He thought to himself, I can only hope that my choice proves to be wise. Having bestowed upon him the techniques and the system, if there are no results whatsoever, I will be left with no recourse even to lament. Soon after, Li Changfeng approached Feng Wu. Feng Wu, after dinner, take the fasting elixir and commence your cultivation. Until you break through your current realm, you are not permitted to leave seclusion. Ideally, you should suppress your realm and strive to reach the utmost limits of the foundation establishment stage. When the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly arrives, and you encounter an insurmountable opponent, then you may break through. Feng Wu nodded. Very well, I shall heed my master's words. However, during my absence, please do not suddenly find a wife for yourself. I truly believe that my master is quite splendid on his own. As she spoke, Feng Wu glanced at Lin Yanran, who was busily preparing dinner with utmost seriousness. A man who is earnest possesses charm, and a woman who is devoted is equally captivating, especially since Lin Yanran was older than herself. Feng Wu felt a considerable sense of rivalry. Li Changfeng playfully tapped Feng Wu on the head. Is it appropriate to curse your master in such a manner? After 10 years of cultivation on the mountain, I have yet to seek a partner. Do you wish for your master to remain single for a lifetime? Feng Wu looked up at Li Changfeng with a hint of grievance, whispering, if my master desires a partner, I would be willing. Now that I have avenged my great enmity, I am ready to devote myself. Li Changfeng was at a loss, wondering what thoughts occupied the girl's mind. You speak of such things too freely, given the company present. What do you think you are saying? After a brief pause, Feng Wu quietly replied, Master, I understand now. I shall confine such matters to private discussions from now on, avoiding public discourse. Li Changfeng's expression froze, and he remained silent for a while. It seemed he had little hope of altering his wayward disciple's mindset. With a sweet smile, Feng Wu approached Lin Yanran to assist her in preparing dinner. Resembling a joyful little butterfly, Lin Fan continued to chop wood and tend the fire without a moment's pause, truly embodying the lifestyle of a mortal. Perhaps that characterization is not entirely apt, for he was indeed a mortal at present. Despite having acquired a boost in strength, there was not a shred of spiritual energy within him. He was undoubtedly the most unconventional cultivator in history. Before long, the meal of 5 dishes and a soup was ready. Lin Yanran's culinary skills were impressive. Witnessing her companions enjoying the meal brought an enduring smile to her face. Let us eat slowly, there is plenty of food. If we find ourselves lacking later, I shall prepare more dishes. Li Changfeng raised his thumb in admiration. Lin Yanran, your culinary prowess is truly commendable. It was fortunate that I promised Lin Fan to bring you to the Tianshu Peak. Otherwise, we would not have such delightful fare. There are no good cooks in the Kaoshan Sect. One either consumes fasting pills or endures bland sustenance. Even when quality ingredients are available, no one knows how to prepare them. Feng Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is delicious. From now on, Yanran, you shall be our designated chef. Master, why not impart a technique to Yanran, allowing her to cultivate alongside us? Even if she is not formally accepted as a disciple, guiding her a bit should extend her lifespan by several hundred years, should it not? Li Changfeng pondered, recognizing the merit in her suggestion. After all, Lin Yanran was a mortal with a fleeting lifespan. Introducing her to the path of cultivation was indeed a commendable choice. Lin Fan regarded Li Changfeng with earnest anticipation, while Lin Yanran was filled with hope yet tinged with trepidation, fearing that her lack of talent might dissuade Li Changfeng from accepting her as a disciple. Very well, Lin Yanran, Li Changfeng declared. I shall impart to you a foundational technique of the Kaoshan Sect, known as the Changchun Sutra. While practicing this sutra may not make you exceedingly powerful, it will certainly extend your life. Adding several hundred years to your lifespan is not out of the question. And if you are suited for this technique, achieving a 1,000-year lifespan is also a possibility. Lin Yanran knelt in gratitude, her face aglow with excitement, her body trembling as she solemnly proclaimed, Thank you, immortal, for bestowing this technique. Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly, Rise, do not be so quick to kneel. I do not place great importance on these mundane formalities, understand? Yes, Lin Fan beamed, promptly exclaiming, Thank you, Master, for granting this technique. Sister, we can now accompany each other for a long time. How wonderful. Indeed. After dinner, Li Changfeng led Feng Wu to the small wooden cabin and instructed her to enter the Time Chaos Tower. Once Feng Wu vanished, Li Changfeng turned to Lin Fan and spoke plainly. Lin Fan, I possess a treasure that allows you to cultivate within its confines, yielding greater results with less effort. Come with me. However, Lin Fan shook his head and replied, Master, the technique you have bestowed upon me has set me on a unique path. I prefer to cultivate in the external world. He firmly declined. Observing Lin Fan's resolute refusal, Li Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. He then reiterated, "This treasure alters the flow of time. 10 days spent within equates to merely 1 day in the outside world. Lin Fan, are you certain you wish to decline?" Lin Fan nodded steadfastly, showing no signs of wavering. "Master, my path diverges from that of my senior sister." Li Changfeng mused internally. Having reviewed the technique he had given Lin Fan, yet finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. Could it be that it simply did not suit him? To verify this thought, Li Changfeng inquired, "Lin Fan, do you mean to say that you can cultivate the technique I provided you and have already made some progress? Have you successfully broken through to the Qi refinement stage?" Lin Fan shook his head. "Then, are you able to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth?" Nearing the Qi refinement stage, Lin Fan shook his head once more. "Since you have not reached the Qi refinement stage so swiftly, do you at least sense the spiritual energy of the world?" Lin Fan shook his head for the third time and stated, "Master, I fear that I may never attain the Qi refinement stage in my lifetime. But please rest assured, I shall not tarnish the reputation of Tianshu Peak. If necessary, the disciple is willing to shed the last drop of blood for the heavenly authority peak." Li Changfeng fell silent, not even feeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Indeed, the system had not deceived him. This was an irredeemable waste of talent, utterly devoid of any aptitude. Never mind, since he had already become his disciple. There was no regret to be had. Li Changfeng spoke, "Lin Fan, I respect your choice. You may cultivate in your own way. I hope that in the future, you will surprise me." "Yes, master," replied Lin Fan. With that, he began to tidy up the remnants of the meal, pouring the previously boiled water into a basin, and silently commenced washing the dishes. This sight caused Li Changfeng's eyelid to twitch, and he let out a long sigh. He could only let things unfold naturally, allowing Lin Fan to do as he pleased. At that moment, however, the system emitted a prompt sound. "Ding. Your disciple has fused with a strand of the great Tao's power, resulting in an enhancement of strength. Congratulations, you have received a 100-fold reward. 100 strands of the great Tao's power have been distributed. Will you fuse with them?" Chapter 33. Have I become a body cultivator? Oh, a system reward has actually arrived. This system truly lacks intelligence. Such a splendid reward, and yet it still asks if I wish to fuse. Absolutely. Ding. 100 strands of the great Tao's power are being distributed, commencing fusion with the host. One strand after another of the great Tao's power merged into Li Changfeng's body, beginning to enhance his physique. Every inch of flesh and blood was rapidly strengthened, suffused with an indescribable power. This was the power of the great Tao, destined to transform Li Changfeng's body entirely. After enhancing his flesh with 30 strands of the great Tao's power, it proceeded to fortify his bones. Within his body, each bone was swiftly reinforced. In mere moments, 100 strands of the great Tao's power had been consumed, and Li Changfeng's body had attained a terrifying strength. His exterior was impervious to blades and bullets, as well as fire and water. His bones were likely harder than steel, and every meridian was equally formidable. No ordinary beast, even one as strong as a mighty bull demon, could hope to sever them. Whether in speed, strength, or lifespan, every aspect had multiplied beyond measure. Li Changfeng wore a peculiar expression, murmuring to himself, "I am clearly a cultivator, yet I have inadvertently become a body cultivator? I must test how substantial my enhancement truly is." Having spoken to himself, Li Changfeng vanished from his location. Soaring into the air, he arrived at the trial tower of the Kaoshan Sect, directly opting to battle a puppet at the transformation stage. Eager to witness the extent of his newfound prowess, the 5th level of the trial tower illuminated, drawing the attention of countless disciples and even elders of the Kaoshan Sect. Even the Supreme Elder was stirred. Which esteemed elder had entered the 5th level of the trial tower, a realm that corresponds to the transformation stage? Surely, it must be one of the top 3 elders seeking to break through to a higher level and enter the unity stage. The unity stage? That is a realm only attainable by our ancestors. It seems the Kaoshan Sect is poised to gain another ancestor at the unity stage. Could it be that a recently promoted Supreme Elder has come to test their strength? Outside the trial tower, the area was already brimming with people. The Sect Master and the 3rd Supreme Elder arrived simultaneously. "We welcome the Sect Master. We welcome the 3rd Supreme Elder." The two nodded in acknowledgement, but exchanged no words. Their gazes fixed on the 5th level of the trial tower. The trial tower consists of 6 levels, each corresponding to the 6 major realms of cultivation: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, and unity. The Sect Master spoke. "3rd Supreme Elder, do you know who has entered the 5th level of the trial tower? Is it an elder or a peak master who has reached the transformation stage, or perhaps a previous Supreme Elder?" The 3rd Supreme Elder shook his head. "It is not yet certain. All I know is that it is not an individual of supreme elder status. It is quite likely a peak master, as it is improbable for an elder to have done so. The first and second elders have yet to reach that level, while among the elders, only they have attained the peak of the nascent soul or the later stage of the nascent soul. If they were to break through, it would surely create a significant stir. The sect master nodded, growing increasingly curious about who the individual in the fifth level could be. The fifth level of the trial tower. This was a unique space, or perhaps more accurately, a training ground. Li Changfeng stood straight as an arrow. Before him stood a puppet crafted from a special material, its power reaching the early transformation stage. If Li Changfeng could defeat it, a puppet of mid-transformation stage would materialize. Only by overcoming the fourth challenge, vanquishing the puppet at the peak of the transformation stage, could he pass and claim the trial tower's reward, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Thus far, only 7 individuals from the Kaoshan Sect had succeeded in passing the fifth level of the trial tower at the transformation stage, and among those like Li Changfeng, who dared to confront the challenge while merely at the peak of the nascent soul, there had been only one successful contender. He was the founding ancestor of the Kaoshan Sect. The peak of the nascent soul? If one at that realm were to challenge the fifth level, they must possess a considerable amount of confidence. The puppet spoke, its tone cold, devoid of any emotion. This was not due to the puppet possessing intelligence, but rather a remnant of the divine consciousness left behind by the founding ancestor. Li Changfeng responded, as the most prodigious genius in the history of the Kaoshan Sect. If I lacked confidence, how could I possibly bring you down? Come, let me see just how formidable you are at the early transformation stage. As you wish. The puppet uttered those 4 words, and a terrifying aura erupted from it. The power of the early transformation stage surged forth, overwhelming. For an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, resisting such pressure would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, Li Changfeng felt naught but a gentle breeze, remarkably comfortable. The puppet remarked, interesting, receive my first move, fiery fist. As the puppet spoke, it swung its fist toward Li Changfeng. Suddenly, flames erupted from its fist, blazing fiercely, the temperature soaring. While it paled in comparison to Feng Wu's true flame, it was still many times stronger than ordinary fire. Come on. Li Changfeng advanced instead of retreating, clenching his fist as he charged forward. He sought to engage the early transformation stage puppet in a direct confrontation. Bang! Their fists collided, and Li Changfeng staggered back a step and a half. Yet his opponent was sent flying. More alarmingly, the puppet's right arm was shattered, becoming a one-armed puppet. Li Changfeng furrowed his brow in confusion. You are at least an early transformation stage puppet. How can you be so weak? This remark successfully provoked the puppet. It launched another assault on Li Changfeng, faster and more powerful than before. It unleashed a formidable technique, Inferno Sea. A vast sea of flames materialized from thin air, enveloping Li Changfeng entirely. Li Changfeng, however, did not flinch. The previous exchange had already made it clear that the flames wielded by this early transformation stage puppet posed no threat to him. Strolling through the inferno, Li Changfeng retaliated, delivering a punch to the puppet's head, effectively concluding the encounter. As the sea of flames dissipated, the puppet reassembled under the influence of the formation. Its realm had visibly advanced to the mid-transformation stage, and its physical strength had also experienced a notable enhancement. Li Changfeng, one punch and you're done. With a faint smile, Li Changfeng initiated the attack. The mid-stage transformation puppet, caught off guard, was unexpectedly shattered by Li Changfeng's single blow. Li Changfeng quietly awaited the manifestation of the late-stage transformation puppet, curious to gauge its strength. Meanwhile, the outside world was abuzz with excitement due to his swift breakthrough. How formidable! He had successively annihilated both early and mid-stage transformation puppets. Who could this hidden powerhouse be within the sect? Silent until now, yet suddenly astonishing everyone. From a conversation between the sect master and the third elder, it seemed to be one of the peak masters from the 7 peaks. Currently, only the sect master had arrived, while the other 6 peak masters were absent. Who could it be? Perhaps it was the master of Yaoguang Peak, whose strength was only inferior to that of the sect master. However, that was not certain. The strength of the peak masters varied only slightly, making any of them a potential candidate. Excluding the master of Tianquan Peak, it had to be one of the other 5. Li Changfeng, the master of Tianquan Peak, although the youngest elder of Kaoshan Sect, was perceived as the weakest among all disciples. Consequently, everyone hastily identified the challenger on the 5th level of the trial tower as one of the 5 peak masters. As the disciples and elders engaged in discussion, the late-stage transformation puppet materialized before Li Changfeng. Chapter 34. The mind is a valuable asset. You are impressive. The moment the late-stage transformation puppet appeared, it addressed Li Changfeng with this remark. Although it possessed greater strength, it still harbored trepidation in the face of Li Changfeng. He had already dispatched 2 puppets, and despite being at a lower realm, his prowess was undeniable. Li Changfeng's cultivation was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, yet he had achieved this feat. If the puppet were human, it would undoubtedly display a grave expression. Alas, the puppet's face betrayed no emotion. Li Changfeng retorted, mediocre at best. Merely the result of Kaoshan Sect's unprecedented legacy. So, are you intending to concede outright? The puppet replied coldly, no, I intend to defeat you. Only one being at the peak of the nascent soul has ever bested me, and that is the founding ancestor of Kaoshan Sect. In the next moment, the puppet unleashed a terrifying aura, seemingly capable of tearing through space. Li Changfeng felt the pressure. This opponent was significantly stronger than the previous two. He then proclaimed loudly, look, the ancestral master appears behind you. Huh. The puppet's head jerked 180 degrees, yet it saw not even a shadow. Just as it was engulfed in confusion, Li Changfeng struck. Huh. Behold my overlord fist, shattering your skull. A formidable force surged toward the puppet's head, prompting it to sense imminent danger. Before it, a protective barrier of spiritual energy coalesced, aiming to deflect the impending blow. However, the puppet grossly underestimated Li Changfeng's physical strength. Had he not integrated the myriad strands of Dao power, his might would have only amounted to a few thousand pounds. Now, however, his power had escalated to a staggering 1,000,000 pounds. The barrier shattered, and Li Changfeng's momentum remained unyielding, poised to crush the puppet's head. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The puppet's head retracted into its body, causing Li Changfeng's fist to strike nothing but air. What the hell? Li Changfeng exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. You have no sense of martial ethics. If you were a normal human, how could you possibly retract your head like that? That doesn't count. You've lost. The puppet had retreated a fair distance, coldly regarding Li Changfeng. Was a sneak attack also considered martial ethics? You initiate the first move, and I follow with the 15th. What is wrong with that? No fault there. This statement was undeniably sound. Li Changfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, your intellect surpasses that of the previous two fools. You now qualify to be my opponent. For the sake of fairness, let us first clasp our fists and bow to each other, then proceed to our formal duel. Agreed. The puppet concurred, positioning itself merely 3 meters away from Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng clasped his fists and slowly bowed. Observing that Li Changfeng had refrained from launching a sneak attack, the puppet felt reassured and mimicked Li Changfeng's actions. However, just as it began to bow, Li Changfeng delivered a swift kick directly to its chest. Although the puppet had achieved late-stage transformation, its physical durability was still insufficient to withstand such a strike. The puppet was reduced to fragments, and Li Changfeng smirked. I praised you to lower your guard, not to engage in a fair fight. Utilizing one's intellect is a method of enhancing combat strength. I'm not foolish enough to forego that advantage. Having dealt with the late-stage transformation puppet, Li Changfeng's expression radiated satisfaction. Simultaneously, he gained a newfound understanding of his physical strength. This was true power. With his current physique, he could likely withstand attacks from a nascent soul opponent without sustaining an injury. Of course, this presupposed the absence of high-grade flying swords and magical artifacts. Conservatively speaking, low-grade spiritual artifacts should be unable to harm him. It meant that any treasures below the level of spiritual artifacts posed no threat whatsoever. Outside, people were incredulous. The late-stage transformation puppet had barely appeared before vanishing in the blink of an eye. What on earth was happening? Could it be that a venerable ancestor resided within the trial tower? You must be dreaming. Ancestral-level figures cannot even enter the 5th level, only the 6th. That is true. The prohibitions set by the ancestor are unbreakable. This individual is truly enigmatic. Even now, the sect master and the 3rd elder remain unaware of who it is. Within the trial tower's 5th level, 3 stars had illuminated from the outside, indicating that the challenger had vanquished the late-stage transformation puppet. In Kaoshan Sect, those at the transformation stage were considered top-tier powerhouses. With the ancestors absent, they represented the strongest combat capabilities. Even in the entirety of the continent, they were among the elite. Inside the trial tower, Li Changfeng did not wait long before the 4th puppet emerged. This puppet had transformed yet again. The first puppet was bronze, the second silver, the 3rd gold, and this last one was of a purplish gold hue. Li Changfeng sighed deeply, muttering, what a grand gesture. The ancestral master has indeed crafted a puppet from purple extreme spirit iron. Such high-grade spirit iron can be used to forge exquisite spiritual artifacts. I wonder if this puppet, forged from purple extreme spirit iron, can withstand a single punch from me? Li Changfeng was eager to test the limits of his physical strength. Up until this moment, he had yet to utilize any spiritual energy. His previous opponents had all been defeated by his physical might. The late-stage transformation puppet regarded Li Changfeng with indifference and was somewhat surprised to discover he was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage. You are impressive. but I wonder if you possess the qualifications to become the second individual to defeat me at the peak of the nascent soul. I am a fragment of the spiritual consciousness of Xianxia, and my memories are incomplete. However, I am significantly stronger than the previous 3 puppets. Are you prepared? Li Changfeng shook his head. I am not yet ready. Please wait a moment. Otherwise, would you kindly turn around? I prefer not to be observed while I prepare. The purple gold puppet replied coldly. There is no need for such petty tricks before me. They are futile. The methods you employed to defeat the 3rd puppet have already been integrated into my memory. Li Changfeng's complexion darkened. While he could easily vanquish his foes, he certainly desired to avoid undue hardship. However, it was evident that resolving the matter with the purple gold puppet as he had previously done was no longer a feasible option. Come, let us engage. A surge of combat fervor coursed through Li Changfeng as he assumed the initial stance of Wing Chun. Not that he was proficient in Wing Chun, but he found this particular stance to possess a certain flair. Good. The puppet coldly uttered a single word and lunged directly at Li Changfeng. Yet, just as it was about to strike, Li Changfeng cried out, "Wait. My stomach hurts." The purple gold puppet emitted a sound of confusion, pondering the reason behind Li Changfeng's ailment. Seizing the moment, Li Changfeng clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful blow to the puppet's chest. The puppet was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, leaving a dent that sank 2 inches deep into its chest. Li Changfeng was taken aback. No way, is it really that tough? Enraged, the purple gold puppet charged at Li Changfeng with blinding speed. It could accept defeat, but not without a semblance of dignity. As it advanced, Li Changfeng swiftly knelt in a gesture of surrender. Hold on. What is it? The puppet replied, just as its left leg was struck hard, contorted by Li Changfeng's kick. Capitalizing on his advantage, Li Changfeng unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. The puppet's limbs twisted into grotesque shapes, rendering it incapable of mounting an offense. In no time, he had transformed the purple gold puppet into a deformed sphere. Chapter 35. I am Li Tiandi. Li Changfeng gazed with satisfaction upon his creation, the bizarre sphere that had once been the purple gold puppet, an entity at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Though it was indeed a puppet of the highest order, it still differed from a true master of the transformation realm. The most crucial distinction was that these puppets lacked intelligence. Or rather, they possessed no intellect, being mere puppets. Should I venture to the 6th floor for a glimpse? Li Changfeng fixated on the martial arts arena of the 5th floor, where a passageway had appeared. This was the entrance to the 6th floor, and ascending it would signify his willingness to challenge the puppets of the combined realm. After some contemplation, Li Changfeng resolved to ascend and take a look. Just as he prepared to act, the 3 puppets he had previously defeated reappeared. Even the purple gold puppet beneath him was restored to its original state by an unseen force. Li Changfeng hastily retreated, sensing that something was amiss. Could it be that he had triggered some hidden level, compelling him to battle these four entities? The purple gold puppet regarded Li Changfeng, unable to suppress its desire to engage. Yet, it was bound by the restrictive force of this place. Even if it wished to strike, it was powerless to do so. Congratulations, you have cleared the 5th level of the trial tower. You may now select a title or inscribe your true name on the leaderboard. These words were nearly ground out by the purple gold puppet through gritted teeth. It was indeed a puppet, yet it possessed a temper. Unlike the other 3 puppets, it exhibited a higher degree of intelligence. Li Changfeng inquired, "What name did the ancestor use?" The one he used was his true name. "Oh," Li Changfeng responded thoughtfully. "After ranking, would there be additional rewards?" "I'm not greedy. Just grant me 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones. The leaderboard will bestow honor upon you. Furthermore, you will receive an ancestor token that allows you to summon any member of the Kaoshan Sect as your guardian for 1 year. During this time, the guardian will prioritize your life above all else, protecting you with their own life." Li Changfeng asked, "Can it be exchanged for money? I'm not particularly fond of descending the mountain. Unless the Kaoshan Sect faces a crisis of annihilation, I should generally be safe." The purple gold puppet fell silent, increasingly tempted to strike the brat before it. It was utterly infuriated. The ancestor token. To date, the first one had yet to be issued. Only those who became the sect leader or elders of the highest rank would be privy to its secrets. Moreover, it could only be obtained by defeating challenges in the 5th and 6th levels. There were only 2 in total, and they were exceedingly precious. Li Changfeng retorted, "If it can't be exchanged for spirit stones, what's the difference? Alas, I lament my unparalleled talent, unmatched by anyone past or present. The ancestor is truly stingy. At least he could leave behind 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones as a reward. Since there are no choices left, then hand me the token." The purple gold puppet, suppressing its urge to obliterate Li Changfeng, proceeded to collaborate with the other 3 puppets to form a formation. It was a summoning formation, evidently designed to draw forth the ancestor token concealed in the 5th level. Its principle was akin to using a magnet to locate a needle. Before long, starlight began to appear above the martial arts arena. Eventually, these points of light coalesced into a token, inscribed with the three characters, xianxiaaudiobooks. Li Changfeng seized the ancestor token with delight, his heart racing and hands trembling. It was crafted from the almost extinct Lioli Xianjin of the continent. Despite claiming it couldn't be exchanged for money, this item was worth a fortune, even a piece the size of a fingernail. When added to the materials for crafting top-tier spirit artifacts, boasted a success rate of 99%. If sold, it would fetch at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. A top-tier spirit artifact would start at a minimum of 10,000 spirit stones. This was a fortune. The purple gold puppet, unwilling to endure further torment from Li Changfeng's incessant chatter, instantly disintegrated into a burst of light, vanishing without a trace. Li Changfeng cherished the ancestor token, envisioning how, once sold, his Tianquan Peak would transform into a bastion of wealth. How splendid! As he reveled in his joy, a stone tablet materialized, prominently displaying the three characters, xianxiaaudiobooks. Above the tablet inscribed with xianxiaaudiobooks were the words Peerless Genius Ranking. Upon seeing this, Li Changfeng understood. This tablet served as a prestigious leaderboard, reminiscent of his experiences playing games in his past life. After all, in every game he played, he always ranked outside the top 10,000. Li Changfeng summoned his flying sword and began to tap upon the characters xianxiaaudiobooks. To his astonishment, he found that he could not damage these three characters in the slightest. Was it impossible to erase the ancestor's name? Alas, the ancestor's talent was clearly inferior to his. He should not be placed alongside him on this tablet. Since erasing it was not an option, he might as well inscribe my title. Using my true name felt too pretentious. Thus, I shall adopt the moniker Li Tiandi. Simple, yet dignified, fitting for someone of stature. Having resolved this, Li Changfeng etched the three characters Li Tiandi between the inscriptions of Peerless Genius Tablet and xianxiaaudiobooks. Having completed this task, he retrieved a spatial ring containing 100,000 mid-tier spirit stones. With utmost care, Li Changfeng ascended to the 6th level of the Trial Tower. Outside the Trial Tower, the Sect Master and the Third Supreme Elder were left utterly stunned. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible, the Third Supreme Elder exclaimed. The Trial Tower had stood for tens of thousands of years within the Kaoshan Sect, and only the ancestor himself, at the peak of the nascent soul realm, had succeeded in defeating a puppet at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Now, a second prodigious talent had emerged, rivaling the ancestor's prowess. He gazed at the 5th level of the Trial Tower, where the 4th star had lit up. This signified that the challenger had indeed triumphed over a puppet at the peak of the transformation realm. In the realm of transformation, achieving such feats is a rarity, with only a handful of esteemed ancestors capable of such accomplishments. What truly astounds is the emergence of an ancient stone tablet shortly after the 4th star ignited in the sky. This is none other than the Tablet of Extraordinary Talents. Attaining the status of Elder confers the privilege of accessing pertinent information, and now, after millennia, the Tablet of Extraordinary Talents has reappeared. The two names inscribed upon it are strikingly prominent. Li Tiandi, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Remarkably, the name of this challenger surpasses even that of the revered ancestor, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Even the most seasoned sect leaders could not suppress a gulp at this revelation. Third Supreme Elder, should we notify the ancestors? A superlative prodigy has emerged within our Kaoshan Sect, one who could potentially alter our sect's destiny. If the other 8 great sects were to learn of this, they might well conspire to eliminate him in his cradle. The Third Supreme Elder inhaled deeply. Given the gravity of this matter, it is prudent to consult the ancestors. As the two deliberated, a procession of Supreme Elders and Peak Masters descended. Initially, they had not paid much heed, but the unveiling of the Tablet of Extraordinary Talents changed the significance entirely. Not only they, but even the ancestral grounds of the Kaoshan Sect, where the ancestors were in seclusion, witnessed the awakening of formidable entities who swiftly arrived at the scene. However, the ancestors chose to remain hidden, concealed within the void, intently observing the Tablet of Extraordinary Talents. One ancestor murmured, "The Kaoshan Sect has birthed such an extraordinary prodigy. It seems our days of secrecy are numbered." Chapter 36, the first prodigy in continental history. Feng ancestor, I did not expect you, old fellow, to be unable to remain in your coffin any longer. The Kaoshan Sect has surprisingly produced a prodigy rivaling our revered ancestor. It is no wonder you could not feign indifference. The being known as Feng ancestor is an elderly man with a full head of white hair. He stands in the void, gazing down at the Trial Tower, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an ethereal presence. Yet, as his voice resonated, Feng ancestor's composure faltered. His brow furrowed as he coldly addressed, "Zhou ancestor, do you wish to engage me in battle? If memory serves, you have been in seclusion for over 10 millennia and have little time left. I fear that should we engage, you may simply expire mid-fight. Zhou Ancestor does not embody the image of an elder. Rather, he appears as a youthful man in his 20s, strikingly handsome, who had undoubtedly captivated countless maidens a millennium ago. Even the saintess of the Haotian sect, the foremost sect among the 9, was utterly enchanted by him. With a nonchalant shrug, Zhou Ancestor replied, "Your strength is lacking, but your tongue is well practiced. Though your lifespan is short, living another 3,000 years should pose no problem. There is little sport in bullying you. After all, we no longer share the same realm." Feng Ancestor's lips twitched as he fixed an intense gaze upon the dashing Zhou Ancestor. "Have you taken that step?" Zhou Ancestor smiled. "That statement is inaccurate. Had I not taken that step a millennium ago, I would have long since turned to dust. Now, I am merely close to challenging the heavens." "Hush! Do not divulge this to those old fellows. I fear it may shatter their spirits." Feng Ancestor fell silent, realizing that Zhou Ancestor's vitality was indeed robust. It seems he is on the verge of contending with the heavens. However, it has been ages since anyone successfully navigated the tribulation, and Zhou Ancestor likely lacks confidence, which is why he continues to suppress himself. Otherwise, with Zhou Ancestor's talent, he would have already battled the heavens, would he not? Zhou Ancestor ceased his provocations and turned his attention to the trial tower, inquiring, "Feng Ancestor, you arrived early. Do you know who has entered the trial tower?" Feng Ancestor shook his head. "As of now, no one knows their identity. The only certainty is that they are from our Kaoshan sect. Could it be that an elder has ventured outside to break through their realm, yet, due to their disdain for fame and fortune, remains unacknowledged among the supreme elders, thus leading to today's spectacle?" Everyone awaited eagerly, curious to discover which formidable member of the Kaoshan sect had dared to enter the trial tower. Meanwhile, as they anticipated, Li Changfeng ascended to the 6th level of the trial tower. Has he truly aspired to conquer the 6th level? This seems implausible. His name on the tablet of extraordinary talents signifies he is a nascent soul challenging the 5th level. How could he possibly clear the 6th level? It is indeed true. No matter how prodigious, he cannot defeat a composite realm puppet with nascent soul strength. The 6th level's composite realm puppets are formidable, even surpassing ordinary composite realm cultivators. How naive. They will soon witness the consequences of his hubris. Upon stepping into the 6th level of the trial tower, Li Changfeng encountered a puppet at the initial stage of the composite realm. This puppet, with distinct facial features, bore the likeness of the Kaoshan sect's revered ancestor. Initial stage composite puppet. Quite impressive. I left a fragment of my consciousness, and I did not expect to witness another extraordinary prodigy from the Kaoshan sect. Furthermore, your physical strength is formidable. Without utilizing powerful spiritual artifacts, I cannot defeat you. You may pass this trial directly. Li Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "No battle?" The initial stage composite puppet shook its head. "There is no need to waste time. You may proceed directly to face the late-stage composite puppet. I am not your match." A hint of intrigue crossed Li Changfeng's face as he scrutinized the puppet. "So you are afraid? Afraid I might reduce you to fragments? In that case, let us negotiate. Offer me a boon, and I shall refrain from shattering you." The initial stage composite puppet's expression faltered. It was taken aback by Li Changfeng's audacity. It had not anticipated that its desire to spare him from excessive exertion, thereby allowing him the opportunity to challenge the late-stage composite puppet, would lead to extortion. Shaking its head, the initial stage composite puppet remained unmoved. Just as Li Changfeng was preparing to exert pressure, 2 additional puppets materialized. Bronze, silver, and golden, 3 puppets converged, each emanating the aura of initial, mid, and late stages of the composite realm, respectively. The initial stage composite puppet spoke, "Challenger, you must choose. Either face the golden puppet directly, or contend with all 3 of us. Make your choice." Li Changfeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he rubbed his temples. The puppets of the 6th level seem less susceptible to manipulation. Eventually, he made the prudent choice. "Very well, let me see if this golden puppet can truly exhibit the prowess of the late-stage composite realm." The bronze and silver puppets exchanged glances and slowly retreated. They were now exceedingly curious to witness the extent of Li Changfeng's strength. As they withdrew, 2 stars illuminated the 6th level of the trial tower. Observing this spectacle, even the ancestors could no longer remain composed. Zhou Ancestor exclaimed, "Incredible! What a fantastical tale! How can a nascent soul challenge the 6th level and defeat both the bronze and silver puppets? Even our revered ancestor could not achieve such a feat." Feng Ancestor replied, "Not only could our revered ancestor not accomplish this, but even the greatest prodigy of the continent in 1,000,000 years would struggle to achieve such a remarkable feat. By my mother, if this news were to spread, the Kaoshan sect would undoubtedly become the target of all. This opportunity, though immense, simultaneously poses the greatest crisis for our Kaoshan sect. We must seal all avenues for information dissemination. Let us, a few old fellows, act together to erase the memories of those present. The ancestors of fire, thunder, and wood arrived in swift succession, their expressions grave. The wood ancestor spoke. Let us heed the wind ancestor's counsel. Shortly, we shall unite our powers to erase their memories. Not even the supreme elder's recollections shall remain. Aside from those of the sect leader, the fire ancestor replied affirmatively. Indeed, this matter is of great significance. We must exercise utmost caution, should this information leak. It would undoubtedly stir the winds and clouds of the continent. The Mount Guardian sect will be forced to either surrender this unparalleled prodigy or face annihilation. While exceptional talents are a boon, overwhelming genius can often spell disaster. The Thunder Ancestor added, though I am tempted to see if I can protect this extraordinary being. The prospect of the other 8 great sects dispatching their ancestors to intervene gives me pause. I concur with the Wind Ancestor suggestion. The esteemed ancestors reached a consensus. Their expressions a blend of solemnity and uncontainable joy as they gazed upon the trial tower. Within the 6th layer of the tower, Li Changfeng was poised to take action when yet another system reward arrived. Ding! Your disciple has fused with a strand of the Tao's power, and you have received a hundredfold return. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired 100 strands of Tao's power. Would you like to fuse them? Gasp! Another reward. A smile crept across Li Changfeng's lips. With this fusion of 100 strands of Tao's power, defeating this late-stage corporeal puppet should be well within reach, shouldn't it? Chapter 37. A bounty of gains. Hold on. As the late-stage golden puppet prepared to strike, Li Changfeng quickly called for a halt. The golden puppet frowned, coldly inquiring, why? Li Changfeng crossed his arms and began to stretch his joints. My cultivation is rather modest. I am merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Although I effortlessly defeated a puppet at the peak of the transformation stage, such lower-tier puppets cannot possibly compare to you. I simply need to loosen up my muscles and joints for a moment. You may wait. I assure you, it will be a memorable experience. Very well. The trial tower was indeed established to enhance the strength of the Mount Guardian sect's disciples, and since Li Changfeng required a bit of time, it would patiently await his readiness. As long as Li Changfeng's prowess did not disappoint, all would be well. Seeing that the golden puppet acquiesced, Li Changfeng's smile widened. System. Fuse the Tao's power. Ding. The Tao's power is currently fusing. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host, you have attained the Tao's sacred body. Tao's sacred body naturally possesses an extraordinary comprehension of the Tao, enhancing one's understanding tenfold at the first stage. Additionally, it boasts formidable defensive capabilities and remarkable speed. The golden puppet sensed that Li Changfeng had transformed, though it could not quite articulate how. What an odd young fellow, it mused. While in a state of confusion, Li Changfeng suddenly crouched down. As the golden puppet pondered what he was up to, Li Changfeng made his move. His speed skyrocketed, now at least double what it was before. As Li Changfeng shot forward like an arrow, the golden puppet sneered. I am no mere fool from the 5th layer. You think to ambush me? You would need a supreme spirit artifact and attain the peak of the integration stage to accomplish that. So, little nascent soul brat, accept your fate. Li Changfeng did not employ any spiritual power. Instead, he unleashed a ferocious punch to the golden puppet's abdomen. Humph! The golden puppet retreated, and a flash of lightning sparked in its hand. In an instant, the lightning coalesced into a sphere, hurtling toward Li Changfeng. Faced with the terrifying force of the lightning sphere, Li Changfeng's instincts told him it would not inflict significant harm. Thus, he did not shy away. Instead, he pushed off the ground, accelerating once more. His fist struck the golden puppet's abdomen just as the lightning sphere engulfed him, crashing down upon his head. In the next moment, smoke billowed from Li Changfeng's head, his face flushed from the searing heat of the lightning sphere. Meanwhile, the golden puppet bore the brunt of Li Changfeng's strike, a deep fist imprint forming in its abdomen from the devastating blow. The golden puppet, momentarily stunned, was about to retreat when Li Changfeng launched another attack. Li Changfeng, seizing the advantage, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, quickly deforming the golden puppet. Stop! The golden puppet realized it had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. If the assault continued, it would require a considerable amount of time to recover. Restoring a puppet at the integration stage was no trivial matter. Li Changfeng, however, paid no heed, adhering to the adage of striking when one is down. This golden opportunity was not one he intended to squander. As the golden puppet felt its body nearing collapse, it cried out, I concede. You insufferable brat, cease your assault. Li Changfeng, still pummeling, retorted, I cannot accept your surrender until I have thoroughly defeated you. Unless, of course, you offer me some benefits. The golden puppet, nearly on the verge of exploding with rage, realized this impudent young man was attempting to extort it. I have nothing of value. I am merely a puppet. Li Changfeng replied, If you are destitute, then I suppose I shall have to put you to rest. After all, your body holds considerable worth. I could trade it for spirit stones. How infuriating. The golden puppet's composure shattered. Faced with Li Changfeng's unprincipled tactics, it recognized it had no choice but to offer something of value. On the brink of total defeat, the golden puppet roared, I will give you 10,000 supreme spirit stones. Li Changfeng immediately halted, extending his hand and exclaiming with feigned politeness, how could I accept such a generous offer? However, since you insist on giving me 20,000 supreme spirit stones, I shall reluctantly accept. Cannot let your kindness go to waste, can I? The golden puppet interjected. I said 10,000 supreme spirit stones. Li Changfeng nodded. I understand. You wish to bestow upon me 30,000 supreme spirit stones. If I refuse, you will threaten to take your own life. Thus, I find myself compelled to comply. The golden puppet fell silent, aware that Li Changfeng was deliberately teasing it. Ultimately, after parting with 20,000 supreme spirit stones, Li Changfeng spared it. At last, the final boss of the trial tower, a dark golden puppet at the peak of the integration stage, emerged. Observing the despondent golden puppet, the dark golden puppet calmly stated, I will defeat him for you, granting you your retribution. Very well. As soon as the words left its lips, Li Changfeng anticipated a lengthy discussion with his opponent. However, the dark golden puppet had the same thought. Ice storm impact. With a roar, the dark golden puppet unleashed an attack imbued with frost energy, charging toward Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng exclaimed, You, a puppet, dare to resort to ambush? The dark golden puppet replied, Mutual imitation, I learned from you. The temperature within the 6th layer plummeted under the onslaught of the ice storm impact. Fortunately, Li Changfeng's physical resilience had reached astonishing heights. Thus, even faced with the bone-chilling cold, he remained largely unaffected. King's Dominance Fist. Li Changfeng shouted, while simultaneously executing his own attack, undeterred by the opponent's ambush. This encounter served as the ultimate test of his strength. Should he triumph over this puppet, he would leave his ancestral master in the dust. With the nascent soul stage defeating a puppet at the peak of the integration stage, who else could achieve such a feat? After trading 10 blows, Li Changfeng was pushed back. His opponent, the dark golden puppet, had its right arm twisted into a contorted shape. The dark golden puppet gazed at Li Changfeng with a solemn expression, its combat prowess severely diminished. Despite the bloodstains at the corner of Li Changfeng's mouth, it harbored no illusions of being able to vanquish him. This scoundrel's body was more resilient than the finest spiritual artifacts. Li Changfeng smirked. It seems you are on the verge of defeat. Soon, I shall twist your remaining hand and both feet into the shape of flower rolls. Even if you offer me 50,000 top-tier spirit stones as an apology, I shall not grant you forgiveness. The battle raged on, with Li Changfeng's injuries mounting, yet he emerged victorious. The dark golden puppet's hands and feet were contorted into the shape of flower rolls. It realized that if the fight continued, it would surely be reduced to scrap metal. I concede, the dark golden puppet declared. Li Changfeng replied coldly, Words without action are mere pretense, inflicting such injuries upon me. And you think a simple admission of defeat will suffice? I assure you, it is not that easy. Only after relinquishing 36,000 top-tier spirit stones did Li Changfeng spare it, acquiring the second ancestral token in the process. As Li Changfeng prepared to exit, the dark golden puppet cautioned him, If you venture out now, you will undoubtedly be treated as a lab rat by the Kaoshan Sect. Therefore, you must not swagger out. There are far too many people outside. There exists a secret passage that leads directly to Tianquan Peak, crafted by the master of Tianquan Peak a millennium ago. Do you wish to use it? Absolutely, Li Changfeng replied, sensing the external circumstances and opting to heed the puppet's advice. Fame breeds danger. As the foremost genius of the Kaoshan Sect, he must maintain a low profile. He would never acknowledge that he surpassed the ancestral master in talent. Chapter 38, Frenzied Self-Praise. Li Changfeng departed through the secret passage mentioned by the dark golden puppet, making his way toward Tianquan Peak. As he distanced himself from the trial tower, chaos erupted outside. On the 6th level of the trial tower, all 4 stars shone brilliantly, a sight to behold. Most astonishingly, the monument to the unparalleled prodigy reappeared, this time with notable changes. It bore only the 3 characters Li Tiendi, with no mention of xianxia. Although the monument appeared similar to before, the elders discerned that its material was distinctly different. The patriarch's expression grew grave, his excitement palpable. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The previous Yuan Ing realm prodigy had actually defeated a pinnacle composite realm puppet. Whatever methods he employed, they were sufficient to attest to his power. Let us wait for him to emerge, urged the Wood Patriarch. Once he does, we shall immediately collaborate to set up a formation that restrains the actions of all present. This news must not be allowed to leak. The Thunder Patriarch added, I eagerly anticipate him becoming the first cultivator in 10,000 years to successfully transcend the tribulation. Furthermore, we can utilize his ascension to elevate the Kaoshan Sect's reputation. It is indeed time for us to claim the title of the foremost sect in the immortal realm. The Wind Patriarch remarked, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. There are quite a few disciples of the Kaoshan Sect present. Moreover, nearly all the esteemed elders are here, with 5 from the 7 peaks attending. Aside from the leaders of Yaowang Peak and Tianquan Peak, they are all gathered here. Old friends, how many memories do you intend to preserve?" Silence followed. The sect master would certainly retain his memory, but it posed a dilemma for the esteemed elders and several peak masters. Even with their capabilities, forcibly erasing their memories would prove challenging unless they consented. Yet, doing so was essential to protect this unparalleled prodigy. Fewer individuals aware of his existence would translate to greater safety. Even though this extraordinary talent of the Kaoshan Sect already possessed strength rivaling that of pinnacle composite realm cultivators, the continent was fraught with peril. Once his identity was exposed, it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of bloodshed, potentially plunging the Kaoshan Sect into dire straits. As the elders deliberated, the leader of Yaowang Peak arrived. She was a stunning beauty, seemingly untouched by the ravages of time. Her strength was formidable, securing her the second position among the 6 peaks, second only to the sect master. Sect master, esteemed peak masters, honored elders, who is it within the trial tower? I was previously in seclusion, but heard that someone at the peak of the Yuaning realm has cleared the 5th level. Moreover, their name now graces the monument above that of the ancestral master. Does this not signify that our Kaoshan sect is poised to ascend to greatness, becoming the foremost sect in the immortal realm? The sect master replied, "Yaowang Peak Master, you should see for yourself. He has not only passed the 5th level, but also the 6th. Strangely, however, he still has not emerged. Perhaps there are some hidden rewards for clearing the levels." The 3rd esteemed elder interjected, "Let us wait." The leader of Yaowang Peak surveyed the gathering, noting that aside from a few elders in closed-door cultivation, nearly all inner elders were present. Only Changfeng, hailed as the Kaoshan Sect's greatest genius, was absent. Could it be that Changfeng was the one within the trial tower? The leader of Yaowang Peak held high hopes for him and felt immense curiosity. Changfeng's growth had been meteoric. When she was in seclusion, he had already condensed his golden core, leaping to become an elder of the Kaoshan Sect. In her heart, the leader of Yaowang Peak pondered, could it truly be Master Li? He had joined the Kaoshan Sect merely a decade ago. No matter how prodigious he was, defeating a pinnacle composite realm puppet seemed impossible. Yet, inexplicably, doubts began to form in her mind about Changfeng. As the crowd continued to wait, Changfeng finally returned to Tianquan Peak. Upon seeing him, Lin Fan quickly bowed in respect. "Master, how did you emerge from the ancient well? Could this be a unique cultivation method? I wonder if I could manage it." Changfeng shook his head. "You must follow your own path of cultivation. Do not emulate your master. The ancient well has lost its significance. I shall fill it today." With that, Changfeng waved his hand, burying the ancient well beneath a mound of earth and stone, erasing all traces. Having completed this task, Changfeng spoke solemnly. "I sense that something significant has transpired at the trial tower. Lin Fan, continue your cultivation. I shall investigate. In the future, once your strength has improved, you may also enter the trial tower to enhance your combat skills." Lin Fan responded earnestly, "Yes, master." Without delay, Changfeng departed Tianquan Peak, soaring toward the trial tower on his sword. As Changfeng arrived, the leader of Yaowang Peak cast a deep glance at him, her heart filled with uncertainty. Had her intuition misled her? "Master Li, you are indeed fashionably late, arriving even later than I. I wonder what has kept you so occupied." This was a test from the leader of Yaowang Peak. Changfeng replied, "Yaowang Peak Master, my Tianquan Peak cannot compare to your Yaowang Peak. Aside from a few dilapidated huts, there is nothing else. Therefore, I have only taken on 2 disciples and enlisted a group of miscellaneous disciples to renovate Tianquan Peak. I have been quite busy during this time." The leader of Yaowang Peak chose not to press further, instead continuing to observe the trial tower in silence. Changfeng's response was impeccably guarded. Even if she harbored suspicions, she possessed no evidence. The Fire Patriarch, upon seeing Changfeng's arrival, recognized his strength, knowing that he had broken through to the pinnacle of the Yuaning realm in a mere 10 years. This secret is known only to 2 venerable ancestors. Previously, both the Fire Ancestor and the Wood Ancestor believed that the formidable figure within the trial tower was none other than Changfeng. However, it has now become evident that their assumptions were misplaced. Changfeng emerged from the outside, not from within the trial tower. Yet, to quell his lingering doubts, the Fire Ancestor descended beside him and inquired, "Li Peak Master, what is your opinion of this extraordinary prodigy within the trial tower? He astonishingly cleared the 6th level with the pinnacle strength of the nascent soul realm. It is important to note that the adversary he faced was a puppet at the peak of the composite body stage. Even I might find it challenging to overcome such an opponent. With you, a genius of our Kaoshan Sect, now appearing alongside another unparalleled prodigy. Doesn't this seem somewhat outrageous? Li Changfeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, could it be that there exists someone with greater talent than I? I have toiled for 10 years to reach my current state, diligently practicing for 2 hours every day without fail. Now you tell me, Fire Ancestor, that there is one who surpasses me, whose combat prowess exceeds that of the composite body stage puppet. If I am a once-in-a-century, unparalleled genius, then this individual must surely be the foremost prodigy of all time, utterly invincible. Even our esteemed ancestor cannot match his talent. In the same realm, he would likely be subdued by this newcomer. Li Changfeng spoke with earnest self-assurance. Chapter 39. The Unseen Prodigy of Unparalleled Talent. Although the Fire Ancestor found no fault in Li Changfeng's assertions, he sensed something amiss. He was familiar with Li Changfeng, who was notoriously proud and seldom praised others, often considering himself the foremost genius of the Kaoshan Sect. Moreover, he was exceedingly adept at concealing his true strength. Just when one might believe him to be at the golden core stage, he quietly advanced to the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Upon sensing Li Changfeng's current level, the Fire Ancestor noted that while he had not made a breakthrough, his realm appeared more stable and steadily advancing. It could be said that if Li Changfeng desired, he could easily breach the divine transformation stage. Within the Council of the Elders, he would certainly rank among the top 5. A member of the Elder Council need only attain the nascent soul realm to apply for the position. Li Changfeng was more than qualified to become an elder, yet he chose to conceal his true capabilities. This fellow truly puzzled the Fire Ancestor. Li Peak Master, the Fire Ancestor began. Have you ever praised anyone in the past? I have heard that you exclusively extol your own virtues within the Kaoshan Sect. Li Changfeng sighed. Fire Ancestor, I too wish to commend others. However, whether they be disciples, elders, or ancestors, the disparity in talent is far too significant. If I am akin to a resplendent sun, then the rest are but mere twinkling stars. How could one possibly extol such comparisons? The Fire Ancestor's expression grew somewhat strained, fiery tendrils escaping him. Clearly, Li Changfeng's words struck a nerve. The Peak Master of the Shaking Light Sect smiled slightly and interjected, Fire Ancestor, I believe Li Peak Master is correct. To possess such strength within a decade is something even our esteemed ancestor seems not to have achieved. The ancient texts recount that our ancestor spent 37 years to solidify his golden core, while the venerable ancestor who once crafted the grandeur of the heavenly authority, Peak, required 39 years for the same feat, falling short of Li Peak Master's accomplishments. Thus, is Li Peak Master now fully convinced of the prowess of this extraordinary genius within the trial tower? Li Changfeng nodded solemnly, gazing towards the trial tower. He spoke slowly. I am not as formidable as he, this one-of-a-kind prodigy of unparalleled talent. Although my innate ability may slightly eclipse that of our esteemed ancestor, my combat prowess pales in comparison. It is remarkable that he can even be ranked above our ancestor, underscoring his terrifying strength. His name is splendidly chosen, Li Tiandi. It appears his ambitions are to ascend as the heavenly emperor of the upper realm. The Fire Ancestor regarded Li Changfeng intently, sensing something amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint the issue. The Peak Master of the Shaking Light Sect harbored similar doubts, equally at a loss for resolution. The prominent figures of the Kaoshan Sect waited in vain, yet no one emerged, and even the 4 stars of the 5th level had dimmed. If this continued, the stars of the 6th level were sure to follow suit. Could it be that the unparalleled prodigy within desired to keep his identity concealed? Ancestors, spoke the Zhou Ancestor. Let us arrange the formation. I perceive that this unparalleled prodigy within the trial tower does not wish for outsiders to recognize him. We must first erase the memories of the disciples and elders present. The Wind Ancestor countered, I believe this is unnecessary. It would be better to let everyone depart. Claiming that an incident has occurred within the trial tower, a thorough investigation has confirmed that neither the elders, nor the esteemed elders, nor the Peak Masters are the unparalleled prodigy within. Thus, the identity of this prodigy remains undisclosed. It is beneficial for the disciples to have a goal to strive towards, and we can continue to observe in secret, certain that we will identify this prodigious individual. The Wood Ancestor concurred, I agree with the Wind Ancestor. As long as we do not reveal his true identity, even if the news spreads, the other great sects will not concern themselves with it. The key is that even we do not know who he truly is. The Thunder Ancestor added, this is indeed wise. I had no intention of erasing their memories. Having a goal to strive for is of utmost importance. Let it be as it is. Thus, The ancestors reached a consensus and decided against erasing the memories of the gathered crowd. However, they appointed someone to usher everyone away. The trial tower would be sealed from this day forth, until the individual within emerged or until 1 month had elapsed. With this month as a buffer, they believed that the unparalleled prodigy within the trial tower would surely make a discreet exit. The Zhou ancestor made his appearance as the formidable figure among the ancestors, and having once led the Ko Mountain sect to prominence among the 9 great sects, his authority was unmatched among those present. Bow before the Zhou ancestor, commanded the crowd. Thousands of disciples and elders knelt in reverence. Li Changfeng, however, remained standing, exuding pride as the peak master. Even as the sect leader and fellow peak masters bowed, he stood tall and resolute. The Zhou ancestor regarded Li Changfeng for a moment, choosing not to elaborate further. He had once wished to take Li Changfeng as his disciple, but was rebuffed. Ultimately, Li Changfeng had become a disciple of an ancient ancestor of similar stature to the Zhou ancestor. The Zhou ancestor nodded slightly, hands clasped behind his back. His ethereal presence exuded an air of indifference. As a superlative ancestor, he possessed the privilege to adopt such a demeanor. Esteemed members, today there has been a minor issue with the trial tower of the Ko Mountain sect. There is no true genius capable of rivaling our esteemed ancestor. As all who have participated in the trial tower know, once the challenges are cleared, one can only linger for a brief moment before being sent out of the tower. The time has elapsed, and the unparalleled prodigy has yet to appear. I shall investigate to ascertain the nature of the problem. Now, the peak masters, esteemed elders, and elders are to oversee the departure of our disciples. Yes, the Zhou ancestor's command was law. None dared to defy his will. Although he was not the sect leader, his prestige far surpassed that of the leader. Li Changfeng summoned his flying sword, preparing to depart, but the peak master of the Shaking Light sect called out to him. Li Peak Master, I wish to visit your heavenly authority peak. Shall we go together? Li Changfeng, the Tianquan peak is rather rudimentary and currently under construction. If we visit now, I fear the hospitality may be lacking. Perhaps it would be better to come at a later date? Yao Guang, the peak master, there is no need to delay. Although Yao Guang peak may not be abundant, we possess a sufficient supply of spirit stones. Should you require any, I can lend some to you, masterly. With this offer made, and considering the enchanting allure of Yao Guang, who was drawing closer with a hint of her alabaster skin revealed, Li Changfeng found it difficult to decline. Since Yao Guang wished to proceed, they would go together. After all, there were no secrets at Tianquan Peak. His secrets were such that not even Yao Guang could unravel them. Even if the ancestral patriarch were to arrive, he would lack the ability to discern them. The nature of the system was ethereal, intangible. Yao Guang leaped onto Li Changfeng's flying sword, causing the peaks to tremble. Masterly, I prefer not to ride the sword myself. Could you escort me instead? Rest assured, I shall compensate you with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let us be off. Though Li Changfeng initially intended to refuse, the sheer generosity of Yao Guang was too compelling to resist. Chapter 40. What you desire, I shall provide. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were readily bestowed upon Li Changfeng by Yao Guang. Standing at the forefront of the flying sword, he felt her presence closely behind him. Unlike Feng Wu, who would cling tightly, Yao Guang merely stood near him. Feeling her proximity, Li Changfeng could not help but voice his concerns. We are already easy prey for gossip by sharing a flying sword. Now, with you so close, should others catch sight of us, it may give rise to unflattering rumors. This would reflect poorly on you, Master Yao. As for me, I am indifferent. I merely fear that should you find a favored companion in the future, this moment may become a source of discomfort. Yao Guang smiled gently, replying softly, I have surpassed 300 years and have yet to find a suitable partner. If it does not displease you, we at Yao Guang Peak might consider an alliance with Tianquan Peak. I hold you in high regard. Masterly, Li Changfeng fell silent. He was perplexed as to why women often sought to disrupt his focus on the path. Women merely hindered his swiftness in wielding his sword. He would not seek a companion until he achieved invincibility. Such were Li Changfeng's thoughts. Noting his silence, Yao Guang ceased her discourse. She was exceedingly curious about him. Despite his not having emerged from the trial tower, her intuition told her that the brilliance of Li Changfeng was unparalleled within the entirety of the Kaoshan Sect. Li Changfeng had already reached the golden core stage years ago, and with his exceptional talent, ascending to the nascent soul stage should not be an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, he had the backing of an ancient patriarch. With a faint smile adorning her lips, she drew even closer to him. Li Changfeng quickened his pace, causing Yao Guang to nearly lose her balance and tumble from the flying sword. In that moment, Yao Guang clung tightly to Li Changfeng, their bodies entwined. Master Yao, your current behavior is rather unbecoming. As a peak master, could you refrain from holding on so tightly? You are almost pressed against my back, and I find it quite taxing to maneuver the sword. We cannot afford any accidents. It would be rather unflattering for us to be known as the peak masters who fell to their demise together. His words were not without merit. The beauty schemes had not borne fruit, and she chose not to press further. After all, she had set her sights on Li Changfeng and was determined to uncover his secrets. Soon, they arrived at Tianquan Peak, where Lin Fan, upon seeing his master return, hastily set aside his axe to greet them. Lin Fan, I pay my respects to my master and to the esteemed guest. Yao Guang's expression turned peculiar as her divine sense swept over Lin Fan, revealing his rather unimpressive talent. She turned to Li Changfeng, eager for his explanation. Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly, Lin Fan possesses a commendable disposition, well suited for cultivation. As for his potential for success, that depends on his fortune. Yao Guang, masterly. You possess a kind heart, treating your apprentice as if he were your own kin. However, the path of cultivation is not merely a matter of good nature. I have come in haste, and, lacking preparation, I offer you a bottle of qi condensing pills as a token of our meeting. Lin Fan looked to Li Changfeng, who nodded in approval before he expressed his gratitude and accepted the gift. Thank you, esteemed elder. Master, I shall return to my woodcutting. Once Lin Fan had departed, Yao Guang could no longer contain her curiosity. Masterly, does your disciple's talent not leave much to be desired? While each peak master of the Kaoshan Sect can take on their own apprentices, do you not fear that by taking him under your wing, he may become a laughingstock for Tianquan Peak, thereby tarnishing your reputation? Li Changfeng had not originally intended to take on an apprentice, but the system had bestowed him with too much. Thus, he accepted Lin Fan with a spirit of experimentation, sharing the rewards, techniques, and resources he had gained with him. Although Lin Fan had yet to show significant progress, being merely a mortal, he seemed to possess an extraordinary fortune. Since his inclusion, Li Changfeng had received the rewards of the Great Tao twice consecutively, indicating that Lin Fan brought luck to his sister, Feng Wu. With this in mind, Li Changfeng could not abandon Lin Fan. If Feng Wu could comprehend the power of the Great Tao, having Lin Fan as a disciple would ensure his survival until he attained invincibility. Li Changfeng, I have formed a master-disciple bond with Lin Fan, which is why I took him in. Furthermore, do not underestimate him, Master Yao. He may yet astonish many at the upcoming Seven Peaks martial meet. Yao Guang chuckled lightly, but offered no further comment. She could not discern any remarkable qualities in Lin Fan, who appeared far less gifted than ordinary individuals lacking spiritual roots. The so-called bond of master and disciple might simply be Li Changfeng's way of masking his misjudgment. After Lin Yanran prepared the ingredients, she approached Li Changfeng. Master, will this esteemed elder be dining at Tianquan Peak? Li Changfeng shook his head. I think not. Our Tianquan Peak is quite humble. She is Yao Guang, affluent beyond measure, accustomed to consuming rare treasures and the flesh of mythical beasts. Our simple fare may not suit her palate. Yao Guang interjected. Masterly, your words are somewhat excessive. Since I have come as a guest, I shall not disdain whatever hospitality Tianquan Peak offers. The young girl, Lin Yanran, bore a look of melancholy, shaking her head slowly. She felt her talent was too lacking, unworthy of Li Changfeng's attention. Noticing Lin Yanran's downcast expression, Yao Guang produced another bottle of qi condensing pills. I sense a faint, weak fluctuation of spiritual energy within you, but you are still some distance from entering the qi refinement stage. This bottle of qi condensing pills is a gift to assist you in your cultivation. Lin Yanran quickly shook her head. Esteemed elder, I am not a disciple of the Peak Master. I cannot accept such a generous gift. However, Li Changfeng accepted the offering, addressing Lin Yanran. One cannot refuse the kindness of an elder. This is a gesture from Master Yao. Our Tianquan Peak is in dire need of resources, and I have yet to provide you with any for your cultivation. Accept it. It shall significantly shorten the time it takes for you to reach the qi refinement stage. Lin Yanran gazed at the qi condensing pills offered by Li Changfeng before finally accepting them, repeatedly thanking Yao Guang. She then hurried off to prepare the meal, determined to create her best dish to honor such a precious gift. Yao Guang, masterly. As I observe Lin Yanran, her talents surpass those of your disciple Lin Fantian by a considerable margin. Why, then, have you chosen to accept Lin Fan, yet remain reluctant to take on the comparatively ordinary Lin Yanran? Li Changfeng smiled. Indeed, Lin Yanran's aptitude is rather mundane. However, it is rare to encounter someone with a deficiency as pronounced as Lin Fan's. Thus, I am intrigued to see if a talent as lacking as his can embark upon the path of cultivation. It could be regarded as a challenge, a cultivation of a waste body, if it were to succeed. With Lin Fan's tenacity, he is bound to traverse far into the future. The master of Yaoguang Peak shook his head, finding it difficult to comprehend Li Changfeng's reasoning. Could it be that this unparalleled prodigy, Li Changfeng, is intentionally seeking out an extraordinary failure to highlight his own brilliance? Just as he was lost in thought, Li Changfeng spoke again. Master of Yaoguang Peak. I have another disciple named Feng Wu. She has already reached the foundation establishment stage, yet due to financial constraints, I have yet to procure a flying sword for her. Might you consider gifting her a sword as a token of our acquaintance? Your Qinghong sword would suffice. The Master of Yaoguang Peak paused, taken aback that he would ask for her treasured spirit sword as a mere introductory gift. Masterly, the Qinghong sword has accompanied me for over a century. To offer it as a greeting would surely provoke gossip, leading others to suspect that I am presenting a gift in the capacity of a matriarch. Are you certain you wish to proceed? If you desire, I shall comply. Chapter 41. The Wealthy Master of Yaoguang Peak. Li Changfeng's lips twitched, rendering him speechless. Did she expect him to barter his dignity for a spirit sword? He was not one to lack in integrity. Thus, he solemnly replied, Master of Yaoguang Peak. I kindly ask that you refrain from further such remarks. Though my Tianquan Peak may be in disrepair, I would never resort to trading my dignity for resources. Furthermore, I trust you do not believe that a mere flying sword could entice me to compromise my principles? The implication was clear. Your offer is woefully inadequate, and I shall not accept, unless you provide a sum so generous that I cannot refuse. The Master of Yaoguang Peak smiled sweetly, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as she regarded Li Changfeng. Gently brushing her hair aside, she murmured, It seems I may have underestimated you, Master Li. Though today marks only our second meeting, my curiosity about you is quite profound. There will be ample opportunities for us to converse in the future. There is no need to rush. I am confident that one day, you will be moved by my sincerity. Li Changfeng remained silent, recognizing that the Master of Yaoguang Peak was undeniably affluent, yet she hesitated to increase her offer. This left him unable to articulate the carefully crafted responses he had prepared. Feng Wu, it is not that I am unwilling to procure benefits for you. It is simply that this wealthy matriarch does not follow the conventional script. At Tianquan Peak, countless servant disciples busied themselves with the construction of palaces. Lin Fan was preoccupied with chopping wood, oblivious to the happenings beyond his immediate surroundings. His sister Lin Yanran was diligently preparing a sumptuous meal in gratitude for the qi condensation pills bestowed by the Master of Yaoguang Peak. In that moment, Li Changfeng found himself at a loss for words. Cultivation was a distant dream, as the meal would soon be ready. Even after they had feasted, his mind was not inclined towards practice. As long as Feng Wu was cultivating, he had no desire to compete. Li Changfeng stretched lazily. Master of Yaoguang Peak, if you have no other matters at hand, perhaps you might take a stroll or assist Lin Yanran with the cooking. I shall excuse myself. The Master of Yaoguang Peak looked at Li Changfeng and, to his astonishment, wrapped her arms around his in a playful manner. Li Changfeng, this is hardly the way to treat a guest. I am, after all, a visitor to Tianquan Peak. You cannot simply disregard me. Do not sway. What on earth did this enchantress intend? Claiming to have fallen for him, Li Changfeng was certainly not convinced. Cultivators typically focused on refining their spirits, gradually erasing their humanity. With the Master of Yaoguang Peak's power, it was safe to assume she possessed more spirit than humanity. The entire sect of the Reliant Mountain was exceedingly cautious. Their proclaimed strength was often significantly less than their actual capabilities. For instance, Li Changfeng presented himself as being at the pinnacle of the early Golden Core stage, while in truth, he had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent Soul stage. Master of Yaoguang Peak, there are many witnesses present. Please refrain from behaving like a lovesick girl. Should this word get out, I fear I would be labeled as your partner. The issue is, I have done nothing to warrant such an accusation. The Master of Yaoguang Peak smiled slyly as she gazed at Li Changfeng. Then you ought to take action. Once you do, it would no longer be considered an unjust burden, would it? Li Changfeng. At that moment, Li Changfeng realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Under the relentless pressure of the Master of Yaoguang Peak's advances, he found himself unable to withstand her charm. In a moment of desperation, he decided to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes in meditation. The Master of Yaoguang Peak, believing Li Changfeng to be engrossed in cultivation, ceased her frivolity and watched him intently, attempting to see through his facade. However, after a considerable time, she detected no fluctuations of spiritual energy. What on earth is he up to? Li Changfeng kept his eyes shut, determined to remain in this state until the meal was ready. Time passed, and at last, Lin Yanran's voice broke the silence. Master Senior, the meal is ready. Li Changfeng abruptly opened his eyes, startling the Master of Yaoguang Peak, who had been observing him closely. As he stood, his motion was so fluid that his head collided with something soft. Ah! The Master of Yaoguang Peak gasped, her cheeks flushing. She had not anticipated Li Changfeng's swift movement, which left her momentarily taken aback. Li Changfeng quickly covered the Master of Yaoguang Peak's mouth, whispering, Be quiet. Your exclamations could lead to misunderstandings. Let us eat and depart quickly. I have heard that the other peak masters have been pursuing you. Even the sect leader wishes for you to be his partner. Do not implicate me. Tianquan Peak is the weakest among the 7 peaks. I am the least powerful among the 7 masters. My strength lies solely in talent. The master of Yaoguang Peak emitted muffled sounds of agreement, nodding slowly. The two made their way to the dining table, with their realms at the Golden Core stage. Abstaining from food for a year and a half would not pose a significant issue. While they could not achieve complete fasting, they could certainly avoid starvation. As the enticing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, the master of Yaoguang Peak's face lit up with delight. She had nearly forgotten the taste of such delectable meals. Had she not visited Li Changfeng today, it is likely she would have missed the opportunity to savor this feast. This dish is truly exquisite, the master of Yaoguang Peak remarked. Lin Yanran, would you be interested in joining my Yaoguang Peak? I can offer you immediate admission as an outer disciple, along with certain allowances from the sect. In addition, for your culinary creations, I would reward you with spiritual stones and pills, 100 low-grade spiritual stones each month. Such extravagance. This is what it means to be a wealthy individual like the master of Yaoguang Peak. Li Changfeng could no longer remain silent. He, who cared little for cultivation and relished in culinary delights, found this quite intolerable. Master of Yaoguang Peak, attempting to poach my disciple before my very eyes is rather inconsiderate. Lin Yanran, do not heed her words. Yet Lin Yanran's countenance betrayed her uncertainty. With her brother Lin Fan, now a disciple of Li Changfeng, remaining at Tianquan Peak simply as a cook would yield limited achievements. Thus, she found herself tempted by the master of Yaoguang Peak's enticing proposition. Lin Fan suddenly spoke, Sister, please stay. Here, I can see you every day. Moreover, I believe that one day, Master will accept you as a disciple. Li Changfeng nodded, prioritizing stabilizing Lin Yanran. The master of Yaoguang Peak suddenly made a move, turning her back to Li Changfeng as she spoke again. Lin Yanran, if you feel the treatment is insufficient, I can offer a little more. 200 low-grade spirit stones per month, along with a bottle of qi condensation pills. If you can break through to the foundation establishment stage, then it will be 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of foundation establishment pills each month. This treatment is exceedingly generous. I believe no one else in the entire Kaoshan Sect would offer such a bounty. Li Changfeng's face twitched, his eyes ablaze with anger. What does this Yaoguang Peak master intend? First, she flirts with him, and upon failing, she attempts to poach Lin Yanran. Just as Li Changfeng was about to explode, the master of Yaoguang Peak turned around and addressed him. I was speaking with my back to you. I did not invite Lin Yanran in your presence. Thus, I have shown you ample respect, Li Peak Master. Chapter 42. My disciple Feng Wu is remarkably strong. Respect? How dare she assume I am a fool? Li Changfeng replied. Yaoguang Peak Master, if you continue to speak in this manner, then the Tianquan Peak will place you on our blacklist. From henceforth, you shall not set foot in Tianquan Peak. Huh. The master of Yaoguang Peak was taken aback. She had offered considerable benefits, yet Li Changfeng showed no gratitude whatsoever. Lin Fan interjected, Senior, if master does not welcome you, then we must kindly ask you to leave. Lin Yanran, visibly conflicted, sighed. Ultimately, she could not forsake her brother Lin Fan, and she felt immense gratitude towards Li Changfeng. Were it not for him, she would likely have suffered endless humiliation and death by now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yanran spoke, Senior, I am grateful for your regard towards me. However, I cannot leave Tianquan Peak, for my life belongs to the Peak Master. Unless the Peak Master expels me, I shall never step outside Tianquan Peak. Li Changfeng smiled faintly, looking indifferently at the master of Yaoguang Peak. Did you not wish to recruit someone? Now that you have heard the answer, how do you intend to proceed? Unless you offer a price I cannot refuse. The master of Yaoguang Peak gazed intently at Li Changfeng. It was rare to see a breathtakingly beautiful woman so willingly devoted. Could it be that Li Changfeng truly possessed an irresistible charm over women? Silently, she continued to enjoy the delectable meal, savoring flavors she had not experienced in years. Li Changfeng, somewhat helpless, remarked, Yaoguang Peak Master, you are a woman and also the leader of a peak. You must pay attention to your image. Should word spread, the affections of the other peak masters for you may significantly diminish. The master of Yaoguang Peak replied, if that were truly the case, then it would be for the best. As long as Li Peak Master remains steadfast, that suffices. How peculiar this sounded. She and the master of Yaoguang Peak were as innocent as freshly fallen snow. Lin Fan devoured his food ravenously, for some reason. Since arriving at Tianquan Peak, he had transformed into a veritable glutton. Li Changfeng had inquired about Lin Fan. He had not been like this before. Bizarre. Was the system urging him to take on Lin Fan as a disciple due to his extraordinary appetite? Might he one day consume everything like a glutton? Finally, the meal concluded, and without a word, Li Changfeng headed straight to the small wooden cabin. He truly wished to avoid further encounters with the master of Yaoguang Peak. This woman seemed intent on bombarding him with money and attempting to undermine his authority. He could not indulge her. Even if it was somewhat impolite and not the proper way to host, Li Changfeng accepted it. After all, he aimed to endure until he became invincible. Offending someone was a trivial matter. He would merely endure a few days of complaints, and that would be the end of it. Outside the wooden cabin, the master of Yaowang Peak called out, "Li Peak Master, will you not accompany me for a stroll? It is said that 100 steps after a meal can lead to a long life of 99 years. Will you not take a stroll?" Li Changfeng retorted curtly. "Yaowang Peak Master, you must be several hundred years old now, while I am merely 31. If I were to follow your advice and take a stroll, I might end up cursed to live to 99. Would that not be a great loss for me? The longevity of the Golden Core realm is considerable. Living for a millennium or two is not particularly challenging, is it? Was there anything wrong with that statement? No, there was not. The master of Yaowang Peak pondered, realizing she needed another strategy to coax Li Changfeng out. Since Tianquan Peak was not wealthy, she would use money to lure him out. "Li Peak Master, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. As Tianquan Peak is currently under construction, there are surely many areas that require spirit stones. I am willing to lend you 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and establish a watchful alliance with Tianquan Peak. What do you think? 100,000 low-grade spirit stones?" Had it been before he entered the trial tower, Li Changfeng would have been enticed beyond measure. Of course, he was still tempted now. He felt that he had at least several 100,000 high-grade spirit stones at his disposal. While it might not be enough to significantly bolster Tianquan Peak, it should suffice to cultivate a few disciples. Thus, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones was insufficient. Li Changfeng remained silent. This amount would not suffice to construct Tianquan Peak into his desired vision. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones has not elicited a response. This is unexpected. Given the dilapidated state of Tianquan Peak and the fact that Li Changfeng had only been an elder for a few years, his savings should not be overly abundant. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Changfeng was even more tempted. This woman had a way of making her offers irresistible. He could not help but marvel at how wonderful spirit stones were. Previously, he had learned that Yaowang Peak's annual income exceeded 10 million low-grade spirit stones, making it the wealthiest peak among the 7 peaks. Even the Tianxiao Peak, where the sect leader resided, could not compare. There was no helping it. After all, disciples at Yaowang Peak learned alchemy, and alchemists were highly sought after across the continent. Just as Li Changfeng was about to lose his resolve and prepare to negotiate, the master of Yaowang Peak made another offer. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones to support Tianquan Peak. Li Changfeng finally spoke. "Is that the type that does not require repayment? If you truly wish to ally with Tianquan Peak, then offer 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. And it must be an annual contribution. From henceforth, Tianquan Peak will safeguard the safety of Yaowang Peak's disciples." The master of Yaowang Peak listened to Li Changfeng's words. This fellow not only possessed remarkable talent, but also an audacious disposition. Was it necessary to have such a thick skin to possess such talent? After some deliberation, the master of Yaowang Peak acquiesced to Li Changfeng's demand. It was her first time engaging in such a lopsided deal where she was offering benefits only to have them bargained against. Perhaps she believed that Li Changfeng was likely the unparalleled genius from the trial tower, which prompted her to test him further. The master of Yaowang Peak stated, "Li Peak Master, I accept your terms. However, I must clarify that if Tianquan Peak does not show substantial improvement in the future, I will only assist this once." "Good." Li Changfeng stepped out of the small wooden cabin, a radiant smile adorning his face. "Yaowang Peak Master, you truly are exceedingly generous. The esteemed Tianquan Peak holds great promise. And trust me, it will undoubtedly make a remarkable impression at the upcoming 7 Peaks Martial Conference. This is merely the beginning." The master of Yaowang Peak gazed deeply at Li Changfeng, presenting him with a spatial ring containing 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, urging him not to let her down. "You do not intend to have Lin Fan take the stage, do you? He is but a mortal and would likely perish from a mere fireball spell." Li Changfeng shook his head, stating, "I have another disciple named Feng Wu. I mentioned her previously, yet you have not bestowed upon her a welcoming gift. I no longer desire the Qinghong sword. How about a medium-grade spirit sword instead?" After a moment's contemplation, the master of Yaowang Peak did not refuse. The medium-grade spirit sword would be sent to Tianquan Peak, but she expressed a desire to meet the disciple he spoke of. Li Changfeng shook his head once more. "She is in seclusion and will only emerge during the 7 Peaks Martial Conference. I can assure you of her extraordinary talent, which surpasses my former self." This statement was rather scholarly. While her talent may not exceed that of the former Li Changfeng, it certainly pales in comparison to the current one. The master of Yaowang Peak surveyed Li Changfeng with her enchanting eyes, possessing a certain understanding of him, yet she remained unaware of the full extent of his prowess. Legends of Li Changfeng circulated among the higher echelons of the Kaoshan Sect, proclaiming him the most gifted individual in nearly 10 millennia, revered as second only to the founder. However, a prodigious talent had emerged from the trial tower, relegating Li Changfeng's talent to third place. Yet, none would underestimate him. Rather, they held him in high regard. Talent is but one aspect. Temperament is equally paramount, for some prodigies falter on the path to greatness. Do not stare too long. Should you continue, I may impose a fee, Li Changfeng remarked with a hint of jest. It is rather inappropriate to gaze so intently. If my future partner were to discover this, you would surely find yourself in trouble, preventing me from sharing a bed. The master of Yaoguang Peak replied, have you truly no consideration for me? In the Kaoshan Sect, while I may not be universally adored, I have my share of admirers. Should you win my favor, Tianquan Peak would possess an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones. If you wish to bolster Tianquan Peak, my assistance would ensure rapid advancement. Li Changfeng shook his head. Though I have an affinity for spirit stones and desire the growth of Tianquan Peak, I shall not accept anything acquired through the barter of allure. Your assistance to Tianquan Peak will be invaluable, and you shall not regret it. The world of cultivation is merciless. With my disciples safeguarding you, Yaoguang Peak is assured stability. The master of Yaoguang Peak giggled, for Tianquan Peak currently lacked the stature to make such claims, comprising merely 3 individuals. To be precise, it could be reduced to 2. As only Li Changfeng, the Peak Master, and his other disciple Feng Wu were on the path of cultivation. Lin Fan and his sister could hardly be deemed cultivators. I shall not linger further, the master of Yaoguang Peak stated. I anticipate your performance at the 7 Peaks Martial Conference. Let me be clear. During the competition, Yaoguang Peak shall show no leniency. If you seek to contend for honor, then demonstrate your strength. Li Changfeng harbored immense confidence in Feng Wu, believing her capabilities to surpass even the holy son of Tianshu Peak. Thus, he felt no trepidation, while Feng Wu cultivated within the Time Chaos Tower. Her rapid ascension and strength concerned Li Changfeng only in that she might advance too swiftly. He had no doubt she would not lag behind her peers. The Time Chaos Tower addressed Feng Wu's deficiencies, as her only limitation had been time. Li Changfeng was convinced that, aside from himself, Feng Wu's talent in the entire Kaoshan Sect was unparalleled. Take care on your journey. I shall not see you off, he declared, crossing his arms and uttering these seemingly callous words. The master of Yaoguang Peak rolled her eyes at him. This oblivious man who had just received 500,000 low-grade spirit stones and yet seemed to forget her so swiftly. Li Changfeng, you truly are a heartless man, akin to those who leave without a trace. Very well, I shan't dwell on it further. In just over 20 days, I expect Tianquan Peak to exert itself. As for Lin Fan, let us hope he does not embarrass himself. Li Changfeng neither agreed nor disagreed. Lin Fan was peculiar. A disciple the system had compelled him to accept. Logically, he should not be so inept, yet upon arriving at the mountain, he had done little more than chop wood and tend to fires, even assisting the labor disciples in constructing palaces, seemingly disregarding cultivation altogether. When Li Changfeng inquired, Lin Fan had simply stated that such was his path of cultivation. Li Changfeng, having little hope, did not press the matter further. The presence of Feng Wu alone sufficed. As he watched the master of Yaoguang Peak depart, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Had she remained, matters could have become complicated. Lin Yanran suddenly interjected, Master, that esteemed individual does not harbor affection for you. She is merely intrigued. Li Changfeng smiled. I am aware. She is a favored subject of several other peak masters and the sect leader, and I do not wish to compete with them. Thus, her opinions matter little to me. Lin Yanran, focus on your cultivation. As your brother Lin Fan mentioned, perhaps one day I shall accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran's face lit up with joy as she nodded enthusiastically. Rest assured, Master, I shall strive to reach the Qi refinement stage swiftly, aiming to become your disciple. Very well. Without further ado, Li Changfeng was not one to play the role of a caretaker. He himself was reluctant to cultivate, much less provide personal guidance to Lin Yanran. In the second layer of the Time Chaos Tower, Feng Wu sat in meditation, her form transforming into that of a fiery entity, radiating an astonishing heat. Strangely, her garments remained unscathed. Her aura continued to ascend. Although she was more than capable of condensing a golden core, she refrained from doing so. Li Changfeng had advised her to contain her progress until absolutely necessary. For cultivation is akin to constructing a building. The sturdier the foundation, the higher the edifice can rise. Time and again, as she neared a breakthrough, she harnessed the abundant spiritual energy within, cleansing her meridians anew. Her physique had grown increasingly formidable. While it may not match Li Changfeng's integration with the power of the Tao, in a contest of physical strength with peers of the same realm, she could likely incapacitate them with a single blow. Cultivators primarily focus on techniques, yet Feng Wu appeared to be traversing an unconventional path, one that was undeniably correct. This would yield unimaginable benefits for her future. Firstly, her combat prowess would multiply exponentially. Secondly, her meridians had expanded to more than 3 times that of her contemporaries. And they continued to strengthen. Who knows how far they might extend? As time swiftly passed, Feng Wu had spent an entire 1,000 days within the Time Chaos Tower, while merely 10 days had elapsed in the outside world. With an impervious body, her meridians had reached 10 times that of cultivators of the same realm. The mastery of spiritual energy has ascended to an extraordinary height. Feng Wu is confident that even when faced with an early-stage golden core cultivator, she can triumph. Such a formidable feat, battling across vast realms, can only be achieved by an exceptional prodigy. Master, I can barely contain it any longer. My body has been suppressed to its limit. If I push further, will I not transform into a monster? Feng Wu ceased her seclusion. Yet the power within her continued to surge. This phenomenon was due to the automatic cultivation system, which incessantly enhanced her strength every moment. Finally, after enduring another 500 days within the Time Chaos Tower, Feng Wu could no longer suppress herself, akin to a bucket brimming with water, on the verge of overflowing. Her dantian began to condense a golden core, the commotion immense, astonishingly akin to Li Changfeng's endeavor to forge a core of celestial quality. Chapter 44. Lin Fan cannot cultivate. Within the space of the Time Chaos Tower, Feng Wu appeared as if she had melded with the very fabric of the universe. She was no longer merely human. She seemed to have become a part of nature itself. Transformed into a being of fire, she resonated more profoundly with the heavenly principles. The uncontrollable spiritual energy surged towards her dantian, and due to Feng Wu's unique constitution, even the spiritual energy manifested in a fiery crimson hue. Henceforth, every attack she unleashed would carry an overwhelming heat, rendering her attribute attacks exceedingly formidable. In no time, the crimson spiritual energy coalesced into a cyclone, akin to a tornado, continuing to absorb more energy. The golden core rapidly took shape, already the size of a sesame seed. Yet, the spiritual energy it harbored far surpassed that of even a celestial-grade golden core. Moreover, it was in a constant state of metamorphosis. Once its transformation was complete, it was bound to become even more terrifying. Seconds ticked by, and the diminutive golden core grew to the size of a yellow bean. It then expanded to the scale of a marble, halting once it reached approximately 4 times that size. The excess spiritual energy within Feng Wu had been entirely absorbed, resulting in the attainment of a saint-grade golden core, surpassed only by Li Changfeng. Just as she sought to comprehend her newfound strength, an overwhelming repulsive force emanated from the Time Chaos Tower. Despite Feng Wu's fervent resistance, she was expelled from the tower within mere moments. The small wooden house was enveloped in a crimson glow, casting a red hue over its entirety. Lin Fan set aside his axe, ceasing his wood chopping. His immediate concern was to fill a bucket with water to extinguish the fire. Why did my senior sister's wooden house suddenly catch fire? How peculiar. Nevertheless, extinguishing the flames was of utmost importance. Lin Fan moved with remarkable speed, carrying 2 buckets of water and dousing them over the wooden structure, then hurriedly refilling them. Repeating the process. The other disciples, witnessing the unusual circumstances surrounding the wooden house, paused their tasks and joined in the effort to quench the flames. Li Changfeng observed the scene with a frown. I explicitly instructed you to suppress your realm and not to break through lightly. Why do you disregard my words? If her foundation was not solid, he would have to impose a punishment to ensure she learned her lesson. I'll make you regret it. Simultaneously, Li Changfeng sent a message to Feng Wu. Feng Wu, quickly conceal your aura, lest you set the wooden house ablaze. We shall have nowhere to sleep tonight. Yes, master. As the crimson glow dissipated, Feng Wu emerged from the wooden house just as Lin Fan approached with 2 buckets of water, which he inadvertently poured over her. Sizzle. The sound echoed like cold water splashed upon a red-hot iron, producing a sharp noise. Feng Wu, having just concluded her cultivation, stared blankly at the embarrassed Lin Fan. He scratched the back of his head and quickly explained, Senior sister, I feared the wooden house would catch fire, so I rushed to extinguish it. I never anticipated you would emerge at that moment. I truly apologize. What could Feng Wu possibly say? Lin Fan had acted with good intentions, albeit inadvertently turning himself into a drenched chicken. Li Changfeng scrutinized Lin Fan, having already discerned Feng Wu's breakthrough. However, Lin Fan seemed somewhat amiss. His speed was notably peculiar. Half a month had passed, and Lin Fan still had not successfully entered the qi refining stage. This was already quite strange. Yet Lin Fan's speed surpassed that of a foundation establishment cultivator and was even comparable to that of a golden core cultivator. This was utterly absurd. Indeed, If the system had chosen to allow him to take on disciples, it would not be a simple matter. Li Changfeng had initially thought him to be a complete waste of potential. It turned out he had misjudged the situation. Feng Wu Lin Fan. Follow me to the back mountain. I have matters to discuss with you. Yes. Lin Fan lowered his head, believing Li Changfeng intended to reprimand him for the mishap of drenching his senior sister. What punishment would he face for such a blunder? Feng Wu also kept her head down, fearing Li Changfeng's reproach. However, she had no choice. After spending over 1,500 days in the Time Chaos Tower, she could no longer suppress herself. Even if she did not actively cultivate, the divine artifact bestowed by her master would silently elevate her strength. This was indeed an outrageous situation, and whom could she appeal to for justice? At the back mountain, Li Changfeng stood with his hands clasped behind him, while his two disciples silently lowered their heads. After a lengthy pause, Li Changfeng finally spoke. Feng Wu, why did you break through to the Golden Core stage? Did I not instruct you to only do so in the heat of battle, to surprise your adversaries? Yet you broke through prematurely. And now there are only 10 days left. If you had remained in the Time Chaos Tower, would you not have directly ascended to the nascent soul stage? Feng Wu lowered her head even further, and Li Changfeng sighed in exasperation. Do not bow your head so low. You may suffocate yourself. Speak your reasoning plainly. Master. I could not contain it any longer. Within the Time Chaos Tower, I suppressed myself for over 1,500 days. I had reached a point of unsustainable pressure. It was not my wish to break through, but rather an excess of spiritual energy that compelled me. I acknowledge I have disobeyed your orders, and I humbly accept your punishment. Li Changfeng paused, momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten this crucial detail. Only half a month had passed in the outside world. Yet, Feng Wu had cultivated for over 1,500 days, which was indeed impossible to suppress. If Feng Wu had possessed poor talent, this would be one matter. But her talent was exceptional. Having awakened her true phoenix body, her prowess was second only to his within the sect. This truly posed a dilemma for her. From now on, it shall be as it was this time. Unless you break through on your own accord, you must not proactively seek to advance your realm. Your rapid increase in strength is concerning. Yes. After reprimanding Feng Wu, Li Changfeng turned his attention to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you still have not reached the qi refining stage? Upon hearing Li Changfeng's inquiry, Feng Wu finally realized that Lin Fan had yet to attain any cultivation. It had already been more than half a month. Why was her junior brother's talent so lacking? The fact that Li Changfeng had accepted him as a disciple despite such deficiencies was truly perplexing. Lin Fan looked at Li Changfeng with a sense of helplessness, cautiously responding. Master, I am unsure of the reason. I have been cultivating according to the techniques you provided, yet I have failed to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, I have yet to attain the qi refinement stage, while even my sister has already reached the second level of this realm. Li Changfeng inquired. What accounts for your remarkable speed? Lin Fan shook his head. Master, it appears my speed has significantly increased, surpassing even that of spiritual birds. Moreover, my strength is formidable. Could it be that my peculiar physique hinders me from embarking on the path of cultivation? Is it possible that only my physical power can be enhanced? Li Changfeng fell into contemplative silence. Lin Fan's peculiarities had become increasingly apparent. Over the past fortnight, he had frequently observed Lin Fan's progress. Despite witnessing his advancement, the inability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth was indeed perplexing. Was it possible that Lin Fan was solely suited for martial arts? Chapter 45. The Qingyi sect comes to cause trouble? Li Changfeng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. If Lin Fan were indeed only fit for martial arts, he would need to devise a strategy. Being his disciple, and having granted him techniques and a system, it would tarnish his reputation to consider him a failure. More importantly, if Lin Fan were to prove inept, he would also lose the opportunity to benefit from his potential. Conversely, Feng Wu had made astonishing strides, having advanced from the Golden Core stage to the transformation stage within these 2 weeks. Such a staggering improvement was, even for Li Changfeng, quite extraordinary. Lin Fan, focus on cultivating according to the technique for now. I shall devise a plan for you later. Strive to become an extraordinary talent of the Kaoshan Sect, like Feng Wu. He suggested, perhaps you should refrain from participating in the 7 Peaks martial meet. Lin Fan remained silent. This was the first time he did not immediately acquiesce to Li Changfeng's words. He did not wish to be seen as a failure. He yearned to contribute to Tianquan Peak. Li Changfeng sighed, looking at Lin Fan. You wish to partake in the 7 Peaks martial meet, do you not? However, you must understand that during the event, the combat is ruthless. Should anything happen to you, your sister Lin Yanran would be unable to bear it. I, too, would not wish to see you harmed. As your master, it is my duty to ensure your safety. Lin Fan continued to remain silent, wishing to argue his case with Li Changfeng but unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He felt that in the half-month since arriving at Tianquan Peak, He had grown considerably. Yet, he lamented that he still had not reached the chi refinement stage, failing even to grasp the basics. Perhaps he was indeed unfit for cultivation. Feng Wu, with a slight furrow of her brow, spoke to Lin Fan. Junior brother, I understand your thoughts, but Master speaks the truth. Your strength is too weak. If you were to be injured during the Seven Peaks martial meet, not only would you fail to bring glory to Tianquan Peak, but it would also require considerable resources to heal you. We do not look down upon you. You can participate when you are stronger. Suddenly, Lin Fan interjected, Master. Senior sister, I recognize my limitations in cultivation, but I implore you for an opportunity. If the situation becomes dire, I will concede defeat without hesitation. However, I wish to have this chance. I hope both Master and Senior Sister will allow me to participate. Li Changfeng patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, acknowledging his admirable character. Regrettably, he had yet to even begin his cultivation journey. Allowing him to participate would yield no benefits for him. Nevertheless, Li Changfeng was reluctant to outrightly refuse Lin Fan. Very well. Since you have stated that you will concede if necessary, you must hold true to your word. The Seven Peaks martial meet is no trifling matter. Unless you concede, the attacks will not cease. As your master, I cannot intervene, as this is a trial for the disciples of the Seven Peaks. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's agreement, Lin Fan's face lit up with joy. He felt empowered and eager to discover the extent of his abilities. His strength was not limited to speed and power. His physical defenses were also formidable. Perhaps he could traverse this unconventional path to greater heights. Li Changfeng continued. I shall provide each of you with a talisman that can withstand a full-force strike from an early-stage fusion cultivator. However, it bears no offensive capability and is only to be used in life and death situations. Do you understand? Feng Wu and Lin Fan knelt in gratitude. Thank you, Master. They felt incredibly fortunate to have such a protective figure in their lives, a kindness they had never before experienced. Rise, commanded Li Changfeng. There are only about 10 days remaining. Use this time wisely to further enhance your skills. Feng Wu, you must not break through your realm any further. Even if it becomes challenging to suppress it, you must try. When the Seven Peaks martial meet commences, I do not wish for your cultivation to exceed the early stages of the golden core. Feng Wu nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I shall diligently maintain my cultivation level. I have discovered that the golden core can indeed grow stronger, seemingly beyond the 4 recognized grades. Master, could you please ascertain the grade of my golden core? Upon saying this, Feng Wu manifested her golden core, a vibrant crimson orb. At the sight of it, Li Changfeng's face radiated with a brilliant smile. With a mere glance, he discerned that this golden core indeed surpassed the 4 known grades of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. However, it still fell short compared to his own divine grade golden core. Feng Wu, your talent is remarkable. The grade of your golden core is exceptionally high, surpassing that of the heavenly grade, and should be classified as holy grade. With a golden core of this caliber, you could compete against 10 practitioners of heavenly grade without fear of falling short. This indicates that the spiritual energy stored within your golden core exceeds that of heavenly grade cultivators by more than 10-fold. Outstanding. I have faith that you will undoubtedly secure first place for Tianquan Peak. Feng Wu beamed with delight at Li Changfeng's praise. It was the greatest joy for her. Presently, her heart was solely devoted to one most important person, her master, Li Changfeng. With her parents having passed away, she vowed to follow him diligently. Lin Fan clenched his fists in silence, feeling the weight of unspoken words. He needed to prove himself. Master and Senior Sister must be quite disappointed that he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation after half a month. Even without their words, Lin Fan felt immense pressure. He yearned to immerse himself in the mundane world and cultivate strength as described in the techniques. Li Changfeng addressed Lin Fan. You must not slacken your efforts. Although you have yet to enter the chi refinement stage, I believe that with continued diligence, success will eventually be yours. Encouraged by Li Changfeng's words, Lin Fan felt invigorated, as if he had been infused with new energy. He nodded earnestly and spoke up. Master, I wish to descend the mountain. I will return in 10 days to participate in the Seven Peaks martial meet. Perhaps I have been too tense, leading to my current state. Senior Sister's exceptional talent only intensifies my urgency. Li Changfeng contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. Very well. You may descend the mountain for some practical experience. I shall see you off. Where do you wish to go? Lin Fan replied. I wish to venture to the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where I can gain experience while remaining relatively safe. Should I encounter a formidable demonic beast, I would promptly flee. Very well. After Li Changfeng's agreement, he turned to Feng Wu. Feng Wu, will you remain at Tianquan Peak, or venture into the Time Chaos Tower for cultivation? I wish to ascend to the 3rd layer of the Time Chaos Tower, Feng Wu replied. Li Changfeng smiled. For within the Time Chaos Tower, time flows at a staggering rate of 1,000 times that of the outside world. Thus, while 10 days outside equate to a full 10,000 days of cultivation for Feng Wu within the tower, roughly translating to about 30 years. In 30 years, given Feng Wu's innate talent, not only would she be capable of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but she might even reach the divine transformation stage. Li Changfeng pondered how, over these 30 years, Feng Wu would suppress her own advancement. Even with her utmost effort and restraint, it was likely she would inadvertently break through. Unless she could utilize this 30 years to elevate her holy grade golden core to the divine grade level, only then could she potentially maintain her current realm. After all, the ascent of a golden core is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Once he escorted Feng Wu to the third layer of the Time Chaos Tower, Li Changfeng descended the mountain with Lin Fan. At the periphery of the 100,000 Great Mountains, one could find numerous demonic beasts aged a century, alongside a scarce few Lord-level demonic beasts that have cultivated for several hundred years. A century-old demonic beast generally remains below the foundation establishment stage. Above the century mark, those aged between 200 and 500 years are predominantly at the foundation establishment stage, unless they possess an exceptionally high bloodline that allows them to condense a demonic core. Demonic beasts that have condensed a demonic core are referred to as demon kings within the demon realm, even within the 100,000 Great Mountains. Such beings are considered formidable entities, ruling over territories of 100 miles. Beasts aged over 500 years are invariably demon kings. These higher-tiered beasts typically inhabit the core and intermediary zones of the 100,000 Great Mountains. Li Changfeng addressed Lin Fan. For the next 10 days, you must rely solely on yourself. I shall return to the Mount of Support. After 10 days, shatter the Jade Talisman, and I will come to retrieve you. Lin Fan replied, rest assured, Master, I will ensure my own safety. Await my return in 10 days for the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. As Li Changfeng departed, he held no concerns for Lin Fan's safety. Lin Fan possessed his own talismans, and with his speed, should he encounter danger, escape would likely pose no significant challenge. Upon returning to Tianquan Peak, the sect leader, bearing a grim expression, arrived with several elders clad in azure robes and a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Li Changfeng, the sect leader spoke directly, Li Peak Master, I have heard from these elders of the Azure Garment Sect that you descended the mountain previously and killed their young sect master. Is that correct? Li Changfeng wore a bemused expression. Had the Azure Garment Sect lost its senses? A minor sect had lost a thoroughly wicked young master, and they dared to seek him out for retribution? Chapter 46. Lin Fan, more ruthless than the demonic beasts. Li Changfeng stretched lazily, regarding the sect leader and the elders with indifference. To the sect leader, there was no need for such pleasantries. So, you come to demand a price from me? Do you seek retribution for your young master's death, or perhaps compensation? The Azure Garment Sect leader glared furiously at Li Changfeng, his gaze filled with a sense of trepidation and ire. He could sense the casualness with which Li Changfeng regarded them, as though they were inconsequential. In stark contrast to the polite demeanor of the Mount of Support's sect leader, they were polar opposites. The Azure Garment Sect leader declared, Li Peak Master, as the saying goes, a life for a life, a debt must be repaid. Moreover, you have slain my only son. Thus, you are indeed correct. Today, you must pay with your life. The elder of the Azure Garment Sect added, the sect leader is right. Even though you hold the position of Peak Master in the Mount of Support and possess the rank of elder, having killed our young sect master, you must pay with your life as recompense. That is why our sect leader has come to confront you. Prepare to take your own life. The sect leader wore a half-smile, seemingly amused, as he observed Li Changfeng, who was regarded as the foremost talent of the Mount of Support, or rather, the second most talented. Considering that unparalleled prodigy from the Trial Tower had yet to emerge, Li Changfeng regarded them with an expression of bemusement. These individuals truly seemed unaware of the foundational principles upon which the Mount of Support was established. When faced with those they could defeat, they would strike mercilessly. Against equally matched opponents, they would feign weakness. Clearly, this insignificant Azure Garment Sect was precisely the type of small fry that could be crushed without hesitation. With a frigid demeanor, Li Changfeng surveyed the Azure Garment Sect's higher-ups, his tone devoid of any emotion. He casually summoned a chair to sit down, lightly tapping his fingers upon it. So, you have come here today to demand my life. I am the Peak Master and an inner elder of the Mount of Support. Do you not fear that your actions may provoke retribution from my sect? The second elder of the Azure Garment Sect responded, I have faith in the integrity of the Mount of Support. The Mount of Support takes it upon itself to eradicate evil and safeguard the righteous, illuminating this land with the light of justice. If the Mount of Support were to become a refuge for filth, then surely there would be no future for the cultivation world. What a remarkable display of moral grandstanding. Such audacity. If the sect were concerned about their reputation, They might indeed be swayed by such rhetoric. Unfortunately for him, he had underestimated the amount of support. More critically, he possessed a fundamentally erroneous perception of the sect. Suddenly, Li Changfeng made his move. With a mere gesture, a colossal hand formed from spiritual energy materialized, ferociously striking the second elder of the Azure Garment Sect across the face. The sound of the slap resonated mightily, sending the second elder flying hundreds of feet away, and he exploded into a mist of blood in midair. Silence. A profound silence enveloped the space. Lin Yanran witnessed Li Changfeng's resolute act of killing for the first time. Strangely enough, she felt no fear. Perhaps owing to the fact that the one who acted was Li Changfeng, her savior. The sect leader of the Mount of Support observed with a knowing smile. He had anticipated such an outcome. His presence was to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Should Li Changfeng face a siege and fail to eliminate all adversaries, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Mount of Support. The Azure Garment Sect leader's expression shifted, filled with both fear and fury as he gazed at Li Changfeng. He hastily approached the sect leader of the Mount of Support, stating, "Sect leader Lu, will you simply stand by and watch while your Li Peak Master slays our elders? Originally, he took my son's life, and now that we have come to seek justice, he has slain our elder as well. If he does not perish today, how shall we quell the anger of the Azure Garment Sect? I implore you, Sect Leader Lu, to take action and subdue this brute from the Mount of Support." Sect Leader Lu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding gravely. Indeed, such a brute must be eliminated. We cannot allow him to live. Yet, after stating this, he remained utterly motionless. The elder of the Azure Garment Sect urged, "Sect Leader, you must act immediately. We cannot afford to show leniency. He has succumbed to madness, fully embracing the path of darkness. Allowing him to remain will only bring unfathomable calamity to the cultivation world." Sect Leader Lu, solemnly declaring, "Well said. The Mount of Support cannot permit such a fiend to exist. He must be slain." While the words were eloquent, Sect Leader Lu made no move to act. Such behavior left the members of the Qingyi sect in a state of agitation. Had their strength been sufficient, they would have united to eliminate Li Changfeng. Fearing that their actions might provoke the wrath of their powerful backing, the Kaoshan Sect. It seemed as if Li Changfeng had read their thoughts, as he smiled faintly. 5 individuals from the Qingyi sect had arrived, from the sect leader to the 4th elder, all present. Now, having merely dispatched the 2nd elder, they could only resort to empty threats, too cowardly to take action. Such weakness is of no use in this world. If you do not strike soon, I shall take matters into my own hands. Kill. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's proclamation, the remaining 4 members of the Qingyi sect could no longer contain themselves. They summoned their respective magical treasures and launched an assault against Li Changfeng. Yet, the most formidable of these treasures was merely a low-grade spirit artifact. Such trifles would not even be accepted by Li Changfeng. Indeed, even his disciples would scorn them. In the next moment, Li Changfeng formed a hand seal, summoning 4 blazing fire phoenixes that surged toward their magical artifacts. The fire phoenixes enveloped the treasures, incinerating their soul imprints and melting the artifacts into nothingness. This entire process transpired within mere seconds. Spurt, spurt, spurt. The 4 members of the Qingyi sect coughed up blood in succession, their treasures obliterated, resulting in a backlash against them. Li Changfeng wasted no time. The strongest among them was merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, utterly feeble. With a casual wave of his hand, a colossal palm of spiritual power manifested, akin to the one that had previously vanquished the 2nd elder of the Qingyi sect. The spiritual palm descended upon the 4, reducing them to a mist of blood. After dispatching the 4 members of the Qingyi sect, Sect Leader Lu approached Li Changfeng, his expression peculiar as he scrutinized Li Changfeng, attempting to fathom his true strength. "Li Fengzhu, your power appears rather extraordinary. What realm do you currently occupy?" Li Changfeng shook his head. "Sect Leader, you flatter me. I merely broke through to the Golden Core realm a few years ago. The techniques I practice are of a significantly higher grade than theirs, which accounts for my combat prowess. My realm is quite low." Indeed, his realm was low, barely having breached the initial stage of the transformation realm, and his strength was quietly growing, poised for a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the transformation realm in just a few days. Sect Leader Lu responded, "If you are unwilling to disclose, I shall not press further. Having cultivated the concealment technique, I lack the ability to discern your precise cultivation level. This is advantageous. The stronger the Kaoshan Sect becomes, the greater our chances of toppling the Haoyan Sect to become the foremost sect." Li Changfeng nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter of realms. Subsequently, Sect Leader Lu remained, intent on observing the developments at Tianquan Peak and learning more about Li Changfeng's disciples. He was already aware that Li Changfeng had taken in 2 disciples, yet after searching for quite some time, he found none whose cultivation matched. As for Lin Yanran, She was merely at the Qi refinement stage and did not warrant his attention. Ultimately, after yielding no results, sect leader Lu had no choice but to depart in resignation. Li Changfeng smiled faintly. Are you attempting to ascertain the true nature of Tianquan Peak, so that your disciples from Tianxing Peak might once again claim victory? Apologies, sect leader. But the top position at the Seven Peaks martial meet belongs to Tianquan Peak. Even if you were to send forth the divine child Ning Tianyu from Tianxing Peak, he would be reduced to tears. After his soliloquy, Li Changfeng instructed Lin Yinran to prepare a meal. After engaging in such a taxing battle, it was essential to replenish his strength. As for the Qingyi sect, he believed that sect leader Lu would send people to eradicate them. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, Lin Fan relished his newfound freedom, contesting with black bear demon beasts in a test of strength, inadvertently dislocating one of their arms. He raced against a century-old wind wolf. The wolf unable to catch even a glimpse of his back. When compared to a century-old mountain tortoise in terms of defense, he emerged unscathed while the tortoise's shell shattered and it perished. As days passed, Lin Fan delved deeper into the mountains, even managing to force 500-year-old demon beasts to their knees, calling him father. It was only after a fierce battle with a 1,000-year-old crimson python tiger, which ultimately submitted and agreed to become his spirit beast, that Lin Fan's reputation soared. Legends of him began to circulate throughout the 10,000 Great Mountains, with countless lower-tier demon beasts now well aware. If encountering a humanoid demon beast with less than 2,000 years of cultivation, flee as far as possible. Indeed, these demon beasts could not even discern whether Lin Fan was a demon beast or a human, for his brutality surpassed that of the most ferocious beasts. Now, only 2 days remained before the Seven Peaks martial meet. Chapter 47, The Alliance of Demon Kings. Little Tiger, today we shall return to the Kaoshan Sect. You must be on your best behavior there. My master has a penchant for consuming demon beasts. Do not provoke him, lest you become a meal. The crimson python tiger shivered at the thought. If Lin Fan was this fearsome, how terrifying must his master be? In just a few short days, Lin Fan had caused rivers of blood to flow among the demon beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains. To encapsulate it in a single phrase, he was a walking harbinger of doom. Well, the crimson python tiger emitted a sound of grievance. It did not wish to leave Lin Fan, but to do so would surely result in its demise at Lin Fan's hands. This individual before it, despite not appearing to be a formidable cultivator, possessed a strength and speed so terrifying that even a 1,000-year-old demon beast could not compete. Outmatched in strength, far inferior in defense, and unable to escape, the crimson python tiger found itself at Lin Fan's mercy. Riding atop the crimson python tiger, Lin Fan swaggered toward the fringes of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Upon reaching the edge, he would shatter a jade talisman and await his master's arrival. In the third level of the Chaos Tower, Feng Wu had exerted immense restraint, yet she had spent over 8,000 days within. With more than 1,000 days remaining until the Seven Peaks martial meet, she was troubled by yet another failure to fulfill her master's directive. Her cultivation had surged, now reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, her Golden Core was on the verge of a grade elevation. She had achieved a holy grade Golden Core, and should she ascend further, would she attain the divine grade Golden Core spoken of by her master? Master, I have truly strived to suppress my realm. Yet, no matter how hard I attempt to contain it, my cultivation continues to ascend naturally. Feng Wu felt utterly helpless. With such a level of cultivation and power, would she inadvertently terrify her opponents? At this moment, Feng Wu's expression was one of exasperation. Neither cultivating nor refraining from it yielded satisfactory results. What perplexed her further was that even if she ceased her training, her strength continued to grow. Others struggled to break through, while she found it difficult to restrain her progress. Such is life, fraught with myriad frustrations, as she sought to suppress what others yearned for but could not attain. At Tianquan Peak, Li Changfeng had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, dedicating not even a second to cultivation. Yet, his realm advanced at an astonishing rate, and he had integrated the powers of the Tao into his being several times. Now, Li Changfeng conservatively estimated that, based solely on his physical strength, he could shatter a harmonization realm opponent with a single punch. As for the attacks of harmonization realm cultivators, they would merely tickle him. With a disciple like Feng Wu by his side, he anticipated that it would not be long before he entered the tribulation realm. Would I become the fastest being to attain immortality in the history of this continent? Setting a modest goal for himself, he resolved not to reveal his true strength until after he had weathered the heavenly tribulation. Even if he succeeded in overcoming it, he must maintain a low profile. The continent is boundless, and who knows if there are hidden old monsters more formidable than he. After all, this continent is inhabited by scattered immortals, and some ancient beings utilize special secret arts and magical treasures, allowing them to leave their mark even upon transcending to immortality. Not to mention, certain super sects can establish connections with the upper realms, summoning individuals down from there. Therefore, my strength remains relatively feeble, and I must not allow myself to become complacent. Although the Mountain of Reliance is one of the 9 great sects, it only holds its ground at the periphery of the cultivation continent. This vast expanse of the cultivation realm is boundless, as I have seen in ancient texts. It seems that the so-called upper realm is merely situated closer to the center. There, immortals abound, and heavenly beings roam freely. A mere peak of the transformation stage would be insignificant in such a congregation of powerhouses. Lin Yinran's talent is somewhat beyond expectation, bolstered by the aid of elixirs and the occasional guidance from Li Changfeng. She has already stepped into the 7th layer of qi refinement, placing her in the latter stages of this realm. Of course, this is also attributable to her relentless dedication to cultivation, devoting every moment outside of meal preparation to her practice. Witnessing her diligence, Li Changfeng's eyes gleamed with fervor. Unfortunately, the system has yet to initiate the task of accepting disciples. Without a task, he adheres to his standard of not taking on students. As Li Changfeng was lost in thought, Lin Yinran called out, "Peak Master, today's lunch is ready. I have already consumed a fasting pill, rendering me in need of no sustenance. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my cultivation," she continued. Li Changfeng nodded. "Very well, you may go." Watching Lin Yinran's retreating figure, he couldn't help but reflect on what a hard-working girl she is. Why, oh why, does that dog of a system not issue the disciple acceptance task? After satisfying his hunger, Li Changfeng reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the sun. Life was undeniably pleasant and luxurious. Another day passed. On the eve of the 7 Peaks Martial Conference, Lin Fan crushed the Jade Talisman. Having finished the lunch prepared by Lin Yinran, Li Changfeng stretched. "Yinran, focus on your training at Tianquan Peak. I shall go fetch your brother. I wonder if he has entered the qi refinement stage after nearly 10 days. If you have managed to reach the 7th layer, he should have as well, shouldn't he?" Lin Yinran smiled, radiant as a celestial maiden. She softly replied, "Peak Master, I believe my brother will undoubtedly succeed. He is a disciple favored by the Peak Master. He cannot fail to cultivate." Indeed, Li Changfeng nodded. Though it was not his admiration for Lin Fan, but rather an unyielding trust in the system that led him to accept Lin Fan as a disciple. However, Lin Fan's performance had disappointed him somewhat. Nonetheless, upon ascending the mountain, Lin Fan did manage to make a significant impact on Feng Wu. Perhaps Lin Fan is merely a supportive figure, possessing a unique fortune that enables those around him to grow stronger. Li Changfeng soared through the skies on his sword, making his way toward the 10,000 Great Mountains. With the Jade Talisman's guidance, he could locate Lin Fan without delay. Just as Li Changfeng approached the 10,000 Great Mountains, Lin Fan was about to encounter a grave predicament. The demon kings of the 10,000 Great Mountains had gathered to discuss how to eliminate Lin Fan. The Monkey King declared, "That humanoid beast has reached the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. He has slain so many of our brethren, we cannot let him escape. He must pay with his life here." The Serpent Demon King added, "Indeed, many of my kin have perished at his hands, with some even becoming his meal. If we allow him to leave unscathed, we shall never lift our heads again in the 10,000 Great Mountains." The Tiger Demon King proclaimed, "Our mountains have long been scorned by the Beast Mountain, and now we suffer further losses at the hands of this humanoid beast. I urge all demon kings to set aside past grievances and join forces to slay this abominable creature." Over 20 demon kings, each possessing at least a millennium of cultivation, convened. The strongest among them boasted a terrifying 3,000 years of experience. Individually, none felt confident in confronting Lin Fan, leading them to devise a plan to unite against the formidable humanoid beast they all feared. The decision was quickly made. The demon kings would not bring lesser demons, but would act on their own to hunt down Lin Fan. Chapter 48. Could Lin Fan's physical body be as formidable as his own? Over 20 demon kings united. Such an occurrence is exceedingly rare in the 10,000 Great Mountains. If their opponent were a powerful cultivator, they would not band together, for even united, they might find it futile. A cultivator could always escape on their sword if they found themselves outmatched. However, Lin Fan was different. He had not revealed any spiritual power, relying solely on his speed, strength, and formidable defense. This meant that Lin Fan was akin to a ferocious beast, lacking the ability to utilize demonic arts like them. At the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains, Lin Fan sat silently atop the back of the fire python tiger, waiting patiently. The fire python tiger was indeed powerful, capable of breathing fire, and had scorched a vast expanse of forest in its attempt to kill Lin Fan. Yet, the outcome was far from satisfactory. It merely succeeded in burning the forest without harming Lin Fan. Ultimately, the tiger was left half dead, compelled to acknowledge Lin Fan as its master. After submission, The injuries of the fire python tiger miraculously healed, not simply because Lin Fan was its master, but because its physical power had multiplied tenfold. Being alongside Lin Fan was not entirely disadvantageous. It reaped substantial benefits, explaining the tiger's obedience. With the current strength of the fire python tiger, it could contend with even 3,000-year-old demon beasts, perhaps even emerge victorious. Just as Lin Fan and the tiger awaited Li Changfeng's arrival, 23 demon kings arrived first. Lin Fan scrutinized these demon kings, furrowing his brow. However, he made no move, continuing to wait for Li Changfeng. These demon kings did not instill a sense of life-threatening danger in him, thus he saw no reason to depart. The tiger demon king shouted, "This is the humanoid beast. He is exceedingly ruthless. Not only has he slain countless of our kin, but he also rides the fire python tiger. Traitor, do you think that your kind's slaughter can be forgotten?" The monkey king added, "What a disgrace to our kind. This humanoid beast must die. Fire python tiger, if you join us in the hunt, you may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall share the fate of this humanoid beast and become our meal." The serpent demon king interjected, "Why waste words? This humanoid beast must die. His flesh and blood will serve as a tribute to our slain kin. How dare he? In just a few days, he has caused us to lose over 1,000 of our kind." Lin Fan gazed indifferently at the speaking demon kings, remaining motionless. His demeanor, so nonchalantly dismissive, incited their fury. They were already infuriated, and his blatant disregard only intensified their rage. With a furious roar, the 23 demon kings lunged at Lin Fan. The fire python tiger issued a wrathful roar, now united with Lin Fan. As Lin Fan's master, if he fell, the tiger would follow him into death. This is an inequitable master-servant contract, constrained by the laws of heaven. Upon witnessing the ferocious charge of the crimson python tiger, the demon king's fury intensified. They could no longer endure. Fireballs, poisonous gas, ice and snow. The demon kings unleashed a myriad of sorceries, intent on vanquishing Lin Fan and the crimson python tiger in one fell swoop. Lin Fan sighed, "Why must you seek your own demise? I merely ventured into the 10,000 great mountains for training. Had you not initiated the attack with the intent to kill me, none of you would have perished. Every sentient being has the right to exist. Survival of the fittest. Your assaults on me render you no match, and thus your demise is inevitable. Should you wish to slay me now, only to fall by my hand later, it shall be the way of heaven." After this lament, Lin Fan leapt from the crimson python tiger, charging directly at the first demon king. It was a demon monkey with over a millennium of cultivation. Upon seeing Lin Fan approach, it dared not confront him head-on. After a series of evasions, Lin Fan landed a punch on the monkey's head, shattering it completely. The first demon king had fallen. Li Changfeng had arrived, standing in the void, witnessing this scene unfold. His expression was peculiar as he silently observed Lin Fan's rampage. What in the world is this Lin Fan about? His physique is somewhat terrifying. Though not even a fraction of my strength, he is still remarkably formidable. Could it be that the path of physical cultivation must emerge through him? If so, it could be quite promising. Yet, to what heights might he ascend? Once his physical prowess matches mine, could he not, with a single punch, obliterate a cultivator at the integration stage? The more he pondered, the more bewildering it became. Initially believing Lin Fan to be a waste, even the system cast him aside. His talent appeared irredeemable, at least in terms of cultivation, though it seemed not to apply to his physical prowess. The second demon king, the third demon king, within mere moments. 11 out of 23 demon kings had been obliterated by Lin Fan. Among them, even those with 2,000 years of cultivation could not withstand Lin Fan's strike. The crimson python tiger was no slouch either, having slain 3 demon kings of the same realm despite its mere millennium of cultivation. At this point, only 9 demon kings remained alive. The tiger demon king's expression darkened, its gaze towards Lin Fan filled with trepidation. It was the strongest among the demon kings, boasting 3,000 years of cultivation, yet even it lacked the confidence to withstand Lin Fan's fist. This rascal Lin Fan, who knows just how powerful he truly is. What should we do now? Is it time to flee, or shall we continue to fight? If we persist, could we end up losing our lives here? The 9 demon kings stood together, all feeling the urge to retreat. They no longer wished to continue the battle. What a jest! Should we proceed, we would surely face total annihilation. The tiger demon king spoke, "Humanoid beast, your strength has compelled our acknowledgement. Let this matter rest. You may leave with the crimson python tiger. We shall no longer pursue you." The monkey king immediately followed suit. "The tiger demon king speaks truly. We will not chase after you. You have slain over 1,000 of our kind, and now another 10 demon kings. Yet, we, the demon race, are magnanimous and do not wish to pursue further." The serpent demon king added, "Let us depart and treat this as if it never occurred. However, You are not to enter the 10,000 great mountains to slay our kin at will again, or we shall summon the Demon Emperor to deal with you. The Demon Emperor is a superlative existence, surpassing 5,000 years, comparable to a human at the transformation stage of cultivation. Lin Fan remained silent, slowly advancing towards the 9 demon kings. He had no inclination to stir up trouble, but when trouble found him, it must be resolved thoroughly. Otherwise, future complications would surely arise. Moreover, these demon kings dared to threaten him. His master had imparted that the principle of the mount of relying on strength is this: fight to the death if you can win, and flee if you cannot. After weighing the strengths of both sides, Lin Fan determined he could annihilate them. Chapter 49, One Punch, One Demon King. Kill. Previously, it was the demon kings who sought to slay Lin Fan, but now it was Lin Fan who yearned to obliterate the demon kings. Since the demon kings were foolishly attempting to besiege him, upon realizing his overwhelming superiority, Lin Fan would certainly not let them escape. With a single word, kill, Lin Fan transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards the demon kings. Dust billowed, and trees were uprooted. Lin Fan barreled forward, causing the demon kings' expressions to shift dramatically. After Lin Fan's massacre of 11 demon kings, along with the Crimson Python Tiger's 3, only 9 demon kings remained. Exchanging glances, the Tiger Demon King declared, "Since this humanoid beast desires our demise, we have no path of retreat left. Kill. We must eliminate this humanoid beast and the traitorous Crimson Python Tiger. The 10,000 great mountains shall not permit such rampant destruction." The Monkey King replied, "Well said, we must eradicate them. I shall shatter his skull and feast upon his brain. No one shall stop me today." The Serpent Demon King proclaimed, "Let us join forces and vanquish them." United in purpose, the 9 demon kings unleashed their sorcery once more, intent on subduing Lin Fan. Yet, at that moment, the Tiger Demon King, Monkey King, and Serpent Demon King swiftly fled. They were the 3 strongest among the 9 demon kings, fully aware of their disadvantage. Continuing to confront Lin Fan would likely result in their total annihilation. In their view, only the Demon Emperor could resolve the threat posed by Lin Fan and the Crimson Python Tiger. As for themselves, survival took precedence. Upon witnessing the 3 fleeing, the remaining 6 demon kings were infuriated. "Damn it! You 3 lack even a shred of dignity befitting a demon king. You possess strength, yet are utterly worthless. Let us pursue them. With just the 6 of us, we are no match. Indeed, we must seek out the Demon Emperor to explain the situation and ensure those 3 pay the price. Scatter and escape. Do not let yourselves be killed together." Though seething with rage, the 6 demon kings retained their wits. At this juncture, continuing to battle Lin Fan would lead to only one outcome: death. Knowing their fate, it was wiser to flee and perhaps find an opportunity for revenge in the future. Lin Fan, however, offered them no chance to escape. He pursued the first demon king, delivering a kick that obliterated its skull. Next, he dispatched the second demon king, the third, and the 6th. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had eliminated all 6 demon kings, his prowess utterly terrifying. The Crimson Python Tiger also barred the Serpent Demon King's path, engaged in fierce combat. The Serpent Demon King spat, "Crimson Python Tiger, you treacherous wretch. Why do you align yourself with that humanoid beast? Are you not afraid of the Emperor's wrath?" The Crimson Python Tiger retorted, "Those who recognize the times are the true sages. Should I be as foolish as you, I would surely face destruction. I have already been defeated by him. My master's strength is beyond your comprehension. Prepare for your demise." The Serpent Demon King wished to evade the Crimson Python Tiger, but found it impossible to escape. The Crimson Python Tiger's power had surged immensely, even subtly suppressing it. Remarkably, the Serpent Demon King possessed over 2,000 years of cultivation, while the Crimson Python Tiger was merely a millennium-old beast. The disparity should have been vast, yet it found itself increasingly dominated by the Crimson Python Tiger. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had caught up to the Monkey King. Lin Fan remarked coolly, "My master once said, when dealing with enemies, one should repay them in kind. You wish to obliterate me, then I shall terminate your existence in this manner." The Monkey King, agile and nimble, darted through the forest, his sole desire being to survive rather than engage in combat with Lin Fan. Just as he evaded a massive tree, Lin Fan materialized before him. His fist struck the Monkey King's face with such force that it pierced through the creature's skull. Thus fell this Demon King, who had survived for over 2 millennia and possessed strength comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. The Tiger Demon King glanced back, panic-stricken and directionless. Lin Fan was utterly terrifying. Whether it was a Demon King with a millennium of cultivation or one with over 2 millennia, neither could withstand a single blow from him. Despite possessing 3,000 years of cultivation and strength akin to that of a transformation stage cultivator, the Tiger Demon King felt no confidence in being able to withstand Lin Fan's fist. Lin Fan called out, Tiger Demon King, cease your flight. With your speed, I shall catch up in an instant. You might as well face me with dignity and determine our fates in battle. The Tiger Demon King's eyes blazed with fury. He yearned to halt and teach Lin Fan a lesson, to devour him alive. Yet, he lacked the courage. He was afraid. There were now 23 Demon Kings, and he remained the last. He could not afford to perish. Even if it meant facing severe punishment from the Demon Emperor, he needed to return alive. There, at least, he would have a chance to survive. If captured by Lin Fan, death was inevitable. The Tiger Demon King's frantic flight drew the attention of numerous demon beasts. Was that not the Tiger Demon King? He was so powerful, yet appeared to be in abject fear. Could it be that a formidable human cultivator was pursuing him? It was quite possible. Perhaps they should inform the Black Flood Dragon Demon Emperor? But first, they ought to observe, as it might just be the Tiger Demon King engaging in some game. Alas, indeed, a human was hot on his heels. They must rush to notify the Demon Emperor. The demon beasts scattered in terror, as if they had encountered a ghost. Lin Fan, pursuing the Tiger Demon King alone, indicated that his strength surpassed that of the Tiger Demon King. These lesser demon beasts had no courage to advance, given their strength. Approaching would only lead to a futile loss of life. At last, Lin Fan caught up with the Tiger Demon King, landing directly atop him, his foot pressing down upon the Tiger Demon King. A terrifying power emanated from Lin Fan's being. In the next moment, the Tiger Demon King was brought to his knees, prostrating on the ground. Lin Fan declared, "I warned you not to flee, for it is futile. Since you sought to encircle and destroy me, I shall show you no mercy. Even if the Demon Emperor were to appear, I will not be deterred from my intent to slay you." The Tiger Demon King cried out in terror, "No, please do not kill me. I can submit to you and serve as your servant. The Red Flood Tiger is weak. I would be better suited as your steed." Upon hearing this, the Red Flood Tiger, who had just dispatched the Snake Demon King, felt a twinge of anxiety. The Tiger Demon King was right. He indeed could not compare to the Tiger Demon King. The bloodline of the Tiger Demon King was superior, and his future achievements would always overshadow him. The Red Flood Tiger lowered its head, fearing that its master might abandon it. However, Lin Fan pressed his foot down firmly on the Tiger Demon King's head, allowing the demon's power to wash over him. Though the demon's strength was formidable, Lin Fan remained unscathed. With a resounding thud, the Tiger Demon King's skull was driven deep into the earth, resulting in his demise. This act was not merely surface level. It was a catastrophic force that shattered every vein and artery within the Tiger Demon King's head. This was the true cause of his abrupt death. Having dealt with the Tiger Demon King, Changfeng descended from the sky at that moment. He regarded Lin Fan with a peculiar expression, his divine sense sweeping over him. Lin Fan had yet to reach the first layer of qi cultivation, indicating he was not yet a true cultivator. Yet, oddly enough, he had managed to defeat a small demon king with a single punch using his physical prowess. This was absurdly extraordinary. Could it be due to the system and techniques he had gifted him? Chapter 50. Master, I apologize, I have broken through again. Upon seeing Li Changfeng, Lin Fan's face lit up with joy. Master. Li Changfeng nodded, continuing to scrutinize Lin Fan. After an extended observation, he found nothing amiss with Lin Fan. If Lin Fan were a high-level divine beast, possessing such physical strength would be understandable. However, the crucial point was that Lin Fan was merely an ordinary human. Li Changfeng instructed, "Mount your flying sword. I shall send you back." Tomorrow marks the grand occasion of the Seven Peaks Martial Arts Conference. Though our Tianquan Peak has only you and Feng Wu as disciples, we must demonstrate the might of our sect. Lin Fan, his expression resolute, replied, "Rest assured, Master, I shall not let you down. Whoever dares to obstruct Tianquan Peak from claiming victory shall taste my fist." Li Changfeng glanced at the demon kings that had been obliterated by a single punch, his lips twitching. If Lin Fan did not hold back and resorted to such brute force in the competition, the name of Tianquan Peak would echo throughout the entire Kaoshan Sect. Subsequently, Lin Fan might be labeled as a demon and face execution or have his powers stripped, leading to his expulsion from the sect. Noticing Li Changfeng's unusual demeanor, Lin Fan quickly inquired, "Master, is there an issue with what I said?" Lin Fan held deep respect for Li Changfeng and felt a pang of anxiety. If Li Changfeng were angered, he would willingly accept punishment. Regardless of whether he had committed an error, if Li Changfeng chose to discipline him, Lin Fan would comply. Li Changfeng shook his head. "It is not your words that are problematic, but rather the intensity of your physical prowess, which is somewhat alarming. Therefore, I must advise you. During the Seven Peaks Martial Arts Conference tomorrow, remember to use only 1/10,000th or 1,000th of your strength. You cannot treat your fellow disciples as you did these demon kings, obliterating them with a single punch." Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Fan scratched the back of his head, acknowledging that he had indeed thought in such a manner previously. It was not that he wished to kill, but he simply had not considered this aspect. Thank you for your reminder, Master. I nearly made a grave mistake. I will strive to control my strength and ensure that no harm comes to my fellow disciples. Li Changfeng continued, though I advise you thusly, I must also impart one more thing. If you show mercy and the other 6 Peaks disciples attempt to harm you, you must retaliate with full force. Tianquan Peak may not instigate trouble, but we shall not shy away from it. If any issues arise, I will shield you. Lin Fan felt a surge of gratitude. His master truly cared for him. He then turned to the side, addressing the Red Flood Tiger with a hint of embarrassment. Master, this is my mount, the Red Flood Tiger. We have already forged a master-servant contract, and I wish to bring it to Tianquan Peak. May I have your approval? Li Changfeng glanced at the Red Flood Tiger. Its bloodline was not particularly high, yet it was passable. The 1,000-year-old Red Flood Tiger was comparable to a 3,000-year-old Demon King. As a guardian beast at Tianquan Peak, it would serve well. Li Changfeng nodded in agreement. Have your Red Flood Tiger reduce its size a bit. Having reached 1,000 years of cultivation, it should be capable of doing so. Good. After conversing with Lin Fan, the Red Flood Tiger shrank to the size of a palm and was placed upon Lin Fan's shoulder. The master and disciple, along with the diminutive tiger, mounted the flying sword and soared toward Tianquan Peak. Brother, you have returned. Upon your return from this arduous journey, you should have surpassed your sister. No. How is it that you have yet to successfully break through to the Qi refinement stage? Lin Yanran was overwhelmed with joy upon learning of Lin Fan's return. However, upon seeing that Lin Fan had still not advanced to the Qi refinement stage, her expression darkened. Even she had entered the latter stage of Qi refinement, achieving the 7th level. Yet her brother had not even stepped into the 1st level of Qi refinement. This revelation left Lin Yanran somewhat alarmed. Lin Fan smiled reassuringly, saying, Sister, there is no need to worry about me. My master has stated that my path to cultivation is unlike that of others. Nevertheless, I am quite formidable. This is my beast companion, the Crimson Python Tiger. It is exceptionally powerful. Lin Yanran furrowed her brow, gazing at the adorable little tiger nestled in Lin Fan's palm, and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed her brother had suffered a significant setback. Otherwise, he would not have taken such a small creature as his mount. Brother, do not be disheartened. Since the Peak Master has accepted you as a disciple, it signifies your exceptional talents. Despairing is not the solution. This little tiger, even as a mount, would not suffice for a single meal. Realizing his sister's misunderstanding, Lin Fan commanded the Crimson Python Tiger to enlarge. In the blink of an eye, a towering creature, standing 2 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long, with fiery red fur, appeared before Lin Yanran. She was taken aback, her complexion paling, yet instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Lin Fan. You shall not harm my brother, you beast, Li Changfeng observed silently, paying no mind to the siblings or the Crimson Python Tiger. The creature had no intention of harming Lin Yanran, for it understood the severe consequences it would face. Lin Fan gently patted Lin Yanran's shoulder and softly reassured her, Sister, I have told you, it is my mount. The Crimson Python Tiger would not dare to harm me. Should anything happen to me, it would suffer the dire consequences of our bond. I merely wish to convey that although my path differs from yours, I am not weak. Crimson Python Tiger, lie down. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, the beast immediately obeyed, lying down on the ground. Witnessing the creature's compliance, Lin Yanran felt a lingering apprehension but was no longer as frightened. She glanced at Li Changfeng, hoping for an explanation. Li Changfeng replied, There is no cause for concern. This is Lin Fan's mount. It will obey him and protect him with its life. As Lin Fan has rightly stated, his journey diverges from yours, and he may never enter the Qi refinement stage. After Li Changfeng's explanation, Lin Yanran finally felt at ease. As long as her brother could cultivate, the specifics of his stage were of little consequence. Her greatest fear was that he would be unable to cultivate and one day be expelled from the Reliance sect. At that moment, within the chaotic tower of time, Feng Wu was unexpectedly ejected. She found herself in a small wooden cabin, hesitant to step outside. I have broken through, she exclaimed, astonished by the magnitude of her advancement. Even after expending boundless spiritual energy to elevate her golden core to the divine grade, she could not suppress her progress. At this moment, Feng Wu had ascended to the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng effortlessly reached the pinnacle of the combined stage, poised to step into the tribulation stage at any time. Even among the esteemed ancestors, few could rival Li Changfeng's strength. Feng Wu, come forth. Are you truly afraid to face others? Upon hearing Li Changfeng's summons, Feng Wu, her face flushed with guilt, timidly opened the door. With her head bowed, she approached Li Changfeng, and upon reaching him, she knelt with a thud. Her voice laden with remorse, she said, Master, I could not contain my progress. I apologize. I have broken through again. Apologies for breaking through again. Others longed for such advancements, eager to elevate their strength. Yet Feng Wu felt immense guilt for failing to adhere to her promise of restraint. Li Changfeng placed a hand on her shoulder, sensing the state of her cultivation. Within her dantian, a miniature version of Feng Wu sat cross-legged, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, continually strengthening itself. Moreover, Li Changfeng discerned the grade of this nascent soul. It had been formed from a divine-grade golden core. With a smile, Li Changfeng reassured her, Feng Wu, there is no need for apologies. My intent in advising you against breakthroughs was merely to ensure your foundation remained stable. After examining your condition, I find your cultivation remarkably solid, which is excellent. You are on the verge of the transformation stage. With your strength, you could easily serve as a supreme elder of the Reliance Sect. Li Changfeng then presented her with a choice, to continue as my disciple on the Tianquan Peak or to ascend to the position of supreme elder at the main peak. Without hesitation, Feng Wu replied, Master, is it not possible for me to become a supreme elder of the Reliance Sect while remaining your disciple here on Tianquan Peak? I do not wish to leave. I only desire to stay by your side. Li Changfeng felt a swell of pride upon hearing her words. He patted her shoulder and smiled. Of course, that is possible. However, the conditions at the main peak are significantly better than those at Tianquan Peak. You must consider this carefully. With a deep breath, she resolved, as long as I can remain at Tianquan Peak, I will have no regrets. Feng Wu's expression turned serious as she declared, Master, I have made my decision. I cannot leave Tianquan Peak. I will stay here. Even if you wish to expel me, I shall not depart. Very well, Li Changfeng replied, his gaze filled with fondness. Feng Wu was his first disciple, possessing both remarkable talent and character. It was precisely because of her presence that Li Changfeng's cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. In just a month, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the combined stage, on the cusp of breaking into the tribulation stage. To put it bluntly, should Li Changfeng's strength be revealed, he would be immediately revered as an ancestor by the Reliance Sect. In the realm of cultivation, age and status mattered little. Only strength mattered. Congratulations, senior sister, on your breakthrough. Lin Fan approached, his face radiant with joy. Currently, at Tianquan Peak, they were the only two disciples, and while their camaraderie was not overly affectionate, they stood united against the world. Feng Wu looked at Lin Fan, her brow furrowing in concern. To her perception, Lin Fan had yet to embark on his cultivation journey. What is the matter with you, junior brother? Sensing her concern, Lin Fan responded, Senior sister, my circumstances are somewhat unique. Although I have not entered the Qi refinement stage, with my current strength, I could easily defeat 1,000 Qi refinement cultivators. This is my mount, the Crimson Python Tiger, a beast of a millennium in cultivation. However, its combat prowess now rivals that of a 3,000-year-old demon king. Upon hearing Lin Fan's assertion, Feng Wu, despite knowing he would not deceive her, couldn't help but glance at Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of a sage. There is no need for doubt. A disciple favored by me could never be an ordinary individual. As Lin Fan has stated, his situation is indeed peculiar. Yet, his strength is likely capable of overwhelming those in the nascent soul stage. Feng Wu inhaled sharply, her breath taken away by the astonishing heights of power. Currently, she had attained the Yuan realm. Could it be that Lin Fan, after merely a month of cultivation, had the capacity to defeat her? Master, is it truly possible for Lin Fan to overcome me? She questioned, her confusion palpable over how he could achieve such a feat. How about a duel between me and my junior brother? It would provide some insight into his capabilities. Lin Fan, too, gazed expectantly at Li Changfeng, aware of Feng Wu's formidable strength. However, the precise extent of her prowess eluded him. Thus, upon Feng Wu's suggestion, his eyes ignited with fervor. Li Changfeng contemplated briefly. Since both of them harbored this desire, it would be beneficial for them to spar. They would need to venture down the mountain together in the future, and fostering mutual understanding was undoubtedly advantageous. Since you both wish to ascertain each other's strengths, let us proceed to the back mountain. Feng Wu Lin Fan, follow your master on your flying swords. Yes, at the rear of Tianquan Peak, Feng Wu and Lin Fan stood facing one another, their expressions imbued with the spirit of combat. Junior brother, you may strike first. Your situation is unique, and I wish to discern what sets you apart. It is clear that Master has recognized your potential and accepted you as a disciple. I trust you will not disappoint me. Lin Fan, eschewing any pretense, nodded earnestly. I humbly request your guidance, sister. With that, Lin Fan transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Feng Wu in an instant. Sensing the imminent threat, she deftly propelled herself backward, retreating over 100 feet. A massive crater manifested where she had once stood, a testament to the force of Lin Fan's punch. Junior brother, Your speed and power are indeed formidable. No wonder Master referred to you as exceptional. Had I not anticipated the danger, that punch could have severely wounded me. Lin Fan offered an awkward smile before launching another assault. Feng Wu swiftly formed a hand seal, conjuring a wall of fire that blazed with intense heat. This wall became an insurmountable barrier for Lin Fan should he wish to attack Feng Wu, due to its towering height and extensive reach. Break. Lin Fan did not seek an alternative route. Instead, he clenched his fist and struck the fire wall directly. His speed reached such an extreme that the impact generated a shockwave, displacing the air around him and creating a vacuum that prevented any proximity to his fist. The extraordinary power of his strike was evident. Li Changfeng observed silently, with no intention of intervening. In the next moment, a colossal hole was blasted through the fire wall, and Lin Fan surged through, charging towards Feng Wu. Just as he burst forth, a swarm of firebirds descended upon him, overwhelming the sky. Lin Fan retaliated, striking down one firebird with each blow, but soon, his fists began to glow a crimson hue. This was a consequence of his body's insufficient resilience to perfectly withstand the onslaught of the firebirds. If this continued, it was not inconceivable that Lin Fan might be scorched. Great principles are simple. All things are impervious. A vacuum enveloped Lin Fan's surroundings, more profound than before, effectively isolating him from both water and fire. Feng Wu's face displayed astonishment as she summoned a colossal fire dragon to assail Lin Fan. The dragon, immense and fearsome, engulfed him entirely. Moments later, the fire dragon dissipated, leaving Lin Fan gasping for breath, yet his fighting spirit surged even stronger. Li Changfeng descended, speaking with a calm demeanor. There is no need to continue. You are fellow disciples. Save your ultimate techniques for another day. My assessment is this. Should Feng Wu wield the power of the primordial phoenix flames, she would undoubtedly vanquish Lin Fan. Conversely, should Lin Fan recklessly choose to attack at the risk of his life, he too could bring about Feng Wu's demise. I find great comfort in your progress. The rise of Tianquan Peak is indeed promising. Chapter 52. The worth of 1,000,000 spirit swords. Master's guidance has been exceptional, and it is through his generous teachings that we stand where we are today. Feng Wu and Lin Fan exchanged glances, speaking in unison. This sentiment stemmed from their hearts, not merely flattery towards Li Changfeng. Had it not been for Li Changfeng's provision of the system, their current achievements would have remained unattainable. Li Changfeng, filled with contentment, gazed into the distance, his tone serene. Tomorrow marks the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. Feng Wu, from this moment forth, utilize the concealment technique I have taught you. Your ascension to the pinnacle of the Yuan realm is rather alarming. Should the other 7 peaks become aware of your remarkable progress within such a short span, it would undoubtedly invite trouble. It may even draw the attention of ancient ancestors seeking disciples. I certainly do not wish for you to be taken by such venerable figures. Feng Wu nodded resolutely, desiring to remain by Li Changfeng's side. The thought of following an old, cantankerous man was simply unacceptable. Moreover, even should an ancient ancestor offer her treasures, it was doubtful they would be as generous as her master, who had unreservedly gifted her a divine artifact. Master, I shall only follow you. Not even if the ancient ancestors come to recruit me will I consent. Feng Wu's allegiance lay with Tianquan Peak in life and in death. Lin Fan added, the grace bestowed by Master is insurmountable. This life, I find it near impossible to repay. As my sister has expressed, even if the founding ancestor desires to take me as a disciple, I shall not abandon Tianquan Peak. As for my sister's need for the concealment technique, that is simple for me, as I possess no cultivation to speak of. Li Changfeng chuckled, acknowledging Lin Fan's words. He had not even reached the qi refining realm, appearing to be an ordinary mortal. Yet, even in reality, he could overpower beings of the Yuan realm, and it was not unfathomable that he could defeat those at the transformation stage if they underestimated him. Just as Li Changfeng contemplated imparting further wisdom, the master of Yaoguang Peak arrived. The master of Yaoguang Peak maintained her impressive demeanor, appearing to have grown significantly since their last encounter. Was she not concerned about becoming a burden or developing a hunchback with such growth? Li Changfeng approached, his gaze fixed upon the master of Yaoguang Peak. I apologize for not welcoming you properly upon your arrival. I presume your visit to Tianquan Peak is to present Feng Wu with a spirit sword? Given her status, it was unlikely she would bestow a mere low-grade spirit sword. Feng Wu approached respectfully, addressing the master of Yaoguang Peak. I am Feng Wu, disciple of Tianquan Peak. I thank you for your gracious gift of the sword. The master of Yaoguang Peak appeared taken aback by the deference shown by the duo. Am I truly indebted to Tianquan Peak? Yet, that cannot be the case. There has been no prior interaction between Yaoguang Peak and Tianquan Peak. My curiosity about Li Changfeng led to some light-hearted banter, and now it seems I am being pressured to provide benefits. Master Li, This is not how one presents a gift. To impose so many demands makes it seem as though I owe you, she remarked, a hint of incredulity in her tone. Li Changfeng replied earnestly, Master of Yaoguang Peak, you have finally made your intentions clear. Since our last parting, the promised gift to Feng Wu has yet to be delivered. Does this not indicate a debt owed to her? A true master of logic. In a moment of uncertainty, the master of Yaoguang Peak found himself at a loss for words. Although he instinctively sensed that something was amiss, he could not articulate the reason. The next instant, a spiritual sword materialized before him, reaching the pinnacle of the mid-grade tier, a weapon of considerable worth. One would need no less than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones to procure such a treasure. Each mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade stones. And Li Changfeng couldn't help but ponder the advantages of wealth. How fortunate it was to regard spirit stones as mere commodities. This initial offering, starting at 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, filled Li Changfeng with admiration for the affluent Yaoguang Peak. If only he possessed such riches, the prospects for Tianquan Peak would be limitless. The sword radiated a fiery crimson hue, a result of incorporating a rare alchemical material known as fire crystal during its forging. A single fire crystal commanded a price of over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Crafting this sword would require several dozens of them to achieve its grade. Thus, even 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones would fall short of acquiring this blade. Feng Wu's eyes sparkled with desire as she gazed at the sword, her expression brimming with anticipation directed at the master of Yaoguang Peak. Previously, he had scrutinized Feng Wu, and despite both being women, the master found herself quite taken with the stunning girl. Indeed, Feng Wu was an exceptionally enchanting young woman. This fire cloud sword was crafted with you in mind, the master remarked. When your master, Li Feng, requested a welcoming gift, he made several stipulations. I hope this fire cloud sword meets your expectations. Upon hearing this, Feng Wu's face lit up with joy as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for the spiritual sword, master. Her delight was palpable, and she could hardly contain her exhilaration as the fire cloud sword found its way into her hands. Li Changfeng spoke calmly, Feng Wu, since you have become the sword's master, you should hasten to acknowledge it with your blood. It will accompany you in battles across the realms, such as the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly tomorrow. As the event approached, he cautioned her to show mercy towards the talented disciples of Yaoguang Peak. Rest assured, master, I will not go easy on them, Feng Wu replied. I will spare their lives and refrain from inflicting serious injuries unless they threaten me first. The master of Yaoguang Peak remarked, you are quite astute, my dear. You have shown respect while also leaving room for your own maneuvers. Master Li, your disciple is truly remarkable, she added with a slight smile. Naturally, you should consider who her master is. Were she not so clever, I would not have taken notice. Li Changfeng replied with pride. With a teasing glint in her eye, the master of Yaoguang Peak transmitted a thought to him. Is it not because Feng Wu is so beautiful that you wish to embark on an extraordinary teacher-student romance? Master of Yaoguang Peak, I assure you, I am not so superficial. Even if Feng Wu is my disciple, I would never impose upon her, Li Changfeng responded. Tomorrow is the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. Should you not take your leave? Hearing his thoughts, the master shot him a sultry glance and replied lightly, Master Li, one should not be overly sentimental. To abandon one's connections after a fleeting moment is even worse. Consider this a reminder from your elder sister. Do not act in such a manner again. I shall return to Yaoguang Peak immediately to prepare for the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. Very well, Li Changfeng said, his expression neutral as he silently observed the master depart. The Seven Peaks Martial Assembly would mark the dawning recognition of Tianquan Peak, a sect long forgotten by the surrounding powers. It was time for them to reclaim their place in the eyes of the entire sect. Chapter 53. Can mortals participate in the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly? That night was destined to be a sleepless one for Feng Wu and Lin Fan. While Li Changfeng quickly succumbed to slumber, he had completely relaxed, as if cultivation had no bearing on him. With Feng Wu and Lin Fan training, one disciple's efforts could yield 100-fold rewards. With two disciples, the potential reward would double. With such advantages, why should Li Changfeng toil away in his own cultivation? Under the luminous moonlight, which cloaked Tianquan Peak in a silvery sheen, Feng Wu and Lin Fan remained awake, even Lin Yanran accompanying them. Junior brother, what exactly is your situation? Feng Wu inquired. Logically, you should not be this formidable without embarking on the path of cultivation. Your speed and strength are truly extraordinary. If it weren't for my own decent strength and unique bloodline, I would certainly be no match for you. Senior sister, you are correct, Lin Fan replied with a nod. I have indeed acquired the most suitable cultivation method and a special treasure. However, I cannot disclose the details. My master warned that if that treasure were to be revealed in the cultivation world, it would undoubtedly incite chaos, leading to rivers of blood among countless cultivators. Feng Wu nodded in understanding, refraining from probing further into the nature of the treasure. She too possessed a special item, having received similar advice from Li Changfeng. There is no need for you to explain, junior brother. My master also gifted me a treasure of that caliber, which enabled me to ascend from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage in just a month. Given how generous our master is, we must ensure that Tianquan Peak's reputation remains untarnished and strive to attract more talented individuals to our sect. Indeed, the two disciples vowed beneath the moonlight, unaware that in the not-so-distant future, each would become a formidable force in their own right. When strength reaches absolute heights, mere numbers become irrelevant. Lin Yanran gazed enviously at Feng Wu and Lin Fan, though she did not fully grasp their conversation. She understood one crucial truth. Becoming Li Changfeng's disciple would allow her to join their ranks as a powerhouse in the cultivation world. Having spent a month at Kaoshan Sect, she had gained a foundational understanding. Attaining the Golden Core stage would earn her a position as an Inner Gate Elder. Feng Wu had ascended to the nascent soul stage in just a month, qualifying her to apply for the title of Supreme Elder. How astonishing! She wondered if one day she might also become Li Changfeng's disciple, thus remaining alongside her brother and at his side. I must diligently cultivate and strive to break through to the foundation establishment stage, she mused. Only by demonstrating my worth might the Peak Master consider accepting me. The three of them commenced their training, refusing to allow even the slightest lapse in focus. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng, now deep in slumber, found his strength surging at an extraordinary pace. As the night passed, Li Changfeng drew closer to the tribulation stage. With his ancestral phoenix body, he conservatively estimated he could defeat 100 peak integration stage cultivators and easily overcome 20 in the early tribulation stage, as well as 3 to 5 in the mid-tribulation stage. As for those in the late tribulation stage, he could likely only contend with them one-on-one. Such was the extent of Li Changfeng's current prowess. After enjoying a delicious breakfast prepared by Lin Yanran, he prepared to escort his two disciples to Tianxia Peak. Reaching such a state is not merely a consequence of hunger. It is solely due to Li Changfeng's penchant for such indulgence. He does not wish to lead the life of a severe ascetic. As Li Changfeng and his companions prepared to depart on their swords, Lin Yanran suddenly interjected, "Peak Master, may I accompany you? I wish to witness the battles of the cultivators and broaden my horizons." After a moment's contemplation, Li Changfeng nodded in agreement. "Very well. However, you must bring along pots, pans, and ingredients. The Seven Peaks Martial Assembly requires a considerable amount of time, at least 7 days. I have no desire to consume tasteless spirit pills. They are akin to chewing wax." "All right," Lin Yanran eagerly responded, pleased simply by the prospect of accompanying Li Changfeng. Observing her childlike joy, Li Changfeng inwardly cursed the system. "Damn system, Lin Yanran has been on the mountain for a month. Why have you yet to trigger the disciple recruitment task? I find her talent quite commendable. Such a beautiful girl. How can you not initiate a recruitment mission?" The system replied, "Please explore the disciple recruitment conditions independently. Once the conditions are met, the system will issue a task." Such empty words again. If I knew the answer, why would I bother asking you, you wretched system? Truly, a pointless endeavor. Once Lin Yanran was prepared, Li Changfeng presented her with a simple spatial ring. After all, it would be quite odd to see such a delicate beauty adorned with pots and pans. Li Changfeng was indifferent to the matter, primarily concerned about the potential gossip that could arise, which might lead him to obliterate any loquacious individuals. Therefore, he sought to avoid such a scenario. With Feng Wu now possessing her own flying sword, Li Changfeng initially intended for her to fly independently. However, upon witnessing Lin Yanran nestled against Li Changfeng's waist, preventing her from falling off the sword, Feng Wu immediately felt a sense of imbalance. Consequently, she sheathed her fiery cloud sword and stood behind Li Changfeng. As for Lin Fan, he chose not to leap onto the flying sword but instead opted to run. His speed was undeniably impressive, as he managed to keep pace with Li Changfeng's sword flight without any significant delay. It is worth noting that while Li Changfeng flew in a straight line, Lin Fan traversed a much longer distance on foot. Even if Li Changfeng maintained a speed of 1,000 miles per hour for an hour, it was still a testament to Lin Fan's astounding swiftness. Ultimately, the quartet arrived at Tianxia Peak. After registering, the reception disciple at Tianxia Peak wore an expression of perplexity. "Peak Master of Tianquan, you have brought a Qi refining realm practitioner and a mere mortal to participate? Their strengths are far too feeble, and their realms too low. I fear they might not even survive the preliminary rounds of the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. Thus, I advise against their participation. However, this female disciple appears promising, possessing foundational cultivation strength." Li Changfeng replied, "This Qi refining realm practitioner will not participate in the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly." The reception disciple remarked, "That is good to hear. But wait, Peak Master of Tianquan, If the Qi Refining Realm disciple is not participating, then you intend for the mortal to compete? Li Changfeng nodded. She is not my disciple. However, the mortal you mentioned is indeed my accepted disciple, and thus, she must participate, even if it is not for ranking. Gaining experience is worthwhile. Upon hearing this, several disciples from the nearby sect erupted in laughter. A mortal participating in the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly? Is the Peak Master of Tianquan not in his right mind? Chapter 54. The Inexorable Peak Master of Tianji. Haha. As expected of Tianquan Peak. This move is truly laughable. I heard that Peak Master Li has only recently ascended to his position. He could easily opt out of the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly and avoid embarrassment. Indeed, it is puzzling what Peak Master Li is thinking. Given that Tianquan Peak has long been a source of ridicule, why not endure a few more decades, or even a century? Li Changfeng remained expressionless. Yet Feng Wu and Lin Fan could no longer contain themselves. Feng Wu declared sternly, "Be quiet. We have come to participate in the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. Which peak are you disciples from? Do you think you can challenge me?" The jeering disciples were mostly of humble strength, with the strongest among them barely at the early stage of foundational cultivation. Naturally, they held no qualification to participate in the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly at their respective peaks. Hence, Feng Wu's words left them at a loss for a response. Lin Fan calmly stated, "Though I lack cultivation, I am still qualified to represent Tianquan Peak in battle. Surely, you do not lack even the qualifications to compete?" This statement incensed them greatly. Li Changfeng seized the moment to deliver a pointed remark. Now, Feng Wu, Lin Fan. Regardless, they are still your senior brothers and sisters. We must not act without reason. If they have not qualified for the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly after decades of cultivation, it indicates their lack of talent and insufficient effort. Do not cling to this point, as it will make it difficult for them to accept this harsh reality. Unlike you, who have only joined Tianquan Peak for a month and already qualified to participate. Li Changfeng's words nearly caused them to spit blood. The truth struck too close to home. What does it mean to lack talent? What does it mean to not strive? They had indeed been diligent. Yet the scarcity of cultivation resources had hindered their rapid breakthroughs. Lin Fan added, "Master's words are wise. I should not have pricked their wounds. They may never have the opportunity to participate again. Those stronger than them have already competed, and those with greater talent will eventually displace them. Upon seeing our ability to participate, it is only natural that they feel a sense of injustice. Sister, let us refrain from discussing qualifications for participation. We must not provoke our senior brothers and sisters to the point of despair, for that would be regrettable." Feng Wu nodded in agreement. "I will keep Master's and Junior Brothers' counsel in mind. I will not engage with those disciples lacking qualifications because we are on different levels. We cannot allow them to fall into despair." Fury and rage. The exchanges between Li Changfeng and his two disciples struck at the heart. This rendered the jeering disciples speechless, swallowing their words, afraid of provoking the trio further. At that moment, the peak master of Yaoguang approached, her elegance undiminished. For some reason, every time they met after a separation, Li Changfeng felt as though her curves had grown more pronounced. "Peak Master Li, you did not notify me of your arrival. Had I not seen you, I would have been none the wiser." Li Changfeng replied, "Peak Master Yaoguang, we are all peak masters here. How could I impose upon you to greet me? That would only invite trouble. The sect leader and several other peak masters are watching. Perhaps you should return to your position at Yaoguang Peak. I fear I might be beset upon." A melodious giggle erupted from Peak Master Yaoguang, prompting Li Changfeng to curse inwardly. What a temptress. Such a bewitching figure. He could hardly fathom what type of man she would prefer. If she claimed to be interested in him, Li Changfeng found it hard to believe unless he displayed his true strength. In this world of cultivation, power signifies everything. Much like how wealth attracts endless suitors in the past. Peak Master Yaoguang asserted, "I fear nothing. Why should you? As the foremost genius of the Kaoshan Sect, they will all look up to you in the future. Thus, you have no need to remain so low-key. Do you not wish to see Tianquan Peak renowned throughout the entire Kaoshan Sect?" Li Changfeng shook his head, believing that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. At this moment, he was not invincible and could not afford to expose his strength prematurely. The depths of the Kaoshan Sect were formidable, and its true standing likely ranked among the top 3 of the 9 great sects. Yet, the Kaoshan Sect remained stubbornly at the bottom, showing no desire to elevate its status. With such a lackadaisical attitude, why should he risk revealing himself? "Master Yaoguang, please do hurry along," Li Changfeng said. "Though I am the foremost genius of the Kaoshan Sect, I must still show some respect to the elders, mustn't I? Otherwise, what if the sect master and the others feel slighted and give rise to inner demons? I would then become a grave sinner." There was no fault in his reasoning. Though it might appear somewhat peculiar, it contained a kernel of truth. However, Master Yaoguang had no intention of departing. Instead, she moved closer to Li Changfeng, observing her actions. Feng Wu subtly entwined her left arm with his, while Lin Yan ran, not to be outdone, linked her right arm with his. Master Yaoguang paused. Her expression one of helplessness. She had never anticipated witnessing such a scene. While Li Changfeng possessed remarkable looks, this was a realm of cultivation where strength should reign supreme. How was it that, in his case, mere good looks seemed to resolve everything? Within the Kaoshan Sect, there were many whose abilities surpassed his. Take herself, for instance. She had already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, only a step away from the nascent soul realm. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng was merely at the initial phase of the Golden Core stage, and she assumed he could not possibly advance in such a short period. Little did she know, he was on the verge of entering the tribulation stage. As Master Yaoguang was about to speak, another peak master arrived. He was Tianji Peak's master, one of Master Yaoguang's suitors. Casting a detached glance at Li Changfeng, he then scrutinized Feng Wu and the others, which caused him to frown slightly. Master Li, are you treating the Seven Peaks Martial Conference as a trifling matter? Bringing two mortals along. If the sect master were to find out, he would surely be displeased. Li Changfeng paid no heed to Tianji Peak's master. If others were impolite, he felt no obligation to be courteous. Addressing Master Yaoguang, he remarked, "Why don't you hold on to my arm? Although it may be a bit cramped, it shouldn't hinder you from doing so. I will consider your previous suggestion before responding." "You are right. Mediocre talents are unworthy of being your partner. Master Yaoguang, your discernment is commendable. When we become partners, any children we have will undoubtedly possess exceptional talents." Tianji Peak's master grimaced, his face darkening. Li Changfeng's words were clearly deliberate. Who in the Kaoshan Sect did not know that he had pursued Master Yaoguang for over 200 years without receiving a definitive answer, yet he continued to curry favor. Now he was hearing that Master Yaoguang had taken the initiative to propose a partnership with Li Changfeng. This revelation unsettled him greatly. Master Yaoguang smiled subtly. Her gaze filled with charm as she looked at Li Changfeng. "You must respond quickly. If our two peaks successfully unite, Tianquan Peak will surely rise rapidly, and I will spare no effort in aiding its disciples." Li Changfeng met her gaze with a tender smile. Meanwhile, Tianji Peak's master felt his chest tighten, barely able to suppress his mounting fury. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Li Changfeng. "Master Li, would you care for a friendly spar?" Chapter 55. I do not wish to slay you. All eyes were upon Li Changfeng. Those familiar with his reputation were none other than the higher-ups of the Kaoshan Sect. The ordinary disciples were unaware that within their ranks resided a superlative genius who had ascended from mere mortal to Golden Core powerhouse in a mere decade. Such talent had never been seen before. Some even claimed his gifts surpassed those of their founder. Under the scrutiny of so many, Li Changfeng shook his head in refusal. "Master Tianji, we have no enmity from the past, nor grievances of late. Merely because Master Yaoguang holds me in high regard and wishes to be my partner. You feel compelled to challenge me? After all, you are an ancient being, having lived for nearly a millennium. Why must you be so impetuous? Should I accidentally kill you, I would be branded a bully of the elderly and infirm. Conversely, if I were to allow you to win, I could not bring myself to do so. Therefore, let us put this spar to rest. I do not wish to slay you." Damn. Tianji Peak's master could not contain his expletive. Li Changfeng was truly overstepping. He was a late-stage Golden Core practitioner, while Li Changfeng was merely at the initial stage. How could he speak with such audacity? Most importantly, Li Changfeng's words in front of Master Yaoguang stripped him of all dignity. Taking a deep breath, Tianji Peak's master spoke in a low tone. "Master Li, this is merely a friendly spar. It concerns no one else, and is not about rivalry. I implore you to allow me to witness the strength of your genius and determine your qualifications to become a peak master." Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly. "I have no desire to become a peak master. It was the first elder who appointed me as such. If you can persuade the first elder to rescind that order, I would be most grateful. Since you claim this as a friendly spar, then I have made my decision." Tianji Peak's master, fueled by anger, declared, "Very well. If you have decided, then come with me to the training grounds." Li Changfeng rolled his eyes at Tianji Peak's master, replying with irritation. "I wish to inform you that I have decided to decline your invitation. What sort of brain do you possess? Have you lived so long that you have become rigid and unyielding? You imbecile." Li Changfeng's teasing only served to further ignite Tianji Peak's master's rage. Had the situation not been so unsuitable for conflict, he would have undoubtedly lashed out. Yet, Li Changfeng remained unfazed. He could suppress even those of the tribulation stage with a mere flick of his wrist. A petty late-stage Golden Core practitioner held no interest for him. Master Yaoguang's beautiful eyes were fixed upon Li Changfeng, as if she sought to pierce through him. She had not received an affirmative response to her proposal of partnership, though it was merely a casual remark to gauge his reaction. Back then, Li Changfeng had appeared somewhat timid, yet now, he exuded an unparalleled dominance. What was this young man truly thinking? At just over 30 years of age, he had already reached the Golden Core realm. Among the 7 peaks, Tianji Peak's master was undoubtedly among the weakest. Master Yao Guang, for instance, had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, while the master of Tianshu Peak, the sect leader, had even ascended to the nascent soul realm. Tianji Peak's master felt emboldened to act arrogantly in front of Li Changfeng, especially since Li Changfeng's displayed strength was merely at the initial Golden Core stage. Taking a deep breath, Tianji Peak's master said, "Since Master Li is unwilling to spar with me, I shall not press further. However, I hope your mortal disciples of Tianquan Peak do not encounter the geniuses of Tianji Peak. After all, their strikes lack restraint." A threat. This old fellow dared to openly threaten him before Li Changfeng. Did he think Li Changfeng was incapable of wielding a blade? Or that his disciples could not defeat those of Tianji Peak with a single punch? The sect master interjected, "Enough. You two are peak masters of the Kaoshan Sect. Do not provide the disciples with a spectacle of mockery. Our sect's rules are strict and must not be carelessly undermined." "Yes, sect master." Li Changfeng remained silent, prompting the lord of Tianji Peak to respond hastily. The sect master turned to Li Changfeng and inquired, "Master Li, why do you choose to remain mute? Do you find my method of handling this matter unsatisfactory? If so, please enlighten us with your suggestions." Li Changfeng shook his head. "It is not that I find your approach lacking, but rather, I have committed no wrongdoing that warrants an apology akin to that of a child. The party at fault has already acknowledged their mistakes, and there is no necessity for me to reiterate it." The lord of Tianji Peak trembled with anger. Li Changfeng's verbal prowess was indeed formidable. Even if he possessed 10 mouths, he would struggle to contend with Li Changfeng's eloquence. Thus, he decided it prudent to remain silent. The sect master paused, realizing the truth in this. It was indeed the Tianji Peak lord who instigated the provocations, rather than Li Changfeng. Therefore, whether an apology was offered held little significance. The master of Yaoguang Peak interjected, "Sect master, is it not time to commence the 7 Peaks martial conference? All the peak lords have gathered. Let us not delay further. I must return to prepare the dowry. I hope, when the time comes, sect master can join us for a few celebratory drinks at my wedding with Master Li." The sect master remained silent, secretly appreciating the beauty of the Yaoguang Peak lord. However, being a man with a wife and children, he could not be as forthright as the Tianji Peak lord. Yet, upon hearing the words of the Yaoguang Peak lord, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Li Changfeng's expression darkened. He had not consented to any such arrangement. What was this woman scheming? He decided to take it one step at a time. If she was truly willing to prepare a substantial dowry, marriage was not out of the question. The sect master, along with Li Changfeng and the other 6, descended to the elevated platform of the martial arena. "Welcome, sect master. Welcome, esteemed peak lords." This was a grand event for the Kaoshan Sect, and even outer disciples were permitted to observe, allowing them to witness the vast chasm between themselves and the inner disciples, as well as the core disciples of each peak. It was through recognizing this disparity that they could find the motivation for improvement. Who is that young man dressed as a peak lord? I do not know, but he appears to be younger than I, perhaps in his early 20s. However, in the realm of cultivation, age is but a number. Youthful appearances do not indicate actual youth. My senior brother has a point. Nonetheless, it still indicates his impressive capabilities. Before long, Li Changfeng became the subject of fervent discussion among the disciples. His youthful visage stood in stark contrast to many disciples who appeared older than him. Hearing the chatter, Li Changfeng raised his voice. "All disciples, cease your loud conversations and whispers. The 7 Peaks Martial Conference is about to commence, and these individuals shall serve as your exemplars." The master of Tianquan Peak, at the age of 31, has spent 10 years cultivating to achieve the Golden Core realm. I trust that all of you can accomplish this as well. Strive on. The disciples were left disheartened by Li Changfeng's words. Is this even possible? 10 years to reach the Golden Core realm? Who among us can achieve such a feat? Yet, the fact remained that Li Changfeng donned the attire of a peak lord, leaving no room for doubt regarding his status. Could it be that he was the greatest prodigy the Kaoshan Sect had seen in countless years? After Li Changfeng's speech, rather than igniting a fire of ambition within the disciples, he inadvertently struck a blow to their confidence. Observing their disheartened expressions, the sect master felt a sense of helplessness. However, there was little he could do. Li Changfeng had merely stated his achievements. The sect master transmitted his thoughts to Li Changfeng. "Changfeng, your earlier remarks may have significantly impacted the morale of the disciples. Perhaps you should offer a few more words. Avoid emphasizing your extraordinary talent. It may be too much for them to bear." Li Changfeng appeared puzzled, whether feigning or genuinely so. "Sect master, that is not an option. I, Li Changfeng, am a man of practicality. I cannot fabricate lies. My intent is to inspire them. If they cannot withstand this level of challenge, nor tolerate the sight of my superior talent, their potential for greatness is limited. unlike my two disciples, who, despite knowing of my exceptional gifts, are not disheartened, but rather motivated to work harder. The sect master felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed futile to try to persuade Li Changfeng. Thus, he relinquished the effort. In any case, he had not intended to dwell on it. There were indeed some disciples with commendable talents. Yet, in terms of temperament, they required further refinement. If they could match the resilience of Li Changfeng's disciples, they would face no issues. After all, to be a disciple of Li Changfeng, one must possess a strong psychological fortitude. The sect master ceased his engagement with Li Changfeng and floated gracefully into the air. The aura of a nascent soul cultivator enveloped the surroundings. Fellow disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, I am Lu Kun, the 438th generation sect master. Today marks our decade-long Seven Peaks Martial Conference. Each disciple present is a prodigy under 100 years of age from the Seven Peaks. I hope you can glean wisdom from them. Now, let us invite the 10 disciples of Tianshu Peak to take the stage. With that, 10 disciples from Tianshu Peak made their entrance, each showcasing their unique styles. The first arrived riding a spirit beast, the second soared in on a sword, and the third surprisingly sat atop a gourd spirit treasure. As the final disciple appeared, countless gasps filled the air. He was none other than Ning Tianyu, the prodigy of Tianshu Peak. Many disciples and elders regarded him as the future sect master of the Kaoshan Sect. In terms of both strength and talent, he left no room for doubt. At an age under 100, he had already attained the peak of foundation establishment. Within the Kaoshan Sect, aside from Li Changfeng, none could rival him. Of course, this was before the prowess of Feng Wu from Tianquan Peak had been revealed, and Lin Fan had yet to demonstrate his strength against nascent soul cultivators. Ning Tianyu did not ride a sword or a beast. Instead, he strolled leisurely to the martial stage. Yet, even in his humble gait, he could not conceal his commanding presence. His popularity was undeniable. The achievements of Li Changfeng had not been publicized within the Kaoshan Sect, as they were too extraordinary and might invite scrutiny from other sects and demonic cultivators. However, talents like Ning Tianyu, who were more typical, warranted no such concealment. The sect master continued, now, let us invite the 10 disciples of Tianshan Peak to take the stage. Similar to their Tianshu Peak counterparts, they showcased their abilities, eliciting waves of applause. Notably, one disciple had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, mere steps away from the peak. His name was Tang Bapi. Aside from his somewhat unattractive appearance, he bore no known blemishes. Disciples from Tianji Peak, Yuhing Peak, Kaiyang Peak, and Yawang Peak successively took the stage. Each peak had noteworthy disciples, though they paled in comparison to Ning Tianyu. Only Tianquan Peak remains. It had just resumed operations a month ago, so it is unlikely to participate, right? Certainly not. I haven't heard of anyone joining Tianquan Peak. This young peak master seems destined to play the role of a mere referee, as the disciples of the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly have no association with Tianquan Peak. Haha, this senior brother is mistaken. Let me inform you that there are disciples from Tianquan Peak participating, including 2 mortal disciples. No way. Just by participating, there are benefits. I regret not joining Tianquan Peak. To think they would even bring out mortals. This dashing peak master truly has no disciples to send. Many disciples are gossiping, as the truth about Tianquan Peak's disciples not yet appearing gradually becomes known. Unfortunately, they remain unaware of the reality. Tianquan Peak is undoubtedly the dark horse of this year's Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. The sect master had previously glanced at Li Changfeng multiple times, inquiring whether he would allow the disciples of Tianquan Peak to take the stage. Li Changfeng consistently shook his head in refusal. His belief was that the weak should go first, while the strong would take the final spotlight. Since the disciples of Changfeng have already taken the stage, Tianquan Peak must reserve its grand entrance. Li Changfeng transmitted a message. Sect master, it is time. Announce the entrance of Tianquan Peak's disciples. My students are ready. The sect master replied. Very well. There are already 60 disciples on stage, the atmosphere charged with tension. Competition breeds progress, which is permitted by the Kaoyuan sect. However, fighting among peers is strictly prohibited, and it is imperative to safeguard the lives of fellow disciples. Should any irreconcilable hatred arise, a death contract must be signed, and a fair battle presided over by the sect's law elder will ensue. This will determine both rank and life. The sect master cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, now, let the disciples of Tianquan Peak take the stage. Feng Wu and Lin Fan exchanged glances and walked slowly towards the martial platform. The forthcoming moment would be their stage to shine and elevate the reputation of Tianquan Peak. Senior brother Xue Ning stepped forward, thinking that anyone could follow in his footsteps. How amusing, lacking strength, yet possessing plenty of guile. What a spectacle. Today Tianquan Peak is nothing but a laughingstock. Just look at that youth. He is indeed immortal. How could they have no one else to present but a newly accepted mortal disciple? This must be a ploy for sympathy, aiming to give Tianquan Peak some semblance of recognition. The appearance of Feng Wu and Lin Fan drew much ridicule. However, the sister and brother paid it no mind. The weak can only lament ineffectively, unable to do anything. Their true sentiments are undoubtedly filled with envy and resentment. After all, merely taking the stage grants a bottle of qi gathering pills as a consolation prize, a treasure of considerable value for inner sect disciples. Feng Wu, I am Feng Wu, the chief disciple of Tianquan Peak. Lin Fan, I am Lin Fan, the second disciple of Tianquan Peak. After completing their self-introductions, they exchanged a glance and declared in unison, after the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly, these two names will be etched deeply in your souls. Chapter 57, The Wager. Ha! Hearing the synchronized declaration from Feng Wu and Lin Fan sparked uproarious laughter among countless disciples. Feng Wu's cultivation level is merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. Although she is a formidable presence among the disciples, what is her junior brother doing? A mortal, aspiring to have his name remembered. Yet, it seems they truly have made an impression. This maneuver is quite absurd. A mortal participating in the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. How desperate is Tianquan Peak to resort to such measures? Tianquan Peak is indeed amusing, attempting to gain fame in this manner. It seems unlikely anyone will wish to join in the future. Each peak's cultivation resources, aside from personal acquisition, are contingent upon sect provision and the number of disciples, as well as their cultivation levels. Tianquan Peak is nothing of significance. One peak master, 2 disciples, no elders, no guest disciples. Huh? From this day forth, all will remember Tianquan Peak, as it will become a topic of conversation during idle moments. Initially, one might think that the mockery from the disciples would anger Li Changfeng and his 2 disciples. However, the current situation is quite different. Li Changfeng appears utterly unfazed, even sporting a smile. The master of Tianjifeng sneered coldly and remarked, Master Li, are you so resigned that you no longer care for your dignity? As a peak master, how can you allow your disciples to look down upon Tianquan Peak? Do you not possess a sense of shame? Li Changfeng glanced at the master of Tianjifeng with a playful tone. Master of Tianjifeng, are you a disciple of Tianquan Peak? Shaking his head, the master of Tianjifeng replied icily, I am the master of Tianjifeng. How could I possibly be your disciple? This rhetorical question ignited the master's fury. With a slight smile, Li Changfeng retorted, since you are not a disciple of Tianquan Peak, what those youngsters say is none of your concern. Mind your own business. If you truly possess the capability, pursue the master of Yaowang Peak and have her become your partner. You, Li Changfeng, what of it? I speak the truth. You, old man, lack both strength and talent. After cultivating for 1,000 years, you have yet to reach the nascent soul stage. If I possessed your level of talent, I would have long since chosen to leap into a cesspit and drown myself. Truly shameful. The master of Tianjifeng trembled with rage, his voice cold. Master Li, I will not engage in a battle of wits with you. If you truly possess the capability, let us wager. If your Tianquan Peak disciples lose, you shall pay me 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If my Tianjifeng disciples lose, the same applies. Li Changfeng shook his head in refusal. No wager. There is no basis for comparison. Besides, you are being quite petty. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones is hardly significant. At the very least, it should start at 1 million low-grade spirit stones to preserve your dignity as a peak master. Very well. The master of Tianjifeng shouted in anger. Let us wager 1 million low-grade spirit stones. From now on, whenever our 2 peaks disciples encounter one another, it shall count as a wager. How does that sound? Li Changfeng pondered for a moment. I still feel I would be at a disadvantage. How about this? If my Tianquan Peak loses, I will only need to give you 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, if your Tianjifeng disciples lose, you shall pay 1 million low-grade spirit stones. I am quite poor, and my disciples were just recently accepted. I do not have that many spirit stones to wager with you. Though Tianjifeng ranks second to last among the 7 peaks, it is still vastly superior to Tianquan Peak. Do you accept this suggestion? The master of Tianjifeng considered it, and promptly nodded in agreement. Had Li Changfeng accepted the previous wager, he might have hesitated. He feared that Li Changfeng was up to something. But with Li Changfeng stating it this way, it alleviated his doubts. This wager is acceptable. But I have one condition. We will only wager on your Tianquan Peak's second disciple. Li Changfeng's face was filled with hesitation, but he eventually nodded slowly. In light of your offering of 1 million spirit stones, I agree. However, I must warn you, my second disciple possesses considerable speed and strength. Ordinary Qi refinement stage disciples are simply no match for him. The master of Tianjifeng sneered repeatedly. All 10 disciples he dispatched were at the foundation establishment stage, and there were no so-called Qi refinement stage disciples. Thus, Dealing with a mortal would be no more challenging than crushing an ant. Li Changfeng, in that case, let us establish a heavenly Tao oath together. This way, if you lose, you will not deny it later. I cannot possibly defeat you. Very well. At that moment, the master of Tianjifeng and Li Changfeng each took the heavenly Tao oath. The wager was now protected by the heavenly Tao. Regardless of whether it is Li Changfeng or the master of Tianji Peak, none shall contravene this decree. Those who dare defy it shall face the wrath of heavenly thunder. A radiant smile illuminated Li Changfeng's face as he turned to the master of Yaoguang Peak, raising an eyebrow and speaking, "Oh, affluent one of Yaoguang. Will you not place a wager? Let us bet the same as with the master of Tianji, just for amusement. After all, you are not in one of spirit stones. It is we at Tianquan Peak who are truly impoverished." The master of Yaoguang replied with indifference, "While I may possess an abundance of spirit stones, I am not foolish. If you wish for others to gamble alongside you, it would be wiser to consult the sect leader and a few other peak masters." Li Changfeng sighed inwardly. Casting a glance at the sect leader, the sect leader turned his head away, having already witnessed Li Changfeng's formidable prowess. When the Qingyi sect attempted to cause trouble, Li Changfeng's displayed strength was far beyond merely that of a nascent soul practitioner. It even instilled a sense of peril. This fellow, intent on ensnaring others, he would not fall for such tricks. However, even the sect leader, a seasoned figure who has navigated many trials, remained perplexed about Li Changfeng's true capabilities. What remarkable qualities could his mortal disciples possess? The other peak masters also declined Li Changfeng's proposal. They were merely spectators, unwilling to stake 1,000,000 spirit stones in a gamble. None were as reckless as the master of Tianji to provoke Li Changfeng. His talent was evident. As long as he did not falter, he would undoubtedly evolve into a legendary figure of the sect, perhaps even reaching the status of an ancient ancestor. Such an extraordinary prodigy, even if not courted, must not be offended. The current arrogance of the master of Tianji would surely lead to his lamentation in the future. Li Changfeng sighed. Indeed, invincibility is a lonely path. Lin Fan, you shall challenge the disciples of Tianji Peak. For this upcoming 7 Peaks Martial Assembly, I propose we amend the rules. Let them select their own opponents and duel in pairs, with victors advancing and the vanquished eliminated. This way, we need not squander so much time merely watching you compete. We shall establish 7 arenas for their duels, allowing them to engage in combat as 14 participants. The sect leader's expression darkened, and he retorted with irritation, "Changfeng, I am the sect leader. Moreover, the previous rules have been upheld for over 10 millennia. Li Changfeng nodded. "I am aware you hold that title, yet are you not also lacking in capability? I am merely offering my counsel. Would you truly blame me for that? Those emperors of the mortal realm heed the strategists, and following my guidance is not erroneous. My existence is to assist leaders such as yourself, who may lack foresight." By the heavens, the sect leader was on the verge of losing his temper. Chapter 58. May I participate as well? Do not be angry, do not be angry. Sect leader, you are magnanimous. Surely, you cannot erupt in fury merely because you lack insight and heed my advice. After all, I am the most promising genius of Kaoshan Sect, and should you strike me in your ire today, rest assured I shall repay you tenfold in the future. Observing the sect leader's visibly irate demeanor, Li Changfeng hastily clarified. Yet, the effect of his explanation seemed far from satisfactory, even rendering the sect leader's countenance a shade of deepening fury, teetering on the edge of wrath. The master of Yaoguang, resting her chin on her delicate hand, regarded Li Changfeng with growing intrigue. This genius of Kaoshan Sect, the master of Tianquan Peak, was increasingly captivating. His audacity in speech knew no bounds, showing complete disregard for anyone's favor, an audacity that bordered on the outrageous. Taking a deep breath, the sect leader ultimately restrained himself. "Changfeng, in the future, it would be prudent to speak less, even if your intentions are benign, for it may invite resentment. You are undoubtedly a genius, yet genius does not equate to invincibility. Do you comprehend?" Li Changfeng raised an eyebrow, regarding the sect leader with curiosity. "Sect leader, how can you be so certain that I harbor no ill will?" The sect leader, in this moment, Li Changfeng presents as quite ordinary. Perhaps this is a common flaw of prodigies, forever distinct from the average individual. Otherwise, how could one possess such exceptional talent for cultivation? Ignoring Li Changfeng, the sect leader announced loudly, "Let us commence the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly. Disciples of the 7 Peaks, you may freely select your opponents. Each peak may send forth a maximum of 3 combatants. Now, begin choosing your adversaries, starting with Tianquan Peak." Feng Wu turned to Lin Fan. "Junior brother, shall I take the stage first, or will you? If you have a preferred opponent, feel free to select them directly." Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, Li Changfeng transmitted a message to him. "Choose any disciple from Tianji Peak, it matters not which." Make it a challenging fight for Tianquan Peak, one where they seem on the verge of defeat, yet manage to turn the tide. Be sure to enact this performance vividly. The more desperate, the better. Receiving Li Changfeng's transmission, Lin Fan nodded towards him. Stepping forward, he declared loudly, I choose that senior brother from Tianji Peak as my opponent. Humph. Unaware of your own folly. The disciples of Tianji Peak smirked derisively, casting a blank gaze at Lin Fan. Among the disciples of the Seven Peaks, he had seen no one weaker than himself. Initially, he had no intention of challenging Lin Fan, for he deemed Lin Fan merely a mortal. Even a victory would be devoid of honor. Yet, since Lin Fan had presented himself, he would not decline. Tang Guzi, a disciple of Tianji Peak, stepped forward as well. I accept the challenge from the junior brother of Tianquan Peak. Subsequently, the two were escorted to the first duel arena. The remaining disciples of the Seven Peaks each selected their opponents. Surprisingly, the chief disciple of Tianxian Peak chose Ning Tianyu as his opponent, demonstrating commendable courage. Perhaps weary of perpetually being the second best for millennia, he sought to take the initiative and directly challenge. The master of Tianxian Peak looked on with a hint of pride, stating with a hint of satisfaction. To dare challenge Ning Tianyu is a rare feat among the disciples of the Seven Peaks. Tang Bapi, cousin to Tang Guzi, possessed a talent that vastly differed from that of his cousin. Furthermore, in terms of temperament, he was not one to be compared to Tang Guzi. The master of Tianji Peak coldly remarked, what of it? Tang Guzi shall emerge victorious, while Tang Bapi shall face a dismal defeat. After countless failures, he may ultimately lose his fighting spirit entirely. In my view, the master of Tianxian Peak ought to exercise greater caution. Humph. Li Changfeng raised a hand to silence them. Gesturing for calm. As peak masters, let us refrain from barbed remarks. Whether it is Tang Bapi of Tianxian Peak or Tang Guzi of Tianji Peak, their talents are rather mediocre. So what significance does this contention hold? They have been part of Kaoshan Sect for several decades, yet remain merely at the foundation establishment stage. I, on the other hand, have ascended to the golden elixir stage within a mere decade of my arrival. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, the two peak masters fell silent. This rascal had just reminded them to temper their words, and yet, the very next moment, he struck a nerve. The master of Yaowang chuckled lightly, masterly. Your tongue is quite the troublemaker. Do you not fear that these individuals may unite against Tianquan Peak? Li Changfeng shook his head. Geniuses are inherently solitary. Mediocrity is what compels individuals to form alliances. Should they acknowledge their own inadequacy and accept that their two peaks fall short of Tianquan Peak? What does it matter if they unite? By the way, who do you believe will emerge as the champion of this Seven Peaks Martial Assembly? The sect leader remarked indifferently. Could there be anyone among the disciples under 100 years of age who stands a chance against Ning Tianyu? Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Li Changfeng's expression had shifted. With a beaming smile, the sect leader was gripped by an ominous premonition. He spoke with an expression of peculiarity. I say, Changfeng, you do not intend to take the stage yourself, do you? Li Changfeng replied with a smile. Sect leader, if I were to take the stage, would it meet the competition criteria? If my memory serves me correctly, the stipulation is that only disciples under 100 years of age may compete. Alas, I am but 31 this year. The sect leader's countenance darkened as he spoke solemnly. You are already the peak master. As a master of a peak, do you not fear losing face by competing against your own disciples? Li Changfeng shrugged indifferently, his tone nonchalant. So, my being 31 years old and becoming the peak master of Tianquan Peak is my fault? Therefore, I am not a disciple of Kaoshan Sect under 100 years of age. Is it that you have already predetermined Ning Tianyu as the first, and the rewards are prepared solely for him? The sect leader was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated this angle. Who could have foreseen that Li Changfeng had already ascended to the position of an intersect elder and the peak master of Tianquan Peak? Such audacity in his words left one at a loss for a rebuttal, for he was indeed only 31. The master of Yaowang Peak was also taken aback. Was such manipulation permissible? No wonder Li Changfeng was brimming with confidence. It turned out he intended to take the stage himself. Observing the sect leader's displeasure, Li Changfeng spoke again. In truth, if you do not wish for me to take the stage, I can acquiesce. However, Tianquan Peak is in dire need of resources, being nearly destitute. Thus, if you wish for me to forego my participation, some form of compensation is required. It must not be inferior to the reward for the first place at the Seven Peaks martial meet. If it is, I might as well participate. The sect leader ground his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless against this unscrupulous individual. He was not disregarding Li Changfeng's prowess and age, but rather considering the impossibility of a peak master competing. In the end, Li Changfeng had deftly turned the tables on him. The sect leader glanced at Ning Tianyu, whose perplexed expression reflected his confusion. With a long sigh, the sect leader reluctantly acquiesced to Li Changfeng's demands. unwittingly granting him a considerable sum of cultivation resources in exchange for his non-participation. Having successfully extorted the sect leader, Li Changfeng turned his gaze to the other 5 peak masters. What cultivation resources or spirit stones can you offer? The peak masters replied. In the end, to placate Li Changfeng, the 5 peaks collectively provided various cultivation resources worth hundreds of thousands, including 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Now, including the sect leader, all wore grim expressions, while only Li Changfeng appeared delighted. There was no alternative if they failed to provide. Li Changfeng would undoubtedly claim first at the 7 peaks martial meet, bringing them all disgrace. After all, they were all peak masters like him. Should Li Changfeng compete, it would be tantamount to their own embarrassment. The master of Yawang Peak remarked, Li Peak Master, your insatiable greed is astonishing. By leveraging your participation as a threat, you have directly acquired resources worth millions. Li Changfeng replied with a serious demeanor, what nonsense is this? I could return the cultivation resources and spirit stones to you if I wished. It is only reasonable for one of my age, at 31, to compete in the 7 peaks martial meet. How can this be termed as extortion? It is clearly you who beseech me not to participate. What does that have to do with me? If I had my way, I would relish the opportunity to showcase what it means to be an extraordinary prodigy. The sect leader and the 5 peak masters were left speechless. Faced with such an audacious peak master, what could they say? After all, the rules were set in stone. Li Changfeng then turned to the master of Tianji Peak, saying lightly, Master of Tianji Peak, do not forget our wager. As long as Lin Fan takes the stage, the bet is established. If Lin Fan loses, I will pay you 100,000 spirit stones. Should you lose, you will owe me 1 million. The master of Tianji Peak coldly replied, do you believe you have a second chance? Although Tang Guzi's talent was not particularly remarkable, he was still a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. If he could not even defeat your ordinary disciple, would that not render him even more worthless? Li Changfeng retorted, do not speak so confidently. Perhaps he truly is inferior to a worthless individual? Just wait and watch the duel between the two. I assure you, it will astonish you. What if I were to promise Tang Guzi 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? Would he not consider throwing the match and losing to Lin Fan? The master of Tianji Peak's expression darkened, unwilling to engage with Li Changfeng any further. Yet he could not shake off a twinge of worry. If Li Changfeng were to do so, Tang Guzi would undoubtedly succumb to temptation. After all, as an inner sect disciple, he could only receive 1,200 low-grade spirit stones annually. To obtain 100,000 low-grade spirit stones would take him nearly a century. The sect leader interjected, Changfeng, you must cease your reckless antics. If this is truly a wager, it must be fair and just. If you proceed with such underhanded tactics, you will bring disgrace upon the entire Kaoshan Sect. Li Changfeng replied, disgrace, you say? That is indeed quite serious. However, acquiring 90,000 low-grade spirit stones in one go is a tempting prospect. If I could secure a few more matches, I could amass millions of spirit stones. Thus, let them look down upon me if they wish. The master of Tianji Peak trembled with rage, summoning his spiritual sword in a threatening manner, his demeanor menacing enough to instill fear. Should you truly disrupt the rules, I will abandon all notions of martial ethics. At the very least, we will both become the laughingstock of Kaoshan Sect, and I will ensure you receive a thorough beating. Li Changfeng smirked, feigning resignation. Very well. Let us allow them to battle fairly. I hope Lin Fan does not disappoint me. I have placed significant stakes on him, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones per match. With that, the master of Tianji Peak snorted coldly and fell silent. Below, Lin Fan and Tang Guzi had already stepped onto the first martial stage. Tang Guzi, brimming with confidence, sneered, your Tianquan Peak is truly pathetic to send a mere mortal like you to participate in the 7 peaks martial meet. Fortunately, this time there are no elders from other sects observing. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly bring disgrace upon Kaoshan Sect. One might think we have fallen to such depths. Lin Fan replied, Senior brother, exercise restraint with your words, and show mercy in your actions. Should you continue to hurl such venomous insults at Tianquan Peak, I will have no choice but to render you incapable of further competition. Tang Guzi laughed heartily, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. A mere mortal, like an insignificant ant, dared to declare his intention to incapacitate him. It was as absurd as a common beggar pointing at a general leading 100,000 troops and proclaiming he would take his head amidst the throngs. Lin Fan chuckled as well. It seems senior brother is in high spirits. Thus, let us refrain from further disparaging remarks about Tianquan Peak. My temper may not be too bad, but I will not allow others to insult my peak. Please proceed. I fear that once I strike, you may have no further chances. Lin Fan's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet all present, being cultivators, heard him clearly. Their expressions turned peculiar as they gazed at Lin Fan, akin to observing a fool. A mere mortal, so brazen. Did he not fear that Tang Guzi might lose control and kill him outright? Although the Seven Peaks Martial Conference typically adheres to a principle of restraint, ensuring no fatalities occur, circumstances have indeed arisen in the past where an opponent, too feeble to withstand the onslaught, has met with death through an inability to evade. Tang Guzi regarded Lin Fan with a shake of his head, disdain dripping from his words. You, young lad, are not only devoid of strength but also of intellect. I shall return your earlier words to you. I shall allow you 10 strikes. If you manage to graze the hem of my garment, I shall concede defeat. It is no wonder that such a wretched place as Tianquan Peak has produced a waste like you. Lin Fan's expression darkened, his smile evaporating as he glared at Tang Guzi. He spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. Senior brother, you have disregarded my words and further insulted Tianquan Peak. If that is the case, prepare to receive my fist. Tang Guzi retorted. Come then, let me see if your fist can even touch my garment's hem. A worthless creature like you dares to defend the honor of Tianquan Peak. Let me make it clear. In this world, to uphold the reputation of anyone or anything, one must possess strength. Regrettably, you lack it. As Tang Guzi continued his tirade, Lin Fan vanished from sight. Tang Guzi's countenance shifted, catching only a glimpse of Lin Fan's afterimage. By the time he sought to defend himself, Lin Fan had already delivered a powerful blow to Tang Guzi's abdomen. Tang Guzi's body curled up, resembling a shrimp boiled in water, propelled backward at an extraordinary speed until he crashed against the formation on the martial platform. Bang! Bang! Uft! The first sound was Tang Guzi colliding with the formation, the second was his body hitting the ground, and the third was the blood he coughed up. Lin Fan approached Tang Guzi step by step, his tone indifferent. I warned you against insulting Tianquan Peak. Yet, you chose to ignore me and escalated your insults. However, as a fellow disciple of the Kaoshan Sect, I have spared your life, using merely 1% of my strength. Had I unleashed my full power, your body would have been obliterated. The arena fell into silence as every gaze fixated on Lin Fan, as if witnessing a ghost. Chapter 60. When the Phoenix dances. Who can compete? What on earth is happening? That mortal from Tianquan Peak has felled Tang Guzi, who stands at the foundation establishment stage, with a single strike? Is there some hidden agenda? It is not beyond possibility. Could the Kaoshan Sect be orchestrating a resurgence for Tianquan Peak, deliberately holding back? Tianquan Peak possesses nothing but a peak master and 2 disciples. Who would wish to join such a desolate sect? Even their transmission elder is absent, a stark representation of their decline. Whispers of conspiracy echoed among countless disciples, who could not fathom how Lin Fan could possibly possess the strength to defeat Tang Guzi. Despite the apparent lack of any discrepancies, Li Changfeng, however, regarded the master of Tianji Peak with a smile, confident that the latter would not resort to trickery. He had observed the previous encounter and understood that Tang Guzi had not held back. The master of Tianji Peak presented Li Changfeng with a spatial ring, speaking solemnly. I concede defeat. Within lies resources valued at 1 million, including several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, do not become overly proud. Tang Guzi is merely the weakest among us at Tianji Peak. Li Changfeng responded with a smile. I harbor no pride, merely a sense of regret for your loss. Even should your disciples from Tianji Peak prevail against Lin Fan, I would only need to pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, thus earning a profit of 900,000. How delightful! Alas, the other peak masters are unwilling to wager with me. Otherwise, my earnings would have been even greater. The master of Tianji Peak fell silent, feeling quite vexed. This mortal disciple of Li Changfeng was indeed extraordinary. The speed and strength displayed by Lin Fan would require even him to exert his utmost to evade. Casting a deep glance at Li Changfeng, he truly could not fathom where Li Changfeng had discovered such a remarkable mortal. The sect master communicated with Li Changfeng telepathically. Changfeng, what is the true nature of your disciple? Observing his speed and strength, everything appears exceedingly simple. Could he be a physical cultivator? Shouldn't physical cultivators be affiliated with the Diamond Sect? Li Changfeng replied, Sect Master, I too am uncertain about Lin Fan's circumstances. Perhaps he possesses innate divine strength and remarkable speed. His physique is rather unique, not a special constitution for cultivation. However, his strength and speed have indeed achieved considerable excellence. Perhaps this is akin to when heaven closes a door, it leaves a window ajar. The sect master regarded Li Changfeng with keen interest, unconvinced that he was unaware of Lin Fan's situation. However, since Li Changfeng chose not to divulge, he would not press further. The stronger the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, the better. Whether or not they are cultivators was of little consequence. Take the ancient ancestors, for instance. One was not even human, but rather a beast. An elder proclaimed loudly. On the first martial platform, the victor is Lin Fan of Tianquan Peak. As the elder announced the result, The disciples of the Kaoshan Sect wore expressions of confusion. They had not clearly witnessed how Lin Fan achieved victory. This mortal from Tianquan Peak appeared to be anything but ordinary. Did anyone see when he appeared before Tangguzi? They could not comprehend it, only noting his absurdity. A mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation level, had managed to defeat Tangguzi at the Foundation establishment stage. Might he become the dark horse of this Seven Peaks Martial Conference? The third martial platform was also nearing a conclusion, with another disciple from Tianquan Peak seemingly poised for victory. At this moment, on the third martial platform, Feng Wu faced a senior brother from Kaiyang Peak, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Even among the 10 disciples from Kaiyang Peak, he could rank within the top 5. Yet now, he was on the verge of defeat. From start to finish, he had failed to lay a single finger on Feng Wu. Instead, he found himself repeatedly assailed by her fire attribute attacks. Were it not for Feng Wu's meticulous control over the intensity of her assaults, he might have been reduced to ashes. The Kaiyang Peak senior brother exclaimed, "Junior sister, I am no match for you. Your mastery of fire attribute attacks is truly exceptional. I concede now, allowing you to conserve some spiritual energy for the upcoming matches." With that, the senior brother clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to Feng Wu. Just as Feng Wu assumed that the senior brother from Kaiyang Peak genuinely intended to concede, he unexpectedly summoned a flying sword, directing it toward her with intent to strike. How despicable! A cowardly ambush. Just moments ago, he proclaimed his intent to concede, yet now resorts to such underhanded tactics against such a beautiful junior sister. How can he be so heartless? What kind of teaching does Kaiyang Peak provide its disciples? Such behavior, even if it leads to victory, would earn him no respect whatsoever. Li Changfeng cast a glance at the master of Kaiyang Peak and remarked coolly, "Master of Kaiyang Peak, your disciple displays a rather insidious nature. If this were a true battle, such tactics would be understandable. However, this is the Seven Peaks Martial Conference, a friendly exchange among disciples of the same sect. Is it not rather lowly to employ such methods?" The master of Kaiyang Peak's expression soured. But as it was his own disciple, he felt compelled to defend him. "You speak too harshly, Li Peak Master. He merely seeks victory and has no intention of taking your disciple's life. Since this is a spar, and no rules dictate the methods employed, mustn't cunning victories still count?" Li Changfeng smiled slightly. "You are correct, Master of Kaiyang Peak. Utilizing strategy is indeed permissible. Even employing underhanded tactics aligns with the regulations of the Seven Peaks Martial Conference. If victory is the goal, then I shan't hold back. Feng Wu possesses a jade talisman bestowed by our ancestor, allowing her to unleash a full-force strike at the combined body stage. Would it be in accordance with regulations if Feng Wu were to use this?" exclaimed the master of Kaiyang Peak, his expression betraying unease. If she were to employ the ancestral jade talisman, would she not obliterate her own disciple into mere ashes? He could not help but turn to the sect leader for clarification. "Master, is it permissible to utilize jade talismans during the competition?" This inquiry left the sect leader momentarily at a loss. One could argue against it, yet among the Seven Peaks, there were disciples who specialized solely in talismans. Would they be left to engage in barehanded combat, bereft of their craft? Li Changfeng replied indifferently. "The use of jade talismans falls within the regulations of the Seven Peaks Martial Arts Convention. As the master of Kaiyang Peak, surely you are aware of this." He continued, "Advise your disciples to concede, else I shall compel Feng Wu to employ the talisman. There is no need to risk lives in a battle devoid of hope. Should it come to that, I fear even you would be powerless to intervene." The master of Kaiyang Peak's expression twisted with conflict, especially as he noticed Feng Wu conjuring a jade talisman in her hand. He immediately proclaimed, "The third competition platform hereby concedes for Kaiyang Peak. Cease the battle at once." The disciples of Kaiyang Peak were left bewildered. They had seemingly executed their strategy flawlessly and were on the brink of victory. Why then? Did their master choose to declare their defeat? Their confusion was echoed by the disciples of the Support Mountain Sect. If Kaiyang Peak conceded, would not Tianquan Peak secure 2 victories outright? Yet, as their opponents stood in stunned silence, Feng Wu summoned a fiery bird that soared forth, engulfing the Kaiyang Peak disciple in flames and sending him hurtling away. Li Changfeng smiled faintly. "Ah, when Feng Wu emerges, who can stand against her?" Chapter 61. Only through displaying wealth is there sincerity. Observing the Kaiyang Peak disciple, now a fiery figure on the third competition platform, and hearing his anguished cries, the master of Kaiyang Peak's expression darkened significantly. "Li Peak Master, will you not command your disciple to cease? If this continues, a life may be lost." Li Changfeng feigned surprise. "Is that so? You yourself stated that all means are permissible in the Seven Peaks Martial Arts Convention. My disciple has shown restraint, refraining from employing the ancestral talismans. Were she to do so, the consequences would be dire indeed." The cries of the Kaiyang Peak disciple echoed. but he stubbornly refused to concede. Feng Wu regarded the tormented disciple with indifference, stating, "Brother, while your underhanded ambush was indeed despicable, we are both disciples of the Support Mountain Sect. Should you persist in your refusal to concede, you shall find yourself thoroughly roasted. The scent of your flesh is already wafting through the air, growing more pronounced." Although the initial ambush had been treacherous, it was clear that he had no intent to take her life. Therefore, Feng Wu deemed transforming him into a fiery figure as sufficient punishment. After all, in future encounters, he would surely think twice before confronting her. There was no need for bloodshed. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, and unless one faced a life-or-death situation, it was wise to avoid unnecessary killings, lest one be consumed by inner demons and become a mere instrument of slaughter. Ugh. The disciple of Kaiyang Peak continued his wailing, his mind clouded by the excruciating flames. Feng Wu grew impatient. "Brother, your stubborn resistance serves no purpose. Your defeat is inevitable. The road of cultivation is long, and it is not worth sacrificing your life for a fleeting moment of pride. If you do not concede, I too cannot claim victory." The Kaiyang Peak disciple remained unresponsive, merely continuing his cries. Feng Wu's expression morphed into one of concern. If this continued, her brother would be burned alive. The presiding elder of the law enforcement team arrived, solemnly addressing the disciple. "Zhang Shiliang of Kaiyang Peak, do you wish to concede?" The disciple's cries only intensified, causing the elder's brow to furrow as he turned to leave, exasperated. His concern for the disciple's life was met with indifference, and even elders had their limits. At that moment, the master of Kaiyang Peak felt a sense of urgency. This cannot continue. "Li Peak Master, instruct your disciple to extinguish the flames. Otherwise, my disciple may very well perish in this inferno." Li Changfeng sighed, "Yet your disciple refuses to concede. If I order my disciple to extinguish the flames, what if he attempts a second ambush?" He added, "I have an aversion to two types of individuals, those who ambush me or my disciples, and those who prevent me from retaliating." The master of Kaiyang Peak scrutinized the third competition platform, and Li Changfeng deemed it time to intervene. While the disciple's tactics were unscrupulous, he was nonetheless a member of the Support Mountain Sect. Reducing him to ashes before the sect leader, fellow peak masters, and thousands of disciples would undoubtedly provoke resentment. Such actions were better left concealed, not executed in the open. Li Changfeng called out, "Feng Wu, extinguish your flames." Feng Wu replied promptly, "Master, I can acquiesce to many requests, but the Seven Peaks Martial Arts Convention pertains to Tianquan Peak's reputation. If I extinguish the flames, what is to stop him from ambushing me again and claiming victory?" Li Changfeng's lips twitched. Could a peak existence such as hers truly be defeated by an ambush? Yet, he could not voice such thoughts in front of the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. "Feng Wu, this is an order from your master. Comply." "But he has not conceded yet," Feng Wu protested. Li Changfeng sighed in resignation. Is it not possible that the disciple turned into a fiery figure is beyond the capacity to respond? In his agony, he can only wail in despair? Feng Wu had not considered this angle until now, but with Li Changfeng's guidance, she promptly withdrew the flames. The Kaiyang Peak disciple, though severely burned and reduced to a state resembling charred meat, retained his life. Fortunately, Feng Wu had exerted her utmost effort to temper the flame's intensity. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere ashes long ago. The law enforcement elder swiftly had the Kaiyang Peak disciple removed, for without timely medical attention, he would surely meet his demise. Any lingering resentment had vanished in light of his tragic state. It was indeed a grim sight. His entire body bore no unscathed area, releasing an enticing aroma of roasted meat. Why choose to ambush Feng Wu, of all people? Such folly is truly deserving of its own punishment. On the third competition platform, victory goes to Feng Wu of Tianquan Peak. With the law enforcement elder announcing the result, the disciples of the Support Mountain Sect exchanged glances, bewildered. Tianquan Peak had only sent 2 disciples to compete, yet both had emerged victorious. Was it possible that Tianquan Peak was on the verge of rising to prominence? Once this thought took root, it became inescapable. In contrast to the disciples' thoughts, the sect leader and several peak masters exchanged glances, their faces etched with gravity and disbelief. In just over a month since Li Changfeng's arrival, Tianquan Peak had produced 2 such formidable disciples. One appeared to be an ordinary mortal, yet possessed exceptional strength, while the other commanded terrifying flames. Remarkably, no one, including the sect leader, perceived Feng Wu's concealed prowess. After all, Feng Wu was on the verge of breaking through to the transformation god realm, and her strength was not inferior to that of the sect leader, who publicly demonstrated a peak in the nascent soul stage. As for the true realm, only he himself knows how much lies concealed within. Could it be that Tianquan Peak is poised to reclaim the glory it possessed a millennium ago? While Tianquan Peak was indeed formidable 1,000 years back, its true might was demonstrated 10 millennia prior, when it overshadowed the other 6 peaks. Restoring the splendor of a millennium past is no trivial endeavor, let alone recapturing the pinnacle of the 7 peaks from 10 millennia ago. Although it seems improbable, there is an inexplicable sense that Tianquan Peak is destined for ascendance. Many disciples engage in discussions. They had previously looked down upon Lin Fan and regarded Tianquan Peak with disdain, believing it a disgrace for a mere mortal to participate in the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly. However, when Lin Fan delivered a single punch, vanquishing the Foundation establishment disciple Tang Guzi, the murmurs of skepticism diminished significantly. Should Lin Fan secure another victory, it would unequivocally demonstrate that his strength surpasses that of the Foundation establishment. The master of Kaiyang Peak cast a profound glance at Li Changfeng, ultimately expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Li, for your words. They have preserved the life of my disciple, Zhang Shiliang. Tianquan Peak is indeed powerful, and your 2 disciples are remarkable in their own right. In my view, Master Li may genuinely be able to restore Tianquan Peak to its glory of a millennium ago. Li Changfeng nodded, his face adorned with a radiant smile. He gazed upon the master of Kaiyang Peak, awaiting the completion of his words. As the Kaiyang Peak master finished, Li Changfeng extended his palm, his smile brightening. Since you are so grateful for my intervention, mere verbal thanks cannot convey the depth of your sincerity. Perhaps we could settle this with tangible offerings. Spirit stones, magical artifacts, talismans, or cultivation resources would suffice. The master of Kaiyang Peak was taken aback. It seemed as though the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly was merely a platform for Tianquan Peak. What? Master Kaiyang, surely you are not so stingy as to merely pay lip service? Li Changfeng pressed on. If one of my disciples were spared, I would express my gratitude most generously. Anything less than 500,000 low-grade spirit stones would suggest my inadequacy as a master and peak leader. Are you attempting to impose moral obligations upon me? The master of Kaiyang Peak thought. Unlike Li Changfeng, who had only 2 disciples, he commanded thousands at Kaiyang Peak. If he were to follow Li Changfeng's suggestion and offer 500,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single spared life, not only could Kaiyang Peak not afford it, but even the entire Kaoshan Sect would struggle to bear such a burden. Thus, the master of Kaiyang Peak chose to remain silent. You may attempt to impose moral pressures, but I shall remain unbound by such constraints. Soon, victorious disciples from the 7 martial platforms emerged. With 3 disciples representing each peak, there should have been 21 contenders. However, as Tianquan Peak sent forth only 2 disciples, after the elimination of 7, only 13 disciples remained eligible for advancement. The extra spot, after Li Changfeng's fervent advocacy, was awarded to Feng Wu, while Lin Fan was overlooked, as Li Changfeng sought to accumulate spirit stones. The remaining 13 disciples shall now proceed. With Feng Wu of Tianquan Peak receiving a bye, proclaimed the sect leader. The remaining 12 disciples stepped forward, and each peak confirmed their participants. The 3rd disciple from my Tianshu Peak is Ning Tianyu. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd as the sect leader announced Ning Tianyu's participation. He was immensely popular among the younger generation of the Kaoshan Sect. In the eyes of the disciples, Ning Tianyu was the next prospective sect leader. Although he had not yet been officially designated as the junior sect leader, his title as the son of Tianshu Peak spoke volumes. The other 6 peaks lacked such a figure, possessing only holy sons. The current sect leader, before ascending to his position, had also been the son of Tianshu Peak. While the holy sons of the other 6 peaks might contest the sect leader position, none had succeeded in defeating the son of Tianshu Peak since the last triumph of Tianquan Peak's holy son from 10 millennia ago. Could it be that Ning Tianyu's emergence signifies a foregone conclusion? It appeared that the first prize was tailored for him, with the other 6 peaks unlikely to prevail. Yet, it should be noted that Ning Tianyu, despite his prowess, was merely at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. There might still be those capable of defeating him. Even Tang Bapi, having been defeated repeatedly, displayed commendable courage. The ensuing battles were likely to showcase Ning Tianyu's dominance over his contemporaries. Li Changfeng wore a smile as he regarded the sect leader, who, upon witnessing Li Changfeng's expression, felt a sense of foreboding. Pointing to the 12 disciples on the martial stage, Li Changfeng declared, "Sect leader, while many assert that Ning Tianyu is destined for victory, I beg to differ. Shall we place a wager? Should Ning Tianyu lose, you shall provide me with cultivation resources valued at 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. You may offer spirit stones, magical artifacts, talismans, or any resources you choose. Conversely, if Ning Tianyu secures first place, I shall compensate you with resources valued at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." This was indeed a bold gamble, and the sect leader would likely not refuse, nor fear that his disciples could defeat Ning Tianyu. The sect leader furrowed his brow. Li Changfeng had already secured resources worth 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones from the master of Tianji Peak. Now, with this new proposal, he found himself questioning the wisdom of the situation. However, upon closer inspection of the 13 contestants, the strongest opponent for Ning Tianyu, Tang Bapi, had been rendered utterly defeated and would require at least a year or more to recover. The other holy sons from the various peaks were even less formidable. As for Tianquan Peak, it boasted a peculiar mortal with immense strength and a fledgling cultivator capable of manipulating fire. It seemed unlikely that they would stir any significant waves. After weighing the pros and cons, the sect leader acquiesced. Since you are so keen to indulge in this wager, I shall oblige. If Tianyu wins, you owe me resources worth 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. If he loses, I will provide you with resources valued at 5,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, I must insist that you do not enter the fray. Li Changfeng's expression shifted at the sect leader's words, darkening his demeanor. This fellow. Surely he did not intend to personally enter the fray to defeat Ning Tianyu. With a long sigh, Li Changfeng reluctantly replied, I never anticipated that your mind would be so sharp, sect leader. I had initially considered abandoning my principles and entering the contest to secure victory. However, it appears I must abandon that thought. The sect leader, exasperated, fixed a cold gaze on Li Changfeng before stating, Long Feng, take a vow upon the heavenly Tao. You must not enter the contest and must clearly articulate the terms of our wager. With a resigned nod, Li Changfeng complied, following suit with a vow of his own. The sect leader, anxious to prevent any unforeseen complications, hastily made his vow. Thus, their agreement was bound by the heavenly Tao, ensuring that neither party could renege on their word, lest they face the wrath of celestial retribution. The battles commenced below. Ning Tianyu easily triumphed over the holy son of Tianji Peak, and 4 others quickly claimed victory. Only the battle between Lin Fan and the peak disciple of Tianji Peak, at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, remained ongoing. Lin Fan gasped for breath, launching one attack after another, yet none bore fruit. The master of Tianji Peak exhaled, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his features. Masterly, it appears your mortal disciple has exhausted his repertoire. He cannot even graze the hem of my disciple, Zhao Junki's robes. How then can he hope for victory? You are assured of the 10,000 low-grade spirit stone cultivation resources. Li Changfeng cast a stoic glance at the master of Tianji Peak, his tone devoid of emotion. It's nothing, just moments ago. You lost 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones in cultivation resources to me. Even if you managed to win a single match, you would still be at a net gain of 900,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do not delay my discussions with the sect leader regarding significant business. You have already been forsaken by your comrades. After the battle concludes, you may simply handle the spirit stones. The master of Tianji Peak, who had initially been filled with arrogance, now wore a shadowy expression. Li Changfeng's words pierced through his defenses with alarming precision. This left the master of Tianji Peak feeling as wretched as if he had ingested a dead fly, instantly souring his previously cheerful mood. Ignoring him thereafter, Li Changfeng quietly observed Lin Fan's battle, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction at the boy's concealed talents. The world of cultivation is exceedingly brutal, rife with treachery and deceit. One must guard their trump cards fiercely, utilizing them only when absolutely necessary. When others believe they can eliminate you, you transform, wielding a power several realms above theirs, delivering a swift death with a mere strike. Afterwards, you simply wave your sleeve, leaving no trace behind, and continue to survive. Anyone who has seen your true strength must not be spared. After half an hour of combat, Lin Fan, barely clinging to life, succeeded in executing a counterattack. A swift strike landed on Zhao Junki's neck, rendering him unconscious. At that moment, the 3 contestants from Tianji Peak were declared utterly defeated. What infuriated the master of Tianji Peak the most was that Li Changfeng, with a beaming smile, was staring directly at him. Old buddy, pay up. Chapter 63, Surrendering to Preserve Capital. The master of Tianji Peak's complexion turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Defeated, thoroughly and completely. 2,000,000 low-grade spirit stones and cultivation resources had been freely given to Li Changfeng. Why was this brat's disciple so outrageously powerful? He was merely a mortal. Yet he had bested even Zhao Junki, who was at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Although Lin Fan appeared remarkably battered, nearly on the brink of collapse, he had still emerged victorious. The heart of the master of Tianji Peak bled for the 2,000,000 low-grade spirit stones in cultivation resources, which had left Tianji Peak severely weakened. As he watched the master of Tianji Peak once more bestow cultivation resources upon Li Changfeng, the sect leader furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition brewing within him. Could it be? Ning Tianyu possesses such extraordinary talent and is on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage. With Li Changfeng refraining from meddling, it is impossible for him not to secure first place, right? Taking a deep breath, the sect leader decided not to dwell further on it. Despite Li Changfeng's rather peculiar disciple, he remained confident in Ning Tianyu. Li Changfeng, smiling pleasantly at the master of Tianji Peak, bore an expression that was a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Brother Tianji, you are truly a good man. Should such fortuitous events arise again, do not forget your little brother. Furthermore, we can engage in an equitable wager, eliminating these 1 to 10 stakes. What do you think? Humph. The master of Tianji Peak wished he could swallow Li Changfeng whole, shooting him a displeased glare before turning away. Li Changfeng sighed, alas. I had intended to offer you a chance to recover your losses. However, trust between people is indeed so fragile. Brother Tianji, since you prefer not to wager with me anymore, I shall not compel you. Thank you for graciously providing me with 2 million low-grade spirit stones. As for the bet on Ning Tianyu securing first place, I will refrain from inviting you again. Yao Guang, fellow peak masters, do you wish to place a bet? Starting at 1 million low-grade spirit stones, I wager that Ning Tianyu will not achieve first place in the 7 Peaks martial meet. It must be said, several peak masters were intrigued. Even though the 2 disciples from Tianquan Peak were unexpectedly formidable, they could not possibly rival Ning Tianyu. Yao Guang, the master of Yao Guang Peak, smiled slightly and declared, since Li Peak Master wishes to wager, I shall indulge you in this game. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. I bet that Ning Tianyu will attain first place. Li Changfeng blinked, directing his gaze toward the other peak masters. Should we engage in a wager? Let us swear oaths before the heavens. You are all more formidable than I. I fear someone might default. The master of Tianji Peak grew anxious, quickly interjecting. I wish to bet as well, and I will stake 2 million low-grade spirit stones. I shall swear my oath to the heavens right now. One by one. The peak masters followed suit, swearing their oaths to the heavens, which Li Changfeng accepted without hesitation. He calculated the stakes. The sect leader and he had wagered a total of 5 million low-grade spirit stones in cultivation resources. The master of Tianji Peak had 2 million low-grade spirit stones, while Yao Guang and the other 4 peak masters each staked 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Adding it all together, it amounted to an impressive 11 million low-grade spirit stones in cultivation resources. With this substantial sum, recruiting several thousand disciples and a dozen elders for Tianquan Peak should pose no problem. Li Changfeng felt elated. Attending the 7 Peaks martial meet had proven fortuitous, presenting such a lucrative opportunity to amass spirit stones. Sect leader, you all owe me a total of 11 million low-grade spirit stones in cultivation resources. And all of it is recognized by the heavens. Do not engage in any deceitful actions, or you shall incur the wrath of divine retribution. The sect leader's expression grew peculiar. This wager has just been made, yet the results of the 7 Peaks martial meet have yet to be revealed. Are you implying that your resolve is thicker than the defenses of a spirit armor? The master of Tianji Peak coldly retorted, spit out what you have consumed. I have certainly won those 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Yao Guang added, though I do not lack spirit stones. I cannot refuse the generous offer of 1 million spirit stones. TCH, these individuals truly do not weep until they see the coffin. My Feng Wu, after all, is on the verge of transcending to the God transformation stage. In the Kaoshan Sect, only those who reach the golden core stage or above can cultivate the concealment technique. Thus, in the eyes of the sect leader and others, Feng Wu's prowess appears to be merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Little do they know, the terror of Feng Wu's strength may indeed surpass that of these peak masters. Li Changfeng spoke nonchalantly. Sect leader, esteemed peak masters, do not concern yourselves with those details. You shall owe it eventually. Until the results are announced, I will assert that you owe me 11 million low-grade spirit stones. Had the results been revealed, you would certainly have paid me, and thus, there would be no notion of owing me spirit stones. Listening to Li Changfeng's eloquent discourse, it indeed seemed somewhat reasonable. However, upon closer reflection, they sensed something amiss. Wasn't it supposed to be a mutual wager? How had it transformed into them owing Li Changfeng? The sect leader chose not to dwell on this issue, as it was now time to determine the top 4 contenders. In the first round, 14 disciples engaged in battle, leading to the elimination of 7. 13 remained, with Feng Wu receiving a bye, resulting in 6 more being eliminated. Currently, only 7 disciples were left to continue the competition. Li Changfeng remarked, sect leader, let Feng Wu continue to receive byes. Our Tianquan Peak has only 2 disciples. We must offer some consideration. All right. The sect leader did not refuse. And the other peak masters were indifferent. After all, first place was destined for Ning Tianyu. Whether Feng Wu received a bye was of little consequence. After agreeing to Li Changfeng's request, the sect leader announced loudly, next, it is still the case that Feng Wu from Tianquan Peak receives a bye. The other 6 disciples shall engage in friendly matches to determine the victors. To reach this stage, not only strength but also luck played a crucial role. For instance, the 7 disciples competing in the second match had won less battle than those who fought in the first match. Do not underestimate this. If one's strength does not reach a level of overwhelming dominance, fewer battles mean less consumption of spiritual energy. Lin Fan's opponent was a disciple from Yaoguang Peak at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Yaoguang, the master of Yaoguang Peak, furrowed her brow slightly as she glanced at Li Changfeng. Masterly, as a mere mortal disciple, will you show mercy to your senior sister? If it's anything like the previous battle, won't you turn the disciples of Yaoguang Peak into a mere flatland? Li Changfeng cast a glance at the imposing figure of the Yaoguang Peak master and sighed helplessly. My disciple has many commendable qualities, yet he is utterly lacking in compassion towards women. Therefore, if you fear unforeseen circumstances, it would be wise for you to have your disciples concede outright. If he truly becomes as magnificent as a vast expanse, I fear your disciples may not withstand such a blow and might resort to desperate measures. The Yaoguang Peak master glanced down at herself, contemplating the idea of becoming a mere plain. She surely could not accept such an outcome. Taking a deep breath, she acquiesced to the suggestion. Huan, immediately concede. You are not facing a male disciple, but a ruthless cultivator known for his mercilessness. For the sake of your well-being, do not engage with him. Although Huan initially intended to give her all to test whether Lin Fan was truly that formidable, upon receiving her master's message, she quickly abandoned the thought. If her standing were to vanish, what would remain of her as a woman? Thus, she proclaimed loudly, Elder, I concede. I will not fight junior brother Lin Fan. Lin Fan, the law enforcement elder. Before the match even began, it was already over. What on earth had gone awry? Chapter 64, perhaps an annotation? Lin Fan was filled with confusion. He had performed so convincingly. Even a mid-stage Foundation establishment opponent had found it exceedingly challenging, appearing as if on the brink of defeat. Yet, it seemed his performance had been in vain. Lin Fan turned to Huan. Senior sister, you concede just like that? Without even putting up a struggle? Perhaps I am not your match? Huan shook her head vigorously. I fear you would turn me into a flatland. My master has warned me. You are a ruthless flower destroyer and will show no mercy. Furthermore, you prefer to strike at the chest. I will not engage with you. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth twitched, and he could only sigh in resignation. Very well, since senior sister has made up her mind, I shall not compel you to fight. Thank you for your concession, allowing me to advance to the top for effortlessly. Huan merely wished to leave the arena, fearing Lin Fan might suddenly lash out. Faced with an opponent capable of mercilessly reducing her to a plane, she was genuinely afraid. Most importantly, she lacked confidence in evading Lin Fan's punches. This fellow, though a mere mortal, possessed an unreasonably swift and powerful attack. The law enforcement elder solemnly announced, on Arena 1, Disciple Lin Fan of Tianquan Peak is the victor. Without a single blow struck, the match concluded. Such occurrences were rare, typically reserved for encounters with invincible foes. As for Lin Fan, the law enforcement elder could not fathom from whence he drew such formidable intimidation. The disciples on Arenas 2 and 3 cast lingering glances at Lin Fan, but soon redirected their focus to their own opponents. Ning Tianyu regarded his adversary with an air of indifference. Junior brother, concede. You cannot hope to match me, rather than resist stubbornly. It is you who will suffer in the end. In such a case, fists are blind, and you may be injured. I hope you heed your brother's advice and do not entertain any notions of luck. His opponent was the holy son of Tianxian Peak, whose strength was scarcely inferior to Tang Bapi. Initially, he had intended to test his mettle, but after hearing Ning Tianyu's words, he nodded and chose to concede. Lacking confidence in victory, there was no need to endure a beating. Arena 2, Ning Tianyu is the victor. In one arena, 2 victories had been declared before a single blow was exchanged. Only the 2 disciples on Arena 3 remained, engaged in a fierce contest. They exchanged blows, a sword here, a blade there, fighting to a standstill, with no clear victor in sight. Feng Wu approached Lin Fan, smiling as she spoke. Congratulations, junior brother, for so effortlessly becoming one of the top 4. Next, let us, as senior and junior siblings, strive to secure the second and first positions for Tianquan Peak. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. This is precisely what I wish to convey to senior sister. Having participated, it is imperative that Tianquan Peak's reputation resounds throughout the entire Kaoshan Sect. Our master has been so benevolent to us. We must repay that kindness diligently. Thus, this duo of siblings in arms had, amidst their banter, already set their sights on the first and second places in the 7 Peaks Conference. Meanwhile, as all eyes were riveted on the combat unfolding on Arena 3, the previously defeated Tang Bapi quietly slipped away from the crowd. Sword control technique. Storm of blades. The battle on Arena 3 had entered a fevered peak. It would not be long before a victor emerged. Li Changfeng observed, in my estimation, the Holy Son of Yuhing Peak is likely to lose, while the Holy Maiden of Yaowang Star will claim victory. What do you think, Master of Yuhing Peak? Is that truly so poignant? You believe my Holy Son of Yuhing Peak will lose, yet you still inquire about my thoughts? Could you not be more reasonable? Seeing the Master of Yuhing Peak ignore him, Li Changfeng turned to the Yaowang Peak Master. Yaowang Rich Lady, I hold your Holy Maiden in high regard. Given my support, could you not reward me with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? After all, individuals with discernment like mine are few and far between. The Yaowang Peak Master fell silent. She was not the caretaker of Tianquan Peak and could not be expected to fulfill every request for spirit stones. With a singular stroke, she unleashed her most formidable sword technique. A myriad of sword shadows appeared, aimed directly at the Holy Son of Yuhing Peak. The Holy Son of Yuhing Peak felt a chill run down his spine. Upon witnessing this move, he realized his strength was insufficient to withstand it. With a resigned sigh, he declared loudly, I concede. With those 3 words spoken, the law enforcement elder materialized on Arena 3. With a wave of his right hand, he conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy to envelop the Holy Son of Yuhing Peak, ensuring his safety. The sword shadows struck the barrier like raindrops upon a tranquil surface, creating countless ripples. As the myriad sword shadows dissipated, the barrier diminished to a faint transparency. The law enforcement elder nodded toward the Holy Maiden of Yaowang Peak, acknowledging her formidable prowess. Though a golden core cultivator, he had nearly failed to defend against her attack. It seemed that Yaowang Peak had promising successors. The law enforcement elder proclaimed, on Arena 3, the victor is the Holy Maiden of Yaowang Peak, Zhao Qingzhu. Cheers erupted. Indeed, my goddess has triumphed. I knew the Holy Son of Yuhing Peak was no match for her. Next came the final showdown among the top 4. And the 2 disciples of Tianquan Peak were indeed a surprise. Yes, I initially believed the 2 disciples of Tianquan Peak would be eliminated in the first round. Yet here they stand, among the top 4. There was no suspense remaining. They were set to face the Holy Maiden of Yaowang Peak and Ning Tianyu. And victory appeared utterly unattainable. If the disciples of Tianquan Peak were to secure the first position, it would indeed be intriguing. Li Changfeng stretched languidly, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the top 4 contenders of the 7 Peaks Martial Arts Conference. The first and second places were undoubtedly destined for Tianquan Peak. However, he pondered which of his 2 disciples would emerge victorious. Master, you owe me a staggering 11 million low-grade spirit stones for cultivation resources. Do not forget, he reminded. I do not engage in credit transactions. Once Ning Tianyu loses the match, the spirit stones or cultivation resources must be provided. The sect leader replied nonchalantly, Changfeng. Where does your confidence stem from? It was merely their fortune that brought them this far. Yet the formidable Ning Tianyu, the strongest of the new generation from the Kaoshan Sect, awaits them. Not to mention Zhao Qingzhu, the saintess of Yaowang Peak. It is unlikely that any miracles will occur. Li Changfeng's eyes sparkled. Underestimating his disciples was a grave error. What he feared most was their belief in the strength of Feng Wu and Lin Fan. With a fervent glint in his eyes, he turned to the sect leader, speaking earnestly, since you are so confident, why not place a wager? Chapter 65. The Temptation of Supreme Spirit Stones. The sect leader chose to ignore him. No matter how confident he felt, he would not engage in a gamble with Li Changfeng. The atmosphere of the 7 Peaks Martial Arts Conference had been entirely altered by Li Changfeng. He did not wish for it to devolve into a mere gambling venue. Li Changfeng then glanced at the other Peak Masters, but before he could utter a word, they had already rebuffed him. Focus on the final 4 competing for the top 2. Do not disrupt us. Do you not wish to see your disciple become this competition's greatest dark horse, Master Li? A dark horse? Feng Wu is on the verge of breaking through to the transformation realm, and Lin Fan can shatter the nascent soul realm with a single punch. What kind of dark horse is that? Li Changfeng replied nonchalantly, if they win, that is splendid. If they do not, it matters not. After all, you owe me 11 million low-grade spirit stones, which will only strengthen you in the future. Are you truly unwilling to wager with me? All, including the sect leader, shook their heads. As senior members of the sect, they could not foster such a gambling culture. The Kaoshan Sect was built on survival, and they must not be led astray by Li Changfeng's influence. The sect leader soared into the air, riding the wind, and descended above the martial platform. He gazed down at the 4 disciples, lingering especially on Feng Wu and Lin Fan for a few extra seconds. Feng Wu exuded an enigmatic aura, prompting thoughts that she could not merely be at the foundation establishment stage. However, he quickly dismissed such notions. Mastering the concealment technique required one to reach the golden core stage. Given Feng Wu's age, being younger than Li Changfeng by a decade, was it conceivable for someone under 20 to attain the golden core stage? Kaoshan Sect had none, and even the strongest of the 9 great sects, the Haotian sect, could not boast such a prodigy. Suppressing his wandering thoughts, the sect leader clasped his hands behind his back, his face radiating contentment as he regarded the four. You four are the most formidable talents at this Seven Peaks Martial Arts Conference. He continued. It is worth noting that the 2 disciples of Tianquan Peak are at a disadvantage. Both Tianyu and Qingzhu have cultivated for several decades, while Feng Wu and Lin Fan have yet to reach 20. In the future, it is likely that the 2 of you will surpass Tianyu significantly. However, the path of cultivation has never been fair from the outset. Some possess extraordinary talents, while others are rather dull. Some are born with powerful backing, while others have none. At this point, the sect leader paused, calmly observing the 4. These disciples represented the hope of the younger generation. The sect leader aimed to instill in them the importance of the path of survival. When the world of cultivation is inherently unfair, it is essential to remain humble. Avoid battles you cannot win, and fight fiercely against those you can. Seeing the 4 deep in thought, he continued. I share this with you to emphasize that in this inequitable world of cultivation, you must rely on your own efforts to tilt the scales of unfairness in your favor. As for how to achieve this, that depends on your comprehension. Remember the doctrine of our Kaoshan sect. Annihilate those you can defeat, and if you cannot win, seek to preserve your life. Understood. The 4 replied in unison, particularly Feng Wu and Lin Fan, who had already internalized this philosophy. The sect leader nodded in satisfaction. Now that you are aware of the sect's teachings, we shall commence the drawing of lots to determine your opponents. Show no mercy to your enemies. However, when dealing with fellow disciples, unless it is an irreconcilable hatred, one should show mercy when possible. Elder Law Enforcer, let them draw lots. Yes. The Elder Law Enforcer presided over the drawing of lots, and soon the results were revealed. Lin Fan was to face Ning Tianyu, while Feng Wu's opponent would be Zhao Qingzhu. On the first martial platform, Tianquan Peak's Lin Fan would battle Tianshu Peak's Ning Tianyu. On the second martial platform, Tianquan Peak's Feng Wu would face Yawang Peak's Zhao Qingzhu. As the Elder Law Enforcer announced the matchups, tens of thousands of disciples from the Kaoshan sect focused intently on the 2 martial platforms. The 4 represented the strongest of the younger generation within a century at the Kaoshan sect. Of course, this was due to their ignorance of Li Changfeng's age. 10 years prior, he had been brought to the mountain by the ancient ancestors of Kaoshan sect and had spent 7 years cultivating in the ancestral grounds. Only after breaking through to the golden core stage did the higher echelons of the sect become aware of him. This also explained why few within the Kaoshan sect had known of Li Changfeng earlier. Li Changfeng sighed helplessly, alas. I truly did not expect Lin Fan to have such misfortune, encountering Ning Tianyu in this match. That Ning Tianyu is far too powerful, having reached half-step golden core. His talent is indeed remarkable. Though he is considerably inferior to me, his strength and talent are unmatched among the younger generation. The sect leader bore a smile, casually remarking, Changfeng, you have finally come to this realization. If you do not step into the fray, Tianyu remains invincible. Once Tianyu claims first place in the 7 Peaks Martial Arts Conference, I wonder if you can still produce the 11 million low-grade spirit stones? Having made a solemn vow to the heavens, there is no room for deceit. Li Changfeng snorted, Humph, do not underestimate me, sect leader. My master bestowed upon me a considerable number of spirit stones, though their quality is too high, and thus I am reluctant to expend them. Should I lose, I shall compensate you with high-quality spirit stones. With that, a supreme spirit stone emerged in Li Changfeng's hand. Upon seeing the supreme spirit stone, the sect leader's eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets. It was not that he had never seen rare items before. It was simply that supreme spirit stones were exceedingly rare. Within the entire Kaoshan sect, aside from the ancient ancestors who held some stock, neither the peak masters nor the elders, nor even the ancestors themselves, might possess one. Supreme spirit stones are incredibly precious. One could exchange a single one for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, no one would be willing to trade them. If one could obtain a supreme spirit stone, those ancient beings would readily offer 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in exchange. This is due to a unique property of supreme spirit stones. In addition to containing abundant, pure spiritual energy, they could enhance the soul's strength in cultivators, increasing the success rate of overcoming the tribulations during the heavenly calamity by over 10%. Hiss. The sect leader inhaled sharply, losing his composure entirely. Li Changfeng smiled faintly, promptly stowing the supreme spirit stone away. He did not possess many, having only earned 56,000 within the trial tower. Changfeng, from where did you acquire this supreme spirit stone? If you are willing to part with this exquisite spirit stone upon Tianyu's victory, a discount of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones could be arranged from the 5 million. Li Changfeng cast a disdainful glance at the sect leader. Exquisite spirit stones are meant for nurturing disciples, and he would not easily part with them. The master of Yaoguang Peak approached Li Changfeng with a beaming smile, wrapping her arms around his, pressing his arm tightly against her bosom, and playfully remarked, "Brother Changfeng, if you give me the exquisite spirit stone, I shall become your Tao companion. Just 10 exquisite spirit stones will suffice for our dual cultivation. Bestow it upon me, consider it my betrothal gift." Li Changfeng attempted to extricate his arm, but found it utterly impossible. The master of Yaoguang Peak was holding on far too tightly, as if she were an inseparable part of him. The other peak masters looked on, torn between anger and envy over the exquisite spirit stone, grappling with an unprecedented inner turmoil. Unable to free himself, Li Changfeng devised a plan. "I don't have many of these, but if you truly desire them, let us wager. 1 exquisite spirit stone for every 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Whoever wins against me shall obtain the exquisite spirit stone, while the loser shall simply provide me with low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, even the sect leader could not maintain his composure, and bets began to fly. Chapter 66. Will Lin Fan be defeated? The sect leader, breathing heavily, placed a bet. 5 million low-grade spirit stones for cultivation resources. If I win, you must give me 500 exquisite spirit stones. Changfeng, do you possess such a number? 500 exquisite spirit stones is no trifling sum. The rarity of such stones is akin to that of ebony versus ordinary sand. The sect leader had to doubt whether Li Changfeng could produce them. The master of Yaoguang Peak, unwilling to be outdone, quickly followed suit with a bet of 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Regardless of whether Li Changfeng could produce such a quantity of exquisite spirit stones, they decided to place their bets first. Soon, including the sect leader, 6 individuals wagered 5 million low-grade spirit stones each. If Li Changfeng were to lose, he would owe them 3,000 exquisite spirit stones. This quantity was something they all knew the entire Kaoshan Sect could not possibly possess. Even the foremost sect, Haoyan Sect, would not have such an abundance. But what did it matter? They bet first and would quibble later. Li Changfeng accepted their wagers, and each swore a heavenly oath. After completing all this, Li Changfeng, feeling a bit sheepish, remarked, "Sect leader and esteemed peak masters, collectively you now owe me 30 million low-grade spirit stones in cultivation resources. It appears you have little left. So I shall not discuss increasing the stakes. Just watch the match closely. My disciple Lin Fan is no ordinary contender." Looking at Li Changfeng's inscrutable smile, the sect leader and the others remained unconvinced. No matter how extraordinary he was, could he truly triumph over the invincible Ning Tianyu of Tianshu Peak? If Li Changfeng did not participate, Ning Tianyu would remain unbeatable. On the martial arts platform, Lin Fan stood opposite Ning Tianyu. This battle would not commence simultaneously. Only after the two determined the victor would Feng Wu and Zhao Qingzhu take the stage. Ning Tianyu, resembling the sect leader from before, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Such a dismissive posture would have provoked countless disciples had it been anyone else. Yet when it was Ning Tianyu, the disciples of Kaoshan Sect accepted it as a matter of course. Truly, he was Brother Ning, exuding the aura of a formidable champion. Though Lin Fan from Tianquan Peak was a dark horse, this was where his journey would end. Among the younger generation, who could stand against Brother Ning? He was the undisputed leader of his peers, his position unassailable. Not only did the thousands of disciples of Kaoshan Sect place their faith in Ning Tianyu, but all peaks, apart from Li Changfeng, held absolute confidence in him. Otherwise, they would not have placed such heavy stakes on his success. Stretching lazily, Li Changfeng felt a twinge of boredom. Earning any more spirit stones seemed implausible. After calculating his assets, he was taken aback. He now possessed 36,000 exquisite spirit stones and 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, alongside the yet-to-be-fulfilled wager of 43 million low-grade spirit stones. It turned out that the wealth of Kaoshan Sect had quietly shifted, now resting in his hands. Even the way he glanced at the master of Yaoguang Peak, the wealthy lady, changed. As a super-rich individual, he no longer needed to curry favor with her. At that moment, the voice of the law enforcement elder resonated. Disciples of Tianquan Peak, Lin Fan, and Tianquan Peak's divine son, Ning Tianyu, your duel officially commences. As the words fell, everyone expected an immediate eruption of combat. However, both Lin Fan and Ning Tianyu remained still, silently assessing one another. Extending his right hand with the palm facing up, Ning Tianyu gestured, "Junior brother Lin Fan, you may strike first. I fear that once I make my move, you may not have another chance." Though his words bore a hint of arrogance, they were undeniably true. Lin Fan did not refuse. His master had instructed him that in this grand contest among the 7 peaks, he could win, but it must be a fortunate victory. Allowing Ning Tianyu to make the first move, Lin Fan's figure vanished from his position, launching a punch towards Ning Tianyu. With both speed and strength meticulously controlled, he ensured he would not defeat Ning Tianyu in a single blow, lest his master disapprove. He never considered that, at this stage of the semifinals, there was no need for further concealment. Ning Tianyu smiled slightly and effortlessly drifted to the side, evading Lin Fan's strike. He shook his head slightly, saying, "Junior brother, your speed and strength are commendable. A typical foundation-building cultivator would find it difficult to evade your assault. Alas, I am no ordinary foundation cultivator, soon to ascend to the Golden Core realm. To be defeated by me would not be a matter of shame. I shall allow you to strike twice more. I hope you make the most of this chance." Lin Fan remained silent, realizing he had indeed reduced his speed by 90% earlier, making it a tad slower. This time, he decided to unleash 1/5 of his speed and deliver a punch to this senior brother. In the next moment, Lin Fan's speed doubled. Ning Tianyu's expression shifted as he hastily conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy. Bang! The tremendous force surged forth, crashing heavily against the spiritual shield. Ning Tianyu felt a torrent of terrifying spiritual power coursing through him, striving to maintain his defense. Ultimately, he was forced back several dozen yards until he collided with the barrier of the martial arts platform, coming to a halt. Furrowing his brow slightly, Ning Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. "Junior brother, your punch's power and speed are quite impressive. You have one final opportunity to attack. Seize it well. I hope you can breach my defenses and inflict some damage." Lin Fan gazed silently at Ning Tianyu, acknowledging that this senior brother was indeed formidable. To withstand a punch infused with 1/10 of his strength was commendable, yet his speed had been too slow to evade Lin Fan's 1/5 strength. Should Lin Fan enhance his power further, it was likely this senior brother would be unable to withstand it. With every intention to strike again, Lin Fan prepared to accept the consequences. Enduring damage could enhance his physical strength, which was also beneficial. Once more, he launched an attack, matching the speed and power of his previous strike. Ning Tianyu shook his head slightly. While Lin Fan's capabilities surprised him, he ultimately felt a sense of disappointment. In the face of the younger generation, he found no rival. Such invincibility was a lonely existence. As for Li Changfeng, Ning Tianyu did not factor him into the equation, for he was already a peak master and a formidable figure in the Golden Core realm, certainly not to be considered part of the younger generation. In their third clash, Ning Tianyu was again sent flying. However, he swiftly launched a counterattack, brandishing a low-grade spiritual sword as he charged at Lin Fan. Clang! Lin Fan did not evade. Instead, he met the opponent's low-grade spiritual sword head-on with his fist. Just as it seemed he was about to send Ning Tianyu's sword flying, Lin Fan hastily retracted his strength. Consequently, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the barrier of the formation. In a bid to enhance the realism of the moment, Lin Fan bit his lip, letting forth a mixture of blood and saliva. With his body devoid of spiritual energy, Lin Fan was unable to spout blood like a practitioner. Thus, he resorted to this method to create the illusion of severe injury. A look of confusion crossed Ning Tianyu's face. He had nearly lost grip of his sword just moments ago. Why, then, was Lin Fan the one being sent flying? Perhaps Lin Fan's mortal body had reached its limits. Although it felt somewhat unjust, he was determined to claim victory. He needed the rewards of first place to aid his ascension to the Golden Core realm. Ice and Snow Sword Technique. A low-grade martial skill of the profound tier, capable of conjuring an icy realm that would encase the opponent in frost, rendering them vulnerable to slaughter. Under the shadow of the Ice and Snow Sword Technique, Lin Fan remained motionless. Frost began to envelop him, the chill freezing him into an ice sculpture. As an ice sculpture, Lin Fan possessed no further combat capability. Was this the limit for the super dark horse of Tianshu Peak? Chapter 67. It's time for everyone to contribute spirit stones. The elder in charge of law enforcement stepped forward, prepared to announce Ning Tianyu as the victor. However, just as he reached the martial stage, the ice-encased Lin Fan shattered his frozen prison, sending shards of ice flying like countless hidden weapons. This is bad. The elder in charge of law enforcement swiftly retreated. Since the battle was not yet over, he could not intervene. Even defending against the ice shards would be unjust, as it would be tantamount to indirectly aiding Ning Tianyu. Ning Tianyu's face displayed surprise. He had thought victory was assured. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lin Fan had not been completely encased in ice and could break free from his ice and snow sword technique. As he observed the barrage of ice shards hurtling toward him, Ning Tianyu dared not underestimate the situation. He swiftly defended himself, shattering the projectiles. However, just as he dealt with the ice shards, Lin Fan's assault arrived. This time, Lin Fan exerted 1/3 of his speed and 1/5 of his strength. How could this be possible? Ning Tianyu spat blood as he was sent flying, his internal organs feeling dislocated. He even sensed the difficulty in mobilizing the spiritual energy within him. Strong. Incredibly strong. This was the impression Lin Fan left on Ning Tianyu. He had underestimated Lin Fan. Taking a deep breath, Ning Tianyu spoke solemnly. Junior brother Lin, your strength exceeds my expectations. I thought I could easily defeat you, yet you are truly formidable. I hope you can withstand my next move. If you can, we shall truly see who stands above the other. Lin Fan glanced at Li Changfeng, who nodded in acknowledgement. A wave of relief washed over him. His master had granted permission. Finally, he could cease the charade and strike down Ning Tianyu. Elder brother, unleash your move. Let us settle this once and for all. Rest assured, I will show mercy and not take your life. Humph. Lin Fan's earnest words, however, sounded harsh to Ning Tianyu's ears. He did not believe Lin Fan's sincerity. Instead, he perceived it as an underestimation of his capabilities. Ning Tianyu's expression darkened, and his aura surged. Gripping his spiritual sword tightly, he channeled his internal energy into the blade with fervor. A sword to shatter the heavens. An advanced sword technique of the Kaoshan Sect, immensely powerful and incredibly difficult to master. It is divided into 3 tiers, a sword to shatter the river, a sword to split the mountain, and a sword to shatter the heavens. Ning Tianyu had cultivated this technique to its 3rd tier. Even defeating someone at the Golden Core stage was not beyond the realm of possibility. This was the true extent of Ning Tianyu's strength. The sect master interjected, Changfeng. Keep an eye on your disciple. Tianyu's strike is exceedingly powerful. Your disciple may not be able to withstand it. Do not let the 7 Peaks Martial Conference cost him his life. Though he may not cultivate spiritual energy, he has forged his own path, reminiscent of a road long since vanished. Li Changfeng remained unfazed, replying calmly, I know my disciple well. Otherwise, I would not have wagered with you. I am betting on the rise of Tianshu Peak, and the 5 Peak Masters and the Sect Master owe me cultivation resources, which shall be fulfilled shortly. The mere thought filled him with excitement and joy. As for Lin Fan, he was on the verge of victory. Shaking his head, the Sect Master expressed his disbelief. Changfeng, I fear you are deluded. Your disciple Lin Fan possesses commendable strength, but do you not see how easily Ning Tianyu can subdue him? Soon enough, you may find yourself lacking in superior spirit stones. Chuckling lightly, Li Changfeng chose not to reply further. If you do not believe, the outcome will soon speak for itself. As Li Changfeng conversed with the Sect Master, Lin Fan made his move. He did not evade at all, facing the colossal shadow of the sword descending upon him. Lin Fan clenched his fist, unleashing a terrifying assault. As his fist connected, the sword's shadow dissipated. With his strongest move thwarted, Ning Tianyu felt a massive impact on his psyche, causing him to cough up blood once more. He gazed at Lin Fan in disbelief, his expression one of despair. Lin Fan vanished from sight, only to reappear before Ning Tianyu, his fist poised just an inch from Ning Tianyu's face. The force of his punch caused blood to spill from Ning Tianyu's mouth and nose. Ning Tianyu smiled wryly. The mere wind from Lin Fan's fist could harm him. This indicated that throughout their battle, Lin Fan had never unleashed his full power. Even now, Ning Tianyu could not ascertain whether Lin Fan was truly giving it his all. Junior brother Lin, I concede. You are indeed formidable. It seems the title of champion in this 7 Peaks Martial Conference is rightfully yours. With that, Ning Tianyu turned to the elder in charge of law enforcement. I admit defeat. Wow. With Ning Tianyu's admission of defeat, countless disciples of the Kaoshan Sect gasped in astonishment. In their eyes, Ning Tianyu was an undefeated legend. Among the younger generation, none could rival him. Yet now he had fallen, defeated by an ordinary mortal who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. How could this be? How had Lin Fan accomplished such a feat? Ning Tianyu was a senior brother, a prodigy of the Tianshu Peak, and virtually a predetermined future sect master. Defeated? I could have believed anyone could lose. But Ning Tianyu was never meant to fall, and yet he lost to Lin Fan of Tianshu Peak. Tianshu Peak. This once dilapidated peak among the 7 peaks is bound to rise dramatically after today. The sect master's eyes widened in disbelief. Defeated? Ning Tianyu had actually fallen to Lin Fan. Well, the success or failure of the cultivation path is not of utmost importance. I too have faced defeat in the past. However, the crux of the matter is that with Ning Tianyu's loss, he must provide cultivation resources worth millions of low-grade spirit stones. Without this substantial resource, the Tianshu Peak would undoubtedly face a life of extreme poverty. Meanwhile, Tianshu Peak would be swimming in riches. Not only did the sect master's expression shift dramatically, but the other 5 peak masters also exchanged glances, realizing the heavy price they would pay for this defeat. The master of Yaowang Peak shot Li Changfeng a disdainful look, promptly handing him 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although 500,000 spirit stones were considerable, she could still afford to part with them. Li Peak Master, we have all been outwitted by you. Congratulations on your remarkable ascent to becoming the wealthiest individual in the Kaoshan Sect. Henceforth, our two peaks may cultivate a closer relationship. Perhaps even consider a union of sorts. What do you think? Li Changfeng replied, women merely impede my sword-drawing speed. Thus, Master of Yaoguang Peak, you need not entertain such notions. The Master of Yaoguang Peak retorted with irritation, I did not suggest a union between the peaks, but rather between our disciples. Your disciple Lin Fan is quite admirable, and Zhao Qingzhu from my Yaoguang Peak is exceptional in both beauty and talent. Would you be interested in having them become partners on the path? Li Changfeng shook his head and cast a glance towards the martial arts stage. That is a matter for the youth. As their master, I shall not impose upon my disciples. The pressing concern now is not this. Sect leader, esteemed peak masters, when shall you honor your wager? You have acknowledged your debt of several million low-grade spirit stones, yet you previously contended my claims were unfounded. Now that the truth has been revealed, I trust no one will attempt to evade their obligations. I am indifferent, but I fear the heavenly Tao may not be so forgiving. Chapter 68, A Sudden Turn. Li Changfeng wore a beaming smile, exuding warmth. However, this amiable expression appeared utterly detestable to the sect leader and the others, inciting a desire to strike him with a sword. The Master of Yaoguang Peak had already surrendered the wager to Li Changfeng. They could not allow themselves to be outdone by a woman. The sect leader, visibly pained, reluctantly tossed a storage ring to Li Changfeng. Inside lay resources worth millions of low-grade spirit stones. With the two leading the way, the other four peak masters had no choice but to concede. The Master of Tianji Peak suffered the most grievous loss, having previously lost 2 million low-grade spirit stones to Li Changfeng, and later adding another 5 million, nearly depleting his entire reserves. Li Peak Master, Li my dear brother. We are all peak masters of the Kaoshan Sect. There is no need for such stringent adherence to the rules. The cultivation resources have been bestowed upon you. Thus we have fulfilled our oath to the heavenly Tao. Might it be possible for you to return some to us, your fellow peak masters? Li Changfeng sighed, his expression laden with helplessness and bitterness. He turned to the Master of Tianji Peak. I too wish to return some. However, our Tianquan Peak is still in the process of establishing its main hall, which will take several months to complete. We lack a martial arts arena and a transmission hall. At present, it is just myself, 2 disciples, and a maid within the peak. Having finally acquired a modicum of cultivation resources, if I were to return some to you, dear brother Tianji, Tianquan Peak would surely face utter decline, with no hope of resurgence. The Master of Tianji Peak furrowed his brow. Rendered speechless as Li Changfeng spoke the truth, Tianquan Peak had languished for far too long. After countless years of erosion, the original Tianquan Hall had long been dismantled. With Li Changfeng assuming leadership, everything had to begin anew. Realizing they could not obtain any resources from Li Changfeng, the other peak masters wisely fell silent. Following Ning Tianyou's defeat, after the announcement of the results by the Elder of Law Enforcement, Feng Wu and Zhao Qingzhu ascended the martial arts stage in succession. Both women represented the pinnacle of beauty and strength among the younger generation of the Kaoshan Sect. Their duel naturally drew the attention of countless disciples, particularly Zhao Qingzhu, who was regarded as a goddess by many within the sect. Unlike Feng Wu, who had only just revealed herself to the disciples today, Zhao Qingzhu was already well known. Feng Wu, junior sister, I observed your previous battle. Your ability to unleash such strange and powerful flames leaves me uncertain if I can withstand it. However, I shall not concede easily. Now that Ning's senior brother has been eliminated, I aspire to contend for the top position. Feng Wu nodded. It was only natural for Zhao Qingzhu not to yield. However, the disparity in their strengths was immense. It is worth noting that Feng Wu was currently enhancing her prowess every moment through the automatic cultivation system. She was nearing a breakthrough to the peak of the nascent soul stage, poised to step into the transformation stage at any moment. In fact, if she so desired, she could achieve it right now. Your thoughts, senior sister, resonate with me. Throughout, you have likely regarded no one else as competition, viewing only Ning's senior brother as your greatest obstacle in claiming the title of champion at the Seven Peaks Martial Arts Assembly. Yet now that Ning's senior brother has been defeated and my junior brother has triumphed, it is incumbent upon me, as your senior sister, not to falter. Zhao Qingzhu unsheathed a mid-grade pinnacle spirit sword. Feng Wu could not help but marvel at the wealth of Yaoguang Peak. Such a sword was far from inexpensive. Junior sister Feng Wu, are you not drawing your sword? Or do you consider me beneath you, unworthy of your blade? Feng Wu shook her head. A sword is meant for slaying foes. In our spar, I shall wield my fire attacks. Very well, Zhao Qingzhu acknowledged. She understood that Feng Wu was formidable, but to what extent, she could not fathom. She merely knew that defeating Feng Wu would not be a simple task. Shadowless sword. Zhao Qingzhu did not hold back and launched an attack against Feng Wu. The Shadowless Sword, a peak-grade sword technique, is renowned for its ability to strike enemies with invisibility. Mastering it to perfection allows one to sever the heads of foes from 10 miles away. It was evident that Zhao Qingzhu had not reached such a realm. She could only be deemed to have achieved minor success. The sword in her hand became ethereal, creating an illusion that rendered it seemingly unreal. Countless phantoms materialized before Feng Wu's eyes, making it impossible to discern which sword shadow was genuine. As Zhao Qingzhu thrust her sword forward, to Feng Wu's perception, it felt as if hundreds or thousands of sword points were assailing her. Li Changfeng nodded slightly. The shadowless sword has been practiced commendably. If mastered fully, it could indeed pose considerable trouble. However, the outcome has already been predetermined. As several peak masters prepared to retort, an unending surge of flames erupted from Feng Wu. The flames transformed into a colossal firebird, consuming all the sword shadows. Even Zhao Qingzhu found herself enveloped in the flames. Yet, Feng Wu did not harm her. She merely confined her within the inferno. Feeling the terrifying heat, Zhao Qingzhu could only smile wryly. Junior sister, it seems I have no choice but to concede. Your technique is simply insurmountable. Feng Wu shook her head. My junior brother is unafraid. He could even charge directly from the sea of flames to strike at me. I concede to you, senior sister. Zhao Qingzhu nodded, unwilling to press on any further. The last disciple of the Kaoshan Sect to be scorched had suffered dreadfully, with no part of their body unscathed. As a woman, and a beautiful one at that, she wished to avoid disfigurement. Zhao Qingzhu called out, I concede. With her concession, the Elder of Law Enforcement announced the results. The disciple of Tianquan Peak, Feng Wu, emerged victorious, advancing to the finals. Countless disciples of the Kaoshan Sect exchanged glances, having contemplated various outcomes. Yet none had anticipated that the final positions would be claimed by two disciples from Tianquan Peak, securing the first and second places. The sect leader gazed deeply at Li Changfeng, overwhelmed with emotion. Changfeng, you have only been at Tianquan Peak for a little over a month. Where did you find such extraordinary disciples? Their strength rivals that of those in the Golden Core realm. Li Changfeng grinned, speaking nonchalantly. As for their true strength, even I, as their master, cannot ascertain. After all, we are the Kaoshan Sect, and they have always held the sect's South teachings close to their hearts. The sect leader remained silent, for he did not doubt that Li Changfeng was aware of the strengths and weaknesses of his disciples. However, since Li Changfeng was reluctant to divulge, he chose not to probe further. Feng Wu and Lin Fan were invited onto the first martial arts stage, where their battle would soon commence. The audience was eager to discern who among the two disciples of Tianquan Peak was superior. Even Li Changfeng himself was curious about the outcome. The law enforcement elder declared, both of you are disciples of Tianquan Peak, and now you shall determine who among you will claim the first and second positions. Let the duel commence. Lin Fan and Feng Wu exchanged glances, sharing a smile before simultaneously declaring, I concede. As they contemplated who would take the first position, an unforeseen event transpired. An invisible formation was activated, enveloping the sect leader, the various peak masters, and all the disciples of Koyan sect present. Chapter 69, Grievances from 1,000 Years Ago. This unfolded quietly, and without any warning. Prior to this, even the sect leader had not sensed anything amiss. Only Li Changfeng had already discerned the anomaly. He had intended to observe what tricks these hidden little mice might conjure, only to find himself ensnared by this formidable formation as well. The Mantiang Formation. A low-grade earthly formation requiring materials worth millions of low-grade spirit stones to construct. Furthermore, the individual orchestrating the main formation must possess at least the initial stage of the combined body realm to set it up. This implied that they were about to confront a formidable adversary, at least one with the power of the combined body realm. Once the Mantiang formation was successfully established, the sect leader and others realized something was amiss. They sensed a discrepancy. Despite the surrounding environment remaining unchanged, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere seemed to have suddenly thinned. Have you peak masters noticed anything unusual? Master of Tianxian Peak furrowed his brow, channeling energy to confirm the sect leader's suspicions. Indeed, there is a problem with the spiritual energy in this area, he affirmed. The silence felt unnaturally eerie, as the sounds of wildlife that were previously audible had vanished completely. Could it be that a great enemy was approaching? The expressions of the peak masters turned grave as they looked down at the thousands of Koyan sect disciples. If a formidable enemy were indeed to strike, they would undoubtedly be the target, leaving the safety of the disciples in jeopardy. This is troublesome, sighed Master Yao Guang, his voice heavy with concern. It appears we must prioritize the protection of our most talented disciples. We cannot allow any mishaps, especially with the current peculiarities. It won't be long before the intersect elders and law enforcement elders discover this. If we can hold out, the ancestors will arrive and resolve everything. Li Changfeng had been reveling in the joy of being the wealthiest in Kaoshan Sect, and with the emergence of these little mice, he had not taken the situation to heart. Thus, while the sect leader and the peak masters were filled with anxiety, he remained with a smile upon his face. Witnessing Li Changfeng's demeanor, the sect leader and several peak masters felt not anger, but rather a deep sense of worry. The sect leader turned to Li Changfeng, his tone more serious than ever before. Changfeng, there has been a situation. We suspect a formidable enemy is approaching Kaoshan Sect, and you represent the future of our sect. Your two disciples also possess extraordinary talents. Protect yourself and your disciples. We shall do everything in our power to ensure your safety. Li Changfeng nodded, his expression peculiar as he pondered the one who had set up the formation. But that individual is a being of the combined body realm. Can the sect leader and the others truly handle this? The sect leader had publicly proclaimed his realm to be merely that of the nascent soul. Had he concealed two greater realms and was indeed a mighty being of the combined body? Li Changfeng gazed at the thousands of Kaoshan Sect disciples below, speaking with concern. Sect leader, there is no need to worry about my safety. My two disciples are capable enough to protect themselves. However, the safety of these thousands of disciples is a significant concern. They represent the future of Kaoshan Sect. A sect can only thrive with a continuous influx of fresh blood. The sect leader sighed, his expression grave. He had never anticipated that an enemy would strike during the grand gathering of Kaoshan Sect. This was an attempt to sever the roots of Kaoshan Sect and leave it without successors. Changfeng, I understand this principle well. However, ensuring their safety is practically impossible. Since a formidable enemy is approaching, there will inevitably be sacrifices. Take your two disciples, along with Ning Tianyu and others, and leave. I hope that none shall fall among the top 10 of today as 7 Peaks martial arts competition. Choices. The resolve that a sect leader must possess. Just as Li Changfeng was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by the master of Tianji Peak. Li Peak Master, you are quite youthful in our presence, and your future is filled with uncertainty. You even have the potential to become a great support for Kaoshan Sect. I entrust the holy son of Tianji Peak to you. Master Yao Wang smiled faintly, adding, Li Peak Master, I also entrust my holy maiden Zhao Qingzhu and Ying Huan to you. As each peak master entrusted their hopes, an unsettling feeling enveloped the atmosphere, as if they were on the verge of sacrifice. The fundamental tenet of Kaoshan Sect is to avoid internal strife and unite in the face of adversity. Li Changfeng remained silent, sighing inwardly. He had intended to take a complete break, only to find himself entangled in this predicament. The great mouse lurking in the shadows, apart from himself. No one else could put an end to it. Quite bothersome. Cackling. Just as Li Changfeng was growing increasingly frustrated and unable to relax, an eerie laughter pierced the air. From the throng of disciples, a figure shrouded in dark mist floated into the air, the strange laughter emanating from him. Li Changfeng scowled, refraining from any rash actions. He was waiting for all the little mice to emerge alongside this larger mouse. The sect leader's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the power of the figure cloaked in black mist, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. A being of the combined body realm. For heaven's sake, do they have to escalate things to this level? This truly spelled disaster. If Changfeng were at the transformation realm, he might have been able to set up the 7-star sword formation for defense. Yet no matter how talented Changfeng was, he could not have reached that level. Time was simply too tight. Master Yao Wang had already drawn her sword, as had several other peak masters. In the face of a being of the combined body realm, they had to give their all. Li Changfeng, with his lowly power, was incapable of assisting them in setting up the 7-star sword formation. Thus, they would have to settle for the 6 harmony sword formation to buy some time. As long as the ancestors received word, they would be saved. The figure in the black robe continued to emit eerie laughter, exuding arrogance. Li Changfeng's brow furrowed deeper, already preparing to remove his shoes to slap this scoundrel. What else with the incessant cackling? The sect leader took a deep breath and floated into the air, followed closely by Master Yao Guang and the others. As for Li Changfeng, he was assigned the task of supporting Lin Fan and the other talented disciples. Senior, this is the territory of Kaoshan Sect. May I inquire what brings you here? He addressed the black-robed figure. If a friend arrives, Kaoshan Sect has fine wine and delicacies to offer. If a wolf approaches, Kaoshan Sect has spirit swords ready to carve him to shreds. What is your intent? Good or ill? Even in the face of the being of the combined body realm, the sect leader maintained an unwavering demeanor, his attitude resolutely firm. The figure cloaked in black sneered repeatedly. What of goodness? What of evil? Today, this place has been ensnared within my grand illusion. The ancient ones of the Kaoshan Sect will remain oblivious for a considerable time. By the moment they realize the anomaly, the tens of thousands of disciples of Kaoshan Sect, along with your 7 peak masters, will have been annihilated by my hand. For a millennium, I have endured the oppression imposed by that scoundrel from the Tianquan Peak of Kaoshan Sect. Today marks the day of severing your roots in the bloodbath of Kaoshan Sect. Hee. Suddenly, a shoe soared through the air with remarkable swiftness, striking the black-cloaked figure squarely in the face, sending him careening back 100 yards and creating a massive crater upon impact. Chapter 70. The head exploded. Is the black-robed figure strong? Undoubtedly. For beings of the composite realm are not to be trifled with. With a mere wave of their hand, they can cleave mountains and incinerate seas. Yet, this formidable presence, having made a grand entrance, was struck down by a shoe. The scene was undeniably bizarre. The disciples of Kaoshan Sect began to comprehend the situation. Initially, they believed this was merely a demonstration for the Seven Peaks Martial Conference. However, it now appeared that circumstances were awry. Kaoshan Sect, one of the 9 great sects, had existed for several millennia without any powerful cultivators daring to invade. After such a long period of tranquility, the sudden appearance of a black-robed figure was beyond their comprehension. The sect leader's eyes widened in disbelief, yet soon a smile emerged. It seemed that a powerful ancestor of Kaoshan Sect had arrived. Perhaps this black-cloaked intruder had already been detected by them. It must be so. Thanks to the ancestor for intervening. The sect leader rallied the disciples, declaring, "A fiendish intruder dares to trespass upon our Kaoshan Sect, seeking to sever our roots. A heinous crime indeed. However, this fiend's power is formidable, beyond your capability to confront. Gather around us. Once we have dealt with this intruder, you may depart." Yes, with the sect leader's command, no one found it questionable. They rallied around their leader and the 6 peak masters, forming an orderly assembly of tens of thousands of disciples. Yet, at that moment, calamity struck once more. Screams erupted in unison. From every corner, the cries of Kaoshan disciples echoed as they fell under attack. One disciple found his heart pierced, and the assailant was none other than a senior sister with whom he had shared brotherly bonds. Her face was marred with black markings, and a sinister aura emanated from her. Clearly, she was a practitioner of demonic arts, and such practitioners were not rare within the hidden depths of Kaoshan Sect. Li Changfeng's brow furrowed. Before the little mice had been exposed, even he could not discern their presence, unless he resorted to soul-searching, but that method was exceedingly inhumane. The consequences could leave disciples' souls injured or render them imbeciles, if not worse, dead. These little mice were too well concealed. Discovering them was a daunting task. The efficiency of exterminating one upon exposure was lamentably low. System, do you have any means? System, the master may activate scanning mode to detect those who have practiced demonic arts. They will be visible to you as dark smoke rises from their heads. Li Changfeng, filled with fury, retorted, "Why did you not mention this sooner?" The system replied helplessly, "Master, you did not inquire." Li Changfeng, activate scanning mode. Beep. Scanning mode activated successfully. The system is currently scanning the surroundings and marking detected entities. As Li Changfeng initiated the scan, seeking out the hidden little mice, the sect leader, along with several peak masters and law enforcement elders, were engaged in purging the intruders. Those who dare to cause chaos within Kaoshan Sect and slay our disciples shall face annihilation, regardless of which demonic sect you belong to, once identified. We shall eradicate your entire sect. Not a single creature shall be spared. Not even an ant's nest shall escape the boiling water. The Tianji Peak Master nodded in agreement. Speaking gravely, these scum of the demonic sect are akin to rats in the sewer, filthy and revolting. Not only do they infest our Kaoshan Sect, but other sects suffer similarly. The worst part is their lack of intellect, frequently resorting to suicidal assaults. It is infuriating. In a mere instant, hundreds of Kaoshan disciples had been slain. Yet the revealed demonic practitioners numbered less than 100. Their attacks were decisive. Before the disciples could react, they had already slain several. For the sect leader and the higher-ups of Kaoshan Sect, disciples represented the very roots of their sect. Should these roots be severed, the demise of Kaoshan Sect would be inevitable. Fresh blood was of utmost importance, and no unforeseen events could be tolerated. The exposed demonic practitioners were swiftly eradicated. Just as the sect leader and peak masters exhaled in relief, the black-cloaked figure erupted from the ground, exuding a dense malevolent aura that shrouded the sky. The oppressive magic energy loomed like dark clouds, creating an atmosphere of despair. The sect leader's face was grave. He felt no assurance in facing this terrifying figure. The peak masters shared his sentiment, lamenting inwardly. Unbeknownst to them, Li Changfeng had donned the shoe he had previously hurled at the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure's aura surged, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens as he bellowed, "Come forth. Who dares to ambush me? Do not hide in the shadows. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall annihilate all of Kaoshan Sect. My warriors are numerous and formidable enough to ensure that your disciples suffer grievous losses." Li Changfeng remained unperturbed. It was not yet time for him to confront this great demon. He awaited the completion of the system's scan, and with every discovery of a little mouse, he would pick up a small stone and flick it, sending it piercing through the little mouse's forehead and exiting through the back of its head. The winds howled as the black-robed figure's presence grew increasingly terrifying. The sect leader and others no longer concealed their strength. He had indeed reached the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. The Yaoguang Peak Master was at the early stage, and another Peak Master was also in the early stage, while the rest were at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. These sixth-tier cultivators had each concealed at least one major realm. Truly, they were worthy of the upper echelons of Kaoshan Sect. Deeply versed in the foundational doctrines of their sect, Li Changfeng observed with great interest, murmuring to himself, "Though you hide well, compared to me, you are but small fry. While you all believe I am merely at the golden core realm, I have quietly surpassed you all, now standing at the peak of the composite realm. Moreover, I am in a constant state of growth. I estimate that without any training, within 3 days, I shall enter the crossing tribulation realm. Once I transcend the tribulation, I shall ascend to the Great Ascension. The Great Ascension is also known as the Land Immortal, the celestial of the mortal realm. In the entire southern region, how many of such beings can there be? The future is brimming with promise." Li Changfeng eagerly anticipated the day when he would become a celestial of the mortal realm. "Since you refuse to show yourself, I shall utilize the blood of your tens of thousands of Kaoshan disciples for a blood sacrifice. Rise, blood demon great formation." Under the veil of the vast concealment formation, the old ancestor of the Kaoshan sect remains blissfully unaware of the dire circumstances. Beneath this grand illusion, a blood demon formation is meticulously arranged. Should the figure cloaked in black successfully complete the blood sacrifice, his power would undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new echelon. At that point, even Li Changfeng may need to exert considerable effort to subdue him. And at this moment, Li Changfeng's fury has ignited. This scoundrel dares to bark again. In a fit of rage, Li Changfeng discards his cloth shoes. With a swift motion, he strikes the black-robed figure's face, one shoe to the left, the other to the right. The terrifying force creates a point of intersection, and the once arrogant black-robed figure finds his head exploding with a resounding crack. Chapter 71. There's no hiding your strength now, is there? Gone. Just moments ago, he was brimming with self-importance, acting as if he were the ruler of the heavens. The sheer absurdity of his head exploding leaves the sect master and the peak masters utterly baffled. The sect master quickly adopts a grave expression and cautions, "Everyone, do not let your guard down. This fiend is immensely powerful. He is a formidable being at the integration realm and cannot possibly perish so easily. Perhaps due to the nature of his cultivation, a self-detonation could enhance his strength." The peak master of the shaking light peak, wearing a peculiar expression, speaks with uncertainty, "Sect master, your erudition is truly remarkable. I have never heard of such an extraordinary technique existing in this world. It seems we must not underestimate these demons. Let us encircle him with the 6 harmonies sword formation at the center. If he truly survives, we can better restrain him. As for those misled little demons, let the elders handle them." The peak master of the heavenly secrets nods solemnly, speaking with conviction, "Regardless of the outcome, we cannot afford to give up. The tens of thousands of disciples from the Kaoshan sect are the very foundation of our sect. If they come to harm, our sect will face insurmountable difficulties in the future. Relying solely on us old-timers and the ancestors is insufficient. As time passes, our ancestors have gradually departed from this world. We must uphold the banner of the Kaoshan sect. Fortunately, we have Peak Master Li, who will undoubtedly become an ancestor-level figure in due time. While there may be disputes within the Kaoshan sect, those are mere trifles. When faced with such external threats, all disciples, elders, and peak masters will unite as one, standing resolutely against the outside world. Unlike certain nations in the secular realm that employ soft policies externally while wielding iron-fisted measures internally, the Kaoshan sect endures due to our unwavering solidarity. The pair of cloth shoes has returned to Li Changfeng's feet. Truly, one forgets the pain after delivering a blow. Let them scream. This exclusive smile is mine alone. Li Changfeng murmurs within, hidden from all. In midair, the black-robed figure has not yet succumbed. Among the tens of thousands of disciples of the Kaoshan sect, the few little demons who had just revealed themselves but were not slain suddenly manifest strands of demonic energy, ultimately connecting to the black-robed figure. He becomes a luminescent entity, albeit radiating a dark glow. As the demonic energy binds to him, the vitality of the hundreds of little demons swiftly diminishes. Soon, their skin withers, their blood essence depleted, and they are reduced to mere skeletons. The black-robed figure's head restores to its former state, though he appears somewhat dazed, hesitant to act recklessly. There exists a superpower in the vicinity. Yet, The reason for this superpower's intervention eludes him. Which esteemed elder is present? A millennium ago. I was suppressed by your Kaoshan Sect's Tianquan Peak Master. This is a grudge between us. Killing a few young disciples hardly seems excessive, does it? No response follows. As if the superpower does not exist. Nevertheless, the black-robed figure refrains from further reckless actions, fearing another explosion of his head. He begins to adopt a low profile, silently urging the blood demon formation. For this day, he has prepared for several hundred years. Since his escape, he has concealed himself within the Kaoshan Sect, further enticing hundreds of disciples to become his demonic servants, unwilling to let his efforts come to naught. Once the blood demon formation fully activates, the thousands of disciples within the sect will be drained of their essence, allowing his power to ascend yet again. Lin Fan and Feng Wu have arrived at Li Changfeng's side. Feng Wu, observing the ongoing transformation of disciples into demonic cultivators, furrows her brow. Master, was that you who just shattered the head of that great demon? Why not eliminate him outright? Li Changfeng scans the surroundings and transmits. Feng Wu, do not speak so openly. Master is the most outstanding genius of the Kaoshan Sect. We must conceal our identity and strength. Revealing it could jeopardize Master's safety. We must avoid drawing the attention of the ancient ancestors of the demon sect and other great sections. A smile brightens Feng Wu's face as she realizes it was indeed her Master's doing. The black-robed demon exudes immense strength, sending a dangerous instinct coursing through her. Should she confront him, she might not emerge unscathed. Yet her master can handle him effortlessly. Indeed, he is the most formidable. Feng Wu quickly responds, I understand, Master. Rest assured, I see your intention to resolve the great demon quietly while ensuring the safety of the disciples. This is truly commendable. Your talent surpasses mine by a great margin. It is wise to keep a low profile lest we attract the attention of the ancient monsters. Li Changfeng nods in satisfaction, stating, Feng Wu, you truly ease my concerns. Fear not, the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect will come to no harm. Shortly, I shall eliminate all the little rats who have succumbed to demonic influence. Those who can be seduced and turn against their fellow disciples have irrevocably fallen into the demonic path. Such beings cannot be allowed to remain. Just as Li Changfeng finishes speaking, the system chimes with a notification. Ding. Scan complete. 237 demonic disciples detected, marked. Hearing the system's prompt, Li Changfeng glances at the Kaoshan Sect disciples. Indeed, black mist rises from each little demonic cultivator's head. A cold smile crosses Li Changfeng's lips. He was hesitant to act before, fearing collateral damage. Now, however, he feels unrestrained. System, you are truly the best. Li Changfeng scoops up a handful of earth and infuses it with formidable spiritual power. Then, he casts the dirt into the sky, transforming it into minute spiritual particles that lock onto the 237 individuals. With a series of piercing sounds, the little demons are simultaneously struck through the head, their souls obliterated. After completing this task, Li Changfeng smiles contentedly. The little rats have been dealt with. Now, let us watch the unfolding drama. The sect master and others surely harbor hidden strengths. I refuse to believe that after cultivating for hundreds or thousands of years, their power is merely this. Their talent is beyond question to hold positions as sect master and peak masters. They will not reveal their true strength without a proper impetus. In any case, with me here, they shall not perish. Heh. As the 237 disciples of the Kaoshan Sect fall, the sect master and others are poised to erupt with anger. However, they soon realize that an immense amount of demonic energy is emanating from these very disciples. This revelation darkens their expressions. The sect master glares at the black-robed figure, roaring, You wretched demon! How dare you enslave so many disciples of the Kaoshan Sect? If you do not perish today, will our sect's reputation not be tarnished? Most importantly, the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect must not be harmed. You have committed a grave transgression. Kill. With crimson eyes ablaze with murderous intent, Li Changfeng nodded in acknowledgement, marveling at the formidable aura of the sect leader. Truly, such murderous intent is to be expected from the leader of the sect. In such a furious state, it is improbable that he could continue to conceal his true strength. Kill. Damn it. Let me see just how deeply you old geezers have buried your power. Chapter 72. This can be endured? A faint smile graced Li Changfeng's countenance. What is the core doctrine of the Kaoshan Sect? It is to never reveal one's true trump card. Once a card is laid bare, there invariably exists an even stronger one. Now that the sect leader has revealed his mid-stage transformation prowess, it is indeed a commendable trump card, cleverly concealed. Yet, in Li Changfeng's view, this cannot possibly be the limit. The sect leader, having lived for several centuries, has practiced for hundreds of years. To ascend to the position of sect leader, he must undoubtedly be a prodigy. How could a genius, having trained for several hundred years, merely reach the mid-stage of transformation? Having practiced for merely a decade, I have already attained the pinnacle of integration and am on the verge of breaking into the tribulation realm. The sect leader and the various peak masters cannot possibly surpass my prowess. After hundreds of years of cultivation, becoming a powerful being at the integration stage should not be too much to ask, right? Li Changfeng languidly remarked. Let them fight. The more intense, the better. If I can refrain from intervention, I shall, but I cannot coddle the sect leader and the others. If they wish for me to expose my trump cards, they must continue to conceal theirs. Such a favorable situation is hardly plausible. After all, I am only 30 years old, still in my prime. In this realm of cultivation, I am exceedingly young. One might even argue I am still in my youth. As Li Changfeng observed, the sect leader and the 5 peak masters had already been enraged and were now acting in unison. They intended to besiege the black-robed man and eliminate this great demon. Alongside the earlier slain demonic cultivator, a total of 500 to 600 disciples of the Kaoshan Sect had been ensnared. Damned be it. If the black-robed man does not perish, the Kaoshan Sect will truly lose all face. The sect leader fixed his icy gaze upon the black-robed man, his voice frigid. You should not have acted in such a manner. You should not have provoked the Kaoshan Sect to enslave hundreds of my disciples, causing them to lose their lives. Such a crime deserves the utmost punishment. Today, we shall eradicate this demon, the master of Yuhing Peak declared, his face a mask of murderous intent. The other 4 peak masters echoed his sentiment, their intentions laid bare. The sect leader unleashed the aura of a peak transformation cultivator. Even verging on the integration stage, the 5 peak masters surged with power, revealing themselves as transformation realm experts. Particularly noteworthy was the master of Yaoguang Peak, a woman seasoned in the ways of the world, who had reached the pinnacle of mid-stage transformation, merely a step away from late-stage transformation. As the 6 fully revealed their strength, the Luhua sword formation became even more formidable. The black-robed man's expression shifted slightly. While he was indeed a powerful being at the integration stage, he could not deny the palpable danger presented by their united front. Taking a deep breath, he felt the weight of the situation grow heavier. I am willing to settle our grievances with the Kaoshan Sect. Is that agreeable? The sect leader laughed, a hint of madness lacing his mirth. With a cold gaze fixed upon the black-robed man, he retorted, Demon, you have caused the deaths of hundreds of my disciples, and now you wish to erase our grievances? Such a favorable outcome does not exist in this world. Had we been inferior to you, the tens of thousands of disciples present today, including us, would have perished. But now, it shall be you who faces death. The master of Yaoguang Peak spoke solemnly. Sect leader, why waste words on this demon? He must pay for the lives of hundreds of disciples, and not just him. We must uncover his identity, annihilate his sect, and eradicate his entire lineage. The black-robed man fell silent, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He muttered, Since you insist on a life-or-death confrontation, I shall oblige. I did not wish to unveil my trump cards, yet you seem intent on courting death. With that, the black-robed man erupted into laughter that echoed through the heavens, as a dark pillar materialized in the sky. This pillar, composed of pure demonic energy, exuded a chilling aura. Though it was merely demonic energy, the faces of countless disciples turned pale, for within this demonic column, countless ethereal figures could be seen screaming in anguish, a true cacophony of wails. Li Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly, remarking with a hint of indifference, This great demon possesses considerable strength, and his methods are indeed intriguing. It resembles the legendary summoning of deities and demons, harnessing their power. However, even if he absorbs the entirety of this demonic pillar's strength, it still seems rather feeble. One wonders if he possesses any further trump cards. If he is this weak, he will surely be vanquished by the sect leader and his allies. The sect leader and the others cannot have revealed all their capabilities. After all, they are the leaders of the Kaoshan Sect. Li Changfeng held no concerns regarding their strength, firmly believing that they possessed more than what was displayed. No matter how inept they may be, they should at the very least be able to ascend to the integration stage. I achieved that in a mere decade. They have cultivated for hundreds of years. Surely, they have not squandered their efforts. Continuing to observe, he noted that the black-robed man's aura was steadily rising, soon reaching the mid-integration stage, and still growing stronger, a truly frightening prospect. The sect leader's expression grew grave as he proclaimed, We can no longer allow him to grow stronger. Draw your swords. The 5 peak masters exchanged glances and nodded in unison. They each conjured a virtual sword, entirely composed of their internal spiritual energy. The 6 swords coalesced within the sword formation, merging into a massive sword silhouette. One sword to vanquish the demon. The formidable spiritual energy sword surged forth at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, striking towards the black-robed man within the formation. The black-robed man's expression shifted as he conjured a colossal palm crafted from demonic energy. This demonic palm met the giant sword in a fierce clash, marking their first direct confrontation. Feng Wu, her expression serious, turned to her master and remarked, "Master, the sect leader and the others are incredibly strong. And this demon is equally formidable. Who do you think will ultimately prevail?" Li Changfeng stretched lazily, his tone nonchalant. "Do not underestimate the sect leader and the others. Nor forget the teachings of the Kaoshan Sect. Their strength is far beyond what you see. At the very least, there are 6 integration stage cultivators. And it is even possible that the sect leader has reached the tribulation stage. If memory serves me right, he has cultivated for over 600 years. After so many years, he cannot possibly be weak." Lin Fan nodded in agreement, stating, "Senior sister, I believe Master speaks the truth. We have only been cultivating for a month, yet we have achieved considerable strength. You should be capable of defeating someone in the early transformation stage, while I can obliterate those in the nascent soul stage with a single punch." Feng Wu chuckled. "That is indeed the case. The sect leader and the others possess remarkable talent. If we can attain our current abilities in just a month, they, having cultivated for hundreds of years, must be immensely powerful. Let us await the moment the great demon is shattered." As the trio conversed, the black-robed man's conjured demonic palm was shattered by the sword shadow, while the descending column of demonic energy was entirely absorbed by him. His realm surged once more, astonishingly reaching the late integration stage. Barely having attained this level, he unleashed 7 consecutive palm strikes. One palm strike met the giant sword, while the other 6 struck towards the sect leader and his 5 companions. The expressions of the sect leader and his companions changed drastically, caught off guard by the black-robed man's terrifying strength. Li Changfeng smiled. It seems the sect leader and his allies are about to reveal even more of their trump cards. Anticipation swelled within me as I yearned to witness the true extent of your prowess. No sooner had the words escaped my lips than the 6 leaders were sent hurtling through the air by the black-cloaked figure's palm strike. They all coughed up blood as they soared backwards, their faces drained of color, their vitality diminished. Li Changfeng, his brow furrowed in confusion, pondered aloud. Is something amiss? At this juncture, must you 6 still continue to conceal your abilities? Chapter 73, The Concealed Realm of the Sect Leader. Li Changfeng's expression was peculiar, his understanding wavering. If you choose to hide, so be it, but such concealment should not be excessive. If you persist in your subterfuge, will you not resemble a turtle cowering in its shell? Feng Wu observed the leaders, who had been struck and were now spitting blood, as they surged back into the fray. She turned to Li Changfeng with concern. Master, something feels awry. Are the leaders truly still in hiding? After being wounded, does such concealment hold any significance? Li Changfeng replied with conviction. Naturally, they are holding back, perhaps even multiple layers of strength. If this were all they possessed, how could they hold their esteemed titles as leaders? Take you, for instance, having ascended to the nascent soul realm within merely a month of training. The leaders have cultivated for centuries. Even the most lackluster talent should not render them this feeble. Feng Wu nodded, her understanding deepening. Yet, as she reflected further, an unsettling thought began to creep in. Although only a month had passed in the outside world, within that artifact, decades had elapsed. Nevertheless, she decided to trust her master's wisdom and focus instead on the unfolding spectacle of the leaders. Lin Fan silently observed, sensing the oddity as well. Yet, Li Changfeng had proclaimed that the leaders were merely concealing their strength. If that were the case, there was no cause for concern. Moreover, he lacked the power to influence the battlefield. He could obliterate a golden core with a single blow, perhaps even slay a nascent soul. But this formidable foe was a fusion realm master. Even with the desire to assist, he possessed neither the strength nor the capability. Thus, watching the unfolding drama seemed the only viable option, for he could not alter the course of the battle. With a resounding crash, the leaders were again sent flying by the black-cloaked figure, their energies dwindling further. Their appearances suggested they were nearing their limits. Li Changfeng's brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized the leaders. Their performances were convincingly theatrical. Had this been a past life, they would surely be awarded the title of Best Actor. The sight of their bloodied state was strikingly realistic. Yet, what was their true motive for concealing their strength? Were they not apprehensive about unforeseen consequences? The black-cloaked figure laughed boisterously, his demeanor increasingly arrogant. His already grotesque visage grew even more repugnant as he looked down upon the leaders. I had presumed you would be capable of thwarting my slaughter of these tens of thousands of disciples from the Kaoshan Sect. However, it is evident that your strength falls woefully short. The elder hidden in the shadows, even he, can no longer inflict harm upon me, can he? Silence enveloped the scene. The black-cloaked figure's arrogance surged as he easily dispatched the 6 leaders, his confidence restored. He believed the assailant who had previously ambushed him was merely a late-stage fusion cultivator, while he had now ascended to the peak of the fusion realm. Although this power was not truly his own and would soon lead him into a period of weakness, if he could sacrifice these tens of thousands of Kaoshan disciples, along with the strong from the sect's upper echelons, the great demon god would greatly reduce his period of vulnerability. The sect leader's expression was grave, his complexion pale. Yaowang, Tianji, do you have the strength to escape? Is Changfeng safe? As long as he survives, even if we perish here, the Kaoshan sect will have a future. He is our hope, and we cannot allow harm to befall him. The peak master of Yaowang, blood staining her chest, felt her vitality waning. She turned her gaze toward Li Changfeng's position, her expression becoming exceedingly grim. Sect leader, Master Li has not fled. Moreover, there is nowhere for him to escape. It seems our Kaoshan sect is doomed. Cursed be this turn of events. How could such a formidable fusion realm demon emerge so unexpectedly? Were it not for this grand illusion array, our ancestors would have descended and crushed this demon long ago. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. The peak master of Tianji forced a bitter smile. Let us fight, striving to inflict damage upon this demon. His strength is not inherently his own. If we can stall until he enters his weakened state, there remains a glimmer of hope. Yet, upon hearing Tianji's words, the sect leader and the other peak masters wore expressions of deep despondency. Stalling until his vulnerable phase was no simple task. The pressing issue was that they could hardly withstand the black-cloaked figure's onslaught. If this continued, they feared they would all perish. At that moment, Li Changfeng transmitted a message to the sect leader. What sort of performance are you all putting on? After cultivating for several centuries, have you not faced injury in so long that you wish to experience it? It is time to reveal your strength. If you do not expose your abilities and subdue this black-cloaked demon, your reputation will surely suffer. No more hiding. Obliterate this wretched demon. The sect leader's lips twitched as he cast a glance at Li Changfeng. If he were capable of being stronger, would he require such punishment, bleeding profusely? This was indeed his utmost strength. There was no hidden power at all. Yet, the sect leader still returned a message to Li Changfeng, his tone grave. Changfeng, conceal yourself for now. You and your disciples are extraordinary prodigies. Our demise is of little consequence, but you must not perish. I will resort to self-detonation to ensure mutual destruction. Even if we cannot breach this grand illusion array, we may still injure that demon. Li Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. Then a radiant smile spread across his face. The sect leader truly concealed himself adeptly, even mentioning self-detonation. Yet, he still refused to disclose strength beyond the transformation realm, exemplifying a dedication to the teachings of the Kaoshan sect that resonated deeply within his soul. Li Changfeng began to instruct Feng Wu and Lin Fan. Feng Wu, Lin Fan, I just engaged in a telepathic exchange with the sect leader, which has deepened my understanding of the Kaoshan sect's doctrine. Do you comprehend how the sect leader operates? He has even concealed the truth from me, claiming he would self-detonate to protect us. In the realm of survival, we are leagues beneath the sect leader. Feng Wu nodded, her belief in her master unwavering. If there were any dissenting thoughts, it could only mean a flaw within her own reasoning. Master, shall we simply continue to watch? The leaders have bled profusely, and their concealment is profound. They are waiting for the demon to let down its guard before delivering a fatal strike, correct? Li Changfeng pondered for a moment before affirming, that seems likely. You are indeed a promising student, Feng Wu. In the art of survival, you must continue to delve deeper. When you reach the tribulation realm, you should only reveal your peak nascent soul strength. Do you understand? If your power is exposed, you will find yourself in grave danger. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. One must always retain a hidden hand, ideally 2 or 3. Just then, the peak master of Yaowang and the others retreated to a considerable distance, while the sect leader charged directly at the black-cloaked figure. Soon, the sect leader's body began to swell, rapidly transforming into a round, balloon-like shape. Li Changfeng was overwhelmed with emotion. How astonishing! He had truly resorted to the semblance of self-detonation to conceal his true power. Master, your strength may not surpass mine, but in matters of survival, I am far inferior to you. The master's aura grew increasingly tempestuous, resembling a powder keg on the verge of explosion. Chapter 74, A Precious Discovery. What in the world? Li Changfeng observed the master's escalating fury, which appeared to be genuine rather than a pretense. No matter how convincing an act might be, there is always a fraction of falsehood amid the overwhelming truth. Yet, in this moment, Li Changfeng could not perceive any semblance of deceit in the master's demeanor. He was indeed playing with fire, playing for real. Suddenly, the master bellowed, as the current leader of the Kaoshan sect, it is my duty to protect it with my life. The crisis we face today is a result of my negligence. All disciples, I shall take my leave first. I will sacrifice myself to provide you with a glimmer of hope. Tears welled in the eyes of the tens of thousands of Kaoshan disciples. In that instant, they truly understood what it meant to have a home. The Kaoshan Sect was their sanctuary. The master was prepared to self-destruct to shield them from harm. No, master. Please do not. They cried. Our strength is insignificant. We are not worthy of such sacrifice. We are willing to face death. Why must this accursed demon live? I shall slay him. The disciples of Kaoshan, though lacking in strength, displayed unwavering resolve. Not a single one bore a visage of fear. Even Feng Wu, Lin Fan, and Lin Yanjian, who stood beside Li Changfeng, wore expressions of determination. Feng Wu declared solemnly, Master, I shall take my leave. Please take care of yourself. I wish to contribute to the defense of the Kaoshan Sect. Lin Fan added, I am grateful to Master for bringing me to the mountain. Today, the Kaoshan Sect is in peril, and I shall do my utmost to aid. Lin Yanjian chimed in, Peak Master, my abilities are humble, yet I hold great affection for the Kaoshan Sect. I wish to offer my life for its protection. Please take care. And I hope to be your disciple in the next life. Li Changfeng remained silent. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the master and the figure in the black robe above, as well as the resolute disciples of the Kaoshan Sect charging toward their foe. Could it be that there was truly no hidden strength? Master, why are you so weak? Inwardly, Li Changfeng snapped his fingers. A surge of terrifying spiritual energy shot forth, penetrating the master's body. Yet, this energy caused no harm. Rather, it was a lifeline for the master. The once tumultuous aura began to stabilize, much like a balloon deflating after being pierced. The master's countenance shifted dramatically as he glanced at the figure in the black robe, despair etched across his face. So, reaching the harmonization realm allows one to suppress my self-detonation? Today marks a crisis for the Kaoshan Sect, one that I fear is unavoidable. Disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, heed my command. Form the great array of the celestial stars to confront the enemy. He did not order the thousands of disciples to flee. Instead, he chose to have them set the formation, for he understood that even if he commanded them to retreat, they would not obey. They, like him, had come to regard the Kaoshan Sect as their home. Tens of thousands of Kaoshan disciples were willing to sacrifice their lives for their sect. No one could dissuade them. The figure in the black robe was taken aback. Moments ago, the master had intended to self-destruct, and now he seemed to have reconsidered. Was he afraid of death? That did not seem right. It appeared he had already resigned himself to his fate. What was truly happening? The black-robed figure scanned the area, but found nothing amiss. Attack. The master uttered the word with fierce resolve. If the outcome could not be altered, then they would fight to the death. Even if he were to perish, he would take a piece of this black-robed figure with him. Li Changfeng silently observed, his heart brimming with reflection. In his past life, most people were self-absorbed, oblivious to other struggles. However, the Kaoshan Sect, to which he now belonged, seemed vastly different. Cohesion. Yes, it was an inexplicable sense of unity. Even in the face of certain death, they were willing to embrace it. This reminded Li Changfeng of the most admirable individuals from his previous life. In times of calamity, they always charged to the forefront. Taking a deep breath, Li Changfeng experienced a profound revelation, and his strength began to surge exponentially. Crack. It was akin to the sound of an eggshell cracking. Li Changfeng's realm advanced into the tribulation stage. The black-robed figure was filled with trepidation. He sensed it. Even though Li Changfeng quickly suppressed his aura, the black-robed figure was still aware. After all, he was at the peak of the harmonization realm, albeit drawing upon the power of a demon god. Yet these powers now belonged to him. A tribulation stage powerhouse. Damn it. The one who ambushed me earlier can't possibly be a tribulation stage powerhouse from the Kaoshan Sect, can they? How could this humble sect, ranked among the lowest of the 9 great sects, possess such a formidable figure? The Kaoshan Sect has concealed itself far too well. This cannot be allowed to continue. As the black-robed figure sensed Li Changfeng's breakthrough, he was overtaken by a desire to retreat. If he did not flee now, he feared he might miss his opportunity. Just as he turned to escape, the master and 5 peak leaders launched another assault, employing the same 6 harmonies sword formation to maximize their strike. The black-robed figure's expression darkened as he coldly warned, "Do not force me to eradicate you all. Were it not for the terrifying presence among you, I would have already slain you. Now begone." With a roar, the black-robed figure sent the 6 leaders of the master flying once more. However, before he could make his escape, they charged at him again, unleashing their most potent techniques. The black-robed figure, overwhelmed and exasperated, realized he could not withstand the onslaught. Even though his physical form was robust, he could not disregard the full-force assault of a transformation realm expert. Li Changfeng had completed his breakthrough and suppressed his aura. To the casual observer, he appeared to be an innocuous golden core cultivator. The master and the others seemed to have genuinely revealed their true strength. Even my disciples, alongside Lin Yinzhan, were fearlessly charging forward. I cannot allow them to come to harm. I had overestimated the master and the peak leaders. I must not hold such high expectations of others in the future. I am an unparalleled genius, but they are not. It is understandable that after centuries of cultivation, they have not reached the harmonization realm. Having reflected, Li Changfeng resolved to take action himself. He removed one of his cloth shoes and casually hurled it toward the black-robed figure. The shoe, made of ordinary material, should theoretically pose no threat to the black-robed figure. However, to the one wielding it, a tribulation stage being, it could transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Even a blade of grass could sever a harmonization realm expert. A sense of impending danger, an overwhelming feeling of crisis surged within the black-robed figure, whose expression shifted dramatically as he struggled to pinpoint the source of the threat. Deep down, he understood. This was the work of that extraordinary powerhouse lurking in the shadows, striking once more. He disregarded the master and the 5 leaders' attacks, as boundless demonic energy enveloped him, and he summoned his spiritual armor for protection. As the cloth shoe flew toward him, the black-robed figure's eyes widened in disbelief. The threat was emanating from this very shoe. In the wake of 2 previous devastating defeats, he had yet to witness the hidden assailant's method of attack. This time, however, he beheld it with clarity. To his astonishment, it was merely a cloth shoe. A shoe so mundane that it seemed absurd for an unparalleled powerhouse lurking in the shadows to wield such a trivial object. With a resounding thud, the spirit armor shattered. The corporeal form disintegrated, and even the soul was obliterated in an instant. From the heavens above, a single cloth shoe descended, striking the sect leader squarely on the head. Just as the leader began to comprehend the situation, he realized that this unassuming shoe had vanquished the figure in the black robe. Was there an ancient ancestor from the Kaoshan Sect aiding them from the shadows? This shoe was indeed a remarkable treasure. In the next heartbeat, the sect leader clutched the shoe tightly, unable to suppress his elation despite his grievous injuries. Li Changfeng murmured to himself, "This shoe may never be reclaimed." Chapter 75, Lin Yinzhan's Crisis. Having finished his musing, Li Changfeng extracted a new pair of cloth shoes from his spatial ring and donned them. His actions went unnoticed by anyone present. The disciples of the Kaoshan Sect were all rushing towards the black-robed figure, undeterred even in the face of certain death. Not a single soul faltered. The sheer resolve of the Kaoshan Sect stirred profound emotions within Li Changfeng. His feelings towards the sect transformed. Previously, he had only sought to survive, never considering the concept of shared glory or shared ruin. He had never envisioned a day when he would willingly sacrifice his life for the Kaoshan Sect. But now, everything had changed. The Kaoshan Sect was his home. When this home called upon him, Li Changfeng would undoubtedly rise to protect it. Discarding the other cloth shoe carelessly, he awaited the ancestors' discovery of the issue and the subsequent dismantling of this grand illusion. He had no intention of intervening. Survival was paramount. Too much involvement was ill-advised. On the battlefield, the sect leader clutched the cloth shoe, which still radiated a terrifying spiritual energy that had yet to dissipate. His eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings. But he could not discern which ancient ancestor had awakened to vanquish the black-robed figure. Lu Kun, the current sect leader of the Kaoshan Sect, expressed gratitude for the ancestral intervention. Did the ancestor require the return of this treasure? No one spoke, though Li Changfeng wore an unusual expression. The sect leader seemed somewhat deranged to perceive his own cloth shoe as a treasure. It was nothing more than an exceedingly ordinary shoe. The peak master of Yaoguang, stained with blood, glanced at the sect leader. "Brother, do you know which ancient ancestor intervened? It's astonishing. A mere shoe could obliterate a peak-level demon. Such capability must place them among the elite of the ancestors. Had it not been for their presence today, we would likely have faced total annihilation. Tens of thousands of disciples, including ourselves, would have perished." The sect leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had exerted every effort, yet could not contend with that formidable demon. This indicated that the demon possessed the power to annihilate them all. Surviving until the demon's strength was exhausted was utterly impossible. The peak master of Tianji, drenched in blood from the earlier fray, joined the conversation. The sect leader and the peak masters were all grievously injured. It seems the ancestor has no intention of reclaiming this treasure. Henceforth, the Kaoshan Sect has gained another precious artifact. Its ability to slay peak-level beings is truly formidable. The sect leader nodded in agreement, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Since the ancestor has graciously bestowed this treasure upon us, we shall accept it. Now, let us proceed with the distribution of rewards for the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly. Unless the ancestor dismantles this grand array, we lack the means to do so ourselves. The peak masters had no objections at this suggestion. They required time to heal, and since the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly had concluded, it was indeed appropriate to distribute the rewards. With the sect leader and 5 peak masters injured, the responsibility of distributing the rewards fell to Li Changfeng. The 6 approached him, and the sect leader's eyes suddenly narrowed as he noticed another cloth shoe not far away. He had previously acquired the right shoe, and now this was the left one. The sect leader called out loudly, "Thank you, ancient ancestor, for bestowing this treasure. We shall not disappoint your expectations, and will safeguard the Kaoshan Sect with our lives." Li Changfeng maintained a stoic expression, though joy welled within him at the sight of the sect leader carefully tucking away his pair of cloth shoes as if they were precious gems. He pondered briefly but ultimately decided against clarifying matters. Sometimes, beautiful misunderstandings are preferable. If he were to explain, it might ruin the moment. Once the sect leader had secured the shoes, he turned to Li Changfeng. "Changfeng, all 6 of us are grievously injured. The task of distributing the rewards for the 7 Peaks Martial Assembly shall be entrusted to you. Congratulations to the Tianquan Peak. Your disciples are exceptionally strong and talented. No one anticipated they would achieve 1st and 2nd place in the assembly. Tianquan Peak shall have much to attend to in the future." Li Changfeng shook his head. "Tianquan Peak is exceedingly selective in accepting disciples. We will not take just anyone, so you need not worry, sect leader. I have little interest in average talents." The sect leader's lips twitched. If he dismissed average talents, then only prodigies would suffice. If all prodigies were to gather at Tianquan Peak, what would become of the other peaks? However, the ability to recruit prodigies depended on their own merits, so the sect leader had no further concerns. Just then, a wisp of demonic energy surged forth unexpectedly. This was not the black-robed figure's lingering presence, but rather the power of the demon god that the figure had harnessed. Although the demon goddess power had been dissipated by Li Changfeng's attack, a fragment remained, and this remnant was immensely terrifying. It bore an awareness that directed it towards Li Changfeng. As he sensed this, Lin Yanran spotted the wisp of demonic energy racing towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, she positioned herself in front of Li Changfeng. The speed of the demonic energy's attack was blindingly swift, surging into Lin Yanran's body in an instant. The next moment, Lin Yanran's entire being erupted with demonic energy, her exquisite visage marred by web-like demonic patterns. "Peak Master, it is a privilege to aid you. If I succumb to the darkness, please end my life. In the next life, I hope to be your disciple." Li Changfeng's fury ignited. The black-robed figure, harnessing the power of the demon god, had been effortlessly dispatched by him. Yet, this power did not dissipate entirely. It sought to eliminate him. Though it had failed to reach him, it had entered Lin Yanran's body instead. Lin Fan's eyes turned crimson, and he howled, "No. I cannot allow you to come to harm. Sister, we promise to be together for eternity. Do not leave me. I beg you, do not leave me. You cannot be harmed. You must not be harmed. Master, I implore you, save my sister." Li Changfeng fell silent. He could slay the black-robed figure, but he lacked the power to restore Lin Yanran to her former state. The power of the demon god was simply too potent. Although his strength was formidable, he was unable to dispel it. Damn it, how infuriating. Feng Wu, in a state of anxiety, queried, "Master, is there truly no way? Yanran is wonderful. She has always aspired to be your disciple. Moreover, she has worked diligently in both her daily life and her cultivation. Can you not save her?" With a deep sigh, Li Changfeng lamented that he too wished to see Lin Yanran free from this fate. It was his oversight, the power of the demon god. It was a force that did not belong to this world, far exceeding any ordinary level. Moreover, having previously vanquished the figure in the black robe, Li Changfeng had grown somewhat careless. He spoke in a grave tone, "Master, at present, I find myself without a solution. However, I can seal her for the time being. Once I devise a method to resolve this, I shall rescue her. Lin Yanran, you have bravely withstood this malevolent force on my behalf. I vow to save you. Even if it means traversing the heavens and descending into the underworld, I shall not allow you to come to harm." With that, Li Changfeng prepared to seal Lin Yanran. Yet at that moment, the system unexpectedly sprang forth. Ding! A potential disciple has been detected. A disciple recruitment task has been initiated. Please, Master, proceed to